Chapter 1. The Legendary Blade, Slaying Demons. Colonel Fry, we have arrived at Lion's Roar Island. Excellent. I have been waiting for this moment for quite some time. On board a warship, a young man, approximately 20 years of age, clad in a Navy justice coat, sat cross-legged in a spacious chamber. A long blade lay horizontally across his lap. Phew, I still have yet to grasp the wondrous realm of iron slicing. Grasping the long sword, he rose to his feet. Exiting the room, he found the Navy soldiers standing in formation, their postures erect, weapons at the ready, awaiting Frey's command. Jonier, Sir Fry, a man towering at 2.5 meters, possessing an undeniably handsome yet exceedingly robust physique, stood beside Fry. He seemed concerned that his height overshadowed Fry, bowing his head slightly. Go forth, leave none alive, Fry commanded, pointing towards the distant plume of smoke. Understood. Upon receiving Frey's order, Jonier waved his hand dramatically. Dispatch these pirates. The naval soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion, with Jonier leading the charge, a cigar in his mouth, lit and puffed vigorously. Suddenly, his body swelled, his clothing ripping apart as he transformed into a towering 7-meter black behemoth. Fry, trailing behind, furrowed his brow and shouted, "You imbecile! How many times must I tell you to at least remove your clothes before transforming? You've ruined 50 outfits for me this month alone." Hee hee. Jonier chuckled, stroking his dark, bulbous head, his fearsome appearance accentuated by his massive stature. The others regarded this colossal figure with envy. Such is the power of the devil fruit. If only I could achieve great feats, would the fruit in Colonel Frey's possession be bestowed upon me as a reward, just as it was given to Major Jonier? Anticipation filled their eyes. After addressing Jonier, Fry clutched his long blade and walked ahead, with Jonier following automatically, while the other sailors, trained to perfection, marched in formation behind them. Their procession was bold and unhidden. A vast forest loomed across the island, where a large group of pirates reveled in roasting meat over a fire, drinking merrily. Beside them lay a massive lion, several meters long, sprawled in a pool of blood, its fate uncertain. In the midst of their feast, a pirate sprinted towards them, shouting, "Captain, trouble! The Navy is attacking. It's that demon swordsman again." This pirate, standing 2 meters tall, initially exuded composure, but now bore a visage of terror. "Damn it!" Morgus cursed, tossing aside the roasted meat in his hand, rising to seize a massive cleaver nearby. "That scoundrel! If it weren't for our treasure hunt last time, I would have long ago dispatched him to the fishes, and now he dares to come looking for us." Despite his bravado, Morgus' expression betrayed his unease. In the South Sea, who among the pirates was unaware of the infamous demon swordsman Fry Dearnance? Any ambitious pirate aspiring to traverse the Grand Line had to first overcome this formidable hurdle. "Morgus, perhaps we should retreat. Engaging the Navy poses no benefit to us." The speaker was Drolair, the first mate and navigator of Morgus' crew, a swordsman of formidable prowess, held in high esteem within the pirate band. Upon hearing Drolair's words, Morgus contemplated momentarily, recognizing the merit in his advice. "Very well, Before he could finish, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over Morgus and Drolair. Drolair's pupils contracted, his body trembling in fear. He hurriedly glanced towards the rear, while Morgus, albeit slower to react, followed suit. The other pirates, perplexed, turned their gazes in the same direction. What is that?" one pirate exclaimed in horror. Before they could comprehend its form, a chilling whistling, reminiscent of a razor's edge, pierced their ears. In less than 2 seconds, a colossal wave of cutting energy surged towards them. "Get down!" Drolair shouted, leaping to the side. The remaining pirates, though stunned, were seasoned fighters who understood the stakes. They rolled and dodged, just in time to evade the terrifying slice. However, a few unfortunate souls were struck by the blade's energy, meeting their demise. As Drolair beheld the massive trench carve into the ground where he had stood moments before, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He had never witnessed such terrifying power. A glance at Morgus revealed a similarly shaken and astonished expression. "It seems my strike fell short." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to Morgus and the pirates. They turned to see Fry and his contingent of Navy soldiers approaching. Among them, the 7-meter-tall, gorilla-like Jonier, cigar in mouth, was the most striking figure. Yet at that moment, both Morgus and Drolair, along with the other pirates, were fixated on the young man before them, calm and unhurried, wielding a long sword with an expression of serene indifference. Drolair sensed the palpable aura of danger emanating from this short-haired, handsome youth Fry Dearnance. "I am no match for him," Drolair thought, gripping the hilt of his beloved sword, ready to charge at Morga's command, regardless of the odds. Slay them. Despite sensing the peril radiating from Fry, Morgus retained unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Brandishing his massive cleaver, he charged towards Fry. Drolair, upon hearing Morgus' first word, drew his sword and followed closely, concerned that Morgus might falter, intending to offer support. Seeing their captain and first mate surge forward, the other pirates temporarily suppressed their fear, shouting as they drew their blades and firearms, targeting the nearest Navy soldiers. Faced with a formidable horde of pirates, the Navy remained unfazed. As soldiers who had fought alongside Fry in the South Sea, each possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary naval forces. With a blade in one hand and a pistol in the other, they charged at the pirates, embodying Frey's teachings. The Morgus pirate crew was no slouch as one of the most formidable pirate bands vying for the Grand Line. Each member was a capable fighter. Upon engagement, both sides exchanged blows vigorously. However, overall, the Navy seemed to hold the upper hand for the time being. As the battle commenced, Morgus, being the captain, naturally would not stand idly by. Yet, before he could reach Fry, he was intercepted by the colossal Jonier. "Sir, Fry has decreed that your opponent is me," Jonier bellowed, his massive eyes disdainfully fixed on Morgus. "Just you?" Morgus retorted furiously. How could Fry Dearnans dismiss him, assigning a subordinate to confront him? With that, he no longer concealed his true strength, letting out a mighty roar as he too transformed into a beastly form. "You're also a devil fruit user," Jonier exclaimed, dropping his cigar in astonishment. "Cursed! My fine cigar!" Jonier hastily bent to retrieve the cigar, but, due to his enormous hands, accidentally crushed it. "Scoundrel! You owe me a cigar!" Jonier howled, stomping towards the enormous, tawny-furred lion at his feet. Boom! Boom! He landed powerful punches upon Morgus' transformed lion form. Caught off guard, Morgus suffered 4 consecutive blows. Roar! With a furious bellow, he managed to fling Jonier off his back. His massive claws swiped at Jonier. Thud! 5 gaping wounds appeared on Jonier's body. Fury coursed through Jonier, unperturbed by his injuries, as he charged forward, leaving tremors in his wake. Reaching Morgus, he unleashed 2 thunderous punches on the captain's face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Morgus had not anticipated that despite just consuming the devil fruit, his already formidable strength combined with the newfound powers would render him seemingly incapable of matching this audacious brute. Faced with Jonier's relentless onslaught, Morgus found himself struggling to defend, igniting a fury within him. Determined, he disregarded everything else, engaging in a fierce battle with the towering black gorilla. The massive lion and gigantic gorilla tore into each other, exchanging bites and slashes, leaving deep wounds and spilling blood, yet both were singularly focused on annihilating one another, indifferent to their own injuries. In contrast to their duel, another battle unfolded elsewhere, characterized by an overwhelming dominance. Clang! Freya wielded his sword in one hand, pressing it against the desperate resistance of Drolair, who was straining to hold his blade with both hands. "Do you know? In truth, you're my true target," Freya suddenly remarked. "I had already discerned that," Drolair replied, sweat pouring from him. Despite only exchanging a few blows, he had exerted all his strength, yet the man before him was simply too formidable. Glimpsing the unhinged Morgus nearby, Drolair realized that he was now facing certain death. After a few evasive maneuvers, his slightly green-tinged blade glistened under the scorching sun. "You have come for it, haven't you? The Navy's demon sword," Drolair gasped, pointing at the katana in his grasp. "Indeed," Freya acknowledged, adding, "I conducted a brief assessment of your prowess. In these waters, you are commendable, perhaps even capable of becoming a swordsman in the Grand Line. However, for now, it's time for you to die." With that, Freya lifted his long blade skyward before delivering a downward slash. A colossal, pristine strike erupted from the blade, hurtling towards Drolair. Drolair attempted to evade, but he discovered that there was nowhere to hide in this vicinity. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the blade's radiance descended upon him. In Drolair's eyes, it seemed he possessed 2 perspectives, only to realize in his final moments that he had been cleaved in twain. Before Drolair's katana could touch the ground, Freya swiftly stepped forward and grasped it. The instant he took hold, an unusual surge of information coursed through his mind. Suppressing the overwhelming influx of knowledge, a look of delight adorned Freya's face. Truly worthy of its title, the Demon Slayer. This should allow me to grasp the realm of cutting through iron, Freya mused as he caressed the blade of the Demon Slayer. Chapter 2. The Mark. Freya temporarily set aside his exhilaration, sheathing the Demon Slayer at his waist. With a leap, he launched a fierce strike at Morgus, who had transformed into a colossal, earthy-hued lion. With a resounding thud, the long blade severed the enormous lion's head in two. Blood gushed forth, staining Freya's righteous coat and splattering across his face. TSK. Freya smirked slightly. It seemed he would need to change into another outfit upon returning. With Morgus' demise, Joniel returned to his normal form. Gazing at the headless corpse that reverted to its original state, Freya inspired both reverence and fear. Truly, Lord Freya was as formidable as a monster. As Drolier and Morgus fell in succession, the remaining pirates lost their will to fight, discarding their weapons in an attempt to surrender. Continuing to resist would only lead to certain death. It was better to be captured, for there might be a chance to survive. These pirates had good intentions, but Freya would never allow them to live so easily. A band of scum deserved to face judgment in hell. His figure flickered, weaving through the pirates, the sounds of flesh being cleaved echoing around him. The surrounding naval soldiers gradually spread out, obstructing the pirates' escape routes. Though they knew these pirates were unlikely to flee, it was better to be cautious. Once Freya had dispatched all the pirates, he flicked the blood from his blade and wiped it clean on the bodies littering the ground before sheathing it. Pile these corpses together and burn them. Understood. The Morgus pirate cruise ship was not far off, and its captain seemed either oblivious or foolish, for they were entirely unaware of the events unfolding in the forest. By the time Freya and his men arrived, the pirates were still merrily engaged in their games. They dealt with the corpses, confiscated resources and valuables, and tended to their injuries. By the time they finished, twilight had begun to settle. Joniel, wrapped in bandages, a cigar dangling from his mouth, reported to Freya, "Lord Freya, all the belongings of the Morgus pirate crew have been transferred to the warship." As he spoke, a flicker of excitement crossed Joniel's face. "While we were looting, we stumbled upon something remarkable." At this, a naval soldier approached, cradling a small box. Freya accepted it and opened it to find a peculiar, toned banana adorned with strange patterns lying quietly within. Could this be a product of Morgus' demise? When a devil fruit user perishes, their abilities may chance upon nearby fruits. If the Morgus pirate crew had possessed a devil fruit previously, there would have been no reason not to have Drolier consume it, as Freya was aware of their unusually close relationship, one that allowed for playful camaraderie. Thus, it is highly probable that this is the fruit Morgus consumed. Even though Freya already possessed a devil fruit, one could never have too many of such items. Well done. Who discovered this? They shall receive an immediate promotion of 2 ranks. Joniel, ensure this is carried out. Understood. Dismissed. Freya waved his hand. Joniel gathered the other naval soldiers to attend to various matters. As night fell, Freya and his men remained aboard the warship anchored by the shores of Giant Lion Island. In Freya's quarters, the box containing the devil fruit sat beside him. Grasping the newly acquired demon slayer, he drew the blade. Its hauntingly green surface captivated the soul. He closed his eyes, absorbing the immense swordsmanship experience emanating from it. Freya was not a devil fruit user. This ability to absorb the imprints left by weapons was a gift he possessed since traversing into this world. 20 years ago, he had inadvertently arrived here after a tragic death in another civilized society. Having read the manga One Piece, Freya was acutely aware of the perils this world harbored. Thanks to his decent upbringing as a second-generation Navy officer, his grandfather being a rear admiral in the naval headquarters, albeit a bureaucrat, still wielded considerable influence in the South Sea. From a young age, Freya had purposefully trained himself, primarily focusing on building a solid foundation. To grow stronger, a robust foundation is paramount, and he dedicated 15 years to this endeavor. It was uncertain whether his potential had been unlocked upon his arrival, but Freya's talent was undeniable among his contemporaries in the South Sea. He was already among the most formidable. Nonetheless, even then, Freya had no aspirations of recklessly venturing forth to become a Navy officer. Although he enjoyed the benefits of being a second-generation Navy officer, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Initially, he had hoped to find a suitable devil fruit to expedite his strength, but on his birthday that year, his grandfather unexpectedly gifted him a renowned pistol belonging to a famous pirate from the Grand Line, which ultimately led Freya to discover his unique ability through that exquisite firearm. For 15 long years, one lived like a mere fish in the sea, unaware of the latent, extraordinary ability within. The turmoil within Fry was profound. Through experimentation, Fry discerned the specific nature of this power. Any weapon, when wielded by an individual whose essence resonates harmoniously with it, receives an invisible acknowledgement, leaving behind an indelible mark. Within this mark lies a repository of the wielder's diverse techniques and experiences in weapon mastery. In this realm, if one were to declare the most abundant weapons, undoubtedly, knives and guns would reign supreme. Yet, compared to firearms, the marks left by knives are unparalleled. Renowned swordsmen, those valiant masters navigating the Grand Line, and the illustrious sword masters at the pinnacle of the world all wield blades that embody their unique essence, naturally bearing such marks. Fry pondered the notion that those blades deemed black blades must also possess such marks, potentially containing insights into the mastery of haki. Thus, from that moment forth, Fry took up the standard naval saber he had initially intended to wield for show, only to discover his lack of innate talent in the sword arts. Over the span of 5 years, he realized that the instances of leaving marks on weapons were lamentably few. Currently, his blade is the renowned Qiushui, which he had boldly requested from his grandfather on his birthday. The one who had left a mark on this esteemed blade was formidable. From the training experiences inscribed upon it, he was a swordsman who had comprehended the technique of iron-cutting breath, albeit lacking mastery in haki. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, while Fry can unleash soaring slashes capable of severing ordinary steel, he is acutely aware that this prowess stems solely from his formidable physical strength, devoid of true comprehension of that realm. Now armed with a blade, Zhang whose mark's intensity far surpasses that of Qiushui, Fry feels an overwhelming sense of confidence. Regrettably, this mark still lacks any insights into the mastery of haki. Although Frey's grandfather held the rank of Major General, he was merely a civilian officer, possessing strength comparable to that of Jonier, barely reaching the level of a colonel in their department. He lacked the proficiency in armament haki and observation haki. Therefore, Fry recognized that in order to master these two essential skills in the South Sea, he must first tap into his innate abilities. He had a clear understanding of his own strength and firmly believed that by comprehending the techniques of cutting steel and mastering armament haki, coupled with his current capabilities, he could depart from the South Sea, venture into the first half of the Grand Line, slay more pirates, and acquire a greater collection of renowned blades and firearms. As long as he avoided reckless actions, he believed he would remain safe. The individuals who bore the mark of the Demon Slayer were exceptionally powerful, and assimilating the myriad experiences contained within took Fry a considerable amount of time. After a long while, Fry opened his eyes. Gaining insights from others' training experiences did not equate to Fry possessing the strength of the mark's owner. However, he was not bound by the mark either. Over the years, he had sought guidance from many skilled swordsmen in the South Sea, and he had already developed his own unique swordsmanship style. It was precisely for this reason that, to this day, he had yet to grasp the technique of cutting steel, despite his capabilities far exceeding that threshold. Perhaps it was due to his strong physical techniques and his persistent desire to enhance his swordsmanship that he had increasingly relied on the mark's power. Grasping the Demon Slayer, Fry exited his room. The vast ocean at night was remarkably tranquil, and there were no reckless creatures from Giant Lion Island attempting to approach. Feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze, Fry held his sword with both hands. The various training insights of the mark's owner began to emerge in his mind. In his imagination, a middle-aged man dressed in short attire appeared, wielding a sword with one hand and exuding a rebellious demeanor as he swung his blade towards Fry. The strike seemed ordinary, yet it harmonized with the surrounding aura, descending upon Fry with an overwhelming force, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. A flash of green light surged, and Fry abruptly regained his focus. Transitioning from both hands to one, an immense aura erupted from his entire being. Boom. This formidable presence startled the sleeping Navy personnel awake. Seeking death, Jonier, deep in slumber, was suddenly jolted by an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. The intensity of the aura rendered him momentarily immobile, inciting a surge of rage within him as he realized someone dared to attack. In a flash, he transformed into a towering 7-meter gorilla, crashing through his room and bursting outside. Jonier and Fry. As Fry prepared to unleash his blade amidst the eruption of his aura, he was momentarily taken aback by the shadowy figure before him. The two stared wide-eyed at one another, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fry covered his face, realizing that practicing at night was indeed unwise. He chose not to dwell on Jonier's reckless destruction aboard the warship and allowed him to descend and clarify matters with the other naval soldiers. Once Jonier reverted to his original self, he bellowed aboard the ship, making it evident to everyone that the earlier terrifying aura belonged to Colonel Frey. One could only marvel at Colonel Frey, a true monster of the South Sea Navy. With this reassuring news, they swiftly returned to slumber, undisturbed by worries. Before sleeping, Jonier merely muttered a few words about the greater terror of Lord Frey, then fell into a deep sleep, snoring thunderously like a slumbering beast. Back in his own quarters, Frey gently caressed his blade, Zhang and sighed. He still had not grasped the technique of Zhang Tai. What was he lacking? Reflecting upon the original work where Lu Suolong attained this skill after a life-and-death battle, Frere contemplated seeking a pirate of equal strength to test himself. However, he soon abandoned this notion. Even if he could not comprehend Zhang Tai in terms of swordsmanship, he believed he could still stand atop this world. It would be best to avoid such futile comparisons. What if he faltered? Alas, he decided to let nature take its course. After all, he had allowed 5 years to pass. A little more time would not matter. Chapter 3. Afflictions. The weather was splendid, and the sea lay tranquil. Occasionally, a few seagulls glided by, one of which landed beside Frere, who was reclining in a lounge chair, dropping a newspaper at his feet. Joniel, ever considerate, promptly paid 50 belly. After finishing his orange juice, Fry handed the empty cup to Joniel, who quickly refilled it. Sipping from the glass, Fry picked up a newspaper and began to read. If only Prosciutto were here. Chilled orange juice is truly delightful. I shall find an excuse to bring him along next time. Lord Fry, I believe that your intention may provoke Lord Prosciutto's ire, Joniel remarked cautiously. Ah, I spoke out of turn. I assure you, I have heard nothing, Fry replied, dismissing the concern. Joniel, feeling outmatched, chose to ignore Frey's underlying intentions. Days had passed since the defeat of the notorious pirate Mogus from the South Sea. Joniel's injuries had healed significantly, a testament to the remarkable recovery abilities of Zoan fruit users. At the time, Joniel had appeared quite pitiful, though he himself did not share that sentiment. Throughout these days, Fry had yet to grasp the elusive realm of cutting steel, yet undeniably, his strength had grown, since he had not yet comprehended it. He chose not to force the issue. On the warship, Fry refrained from rigorous training, preferring instead to embrace a carefree existence akin to a languid fish. The sea train of Fishman Tom. Freya gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his thoughts drifting to distant realms. It was the year 1512 of the sea circle calendar, and in the recesses of his memory, he recalled that the merman was destined to be executed by the world government this very year. Furthermore, in the subsequent year, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, now the chief instructor of the Navy, Zifa, would have his arm severed by a pirate. Speaking of which, it seems I have been recommended for this year's Navy recruit training camp, thanks to my grandfather's endorsement. How infuriating. Frere furrowed his brow, feeling utterly powerless in his endeavor to prevent Zephyr from losing his arm. The thought of heading to the Navy headquarters filled him with trepidation. Given his current prowess among the recruits, he believed himself to be among the elite, provided no monstrous adversaries were present. Surely, he would not be the one to be severed. The mere notion of potentially accompanying Zephyr to the New World for the rookie trials, and becoming one of the unfortunate souls to perish in that ordeal, extinguished any desire he had to enter the headquarters. Although he held confidence in his own strength, it was a mere reflection of his capabilities in the South Sea. Whoever could sever Zephyr's arm, whether it be that formidable weevil or another, was certainly beyond the reach of his burgeoning skills. Despite possessing innate talent and considerable potential, he had yet to attain the extraordinary ability to confront such formidable foes within a mere year. Mastery of such techniques demanded adherence to fundamental principles. He certainly did not possess the luxury of shortcuts. It was best to concoct an excuse to decline this endeavor. HM? Frere lifted his gaze, setting the newspaper aside. And in the periphery of his vision, it seemed as though something was hurtling towards his warship. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged on the tranquil sea as a 30-meter-tall, seal-like creature charged toward the vessel. "Leave it to me, Lord Frere," exclaimed Joniel, on the verge of transforming, only to be halted by Frere's firm grip. "What is your haste?" Frere retorted, exasperated. "Strip off your garments for me, you fool. There are no spare clothes aboard. Conserve what we have." Frere grasped the scabbard standing beside him and gave Jonio a couple of taps. "Understood." Jonio bashfully scratched the back of his head. "Hurry up, or you'll collide." With a swift kick, Frere urged Jonio to swiftly dispatch the sea creature. As the commander, it was unnecessary for him to personally handle every matter. Otherwise, what purpose would their presence serve? Jonier swiftly removed his clothing, transforming into a gorilla, and engaged in a fierce brawl with the sea creature at the bow of the warship, with the creature clearly on the receiving end of the beating. After a brief tumult, Jonier quickly concluded the skirmish, his expression revealing a lingering desire for more. As a mere ordinary sea creature had proven insufficient to satiate his appetite for combat. "Put your clothes on at once. As a Navy major, you ought not to disgrace me with your bare body." "Oh," Jonier replied, somewhat aggrieved. "You asked me to strip, and I just finished fighting. How can I dress so quickly?" However, he dared not voice his indignation. Instead, He lowered his head like a chastened quail and rustled his navy uniform into place. The surrounding navy soldiers observed with a detached demeanor, accustomed to such daily occurrences, and were instead envious of Jonio's opportunity to interact with Frey in this manner. After another day, following several days of desolate navigation, Frey and his crew finally arrived at a small island with a town. Jonio stretched lazily. Having spent days aboard the ship without encountering any reckless pirates, save for one sea creature, he felt he might soon perish from boredom. Mind your appearance. Frey disembarked from the warship, his feet firmly planted on the ground, experiencing a profound sense of stability. Life aboard the vessel had its comforts. Yet nothing could rival the soothing sensation of solid earth beneath his feet. Jonio, take some men to replenish our water supply and assess our provisions, he commanded. Aye, sir. Jonio promptly led his subordinates towards the nearby village. Frey meandered along the edge of the small island, relishing in the serenity that surrounded him. No one accompanied him, for they understood that Colonel Frey cherished solitude, and it was best not to intrude upon his quietude. After strolling for a while, he placed a hand upon his stomach. Feeling a twinge of hunger, observing the distant signs of life, he made his way towards them. The village on this small island was neither too large nor too small. Upon his arrival, he had witnessed ordinary villagers toiling in the fields. Among the laborers were a few spirited children, their youthful exuberance evident as they chased one another, seemingly engrossed in a game. As Frey approached, the villagers maintained their composure, merely casting a fleeting glance at him before returning to their activities. However, upon spotting him, one child suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, the Navy is here. Everyone, run." The children scattered in a frenzy, as if Frey, a naval officer, were some malevolent figure. One villager, initially concerned that his son's outburst might provoke Frey, observed the latter's unperturbed demeanor and immediately felt a wave of relief. Nonetheless, he hurried over to Frey, offering an apologetic explanation. "I beg your pardon. Those little ones were merely engaged in play. Please do not take it to heart." Though young, Frey's attire and demeanor set him apart from the ordinary naval soldiers. Not long ago, he witnessed a tall, youthful sailor arriving here, accompanied by others to barter for water and provisions with the villagers. They appeared fierce and intimidating, yet exhibited a gentle nature. Therefore, when Frey arrived, they paid him little mind, assuming he too was there to exchange goods. Little did they know, the village children, engaged in their pirate games, could only hope that this seemingly extraordinary young man would not take offense. Frey shook his head, reassuring, "Rest assured, I have no intention of being at odds with children." With Frey's words, the villager felt a sense of relief and returned to his labors. Frey approached the houses in the village and once again caught sight of the children. This time, however, they did not notice him. Freya stepped aside, concealing herself in a corner where they could not see her. One boy threw a punch at another. "Aha! I am the great pirate, Seba. Curse Navy, meet your demise. I am slain." A small boy clutched his chest and fell to the ground, pretending to be lifeless. Yet, in an instant, he sprang back up, exclaiming, "This time, I shall be the great pirate, and you shall be the Navy." "No, I refuse. You have already played the pirate several times." Freya furrowed her brow and left discreetly. It was merely an ordinary little island, yet one could discern the profound influence of pirates upon it. Alas! With a sigh, Frey lamented the afflictions of this world, feeling utterly powerless in the face of it. Gold, Roger, the infamous pirate king, was truly a nefarious figure. Shaking his head, Frey lost all desire to dine there and strode back to the warship. As soon as Jonio boarded, he noticed Frey's gloomy demeanor and quickly distanced himself, eager not to provoke his ill mood. "Where are you going? Come here and spar with me. Let me see if you've made any progress." "Huh? What nonsense. Hurry up." A flicker of fear crossed Jonio's eyes. Every time Frey was displeased, he would find an excuse to practice his skills on him. Frey was particularly relentless, especially after Jonio had consumed the devil fruit. Jonio often pondered whether Frey had given him the fruit solely to enhance his ability to thrash him. In the training room aboard the warship, sounds of clashing and cracking bones echoed. The surrounding sailors felt a chill run down their spines. Only Jonio could withstand Frey's relentless training. They speculated that Jonio's remarkable strength was perhaps a result of frequently being pummeled by Frey. This thought stirred some intrigue among the sailors. If only Frey were aware, he would surely reprimand those daydreamers. Days passed, and the warship finally arrived at its intended destination, the South Sea Naval Branch, Division 327, on Flying Fish Island. This island was renowned for housing the formidable Navy swordsman, Frey Durance. Having taken over the family legacy 3 years prior, Frey's reputation on Flying Fish Island was nothing short of illustrious. His status as the strongest in the South Sea had spread far and wide, even reaching the Grand Line and beyond. The island had prospered under his influence, attracting numerous affluent merchants and tycoons, all of whom required Frey's approval to reside there. As Frey disembarked, he was greeted by his uncle, Colonel Philip, who had aspired to be promoted but was overshadowed by Frey's authoritative grasp over the division. Philip was a middle-aged man with a rotund figure and a personality that could neither be deemed entirely good nor bad. Years of battling pirates had taken a toll on his health, rendering him unable to father children. Consequently, Frey, as the sole heir of the Frey family, was cherished like a prized possession. Even 3 years ago, when Frey seized control of Flying Fish Island, Philip remained unconcerned. "Dear Nance, is everything well?" Although Philip asked this, he was not genuinely worried about Frey. It was merely a long-held habit. "Everything is splendid, Uncle," Frey replied with a smile. Then, adopting a serious expression, he inquired, "Colonel Philip, how has everything been on Flying Fish Island?" Philip, puffing out his belly, saluted Frey. "All is normal on Flying Fish Island." "That's good to hear. By the way, where is Prachito? I recall he and Hop were also on the island. Why haven't I seen them?" Philip swallowed nervously. "What is the matter?" Frey's brow furrowed. Philip gritted his teeth and replied, "They went to Swordsmith Island to capture pirates." "Why didn't you stop them?" "That place is not one to be trifled with. Swordsmith Island was infamous in the South Sea for housing a master swordsmith. What is more, this individual was incredibly powerful and feared. Frey's grandfather had repeatedly cautioned him against provoking him. The island had a strict rule against fighting. Frey's younger brothers, known for their fiery tempers, Prachito particularly so, were bound to clash with the pirates upon their arrival. Damn it. Frey couldn't help but curse. Just returned, and now I must venture out again. Joniel, where the hell are you? Prepare for departure, quickly. Before he could even disembark, Joniel, who was busy packing fine wines obtained from the Morgus pirates, was startled by Frey's sudden call. In his shock, a bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering on the deck and releasing a fragrant aroma. My wine. Joniel lamented, on the verge of tears. Chapter 4. The dark blade emerges. The familiar sea bore an unfamiliar surface, as the warship was expertly navigated by a skilled sailor. Lord Frey, at our current speed, we shall reach Swordsmith Island in just 3 days. Indeed, Frey gazed upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, understanding that navigation upon these waters cannot be rushed. One must heed the words of the mariner with utmost diligence. He fervently hoped that those 2 mischievous lads would remain safe, for the consequences of their misadventures would be dire. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Frey's eyes. He would not easily let go of the renowned reputation of sword-forging island in the South Sea. It was the perfect opportunity to test the so-called mastery of this place, to determine if it truly lived up to his grandfather's claims of being the strongest force lurking in the South Sea. Sword-forging island, celebrated across the South Sea in the Grand Line, was home to the legendary swordsmith, Doug, making it a locale where few dared to cause trouble. Even the formidable Ghost Blade, Frey, had never considered cleansing the pirates that took refuge here. However, just 2 days prior, 2 exceptionally powerful youths had wreaked havoc, dispatching numerous pirates. According to several fortunate souls who narrowly escaped their clutches, these 2 were none other than Frey's younger brothers. The Navy's Ghost Blade, Major Frost Fist Prachito, and Scorching Fist Hope. In a cave on Sword Forging Island, the 2 youths sat by a fire, tearing into their meat. "I shouldn't have listened to you, third brother. Now look where we are, trapped here. I hope brother arrives soon to rescue us," remarked a striking youth with white hair to his black-haired brother, who bore scars on his left cheek. "You're the third brother." "I'm your second brother, born before you became the eldest," Hope retorted, unwilling to argue about their birth order, even though he was only a few months older. "Let us just wait until we get out." Agreed. The 2 sagged their shoulders, reflecting on their status as devil fruit users, second only to their elder brother on Flying Fish Island. They had not anticipated encountering obstacles on Sword Forging Island, nor had they expected to lose their transponder snail. "Do you think brother can contend with that old man? We won't be a burden, will we?" Prachito expressed his concerns, having witnessed Doug's formidable strength. Even their seemingly invincible elder brother appeared outmatched. The reason they were hiding was that they had encountered Doug, and each had received a punch from him. Just one blow had left them significantly injured. They were certain that had they not fled quickly, they might have been killed. Hope cast a sidelong glance at Prachito, uninterested in his insistence on being the third brother. He recalled the man who had saved him from human traffickers, taken him as a brother, taught him martial arts, and even gifted him a devil fruit. Hope believed in his invincibility. His elder brother possessed unparalleled conviction, He would not be defeated by this so-called swordsmith. This cursed place may have its merits, but it should be purged of evil. He was confident his elder brother shared this sentiment, but had refrained from acting out of respect for the old man. Now, entangled with Precido and causing a stir here, he had not brought any other Navy personnel, fearing they would be dragged into danger. Reflecting on it now, it was fortunate he hadn't brought anyone. The old man's terror was such that only his elder brother could contend with it. At the island's center, black peaks rose sharply. Upon closer inspection, these were no mere mountains, but workshops dedicated to weapon crafting. In the largest of these workshops, an elderly man hammered away at a piece of metal, briefly tempering it before shaking his head in disappointment. This ingot will not do. He then grasped the glowing metal, heedless of its heat, and began to knead it. The sound of cracking echoed as the metal twisted into a lump. Nearby, a middle-aged man watched in astonishment. "Have we located them?" Doug inquired. The man knew whom he referred to and replied, "Island Master, they have been found." He reflected on how the two youths believed they were unnoticed, unaware that every corner of Sword Forging Island was under their surveillance. "Good. Keep a close watch and ensure they do not disrupt the order of my island." The middle-aged man questioned, "Master, why not capture them?" Gesturing towards his throat, Doug shot a glance at his nephew, Reed, who was oblivious to the current dynamics of the South Sea. Those boys are the grandsons of that man, even if they aren't his biological descendants. We must show some respect. He paused before continuing. "Moreover, I am curious to see the true strength of the so-called rising star of the Navy, the Ghost Blade. It has been ages since I faced a powerful swordsman. He has been incessantly calling for a duel." Outside Sword Forging Island, Fry gazed at the island ahead, tightening his grip on the Ghost Slayer. After several days of sailing, he had finally arrived at Sword Forging Island. He docked the warship, deciding to proceed alone while Jonel stayed behind to guard. This matter required Fry's personal intervention. No number of subordinates could serve as mere cannon fodder. "Await my signal. If I do not call by nightfall, seek assistance from my second uncle." "Rest assured," Jonel replied solemnly. With the Ghost Slayer at his side, Fry advanced. The island was expansive, and after walking for some time, he had yet to encounter anyone. As he traversed a wooded area, Fry scanned his surroundings. Sensing a surge of hostility from all directions, he called out, "Come forth." "Haha." As expected of the Navy's Ghost Blade, truly remarkable. Reed emerged with a group of 10 men, each wielding a katana, cautiously eyeing Fry, ready to strike at the slightest hint of aggression. "Where are my brothers?" "Rest assured, they are quite well," Reed replied, surprised by Frey's composure. Yet, he had not come here to engage in idle chatter. "This way, the island master has been awaiting you." Fry furrowed his brow. As long as the other party did not take action, he would not act first. His purpose for coming here was primarily to retrieve Precido and Hope, not to seek trouble. It was best to resolve matters amicably. Accompanied by Ryder, Fry traversed the newly forged paths of the island. During this journey, Fry finally beheld the residence on Forging Island. It was of a scale reminiscent of a small town, bustling with activity. Despite the evident progress, for some unknown reason, perhaps due to a desire to avoid complications, there was no port established. The warship on which Fry sat could only anchor at a certain point along the shores of Swordforge Island. In this quaint town, Fry observed merchants dealing in weaponry and numerous pirates wandering about. However, these pirates now seemed remarkably docile, not causing any disturbances. They certainly dared not provoke any trouble here. A look of pride and arrogance adorned Ryder's face, not to mention the island's lord. "Even our island's patrols are not the sort of adversaries any ordinary pirate would dare to confront." "Indeed, you are quite formidable," Frey casually spoke, his gaze occasionally flickering towards the pirates. Those pirates who caught his eye seemed to recognize this prominent figure of the South Sea, hastily averting their heads. Yet, there were indeed a few audacious souls among them, for they were a band of lawless rogues. Numerous pirates had heard of Frey's renown and possessed an unwarranted confidence in their own abilities. Suddenly, a pirate wielding 2 large blades charged towards Frey. "Hee. If I manage to slay you, I, Belmo, shall surely become a great pirate." With both blades raised, parallel to one another, he appeared poised to strike. Frey disregarded the scoundrel, casting a fleeting glance at Ryder. Ryder's expression darkened. He had just boasted that no one dared to cause a ruckus, and within mere moments, he found himself slapped in the face by none other than a pirate under their protection. With his left hand resting upon the hilt of the sheathed dagger at his waist, and his body slightly bent forward, Ryder pressed his right hand upon the handle. He uttered no words, deciding that this impertinent pirate required his direct intervention. With a swift and decisive motion, he vanished from sight, the sound of his departure barely echoing in the air. Moments later, a sharp thud resonated as the pirate known as Belmo crumpled to the ground, felled by Ryder's blade. Having dealt with the matter, Ryder held his sword aloft, his gaze sweeping over the remaining pirates, perhaps intimidated by his ferocity. Those who initially harbored no intentions of causing trouble recoiled at the sight, hastily retreating to avoid sharing the fate of the unfortunate soul who had provoked the inhabitants of Forging Island. Ryder's subordinates swiftly disposed of the pirate's lifeless body, their efficiency evident in their practiced motions. Indeed, even in a sanctuary such as this, the nature of pirates remained unchanged. There would always be those who could not restrain themselves, inevitably stirring up trouble. Frere followed Ryder for some time, and as they walked, it became evident that only he remained to guide Frere. Ultimately, he led Frere to an open expanse where an elderly man sat cross-legged. As Fry cast his gaze around, he observed an elderly man clad in a loose-fitting gray robe, his dark skin revealing a robust and muscular chest. However, it was the black blade resting beside the old man that captivated Frey's attention. This was a black knife. Fry was taken aback, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He pondered whether this black knife had been forged by the old man. If so, his earlier confidence began to wane, replaced by a growing unease. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, concealing any signs of trepidation. "Please." Ryder inclined his head in a gesture of respect towards Fry, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the sudden courtesy, which contrasted sharply with his earlier demeanor. Yet, with the confrontation with the sword-forging elder inevitable, Fry had steeled himself for battle, prepared to flee if necessary. Taking a deep breath, he approached, with Doug rising alongside him. Grasping the black knife, Doug unleashed a palpable aura of combat and murderous intent. Boom. The atmosphere thickened with intensity, as if the very air was affected by Doug's fierce presence, warping slightly around them. Ryder, feeling the pressure, broke into a cold sweat. His back drenched. He hastily retreated, distancing himself by several hundred meters before the oppressive sensation began to dissipate. Despite Ryder's considerable strength, he was visibly affected. However, Fry, positioned at the epicenter of Doug's overwhelming aura, remained composed. A closer inspection would reveal beads of cold sweat forming at the back of his head. Doug regarded Fry with admiration, impressed by the young man's ability to face him with such poise, a testament to his status as a rising star in the South Sea. With the black knife firmly in hand, he solemnly declared, "This blade is named Azura, forged through the artistry of 21 processes. I welcome your guidance." Chapter 5. The misguided path. Frere suppressed the shock within him, discovering that he was indeed facing a series of formidable blades. Mimicking his opponent, he drew the Demon Slayer. The renowned blade, Demon Slayer, swift as lightning, I beseech your guidance. With that declaration, Frere cast aside any reservations, fully unleashing the formidable aura of a naval demon swordmaster. The moment he laid eyes on Doug, he comprehended the latter's intentions. The desire to rescue someone inevitably called for a confrontation. Gazing at the menacing elder before him, Frere gradually regulated his breathing. This individual would undoubtedly prove to be the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far, necessitating the exertion of 120% of his strength. It was time to test the techniques he had garnered from the Demon Slayer, transforming them into his own inaugural series of moves. With a fluid motion, Frere shifted from holding the sword with one hand to both, as the peculiar aura he had manifested aboard the warship surged forth from within him. Slash. Hot. In that instant, the essence of the Demon Slayer aligned impeccably with Frere's own, the blade emanating a ghostly green hue, merging with Frere and clashing thunderously against Doug's terrifying pressure. The rocky arena, awash in crimson and ghostly green, witnessed the relentless confrontation of two formidable forces, each striving to overpower the other. Raid gazed in astonishment at Frere. This lad, merely 20 years of age, exhibited an aura that rivaled that of his uncle. Though he remained confident in his uncle's prowess, he could not help but place him on par with Doug in terms of strength. "Be cautious, young one," Doug declared, gripping the Shura tightly as he stood poised, ready to strike. In a swift motion, he lunged toward Frere, the Shura slicing through the air with deadly intent. With a powerful thrust, Fry blocked the blade with his own weapon, the clash resonating with a sharp metallic sound. Such weighty steel. Fry was inwardly astonished. The force behind this strike was indeed formidable, rivaling his own strength. Truly impressive. Unbeknownst to Fry, Doug, despite having exerted considerable force, was acutely aware of his own strength. He had not anticipated that this young man before him could effortlessly withstand his assault. With a grin, he ceased holding back, unleashing his deadly strikes towards Frey's hands, feet, and heart. The speed of his movements transformed into 5 fleeting afterimages. Frey's heart jolted, yet he was no stranger to battle, possessing exceptional swordsmanship. With a deft swing of his blade, he calmly parried the attack. After a series of clashes, the demon slayer and the Azura collided, sparking a flurry of embers. "Not bad, kid," he remarked. "This old fellow is indeed a marvel." A chuckle escaped Doug's lips as the Azura's blade swept through the air, a shadow darting past. In an instant, Frey's vision blurred, prompting him to retreat hastily. The Azura's long sword grazed Frey's forehead, severing a few strands of dark hair. Freya touched her forehead, and a small wound appeared, oozing a trickle of blood. How intriguing. Freya's gaze became perilous. "Yes, just like that, ha ha ha. Come on, let the slaughter commence." Doug's eyes turned wild as he laughed heartily. "Then let the carnage ensue." Freya, undaunted, charged towards his opponent, both wielding their long blades with fervor. The intensity of their clash sent tremors of anxiety through Ryder, who observed the duel from several hundred meters away. Suddenly, Doug struck at Freya's shoulder, only to be parried. But the momentum of the blade dragged down, leaving a long gash across Freya's chest. Undeterred by his injury, Freya retaliated with a diagonal slash, marking Doug's shoulder with a crimson line. To Ryder's eyes, Doug still held the upper hand, as Freya appeared to be on the defensive. As their battle escalated, they staggered back a few steps after a fierce exchange of blows. Slash of the Spectre. With both hands gripping his weapon, an eerie green aura enveloped the blade. Unlike the previous surge of energy, this time Doug merely glanced at it, and his mind was engulfed by the weight of past transgressions. The faces of those who had perished due to his actions surfaced in his thoughts, demanding to know why he had brought about their demise. This tactic, which probed the depths of his inner turmoil, momentarily disoriented Doug. By the time Doug regained his composure, Freya was upon him, the blade still radiating that unsettling green energy. Poised to strike. "Be careful," Ryder shouted, attempting to intervene. But as he drew closer and beheld the spectral aura emanating from Freya's weapon, he too fell under its spell. With a decisive swing, the blade struck true, and Doug's chest erupted with blood. "Interesting, lad," Doug remarked, seemingly unperturbed by his injury, as he regarded Freya with newfound seriousness. Placing a hand over the wound, he staunched the flow of blood, keenly assessing the potency of the strike before glancing back at Freya. "It seems your blade possesses an unusual quality." With that, Doug sheathed his weapon, the Shura. "Are you afraid?" Freya inquired, frowning. "Is one strike enough to deter you?" Doug refrained from attacking. He was not in a position to continue the assault. Although their encounter was brutal, both had skillfully avoided targeting each other's vital areas. Thus, their confrontation resembled a fierce yet respectful exchange rather than a mere slaughter. Moreover, Freya sensed that this seasoned warrior had preserved a significant portion of his strength, seemingly relishing the thrill of combat rather than unleashing his full potential. Freya suspected that the old man might possess the ability to utilize armament hockey. Yet the records in his possession bore no mention of such an ability being employed by Doug, leaving him uncertain, albeit inclined to believe it was a distinct possibility. In that fleeting moment, Fry found himself lost in thought, while Doug remained unfazed. Doug cast a glance at the weapon in Frey's hand, the Demon Slayer, and then shot a sidelong look at him. This young naval officer possessed exceptional swordsmanship, rivaling his own. However, the nature of his blade differed significantly from that of a swordsman like himself. Throughout their recent skirmishes, particularly during that breathtaking strike, Doug couldn't help but feel that while Fry was undoubtedly formidable, he seemed incapable of severing Doug's resolve. "Hey kid, how many years have you been practicing with that sword?" "I am not hey kid. You may address me as Colonel Fry. I am worthy of the title. I have honed my skills with the blade for 5 years. What's the matter, old man? Do you have an issue with that?" Freya sensed that Doug seemed to have abandoned any thoughts of competing against him, so he decided to engage him in conversation. As for the injuries he bore, they appeared severe but were merely superficial wounds, which he did not take to heart. In this regard, both Freya and Doug shared a similar mindset. As Fry observed Doug's demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder if Doug intended to offer him guidance. Indeed, Doug harbored such thoughts. His encounters with Fry had revealed that this young man was nothing short of a prodigious talent, a veritable monster in the realm of newcomers. Despite his youth, Fry displayed an extraordinary wealth of experience in their battles, and his state of readiness only seemed to improve with each engagement. There were moments when Doug found himself momentarily entranced by Frey's techniques, even inflicting a wound upon himself in the process. Given Frey's age, prowess, and innate talent, coupled with the formidable reputation of the Navy's Ghost Blade, Doug could not suppress a sense of admiration for such raw potential. Were he merely a pirate? Doug might not have felt this way. However, the emergence of the Navy's Ghost Blade over the years had left a tangible impact on him. As he witnessed the gradual decline of pirates in the South Sea, despite their still considerable presence, undeniably, the Ghost Blade of the Navy epitomized a true naval officer, and anyone who had heard of him would not dare to dispute his character. Thus, Doug was reluctant to see Fry squander his prodigious talents. "Hey, youngster, what do you think of your sword? How does it fare?" Fry, bewildered, sought clarity. Doug continued, "Have you not realized that while your sword appears formidable and brimming with power, it is, in truth, exceedingly fragile?" Frere was utterly astonished, casting a profound glance at Doug. Sheathing his sword, he adjusted his attire and bowed, requesting, "Please enlighten me, senior." Doug remained speechless. It was amusing how Frere now addressed him as a senior, after earlier referring to him as an old man with such glee. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for he had gleaned enough about Frere's situation during their encounter. It seemed that this young man had strayed from the right path. His mastery of swordsmanship was entirely rooted in his formidable physique. One could argue that a competent swordsman typically exhibits a balance between physical strength and swordsmanship, often in ratios of 60-40, 50-50, or even 70-30 at the very least. However, Frere's physical prowess accounted for a staggering 80% of his strength. Doug even speculated that should this young man discard his sword, his power might surpass what it currently was. In essence, his overwhelming physicality completely overshadowed the advancement of his swordsmanship. He possessed exquisite techniques yet was unable to fully unleash his swordsmanship's potential. In Doug's perspective, the crux of the matter lay in Frere's lack of faith in his sword, for he placed greater trust in his own body. This skepticism was the primary hindrance to his understanding of that realm. What truly astonished Doug was that Frere could still execute the breathtaking technique of Ghost Slash under such circumstances. Doug eagerly anticipated the day Frere might grasp iron-breaking breath. He pondered what heights of power that might elevate him to. Chapter 6. Breath. Iron-breaking. Doug drew his shura and proclaimed, "Young man, I have a general understanding of your dilemma." With that, he spoke earnestly. "If you wish to alter your current predicament, receive a strike from me. Utilize your utmost strength and withstand my blow. As long as you remain alive, you should be able to perceive that breath." With a chuckle, Doug gazed at Frere, awaiting his response. Freya fell silent, momentarily at a loss. Previously, he had been itching for a fight, but now the prospect of this blade potentially costing him his life seemed all too real. He surmised that the other party was not jesting. He was acutely aware of his own predicament. His reliance on the sword was minimal, and his primary desire was to harness its power to augment his own strength. However, perhaps due to his inherent limitations, he had been unable to breach that elusive threshold for 3 long years. The elderly figure before him offered assistance. Yet it came at the perilous price of his own life, a gamble that Freya was reluctant to take. Nonetheless, without grasping the essence of severing iron, he would merely be a master of technique in the realm of swordsmanship, never attaining the true status of a swordsman. Even if he were to accumulate vast experience and knowledge in the future, he would remain incomparable to a genuine swordsman. Freya took a deep breath and exhaled, calming himself. He drew the demon slayer and gently caressed its blade. Then, gripping the sword with both hands, he glanced at Dag and said, "Senior, let us begin." The young man reminded himself, "Trust in your blade. It is far more than a mere tool. Exercise caution." In Freya's eyes, the elder before him no longer concealed his true strength. He observed a wisp of dark energy emanating from Dag's right hand, coiling toward the black blade, Shura. For reasons unknown, although Shura exhibited no visible change, Freya could distinctly sense an extraordinary synergy between the man and his sword at that moment. "In my youth, I faced many pirates, yet I carved my way to glory with Shura. Though age has diminished my strength, my swordsmanship remains undiminished. Truly feel its essence. And then counter with your blade. Shura battle technique. Shura slash." Dag raised Shura, striking an unusual pose, yet an overwhelming aura erupted forth. The blood-red murderous intent manifested into a palpable force, sweeping outward in layers. A passing bird, caught off guard by the crimson malice, stiffened in mid-flight and plummeted to the ground. Hundreds of meters away, a rat traversed the area and, overwhelmed by the aura of death, succumbed to fright. Rider, influenced by Freya's spectral presence, had been lost in his own world, consumed by self-reproach. Suddenly jolted awake by Dag's menacing aura. He realized that drawing too close would not lead to physical recovery, but rather plunge him into an even more terrifying scene of slaughter. His eyes turned crimson, and he shouted, "Kill, kill, kill," as he once again became ensnared in his own torment, struggling desperately. In this realm of chaos, Freya alone maintained his composure. However, even he was drenched in cold sweat. The wounds he had previously suppressed now reopened, blood seeping from the gashes as his body struggled to regain control. Freyr felt as though he were enveloped in a crimson haze, rendered utterly immobile. In the distance, he could vaguely discern the blurred silhouette of Doug. This was the true extent of his power. In the original work, Frey had never heard of such a formidable figure among pirates. This level of strength, coupled with the renowned Great Blade of 21 Crafts, and if I am not mistaken, the Black Blade Ashura must also have been forged by him. That recent display of haki is something he would not mistake. Indeed, this world is teeming with hidden talents. Much like the Grand Conscription 2 years after Luffy set sail in the original narrative, which astonishingly compelled the Navy to recruit the monstrous figures of Tinghu and Green Bull. This indicates that the depths of this world are profound. The individual before Frey is undoubtedly one of the concealed dragons, and he has truly witnessed it. "Can you still hear me, kid?" Suddenly, the indistinct shadow before Frey spoke. It was Doug. Before Frey could respond, Doug continued, "Not too shabby. Then I shall make my move." Doug's tone was nonchalant. Yet the Ashura he wielded was anything but. In Frey's eyes, that blood-red blade, for reasons unknown, was inching closer to him, and he could do nothing but watch helplessly. As the intense sense of danger loomed ever nearer, Frey began to struggle. He exerted himself, trembling uncontrollably, only to realize that his once proud, powerful physique remained immobilized. To his astonishment, despite his utmost efforts, he could merely manage to move his right hand slightly. The crimson blade appeared to approach slowly yet swiftly, and in the fleeting moment of Frey's contemplation, it had arrived before him. The sharp, fierce aura rustled Frey's dark hair, and he could feel a gash being opened on his forehead. Freyr yearned to move, yet he could only watch as the bloodied blade filled his vision, seemingly poised to cleave him in twain. In that fleeting moment, Freyr felt the chilling embrace of death approaching. In a daze, he appeared to glimpse his former self, an ordinary individual who, despite the mundane nature of his existence, had managed to navigate life fairly well. Then, in another moment of disorientation, he perceived the silhouette of someone who had held his hands in the final moments of their life. The figure was gradually becoming indistinct, yet Freyr knew who it was. "I have come to accompany you," he suddenly smiled, addressing the shadow. Yet, he saw the figure's lips move, parting slightly, but no sound emerged. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his forehead as blood gushed forth, momentarily yanking him back to reality. As he beheld the blade that had nearly reached him, a voice echoed in his ears. "Survive, you must live well, even if alone." "Father," Freyr involuntarily exclaimed. "I know it. I shall survive, I shall endure." He tightened his grip on his only movable right hand, fiercely clutching the demon slayer. Freyr understood that, with his body rendered immobile, he had no choice but to rely on his only functioning limb, his right hand, wielding his knife. "I shall not perish in this wretched place. Do you take me for a fool?" Freyr bellowed, his veins bulging, and at the moment the bloodied blade grazed the tip of his nose, he perceived a shift in the world around him. The air currents, the faint sound of breath, and the omnipresent threads entwining him in white filaments enveloped his senses. Freyr felt all the currents converging upon the ghost slayer in his hand, eagerly rushing towards him before enveloping his own being. The omnipresent strands of white light were scattered by the flow of energy, and what followed was an extraordinarily translucent radiance before his eyes. Frey, wielding the demon slayer with all his might, unleashed his most formidable strike to date. Slash. Star. With a sweeping motion, a blue slash surged upward, piercing through the clouds above and shattering the ominous aura that enveloped the area. This sudden release jolted Ryder awake, though his eyes remained closed. The immense shockwave generated by the slash sent him crashing into a nearby tree, striking the back of his head and rendering him unconscious, while the shockwave radiated outward. The slash itself was unwavering, directed squarely at Doug, who held the Ashura. "Excellent," Doug exclaimed, elated by the development. "This lad has exceeded my expectations. This strike is far beyond what Frey was capable of before mastering the art of slicing iron. Let me see the extent of your prowess." Enveloping the Ashura with Pusishoka haki, he executed a slash that met Frey's star slash head-on. The clash was so powerful that it took Doug by surprise, and he found himself struggling to counter it. Yet that was all. His right arm's muscles bulged. Azura slash. A blood-red slash erupted from the Azura, colliding with Fry's star slash. In no time, the two terrifying slashes nullified each other. Doug took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It seemed he had aged indeed. Wiping away the perspiration, he shook his head in self-deprecation. Turning to Fry, he realized the young man had collapsed. Approaching Fry, he conducted a quick assessment. Merely exhausted. It appears he hasn't yet adapted to this newfound power. He then glanced at his nephew, intending to instruct him to carry Fry for some basic treatment of his wounds, only to discover that he too had fainted. Alas, Doug sighed, hoisting Fry onto his back, securing the Demon Slayer, and making his way towards his residence. Chapter 7. The structure outside Forging Island. Joniel paced anxiously on the naval vessel. As dusk approached, Fry had yet to contact him via the Din Din Mushi, which only heightened his unease. Although he found it hard to believe that the invincible Fry could be defeated so easily, the notorious Forging Island was a place even Fry regarded with caution. Thus, the absence of news left Joniel in a state of worry. Major Joniel, we have a visitor from Forging Island. A naval soldier approached, saluting him. Where is he? Why hasn't he come to see me? Joniel's mind was flooded with foreboding thoughts as he fixed an intense gaze on the soldier, which could be quite intimidating. Startled by Joniel's piercing stare, the soldier swallowed hard and handed him a piece of paper. Joniel took it and began to read. After a moment, a wave of relief washed over him. All is well. The note explained that Fry had been affected in battle, resulting in the destruction of his Din Din Mushi. Hence the need for this written communication. It further assured Joniel that Fry was safe, having sustained only minor injuries, and instructed him to remain calm until the following day. After confirming the handwriting was indeed Fry's, Joniel's worries dissipated. As the pillar of Bird Island and the king of their naval division, Fry was a figure of unwavering spirit. If anything were to happen to him, Joniel was certain that the headquarters would mobilize to investigate. The reputation of the Demon Sword of the South Sea extended far beyond its waters. With Fry safe, all was well. They needed only to wait until morning. That night, Pritchitto and Hope hurried toward Doug's residence. 30 minutes prior, Ryder from Forging Island had approached them. Knowing they could not remain undetected indefinitely, the two had resolved to take the initiative when Ryder arrived. However, they had no intention of resorting to lethal force, as that would lead to a deadly confrontation. To their surprise, upon striking first, they discovered that their adversaries were not there to apprehend them. Inside Doug's residence, Fry and Doug sat opposite each other. Brother, Pritchitto and Hope exclaimed upon entering, observing Fry, bandaged and calmly conversing with Doug. Stay back. Fry snapped irritably, his frustration mounting at the sight of these inept individuals who dared to act recklessly without proper investigation. Did they truly believe he could traverse the South Sea without consequence? Thankfully, Doug refrained from holding a grudge, prioritizing his own interests. Otherwise, the two of them would have already faced dire consequences, displayed publicly on Forging Island as a warning to others. Pritchitto and Hope were not foolish. They understood the situation upon their arrival. If Fry had sought them out, it certainly would not have been at the behest of Forging Island. Lowering their heads, they stood quietly behind Fry, refraining from further provoking their elder brother's ire. All right, your two younger brothers have returned. If all is well, you may leave. Doug waved his hand dismissively. Fry, though composed, found Pritchitto and Hope to be an eyesore. You two can go. I have matters to discuss with my elder, Fry instructed. Pritchitto and Hope exchanged glances, nodded in acknowledgement, and exited. Doug sipped his tea, casting a sidelong glance at Fry. You may leave as well, Ryder. Understood. Though curious about the conversation, Ryder knew better than to defy his uncle's wishes. Once Fry and Doug were alone, Doug spoke up. Speak, you little rascal. What is it? Frere, I would like to have a glimpse of your black blade, esteemed senior. Doug scrutinized Frere closely, finding it difficult to comprehend his intention. Frere explained that he has always harbored a passion for collecting renowned blades. Although the senior is not a pirate and thus cannot take away his beloved sword, Frere still wishes to closely observe it and discern the differences between this magnificent blade of 21 works and an ordinary renowned sword, deeming it a worthwhile endeavor. By the way, to bolster his persuasive appeal, Frere picked up the Demon Slayer, a blade he had acquired a few days prior after dispatching a pirate. Doug, in disbelief, remarked that had he not been perceptive, he might have attempted to seize his Shura. Shaking his head, Doug picked up the Shura and handed it to Frere. Freya solemnly accepted, rising to her feet and bowing to Doug. Please, take a seat. As it happens, I have a few matters I wish to inquire about as well. Pray do share. Freya took a seat, carefully placing the Shura and the demon slayer beside her. It was then that Dag spoke, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on my Swordsmith Island?" Freyr did not utter a falsehood. Rather, he expressed a perspective he had long held. Lawless land. Merely these 4 words rendered Doug speechless. He sensed an inability to fathom the depths of this man, who seemed utterly unperturbed despite the gravity of the situation. Observing Freyr's unchanging demeanor, Doug pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Had today's events not transpired and your 2 brothers not arrived, how would you have dealt with my forging island?" Freyr adjusted his posture, his expression calm as he spoke. Once one possesses formidable strength, the decision to eliminate threats is contingent upon the circumstances. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of not allowing disturbances on one's own territory. However, I will not permit the existence of such a place in the South Sea. Upon hearing Freyr's words, Doug chuckled instead, jesting, "There are countless lawless territories in this world. From the Grand Line to the New World, and even those places far larger than my own. Are you planning to address them all?" The mere thought of the celestial dragons stirred contempt within Doug. It was evident that over 99% of humanity harbored disdain for these wretches masquerading as humans. Freyr remained unfazed by Doug's remarks. "I am acutely aware of my intentions," he stated. "There is a saying, when impoverished, one should focus on oneself. When prosperous, one should strive to benefit the world. The magnitude of my strength will dictate the scale of my endeavors. Do you grasp this?" Doug fell silent once more, observing the young man before him, whose eyes reflected no trace of confusion. How foolishly naive his own thoughts seemed in contrast. Gazing at Freyr, Doug perceived a monstrous being poised to unleash a tempest upon these seas. "Alas, I have grown old. Otherwise, I would wish to board your grand vessel and witness the sights that await," he murmured, rising to depart. As he stepped outside, he spotted his nephew, along with the youths Placido and Hop. He sighed. Competition among men leads to despair, and comparison of worth results in disdain. The disparity weighed heavily upon Doug, prompting an exasperated sigh. "Useless fellow, come with me," he grumbled to Ryder before retreating to his chamber. "Oh," Ryder lamented, "why does Uncle always find fault with him? Especially after Placido and Hop arrived on the island seeking trouble?" As Doug and Ryder left, Please and Hop entered the courtyard to find Freyr seated cross-legged, the black blade Shura resting upon his lap. "Do you require something?" Freyr inquired, opening his eyes. "No." They both shook their heads and retreated. "Wait," Placido suddenly exclaimed. "What is it? Where are we staying?" Hop admitted he was uncertain as well. Thus, the 2 exited to seek Ryder once more. In the courtyard, illuminated by moonlight, a glimmer of delight crossed Freyr's handsome features. This black blade was indeed forged by Doug. The marks embedded within Shura indicated that this blade had once been an ordinary large knife, which, after decades of Doug's nurturing, had transformed into the black blade. The imprints within held not only Doug's extensive swordsmanship experience, but also the intricacies of hockey's application. It seems he was far too lenient during our duel. Nonetheless, I have transcended my former self. After comprehending the art of cutting iron, Freyr merely grasped the blade of demon slaying to find that his previous understanding of swordsmanship had deepened significantly. It would be no exaggeration to assert that Freyr now stands as a swordsman of great renown in this world. Coupled with his formidable physical prowess, he undoubtedly possesses the strength akin to that of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. As for the hierarchy among vice admirals, Freyr was less informed. After all, from the original narrative, aside from Garp, who possessed the strength of an admiral, the gulf between vice admiral and admiral was indeed quite substantial. For the time being, he chose not to dwell on such matters. With this blade, he could master hockey ahead of schedule, enriched with a wealth of training experience. Freyr gazed at the Shura, his heart yearning to claim it as his own. However, one must maintain personal boundaries. Tonight, he resolved to forego sleep, unwilling to squander this opportunity. Chapter 8. The treasure map. Upon returning to his quarters, Doug chose not to rest, but to ponder other matters. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a dust-covered box from beneath his bed. Producing a key from his pocket, he unlocked it. Inside lay an ancient, yellowed map, tightly rolled. Doug lifted it and unfurled it. A closer inspection revealed that it contained detailed information regarding hidden treasures. Should he share this with Freyr? Recalling the profound impact Freyr had on him that day, Doug fell into deep thought. Time passed swiftly in the courtyard. Freyr felt as though the blink of an eye had ushered in the dawn. Gentle rays of light cascaded into the moderately sized courtyard, imbuing the entire space with a sense of tranquility. A single night had sufficed for him to fully absorb the imprinting information from the Shura. Yet, to wield this knowledge with proficiency, one must dedicate time to practice, much like the training methods for the armament haki he had obtained. Mere absorption of knowledge would not suffice unless one possessed a solid foundation. With a swift motion of his right hand, Fry summoned a faint yet peculiar force that gradually enveloped his limb. Could this be the manifestation of armament haki? It was merely a nascent form, yet it imbued him with a sense of formidable power. As he contemplated this newfound strength, Fry found himself increasingly reluctant to proceed to the Marine headquarters. If this initial enhancement was already so potent, one could only imagine the terrifying might of those who had mastered it to a profound degree. What kind of power did Weevil possess, the one who severed Zephyr's arm? Even Kazara had remarked that he bore the strength of Whitebeard, the world's most formidable warrior in his youth, and could still cleave Zephyr's arm. Undeniably, the application of armament haki had reached an exceptionally advanced level. Thus, Fry mused, he was still insufficiently strong. How lamentable it is to find oneself reflecting on one's lack of strength so early in the day, he sighed. Were others to hear this, they would likely be tempted to berate you. It was Doug, an early riser, who had come to observe this young man who had so captivated his attention. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the audacious words of Fry. Doug reflected that had he possessed such prowess in his youth, he might have become either a pirate or a marine, perhaps even rising to the ranks of the 4 emperors or admirals. Shaking his head, he dismissed such unfounded thoughts and remarked, "Boy, you allowed my Shura to rest for an entire night." Freya rose and sheathed the blade of Shura, retorting, "What else could it be?" I, Doug, was momentarily at a loss for words by Freya's remark. Observing your weary demeanor after a sleepless night, I initially entrusted you with the sword, believing you would practice with it throughout the night, yet it appears you have done little more than this. Frere could discern Doug's thoughts merely by observing his expression. Handing back the Shura, he jested, "This is my method of training. Perhaps I may glean some of your training wisdom from it as well." Doug, speechless, shook his head in disbelief. Such a notion seemed implausible. Nevertheless, since Frere had chosen this path and the Shura posed no issue, he decided not to concern himself with Frere's intentions. Doug shared a breakfast with Frere, joined by Prachito, Hope, and Ryder. Once everyone had their fill, Doug adopted a dismissive demeanor, bluntly stating, "Kid, it's time for you to leave." "Hey, Prachito has a fiery temper. Don't speak to my elder brother like that." Though Hope remained silent, an inexplicable heat began to envelop the atmosphere as he activated his fruit abilities. In this moment, while Doug remained unfazed, Ryder felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of the prowess these 2 youths possessed. After all, they were merely young, and perhaps at Frere's age, their strength would rival his own. "Both of you step aside," Frere interjected, swiftly blocking Prachito and Hope. "Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to quiet down. At merely 17 years of age, their strength was formidable among the elite of the South Sea. Yet their perception was lacking. It seemed that their profound respect for their older brother often led them to forego deeper contemplation. Frere was acutely aware of this matter. Although it was a cause for celebration, he knew that these 2 youngsters needed further refinement. The ability to conceal one's emotions was what Frere hoped for them to achieve. Otherwise, how could they possibly serve as his right and left hands in the future? He desired more than mere muscle. He sought companions of substance. Turning his gaze towards Doug, he noticed the elder man looking at him with evident displeasure. Frere, unfazed, smiled and said, "Senior, I truly appreciate your assistance this time." He bowed deeply to express his respect. Raising his head once more, he declared, "As for the pirates here, I shall not concern myself with them for the time being, but I, Frere, will never permit them to live." "You intend to encircle them outside," Doug said in a solemn tone. "I would not be so rude. After all, this is your territory. However, I wish for you to understand that it is far better for pirates to be dead than alive." With that, Frere turned and walked away. Prachito and Hope hurriedly followed suit. As Doug observed Frere's retreating figure, a multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. This era no longer belonged to old-timers like him. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a treasure map from his pocket. This map was crafted from the hide of a unique sea king species, remarkably resistant to water and fire, and exceedingly tough, rendering ordinary blades ineffectual against it. "Uncle, is that not the treasure map? Do you intend to Ryder exclaimed, astonished, for the contents of that map were anything but ordinary. He recalled Doug had once told him that his Shura was discovered within. Doug cast a disappointed glare at Ryder. If it weren't for your incompetence, would I need to rely on others? With this, Doug was filled with fury. Ryder, whom he had trained since childhood, demonstrated only mediocre strength. Thriving in this small South Sea was one thing, but venturing into the Grand Line could lead to his untimely demise. Thinking of Frary, Doug recognized that this formidable young man was destined to become a significant figure. Given his demonstrated temperament, the South Sea was bound to be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Doug could not perpetually protect this place he had known since childhood. Resolute in his thoughts, Doug embraced his determination. Moreover, witnessing and shaping the emergence of an extraordinarily terrifying monster, was that not a cause for celebration? With this perspective, Doug's spirits lifted considerably, disregarding the foolish boy as he rushed towards Frary's departing figure. Frere and his two younger brothers were traversing the road when Prachito, having just overheard his elder brother proclaiming the intention to annihilate the pirates of Swordsmith Island, became eager to understand how Frere planned to eliminate these nefarious pirates without resorting to a blockade. Isn't that rather straightforward? Frere retorted. These pirates are not without their ships. Once we venture out, we can deploy our warships to scatter fragments of life paper upon each pirate vessel. Is it truly possible to do that? Prachito gasped in astonishment, recognizing his elder brother's remarkable cleverness. Indeed, it seems you are the one lacking in wit, interjected Hop, who had contemplated this very approach upon hearing Frere mention avoiding a blockade. As expected, Prachito, your brain is rather vacant, Hop taunted without reservation. Curse you, I am your second brother. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Prachito retorted indignantly. I am the second-born, not you. As their argument escalated, their foreheads nearly collided, presenting a scene that suggested an imminent altercation. Frere observed the situation, yet chose to remain indifferent. These two individuals had been at odds for quite some time. Intervening each time would surely be exhausting. Furthermore, a sense of competition is beneficial. Frere was well aware that these two frequently clashed over the title of the second brother, with neither managing to gain a definitive upper hand. Ultimately, their encounters balanced out evenly, resulting in a stalemate where neither would concede to the other. Frary's naval uniform had been thoroughly ruined during the skirmish with Doug. Consequently, he was now clad in ordinary attire borrowed from Doug. However, while Frary found himself in this predicament, Presido and Hope were not similarly affected. Despite having both been bested by Doug in combat, their naval coats remained relatively intact. Thus, although they had faced some disarray in recent days, they still donned respectable naval uniforms. As the trio traversed the quaint town of Swordforge Island, a number of pirates, upon glimpsing Presido and Hope, hastily distanced themselves, fearful that these two, who had once wreaked havoc on Swordforge Island, might suddenly unleash their wrath upon them once more. Some pirates, observing their presence, contemplated a swift retreat. After all, if the Navy could emerge unscathed from their own troubles, how could these pirates continue to feel secure in their own surroundings? Brother, it seems they intend to flee, Hope remarked, pushing Presido's annoying head aside to avoid his vexation. It's merely a matter of dying further away, he responded dismissively. Indeed. Brother, Presido's eyes momentarily flashed with a cold intensity. Under Frary's tutelage, he harbored an intense disdain for pirates. Chapter 9. Visitors from headquarters. As Frary and his companions exited the town, Doug gradually made his presence known behind them. As the master of Swordforge Island, he adhered to a policy of neutrality, carefully avoiding excessive interaction with the Navy in the presence of ordinary citizens. Moreover, given the recent disturbances caused by the Navy, he could not afford to be seen openly associating with them in a manner that might tarnish the carefully cultivated image of Swordforge Island. Doug was mindful of his reputation. Is there something you require, Elder? Frary inquired. Was he perhaps seeking to intercede on behalf of those pirates? That seemed unlikely, for the Elder before him did not appear to be that kind of person, despite his evident affinity for the island. Perhaps he sought to present himself with a fine blade. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed that the only weapon Doug carried was the Shura. Frere certainly did not believe that Doug had come to present him with the Shura, a blade honed through decades of arduous practice, crafted by the renowned Dequado 21. Only someone with a warped mind would bestow such a weapon upon someone he had known for less than a day. Nevertheless, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Frere's heart. However, it soon became apparent that Frere's hopes were misplaced, as Doug produced a treasure map and handed it to him. What is this? Frere queried in confusion. You want me to seek treasure? I am no pirate. I hardly have the time for such pursuits. As a distinguished naval officer of the South Sea, Frere was either engaged in vanquishing pirates or en route to do so. It was no wonder that his reputation had resonated throughout the South Sea over recent years, even reaching the ears of those in the other 3 seas and the Grand Line. Taking a deep breath, Doug gazed at the treasure map now in Frere's grasp and said with a tinge of sorrow, "This is a map I stumbled upon in my youth, detailing 3 extraordinarily precious items." Extraordinarily precious items? Frere's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Doug's formidable strength in Frere's eyes equaled that of the so-called 3 calamities and 3 admirals from the original narrative. Thus, anything he deemed extraordinarily precious could only be exceptional. Without further ado, Doug revealed. These 3 items consist of 2 legendary swords and a devil fruit. He gestured to the shura at his waist and continued, "This sword is one of them. And the other?" Frere's eyes sparkled with expectation. While the shura was impressive, who wouldn't he desire an even mightier blade? Moreover, the shura was relatively less suited to him compared to the Qingyu. Observing the eagerness in Frere's gaze, Doug replied with satisfaction. "It is the sword that appeared alongside the shura, crafted by the master blacksmith Albert Shuriite himself." At the mere mention of Albert Shuriite, Doug's eyes brimmed with admiration. Freya had also heard the name of this individual, a notorious pirate who traversed from the South Sea to the Grand Line a century ago. With a bounty soaring to 700 million berries, he was an exceptionally formidable swordsman. Furthermore, he was a master blacksmith of legendary repute. Upon hearing Doug's words, he realized the name of another renowned blade depicted on the treasure map, the Cursed Sword, Azura. This blade was said to be on par with the legendary sword, Ghost Slash. It was rumored that the demise of this great pirate and blacksmith was intertwined with the emergence of this cursed sword. Contemplating this, Freya tightened his grip on the treasure map. Thus, the illustrious swords and the devil fruit abilities of the infamous pirate Albert Shuriite were all inscribed upon this map. Beside him, Hope recalled tales of this pirate from the South Sea, remembering that he too was a wielder of formidable powers, leading him to deduce the connection. Doug glanced at him, surprised that this scar-faced youth was quite astute. Nodding, he affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct." Impatiently, Freya directly inquired, "Then why don't you retrieve it yourself? I believe you must have your own plans, Senior. Or perhaps the location of the treasure is rather unusual," Freya suggested. "That is indeed true," Doug acknowledged with a nod. "Is the treasure location perilous?" Freya asked. Doug, however, shook his head. "What then?" Freya continued. "The treasure resides within a sea king, which can be found in the South Sea. You can follow the map to locate it," Doug explained. "Hey." Old Prachito was about to speak, but was silenced by Freya's glare, swiftly altering his tone. "Senior, is that sea king powerful?" Doug disregarded the impolite youth, directing his attention to Freya. "This sea king is quite unique. Just remember not to provoke its wrath." Freya acknowledged the understanding. After finishing his conversation with Freya, Doug turned to leave without instructing him further. He was confident that Freya would comprehend his desires without the need for elaboration. Indeed, as Doug anticipated, having presented such a grand gift, Freya instinctively recognized what was sought, namely, matters pertaining to Swordsmith Island. Clutching the treasure map in his hand, Freya shook his head. "I will safeguard Swordsmith Island, but it must be according to my own vision." He carefully stored the treasure map and beckoned his 2 younger brothers to depart from the location. On the waters outside Swordsmith Island, Joniel finally awaited Freya's return. He also spotted Prachito and Hope, silently admiring Freya's prowess for safely escorting the 2. Upon noticing that Freya was devoid of the naval coat and cloak, Joniel promptly fetched one for him. As Freya stepped aboard the ship and witnessed Joniel's thoughtfulness, a smile broke across his face. "You, my friend, are quite quick on the uptake." Of course, Joniel replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Freya took the clothes and changed without hesitation. Once he was properly attired, he instructed someone to take care of the discarded garments. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Let not a single pirate remain on Swordsmith Island." "Yes." The others responded in unison. At the harbor of Flying Fish Island, a naval vessel, markedly different in scale from the South Sea Navy ships, was docked nearby. Is this the domain governed by the infamous sword-wielding Freya? It appeared rather impressive. A man, towering at 2 meters 7, with an unseemly appearance, descended from the warship. "Greetings, Major Kaki. Welcome to Flying Fish Island," he said, being met by Freya's uncle, Colonel Freya Philud of the South Sea Navy South 327th Branch. Despite the man's unappealing looks, Frere's father had warned him through the use of a transponder snail that this individual was a formidable powerhouse, advising against provoking him and suggesting they foster a good rapport. Understanding the other party's intentions, Frere promptly produced several sheets of paper detailing the personnel scheduled to report to the naval headquarters. Prominently listed at the top was Frere's name. Let us set that aside. I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly, so do not concern yourself with me. With that, he disregarded Philut's potential reaction and strode towards the numerous buildings ahead. As a major from the headquarters, Philut naturally dared not intervene, especially with his father's counsel in mind. He summoned 2 responsive naval soldiers to follow Kaki, ensuring they maintained a respectful distance so as not to intrude upon his enjoyment. Philut believed this arrangement would satisfy Kaki. As Kaki wandered through the quaint flying fish town, its surprising vibrancy captivated him. The genuine smiles of the local populace made it evident that this place was indeed unique. He chose a small, bustling restaurant and settled into an available seat, retrieving several documents from his pocket. Had Philut been present, he would have recognized these documents as the records of Frere and his comrades, who had been recommended to the elite training camp at headquarters. Clearly, the headquarters had its own intelligence. The branch's collection of data likely served as an evaluation. What would you like to eat, sir? The Navy gets a 20% discount, chirped the charming waitress, a woman in her 30s, as she approached Kaki. Noticing his Navy coat. Hello, I'd like a glass of rum and your signature dish, please. Certainly. The waitress flashed an OK sign before retreating to the kitchen. Kaki admired the waitress, who swayed gracefully, and felt a surge of joy. As he waited, Kaki gently tilted his head, listening to the conversations around him. Have you heard? Our notorious pirate, Mogus, and his crew have been completely annihilated by Colonel Frere, exclaimed one man, brimming with pride. You're quite behind the times. I knew that ages ago, another replied. What more thrilling news do you have? His companions glared at him. Of course, my nephew serves under Colonel Frere, and not long ago, he wiped out the pirates of Swordsmith Island. He shall soon return in triumph. The man declared proudly. Truly, Colonel Frere is remarkable. I've heard that outsiders are not allowed to act on Swordsmith Island, yet he managed such a feat. The man raised his glass, calling out to the others in the establishment, a toast to our Colonel Frere. The others stood, lifting their glasses in unison. Cheers. Except for Kaki, everyone downed their drinks, their faces alight with joy. Chapter 10. The Frere family in the South Sea. On an uninhabited island, a group of pirates was collecting water. Each pirate looked disheveled, clearly having endured an unpleasant ordeal. Damn that naval demon, exclaimed the bearded leader, as he felled a tree in frustration. They had merely passed by, inadvertently discovering Frere and his naval crew exterminating the remaining pirates from Swordsmith Island, and had subsequently become targets themselves. Fortunately, they had fled quickly. Otherwise, the despairing blade would have left the bearded man trembling with fear. Growing increasingly agitated, he chopped down a few more trees to vent his anger. Captain, this is bad. We spotted the Navy on the shore. It's the pursuing naval demon. A panicked pirate shouted. What? The bearded man gasped, momentarily furious, but survival took precedence. Realizing their ship was likely lost now that the enemy had landed, he resolved to escape. Forget everything else. I must flee. He gritted his teeth and dashed deeper into the forest, disregarding his fellow pirates. Captain, wait for us. The other pirates understood that encountering that fearsome naval crew was tantamount to courting death. They had no choice but to follow their leader, hoping to survive. On the shore of the uninhabited island, Joniel dispatched the pirates guarding their ship with a single punch each. They run surprisingly fast, remarked Prachito, pulling out a bounty notice for the bearded man, reading, Evil Blade Mower, bounty of 14 million berries. Prachito, Hope, Joniel, Frere called out. Present. The 3 stood to attention. You 3 will lead the charge, conduct a thorough search. I do not wish to see any remnants of this pirate crew, he commanded. Yes. Joniel and his companions quickly split into 3 groups, advancing into the island's depths. Frere and a few remaining sailors awaited patiently. Time seemed to pass swiftly, and dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. Reclining on a chair, Frere cast a languid glance at the returning group, his gaze lingering on the treasure map drawn by Doug. Hope's fortune was noteworthy. He held the severed head of the malevolent Moor in his hand, its expression frozen in terror, evidently startled. Not a single soul spared, Prachito remarked. Well done, Frere responded with a smile. The trio's late return was not due to any complications encountered during the chase. Rather, after vanquishing more. They had scoured the island once more. If any remained alive after such an onslaught, it was clear that fate had spared them for a reason. In the ship's mess hall, Frere and Joniel indulged in hearty portions of meat. Frere's eating habits are considerably more refined than those of Jonier and Prachito. The latter two devour their food ravenously, as if they had never eaten before. In contrast, Hope exhibits a more composed demeanor. Generally, he remains tranquil and less provoked by Prachito. Observing Prachito and Hope, Fry often wonders if the two have consumed the wrong devil fruits. One possesses the ice fruit, while the other wields the heat fruit. Yet their personalities starkly contrast their respective powers. Moreover, the origins of their fruits are quite distinct. Prachito inadvertently ingested the ice fruit during his childhood, leading the oblivious townsfolk to perceive him as a monster. On the other hand, Hope acquired his fruit during a confrontation with pirates. Freya vaguely recalls that the Mara Mara no Mi, or Flame fruit, was indeed mentioned in the original work. Charlotte Oven, one of the 4 emperors and the son of Big Mom, comes to mind as the wielder of this fruit. In her memory, it seems he learned to crush other ships underfoot, and her recollection of his appearance brought her an amused chuckle. Ah, how delightful it is to reminisce about this. Freya found herself stifling a laugh, pondering why one would feign strength without the means to back it up. Are you truly worthy of the name Edward? Joniel mused. Observing Freya's foolish grin, he contemplated whether to remind him of his former commanding presence, yet hesitated, fearing the repercussions of awakening Freya's ire. A glance at Prachito and Hope revealed them engrossed in their meals, seemingly oblivious to their elder brother's antics. I shall act as though I have seen nothing, Joniel thought, driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, and resumed his meal. To his surprise, the ship's chef had quite the culinary prowess. Joniel found himself savoring the fare, declaring he could easily devour 10 more bowls. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere grew oddly tense, with only the sound of the trio chewing their food filling the air. Frere regained his composure and, with a light chuckle, remarked, "It seems you are quite perceptive." Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a tightening in their hearts, relieved that they had refrained from speaking further. Otherwise, they would have been subjected to this individual's guidance and sparring, a prospect they were keen to avoid. Once Frere's expression returned to normalcy, they all exhaled in relief. Seizing the moment, Prachito inquired, "Brother, when shall we embark to uncover that treasure map? If that fruit truly possesses the abilities once held by Albert Schuret, we must acquire it swiftly." "Indeed, brother, such power is destined for you alone," added Hop. "I share the same sentiment, my Lord Frere," echoed Joniel. Their words undeniably stirred Frere's ambition upon joining the pirates. His initial desire had been to obtain a formidable devil fruit. Though his aspirations had waned over time, the present opportunity was not one to be overlooked. Frere would not let slip anything that could enhance his strength. As for the weakness of sea prism stone, he already had a plan in mind. In due time, it would be akin to Luffy's rigorous training in Wano from the original tale. Very well, we shall set sail tomorrow. With the decision made, they wasted no time. And Frere was particularly intrigued by the legendary Azura, a weapon said to rival the renowned Ichimonji. A night passed in silence, and soon the dawn of the next day arrived. Freya summoned Jonier to greet everyone as they set off towards their destination, Flying Fish Island, a naval base. Giagia sat on a chair, observing the naval soldiers training in the field, with Lieutenant Colonel Philuta standing beside him. Although they had been at Flying Fish Island for several days, Giagia felt no urgency. Time was still on his side. His visit was primarily to fulfill the requests of certain individuals above him to closely examine the Southern Sea's infamous ghost sword. Throughout these days, he had not remained confined to Flying Fish Island, occasionally venturing to other locations. It must be said that, at least in this vast expanse of ocean, tranquility reigned supreme. Other areas of the South China Sea had yet to be explored due to time constraints, but it was likely that they surpassed the North Sea and West Sea in terms of serenity. Therefore, Giagia was unfazed by Freya's delayed return. He remained silent, while Philuta was visibly anxious. On the day of Giagia's arrival, he had delivered a message to Freya, who merely told him to remain calm and await his return. Yet, several days had passed, and Freya and his party had not returned, leaving Giagia to wait in vain. Philuta, unable to decipher Giagia's temperament, felt an urgency within, though he refrained from expressing it. He could only suppress his unease and endure. Giagia withdrew a fine cigar from his pocket, admiring its quality. Observing this, Philuta eagerly offered to light it for him. Giagia did not refuse. After igniting the cigar, He waved Filuta away. Reluctantly, Filuta swayed his somewhat rotund figure, departing with a flourish. Jiajia watched Filut's retreating silhouette, sighing softly. Freya and Filuta had engaged in numerous life and death battles against pirates, earning great accolades in the South China Sea. Freya's elder brother had valiantly protected him in his youth, which accounted for Freya's fondness for his brother's only son, Freya Diurnus. He was indeed a man of valor. Yet, regrettably, his health had deteriorated, and he had lost his ambition. Though he still possessed a sense of justice, Jiajia found it difficult to reconcile this man. Only a few years his senior and once reckless in the pursuit of pirate extermination with his current state. The Freya family was a long-established lineage within the Navy. Unfortunately, the elder Freya's son perished after having offspring, and the younger son lost his fighting spirit due to physical limitations. Now, a ghost sword of the Navy had emerged, fulfilling the elder Freya's wishes. Chapter 11. Treasure Hunt. In a certain region of the South China Sea, Jonier examined the route indicated on the treasure map. Lord Freya, have we come to the right place? Let me see. Prachito took the map and compared it with the sea ahead. Can you even understand it? Suddenly, Hop interjected. None of your business. Prachito handed the treasure map to Freya, unwilling to admit his complete lack of comprehension. Huh, Hop scoffed. With your intellect, you surely wouldn't know. What do you know? Prachito, incensed by Hop's expression, grasped his collar. What? Have you been longing for a beating since I haven't laid my hands on you for days? Huh. As if I fear you. I wonder who beats whom. Hop was undaunted and immediately activated his fruit ability, causing the air to grow increasingly warm. Prachito was unyielding, activating his cold fruit power, which plunged the temperature around him to a bone-chilling low. In an instant, a stark contrast emerged aboard the warship, with frigid air clashing against searing heat. Freya, observing the commotion, sighed in exasperation. You two are truly insufferable. Without holding back, he unleashed a pair of punches imbued with his advanced haki, striking both of them down. Bang! Bang! The sound of their falls echoed, their heads hitting the ground while their posteriors were raised, presenting a comical sight that nearly made Jonier burst into laughter. Madness! Freya rolled his eyes, chastising them. Prachito and Hop, aware of their misdeeds, dared not retort. After rising, they stood sheepishly behind Freya, silent. However, the glances exchanged between them indicated that this matter was far from settled. They would likely seek an opportunity to settle their scores later. Ignoring the antics of the two, Freya scrutinized the treasure map, pondering the nature of the treasure site. Since Doug had entrusted him with this, it surely wasn't a ruse. Otherwise, he would have known that his own location at Swordsmith Island would not fare well. Thus, what could be the reason for the treasure site's disappearance? This map indicated a general location. If he could not decipher it, there was no hope of understanding the 3 designated treasure locations within. Frere contemplated extensively, considering the Sky Islands. However, apart from the Sea Kings, the majority of the South Sea region resembled the maritime domains of his previous life. Thus, this notion was dismissed. Moreover, Doug had mentioned that the treasure was concealed within the body of a Sea King. Frere gazed intently at the tranquil surface of the sea ahead, yet discerned nothing remarkable. Should he deliver a few slashes to test the waters? Having conceived the idea, Frere unsheathed his blade, the demon slayer, with determination. He hoped for a change. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the foremost deck. The others, observing Frere's actions, were filled with curiosity about his intentions. Frere closed his eyes, gripping the sword firmly, standing in silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just as everyone assumed Frere was merely lost in contemplation. He swung his sword. The ethereal green blade of the demon slayer radiated a brilliant azure light. The luminosity intensified, swelling with vigor. In an instant, it captivated the gaze of all present. Slash! Star! A thunderous roar echoed in the ears of the onlookers. A colossal whoosh erupted from the battleship, slicing through the serene surface of the sea. Boom! As the azure light dissipated, a massive wave, cleaved in two, presented itself before the astonished crowd. Before they could fully grasp the terrifying prowess of Frere, their attention was drawn to something else. What is that? Jonier exclaimed, pointing at the dark creature lurking beneath the gaping maw of the ocean. Gulp! The spectators turned their gaze in unison, their faces drained of color, swallowing hard. Beneath the parted waters lay a colossal, pitch-black entity, so immense that Frere and his companions could not ascertain its species, slowly awakening with eyes wide open. It seemed that Frere's strike had roused this monstrous being. As its eyes opened, the air was pierced by an agonizing sound, suddenly emanating from the depths of the creature. Buzz. Freyr and the others tightly covered their ears, yet they sensed that the sound did not emanate from within the monstrous creature, but rather seemed to resonate from all directions, omnipresent. This terrifying roar left Freyr and his companions not only dizzy, but also temporarily deprived of their sense of hearing. Freyr and his companions looked up, only to find that the dark creature had fully opened its eyes. Those glaring, crimson orbs were fixated intently on Freyr, the instigator of this turmoil. Suddenly, a surge of water erupted. The monstrous entity unfurled its immense maw. "Damn it, you've deceived me, Doug." It appeared to move slowly, yet its speed was astonishingly swift. Freya and the others had yet to comprehend the situation when the entire warship was engulfed by the unprecedentedly massive sea creature. The seawater surged in, relentlessly battering the vessel, causing it to sway perilously, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Gripping onto anything within reach, Freya shouted, "Perchito, freeze the entire ship. We are counting on you." Perchito clung tightly to the ship's railing, his expression grave. The enormity of the sea creature was overwhelming, and as he observed its gaping maw nearing closure, he understood that their survival hinged on his abilities. The challenge of encasing the entire ship in ice without causing undue harm was monumental. "Here it comes." Perchito gritted his teeth, aware that now was not the time for hesitation. With a deep exhale, a chilling gust swept through the warship. Kingdom of Ice. Perchito struck the deck with his fist. In an instant, a torrent of white energy radiated from his hand, enveloping the ship. Within a heartbeat, the temperature plummeted to freezing point, and the seawater cascading onto the vessel crystallized upon contact with the frigid air. The warship was transformed into an icebound vessel, an entity of ice. Upon closer inspection, aside from the formidable quartet of Freya, the other naval soldiers found various parts of their bodies partially frozen. Only their hands retained some mobility, while their legs were firmly anchored to the ship, seemingly fused with it. The icebound ship swayed precariously, occasionally struck by waves that threatened to shatter it. Yet it quickly mended, maintaining its integrity. "Look over there." The crew peered through the translucent ice wall. Their vision was obscured, yet they discerned a looming cliff ahead. They were on the brink of being swallowed by the sea creature. "Everyone must hold on to anything you can grasp. I cannot guarantee our endurance," Perchito bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the warship. His complexion paled as the continuous exertion of his powers took its toll. Despite his dedication to physical training, his youth rendered him susceptible to such exhaustive demands. The remaining naval soldiers clung desperately to their surroundings, using the only limbs they could still move. Freyr grasped the railing of the warship with one hand, his gaze fixed ahead. The ice ship was approaching the cliff at a visibly alarming speed. Boom! A tremendous wave surged past, crashing heavily against the vessel they occupied. A profound sense of weightlessness enveloped everyone aboard. While an ordinary person, or even a common pirate, might have surrendered to despair, the naval crew remained steadfast, buoyed by the presence of that man. As they looked towards the composed Freyr, their trepidation dissipated entirely. The descent was swift, and in the blink of an eye, they were nearing the ground. "Hop, use the heat to lift us up," Freyr called out as they were on the brink of landing. "Leave it to me," replied Hop, releasing his grip on the deck through which he had just passed. The atmosphere shifted from a cold mist to an intense warmth. Fiery clouds emerged, enveloping everyone, including the warship, in a dense shroud of crimson vapor. From a distance, it appeared as if a red mist had swept across the ground, revealing the objects within as they gently fell to the earth. Chapter 12. Azura. Just as Freyr and his companions landed safely, a colossal island materialized upon the surface of the sea. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the island was shrouded in darkness, resembling a peculiar type of rock. Its irregular contours rose and fell dramatically, covering the entirety of the landmass. One by one, Freyr and his companions disembarked from the belly of the massive sea creature. Freya surveyed her surroundings, where the emerald-green moss emitted a faint luminescence. As she gazed around, it became evident that this peculiar moss dominated the landscape. Were it not for the knowledge that she was within the colossal body of a sea creature, she might have doubted whether she had stumbled upon a mystical realm. Upon closer inspection, she noted a unique fragrance lingering in the air. After the military vessel had landed, the others disembarked as well. Ahem. Following the safe arrival, apart from Freya, Joniel, Perchito, and Hope, the remaining sailors fell victim to the fluctuating temperatures, each succumbing to a mild cough. Fortunately, everyone emerged unscathed, with the most significant affliction being merely a cold. Given the robust constitution of these sailors, they would recover within 3 days. "Brother, That old rogue dared to deceive us. We shall make him pay. Prachito seethed with indignation, expressing that had it not been for their fortuitous survival and resourcefulness, this expedition could have ended in tragedy. His tone was far from amiable. Hope stood quietly nearby, his silence betraying a shared sentiment with Prachito. Joniel and other sailors, who possessed some insight into the situation, echoed similar thoughts. Their 327th Division had navigated the South China Sea for years, yet this marked their first encounter with such a significant setback. As for Swordcasting Island, they would not be allowed to escape unscathed. Freyr listened to Prachito's words, observing the expressions of those around him, and uncomfortably rubbed his nose. After startling the terrifying sea creature with a swift stroke, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had employed the wrong approach. Furthermore, Doug had previously cautioned them against provoking this monstrous being. No. It was merely that Doug had not articulated his warnings clearly enough. That must be it. Freyr mused. With their current predicament, it was undoubtedly Doug's fault. Regardless, Freyr was determined to confront him once they made their way out. Such a fearsome and perilous entity, and yet Doug had uttered not a word about it. As for why Freyr and his companions harbored no doubts about their escape, it was largely due to a peculiar glimmer of light visible in the far distance. In comparison to the monstrous sea creature, if Freyr and the others were not mistaken, their exit should be relatively smooth. They could only hope that they would not be swept away by some strange phenomenon. Freya took out the treasure map and examined it closely. Presto approached and glanced at it. Ah, is that place over there? Presto pointed to a small mound, distant from the group, enveloped in vibrant green moss. Freddy examined it closely and indeed found it to be true. The location of the treasure map within was distinctly visible. You three shall remain here while I venture forth alone. Agreed. The others replied. Freya nodded, and, following the location depicted on the treasure map, made her way in that direction. Fred cautiously treaded upon the verdant moss-covered path, the unstable ground swaying beneath each tentative step. Freya pondered whether what lay beneath was some sort of gastric acid. If that were the case, caution would be imperative. The emerald glow illuminated Freya's entire being in a verdant hue. Although the expanse was vast, traversing it proved to be relatively unobstructed. Frey walked with utmost caution, yet his pace was undeniably brisk. Although he had yet to master the observation haki, his innate ability as a swordsman enabled him to perceive the surrounding energies, remaining alert despite the desolate emptiness around him. Having traversed the South Sea for many years, he had encountered his fair share of cunning pirates. His survival was not solely attributed to his own strength, but also to an innate vigilance that had allowed him to evade numerous conspiracies. After spending some time, Frey arrived at a small earthen mound. Observing its height, which was comparable to his own, he refrained from hasty actions and decided to assess the situation first. After a careful survey of the surroundings, he did not detect anything unusual. Exercising prudence, he drew his sword, Jean Gouet, with his right hand while using his left to clear away the vibrant green moss enveloping the mound. Gradually, the moss was removed, revealing the mound's true form. To his astonishment, it was a standing elongated box, adorned with a delicate lock that appeared precariously balanced at its center. Fred gripped his demon-slaying blade, and with a single stroke, cleaved the tiny lock asunder. He then flicked open the box with his scabbard. The lid yielded effortlessly, revealing within an exquisitely crafted black and crimson sheath, housing a razor-sharp sword. The entire sequence unfolded with serene inevitability, devoid of any unexpected developments. Frey sheathed his sword, the Demon Slayer, and retrieved a treasure map with his right hand, comparing the two. Thus, if his deductions were correct, this blade could very well be the legendary demon sword, Ashura. Freya felt a surge of astonishment, never anticipating that it would be so effortlessly acquired. With his right hand enveloped in the manifestation of armament, he withdrew the Ashura from the box. There were no anomalies. Securing the Demon Slayer at his waist, Freya grasped the scabbard he had just retrieved with his left hand, while his right hand prepared to unsheath the Ashura. A crisp sound resonated, 3 fingers wide and measuring 1 meter and 3 centimeters in length. The blade featured a slender spine and a straight body, adorned with faint crimson patterns that danced across its surface. Merely casting a glance at this weapon evoked a sense of its regal elegance, and a fleeting look at the edge allowed one to fully appreciate its sharpness. It seemed poised to cleave through all matter without even making contact. Indeed, it was a superb sword. The moment Frey laid eyes upon the blade, he found himself enamored. Grasping the hilt with his right hand, he gently swung it, and to his ears, it seemed as though the air had been cleaved asunder. How curious. Could this truly be the cursed sword? A sense of perplexity washed over Fry. Suddenly, an inexplicable and intense dread surged within him. It emanated from the very blade itself. Freya was taken aback. Indeed, it was a demonic blade. In a fleeting moment, a wave of pitch-black aura emanated from Ashura, swiftly enveloping Freya's right hand and cascading over his entire being, shrouding him in layers. To the outside observer, he appeared to be encased in an impenetrable shroud of dark mist. Within this obscuring haze, Freya seemed to be affected, his eyes turning as dark as the void, exuding an aura of malevolence. After taking a few steps while dragging the dark mist along, Freya came to a halt. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, and his chest heaved rapidly as he struggled to suppress the ominous energy. With great effort, he sheathed Ashura, causing the terrifying black aura to vanish in an instant. Freya gasped for breath, nearly stumbling to the ground. The aura of malevolence was utterly terrifying. A lingering sense of dread haunted him just moments ago. He had almost succumbed to control, on the verge of becoming a mindless blade slave, driven solely by the instinct to kill. It appears that the time for me to wield your power has not yet arrived. Freyr gazed at Ashura, acknowledging that the blade was beyond his current capabilities to wield. It was a formidable weapon. In the hands of an ordinary individual, it would likely drain their vitality in no time. He sheathed it at his waist and settled onto the ground. The brief skirmish had taken a toll on him, significantly depleting his stamina, and he recognized the necessity of a thorough rest. He hoped that the remaining demon fruit would not let him down. Ashura was effectively rendered useless now, leaving Freyr to place his hopes on the infamous pirate Albert Shurate's fruit. Nearby, the ship's doctor was dispensing medicine to the other sailors. Though it was merely a cold, any ailment at sea demanded vigilance and could not be taken lightly. Joniel patrolled the vicinity, ensuring that no unwary creatures approached. Perchito and Hop, feeling utterly fatigued, found a suitable spot to sit together, engaging in desultory conversation. What do you think would happen if our elder brother consumed Albert's fruit? How powerful would he become? How should I know? Perchito replied, exasperated. Our brother is already extraordinarily strong. If he were to ingest that natural fruit, just imagine. Third brother, would he not rival the might of the admirals at headquarters? I've often heard our brother speak of them as true monsters. He could hardly withstand a single strike from those admirals in the past. I am your second brother, Hop retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Frey's prowess has always been an enigma to them. They only know that he is extraordinarily powerful. However, the extent of his strength remains beyond their comprehension, given their current understanding. Perhaps, in the South Sea, only that Doug is aware of the elder brother's true capabilities, a thought that resonates in both of their minds. Chapter 13. The acquisition of the devil fruit within the vast body of a colossal sea king. Fry diligently scraped at a spot covered in vibrant green moss with the hilt of his sword. After excavating a deep pit, he finally unveiled the object concealed within, a square box evidently containing a devil fruit. Freya recalled the top-tier devil fruit, renowned even within the realm of nature, her heart brimming with excitement. With fervor, she opened the small box, revealing a fruit the size of a soccer ball, adorned with exquisite azure patterns that captivated her gaze. Frey did not consume the devil fruit immediately. Instead, he pondered meticulously over the illustrations of the devil fruits he had once perused. In his youth, desiring to take a shortcut, he had solicited the coveted devil fruit compendium from his rather indulgent grandfather. The fruit before him was indeed documented within its pages. It appeared to be the very one he had anticipated, although he had long steeled himself for this moment. The actual manifestation of the devil fruit still stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. Frey lifted it with both hands and took a substantial bite out of the accursed fruit. Ugh! An indescribable wave of nausea surged within him. Ugh! Another bout of retching followed. Freya was overwhelmed by an indescribable odor, teetering on the brink of nausea. Yet fearing the repercussions, she could only cover her mouth with her hand, gazing at the unfinished remnants. She recalled the belief that consuming just the first bite of the devil fruit sufficed. However, to err on the side of caution, Freya stifled the tumultuous churn of her stomach, took a deep breath, and hastily swallowed the remaining portions in a few gulps. Ugh! Freya opened his mouth wide. Yet nothing emerged, save for a few drops of sour liquid trickling from the corners of his lips. With a countenance of distress, he wiped his mouth, expressing that throughout his past life and this one, he had never experienced such discomfort, despite having consumed numerous grotesque dishes. In his previous existence, the culinary horrors were physical in nature, whereas this particular ordeal struck directly at his psyche. Frere estimated that he had little appetite for the past 2 or 3 days. After consuming the devil fruit, he remained in place, quietly absorbing the power it bestowed. Suddenly, an extraordinary force surged through his body, without conscious thought. As if guided by instinct, Frere's form instantaneously transformed into a puddle of water. However, it seemed that his control over this ability was not yet sufficient, resulting in his garments and 2 blades falling to the ground. As he experienced this wondrous state, Frere was filled with astonishment. Is this the elemental transformation characteristic of the natural type? Frere felt that as long as the flowing water he transformed into did not completely vanish, he could survive as long as his stamina held out. Indeed, the natural type devil fruits were truly formidable and terrifying. Reflecting on the original work, he recalled several underwhelming natural type users. It seemed that one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, they would merely squander such a powerful fruit. The elemental water, transformed by Frye, flowed through the fabric of his clothing and trousers, reverting to its original state. He picked up the demon-slaying weapon and the Asura that lay on the ground, securing them at his waist. It is essential to diligently practice the fruit of one's abilities. Otherwise, encountering such situations in future battles would undoubtedly lead to great embarrassment. Frere was unwilling to confront his adversaries in a state of undress, his clothing tattered and torn, for he was a formidable naval swordsman who valued his dignity. Ensuring that he was appropriately attired, Frere commenced his journey homeward. As he walked, he deliberately employed his fruit abilities to explore his surroundings. Through this extraordinary power, Frere discovered that he could perceive his environment with remarkable clarity. Beneath his swaying feet lay a stream of water. It appeared that with a mere thought, he could concentrate his abilities to manipulate the flow beneath him. It seemed there was no need to devise a method to maneuver the warship to the exit. Frere's expression brightened slightly. He had previously contemplated how to embark with the warship, for departing in such a manner, surrounded by the sea, would be quite impractical without a vessel. However, the situation had become far more convenient, as he could simply employ his abilities. Meanwhile, Joniel was patrolling the vicinity, centering his observations around the warship. This place appeared peculiar, devoid of any visible creatures, which spared him considerable trouble. As he gazed into the distance, he noticed a figure approaching. Joniel quickly made his way towards the individual. Lord Frye. The person was indeed Frye, who had taken a brief moment to return. Is everything all right? Frye inquired. Joniel thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, I am here. Frere nodded and walked towards the warship, with Joniel dutifully trailing behind. Observing the 2 swords at Frere's waist, Joniel noted the unfamiliar design of one scabbard, realizing he must have successfully acquired the demonic blade, Asura. It is said that this sword possesses an ominous nature. One could only hope that Lord Frere remained unscathed by its influence. Yet, as Joniel observed Frere's relaxed demeanor, he reassured himself that all was well, for it was indeed Lord Frere, the ghost blade of the Navy. A mere demonic sword was no cause for alarm. Little did Frere know that had he been aware, he might have sought to have Joniel experience the terror that Asura instills. The mere recollection of Asura's eerie and dreadful nature sent shivers down Joniel's spine. Upon reaching the warship, most of the Navy personnel had consumed their healing salves. Pritchett and Hope had also regained considerable strength, well prepared for a standard battle. Upon seeing Frere return, their gaze fell upon the sword at his side, confirming his successful treasure hunt. Eagerly, Pritchett pointed at the exquisite scabbard of Asura and inquired, Brother, is that blade Asura? Indeed, Frere replied, cautioning them. This sword is exceedingly dangerous. Do not handle it carelessly. Although Frere typically carried his sword with him, there were instances when he entrusted it to others for safekeeping. Curiosity could lead to disastrous consequences if someone were to unwittingly draw it. Upon hearing Frere's warning, both Pritchett and Hope nodded solemnly. Joniel, standing nearby, also expressed his understanding. In their eyes, Frye's words bore the weight of a divine decree. The trust cultivated in him since childhood led them to wholly accept what he proclaimed. At this moment, the 3 cast wary glances at Asura, their expressions reminiscent of those observing a criminal. Though Frye was somewhat pleased with their demeanor, he felt a tinge of exasperation. He promptly remarked, exercise caution, but there is no need to regard him as if he were a thief. The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the vigilance in their eyes remained undiminished. Frere shook his head, choosing to remain silent. It was prudent to exercise caution, for the Asura blade was indeed a fearsome weapon in their eyes. After a moment, Pritchett and his companions realized they had neglected to inquire about something significant from Frere. Ultimately, it was Hop who recalled, his excitement palpable as he addressed Frere. "Brother, have you acquired the devil fruit of that notorious pirate, Albert Schurate, or have you already consumed it?" Prachito and Joniel gazed at Frere with eager anticipation. As their leader, who had not previously ingested a devil fruit, if he were to now partake of the so-called most expansive natural-type fruit, the torrent fruit, it would undoubtedly enhance even his already formidable power in their eyes. As Frye's strength escalated, his subordinates, his right and left hands, naturally shared in his glory. They had always firmly believed that Frye possessed the legendary qualities of a great general. Should he consume the Logia-type Mizu no Mi, he would undoubtedly rise to the same rank as the current three admirals. Faced with the expectant gazes of the three, Frye smiled gently and extended his right hand towards them. As they looked at his palm, it transformed before their eyes into a stream of crystal-clear water, suspended from his arm without falling. The trio was filled with joy upon witnessing this. "Congratulations, big brother. With this power, that Dag certainly stands no chance against you. We shall return and confront him for daring to deceive us." Reflecting on their previous encounters, the already unfavorable impression of Dag in Prachito's mind plummeted further. "Big brother, I stand with Prachito on this matter. Dag has gone too far." It was evident that Hop 2 harbored a simmering anger. "Lord Frye, silence him." Before Joniel could utter a word, Frye commanded him to be quiet. This left Joniel feeling somewhat aggrieved. Why not allow him to finish speaking? He had no intention of causing any trouble. His expression morphed into that of a wronged child. And combined with his handsome visage and towering height of 2.5 meters, he appeared almost comical. Frere cast an exasperated glance at Joniel's infuriating visage. With such a physique, it would be wise to refrain from such expressions, for they induce a shiver down one's spine. Chapter 14. Departure. Frere felt it was necessary to elucidate matters to Prachito and the others. After all, upon his encounter and subsequent conversation with Doug, Frere found it hard to believe he would resort to such measures. What benefit would the dojo gain from such actions? From Doug's perspective, if he truly wished for Frere's demise, he could have easily accomplished it at that moment, rather than orchestrating such a convoluted scheme. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Frere had indeed obtained the Azura and torrent fruits. Thus, it seemed evident that the manner of his initial entry was flawed. Nevertheless, this was a matter that warranted a discussion with Doug, particularly regarding why the method of entry had not been communicated at that time. Frere pondered how he had failed to consider this aspect at the time. Fortunately, he had entered this place without incident and had successfully acquired what he sought. Reflecting on this, he voiced his thoughts, suggesting that their perilous approach might have been a consequence of his earlier actions. The three companions fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, and, displaying their astuteness, they tactfully shifted the conversation towards how to depart with the warship. After all, stepping outside would mean confronting the vast ocean, and abandoning the ship was not an option. Frere felt a sense of satisfaction at their discretion, appreciating that they refrained from uttering anything that might cause discomfort. He then shared with them his ability to manipulate the flowing emerald moss below. "Let us depart swiftly. Remaining in this place feels rather unsettling," Prechitop expressed, having long desired to leave. The thought of being within the belly of a sea creature made him feel like prey, a disconcerting sensation that weighed heavily on him. "Joniel, proceed to make arrangements and summon the others aboard," Frere instructed Joniel. "Understood." Joniel acknowledged the command and promptly relayed the message to the other sailors. This naval crew had been meticulously selected by Frere from the 327th Division, each member being of at least the rank of a chief petty officer, demonstrating their capability to accompany him. The principles of discipline and adherence to orders were deeply ingrained in their minds. Within a minute, all the sailors had boarded the warship, and naturally, Frere and his companions had already taken their places. "Hold on tight," Frere bellowed loudly, and upon hearing his voice, the others instinctively grasped the objects beside them. Just as they had before, Frere stood upon the deck, closing his eyes as the power of the stream fruit coursed through his body. It was time. Sensing the current beneath the warship, pressed down by its weight, he raised his right hand. The waters below surged upward in response, lifting the vessel aloft. "Let us embark. Everyone." A smile graced Frere's face as he extended his right hand, palm open, and gently pushed forward. A cacophony of rushing water ensued, propelling the entire warship toward a distant glimmer of light. The current surged with remarkable speed, and the onlookers could hear the wind howling past their ears. Is this the manifestation of Colonel Frere's fruitability? Indeed, it is formidable. As they beheld Frye in the distance, exuding confidence and standing tall in his coat of justice, dual blades at his waist, an extraordinary figure. Admiration welled up in the hearts of the crowd. Fry stood at the forefront of the warship, acutely aware of the waning strength within him. It seemed that such a degree of exertion posed no insurmountable challenge, thus he resolved to quicken the pace. Casting a glance at his companions, he observed their diligent grip on the vessel, prompting Fry to amplify the power of his devil fruit abilities. To the astonishment of those around him, a translucent stream of water coalesced into a delicate barrier enveloping the entire ship. In an instant, the cacophony of rushing wind subsided entirely. What he initially believed to be the extent of his powers took an unexpected turn as the waters surrounding the ship surged violently. With a resounding crash, the tumultuous waves propelled the vessel forward with an even greater force. However, thanks to the protective water barrier, the crew remained shielded from the fierce winds typically encountered during such rapid movement. Otherwise, at this velocity, a moment's inattention could easily result in someone being swept overboard. This vividly illustrated the extraordinary speed at which the ship was now traveling. As the vessel surged ahead, the previously distant glow drew ever nearer. Whether it was merely an illusion, the crew couldn't shake the sensation that as they approached the light, a pungent aroma began to permeate the air. This intensified in concentration with the ship's advance. Moreover, the verdant moss that had once surrounded them gradually vanished, replaced by a repugnant, viscous substance mottled in hues of black and yellow. Goodness, this is undoubtedly a place of excretion. Are we not merely being expelled? Pritchett lamented, covering his mouth and nose, his voice muffled and resonant. Silence, Hop retorted, pinching his nose, utterly repulsed by the grotesque scene around them, rendering any conversation about such nauseating matters insufferable. Fry found himself in a rather distressing situation, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming stench that permeated the air. Previously, the locations they had traversed bore unique scents. While not necessarily pleasant, they were far from repugnant. It could only be said that the peculiar anatomical structure of this marine creature left them utterly baffled. "We must leave this place," Fry bellowed. The others, upon catching sight of the clear azure sky and gentle white clouds ahead, felt a surge of hope. Although they had initially maintained their composure, the current environment was undeniably unbearable, and they feared that, at least for today, their appetites would be thoroughly diminished. Frary gazed ahead at a cliff's edge, instinctively disregarding the bizarre, foul-smelling, viscous substances suspended around it. Clenching his right fist, he gestured forward. A surge of water enveloping the warship propelled it outward, launching the vessel away from the precipice. The vast expanse of the ocean unfolded before his eyes. Before he could revel in the moment, the warship began its descent. This was due to the earlier impact of the water current, which had left the ship momentarily suspended in midair, necessitating a safe landing. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a resounding splash echoed as the water barriers surrounding the ship transformed into torrents, cascading downward at an astonishing velocity. In a concealed realm, these torrents descended like astonishingly lengthy ropes. As they met the ocean's surface, Frary shouted, "Rise." Instantly, the waters beneath the warship surged upward to meet it. Quickly converging with the vessel, Frere commanded the ocean, gently guiding the warship to a safe descent upon the waves, stirring only the slightest ripples. Akin to a serene breeze wafting in from an unknown direction, he exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. After all, he had only recently consumed the rapid current fruit, which had indeed drained some of his energy. Nevertheless, now that they had safely arrived, a sense of relief washed over him. Having taken them out to sea, it was his duty to safeguard their lives to the best of his abilities. This expedition had incurred no casualties. As they inhaled the crisp air, the crew found themselves reveling in a sensation they had never before considered, a pleasure which even Frere shared. The memory of the distasteful experience lingered, prompting Pritchett to involuntarily voice his disdain for whatever had caused such an unbearable stench. At this moment, Fry cast his gaze upon the colossal creature, recalling that only the elephant lord of the New World surpassed its immense size in his memory. Even the sea kings encountered in Fishman Island from the original narrative seemed no more than diminutive shrimp in comparison, easily devoured in a single bite. As if sensing Frey's scrutiny, the sea king stirred amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. "Damn," Fry muttered under his breath. "I merely glanced at you. And now you wish to provoke me?" With a swift motion, he raised his hand, causing the waters beneath the battleship to churn violently. "We must depart." As before, this time, larger and more powerful waves propelled the vessel away at remarkable speed. The crowd turned to behold the tumultuous waters behind them, roiling fiercely as the Sea King shifted its massive form, sending towering waves radiating outward. Should any ships pass by without seasoned navigators of considerable prowess, they would likely meet with disaster. By the time the Sea King had fully turned, Fry and his companions had already distanced themselves significantly. Freya gazed at the colossal sea creature, which regarded him with its enormous, reddened eyes. For some inexplicable reason, through those eyes, Freya felt as though he could discern its thoughts. "Hey, you giant, remember my name. I'm Freya Diurnus, the one who took the treasure. You need not guard these possessions any longer," Freya shouted, indifferent to whether it could hear him. As his voice faded, the enormous black creature blinked its eyes. Then, a melodious sound resonated throughout the sea. The tone was so profound that it echoed across the waters. Yet to Freya and the others, it was neither harsh nor jarring, but rather seemed to convey a message. "Brother, it appears to be thanking you," Hop observed thoughtfully, sharing a similar sentiment that the sea creature intended to express gratitude. Freyr nodded, somewhat taken aback by Hope's words. It seemed his perception was quite astute. In the distance, the Sea King let out a call before beginning its descent into the depths. In less than a few minutes, it vanished entirely, leaving only a tranquil sea surface in its wake. Chapter 15. First encounter. On his return journey, Freyr arrived at Forging Sword Island. His previous extermination operation had significantly diminished the number of pirates on the island. However, a few remained, too fearful to venture beyond the confines of Forging Sword Island. When Fry once again descended upon Swordsmith Island, he arrived with a grand entourage, causing great unease among the pirates. Freya is indifferent to the thoughts of these insignificant beings. Boldly making her way to Doug. As Fry arrived, Doug had just completed the forging of a blade. He handed it over to Ryder, instructing him to manage the task. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Doug exited the forge. Upon stepping out, his attention was immediately drawn to the Ashura at Frey's waist. "Allow me to see it," Doug remarked. Freyr removed Ashura from its sheath and handed it to Doug. This blade was indeed an enchanted weapon, and it would be wise to refrain from drawing it. Doug nodded, his eyes widening as he fixated on the exquisite scabbard surrounding Ashura, gently caressing the hilt. Even before unsheathing the sword for a closer inspection, he appeared utterly entranced, leading one to believe he had fallen under its spell. Perhaps aware of Ashura's perilous nature, Doug, despite his formidable strength, chose not to draw it. After a brief moment of admiration, he returned it to Freyr. "Since you have brought it forth, it is evident that it is destined for you. Wield it wisely." "I shall," Freyr affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing Freyr's response, Doug turned to head back to the forge, only to realize that Freyr had not departed. "What more do you seek from me now that you have what you came for?" Doug questioned in confusion. "Do you have nothing to say?" Freyr gazed at him intently. "No, if there is nothing else, be gone." Doug pondered momentarily, concluding that there was indeed nothing to discuss, and promptly urged him to leave. Freyr took a deep breath and glanced at the navy behind him. Ignoring Doug's objections, he dragged him to a more secluded spot. "What are you doing?" Doug asked, visibly annoyed, shaking off Freyr's grasp on his robe. "What are you doing?" Freyr's expression darkened as he shifted his position to block the view of others. Gripping Doug by the collar of his robe, he said ominously, "Old man, have you forgotten to tell me how to enter that sea creature?" Doug was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had not shared this information with Freyr. Had he not mentioned it, he might have believed he had. Ahem. Doug cleared his throat awkwardly. "That was entirely unintentional. Besides, you returned safely and even obtained the Ashura, didn't you?" As he spoke, Doug deliberately shifted the topic. "By the way, have you consumed that torrent fruit? What effects did it have?" "I have eaten it, and I am quite satisfied with the results," Freyr replied. He then changed the subject. "We endured considerable hardship within that monster, and due to your oversight, my soldiers barely escaped with their lives. Don't you think an explanation is in order?" Freddy now gazes at Doug with a malevolent glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this from Fry, Doug became displeased and retorted, "Did I not advise you to refrain from provoking it? Otherwise, your subordinates will surely come to harm. You must have entered its domain by inciting its fury. It stands to reason that you possess a treasure map. Otherwise, you would not have survived within its maw. Is it truly capable of such utility?" Fry was astonished, realizing that it was no wonder that after their departure, the sea creature had expressed gratitude towards him. It had initially focused its attention on him, indicating a form of connection. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, I shall still seek to exploit your resources. Frey was acutely aware that his approach was flawed, and his current demeanor, akin to an inquisitor, was merely an attempt to extract some benefit from the master swordsmith. Although the Navy's standard-issue sabers were commendable in various aspects, they were beneath the notice of someone of Frey's caliber. Having consumed the rapid current fruit, He had already conceived the ambition to enter the headquarters. Before his departure, he was determined to procure some exquisite weaponry for his elite subordinates. And Doug's establishment was renowned as the finest forge in the South Sea, aptly named for its craft. Such opportunities were rare in the world, and Frary was not inclined to let this one slip by. Thus, he continued, "It seems you have not articulated your position clearly. Regardless, you must provide a satisfactory explanation." Doug, observing Frary's shameless expression, reflected on how he had previously overlooked this side of the young man. No, that was not entirely accurate. Frary had displayed such behavior before, but Doug had simply failed to notice. After contemplating for a moment and wishing to avoid further entanglement with Frary, he resignedly shook his head and sighed. "What is it that you desire?" Freya smiled broadly, releasing her grip on Doug's collar, and gently smoothed it down. "That's agreeable. Just provide some weapons. There's no need for you to personally forge them. Those are beyond my means. Simply allow your nephew to sell me some of his crafted weapons at a reasonable price." As she spoke, Freya gestured towards Ryder, who was still in the forge. "You certainly have a knack for negotiation," Doug remarked, unfazed by Freya's change in tone. "Very well. Have your funds ready," he replied. "Rest assured, I will arrange for someone to come by. Apologies for the intrusion. I bid you farewell. Oh, and here, take this back." After Fry finished speaking, regardless of his reaction, he handed the treasure map to Doug and turned to leave. Upon reaching Joniel, he instructed him to keep a few people here. "Hey, kid," Doug called out, seemingly wanting to say more, and followed closely behind Fry. "Is there anything else, Senior?" Fry inquired. "Aren't you curious about the origin of this treasure map, or why Ryder shouldn't consume that devil fruit?" Doug waved the treasure map in front of Fry. "Not interested," Fry replied dismissively, as he had no desire to delve into such matters. As long as the item was intact, that was sufficient for him. Frary's words left Doug in silence. He shook his head and turned to leave. Once Doug had departed, Prachito inquired, "Brother, do you truly not care?" "We are quite curious." "To be honest." Frary rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain. "What is there to know? It's merely that Douglas could possibly be a descendant of that notorious pirate. As for the stream fruit, I would prefer it to remain in a place known only to me rather than entrust it to someone lacking the requisite abilities. Do you understand?" "Ah, so that is the case." The crowd comprehended. Douglas returned to the forge, observing Ryder, who was laboriously sweating, and let out a soft sigh. Alas! Ryder turned at the sound. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Call me Island Master." Douglas hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Oh, it's nothing. Just carry on with your work." "Oh." Ryder, puzzled, resumed his tasks. On Flying Fish Island, Kaji, with a cigar in his mouth, awaited alongside Philip at the port. Kaji had never anticipated that Frary would take so long to return to Flying Fish Island, seemingly disregarding him, a rear admiral from headquarters. Beside him, Philip, however, appeared less anxious than before, piquing Kaji's curiosity about how this previously flustered man had regained his composure upon learning that Frary was soon to return. It seemed that he was indeed a man of confidence. Kaji felt a growing anticipation for his meeting with Frary. "They're back," Philip exclaimed, pointing towards a ship emerging on the horizon. Kaji turned to look, spotting a warship sailing towards them. As it drew nearer, Kaji discerned 4 figures standing at the bow, 1 tall and 3 shorter. At the forefront stood a striking young man, adorned with 2 swords at his waist. He was Colonel Frary, the commander of the 327th branch of the Navy. Accompanying him were the branch majors, the fierce gorilla, Joniel, the blazing fists of Hop, and the icy fists of Prachito. Kaji regarded the spirited quartet, secretly acknowledging that indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Among them, the eldest, Joniel, was merely 21, a year older than Frary, while the other 2 were just 17, at the prime age for honing their skills and solidifying their foundations. Frary and his companions disembarked and immediately spotted Gaki beside Philip. He is indeed Gaki. As Fry disembarked, he scrutinized the individual before him. Although there were slight discrepancies from his previous impressions, the man still exuded an air of lewdness reminiscent of what Fry had observed in his past life, albeit appearing somewhat younger. In his capacity as the commander of the Navy branch at Flying Fish Island, Fry took the initiative to approach. Earlier, Philip had informed them of the arrival of Major General Kaji via Joniel's communication device. Thus Fry spoke directly to him. "Greetings, Major General Kaji, I am Fry Diurnus." Kaji removed the cigar from his mouth and replied earnestly, "Hello, Colonel Fry. I am Major General Kaji of the headquarters." The two extended their hands in a brief handshake before sharing a smile. Observing that Kaji bore no signs of ire towards Fry and his companions, Philip felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he maintained an outward composure, he was still somewhat apprehensive about potential friction between Fry and Major General Kaji. One was his own nephew, while the other was Kaji, whom even his father had advised him to avoid offending. Thankfully, their initial meeting seemed amicable. Otherwise, Philip would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 16. Preparations before departure. Flying Fish Island, Navy Branch 327 Base. After a fortnight, Fry finally returned to Flying Fish Island. Philip took the opportunity to host a small gathering, deepening the bond between Fry and Kaji. Philip was acutely aware that Kaji was a prominent figure within the naval headquarters, far surpassing the stature of his own father. If Fry could cultivate a good relationship with Kaji, it would ensure a degree of favor within the headquarters. After all, while his father held a notable position in the South China Sea, he was merely a staff rear admiral in the headquarters, a rather marginal role, indeed. Philip had always urged him to return to Flying Fish Island, as it was better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. As a naval officer, Philip chose to hold the banquet in the base's mess hall. Although the dishes presented on the table were rather simple, they were plentiful. In Kaji's astonished gaze, Philip personally prepared a large cup of juice for Fry. "I prefer not to drink alcohol," Fry explained while raising his juice. Kaji nodded, offering no further comment. After all, those with strength often possess unique preferences. It was not unusual for the capable Fry to eschew alcohol in Kaji's eyes. "Durnans, Major Kaji." Everyone cheers. Philip exclaimed to enliven the atmosphere, raising his glass first. "Cheers." The crowd echoed, downing their drinks. This gesture broke the ice, igniting a flurry of inquiries. Prishido and the others had long been curious about the headquarters, and with Kaji present, they bombarded him with questions about the situation within. Among them, Prishido was the most inquisitive, seemingly oblivious to Kaji's rank, lingering close by, which made Kaji quite uncomfortable, yet he refrained from expressing his irritation. After the small gathering concluded, Kaji stepped outside, took out a cigar, ignited it, and placed it between his lips. Prishido is rather enthusiastic. I hope Major Kaji doesn't mind." Fry remarked as he joined Kaji outside. "Not at all." Kaji shook his head. "Do you know why I was the one to come this time? Despite my appearance, I am quite formidable. Such matters are typically not entrusted to me," Kaji suddenly stated. "I wouldn't know," Fry replied. Frary gazed at Kaji, who in the original work appeared as a candidate for the position of a general, undeniably belonging to the elite ranks of power. The reason for his failure to ascend to the position of general in the original narrative was attributed to a lack of support within the Navy, as he often acted independently. Although several years remain until that time, Frary believed that Kaji's strength would undoubtedly rival his own. Considering that Frary has now comprehended the iron-cutting breath and possesses exceptional swordsmanship, his physical prowess is formidable. While his martial arts skills have not been prominently displayed, they are nonetheless impressive, and his mastery of armament hockey has significantly advanced, evolving beyond mere rudimentary forms. Furthermore, he now wields the nature-type flow fruit, reputed for having the broadest attack range. This comparison reveals the remarkable level of Kaji's capabilities. Thus, Frary found himself somewhat curious as to why Kaji had come to him regarding his entry into the elite training camp at headquarters. In response to this inquiry, Kaji candidly provided an explanation. "Your reputation is considerable, and the Navy headquarters conducts thorough evaluations." Kaji recalled his recent experiences on Fishman Island and elsewhere, reflecting on the inaction of certain naval officers in the Four Seas branches and even instances of malicious bullying against civilians. "Have you ever considered that your exceptional talents may obstruct the paths of others, hindering their endeavors?" Frary remained silent, refraining from responding to Jackie's remarks. He was acutely aware of the implications of such matters, when his reputation as the demon sword of the Navy resonated throughout the South China Sea. Other naval branches could not help but compare themselves to him. He often disregarded the so-called maritime boundaries, venturing into territories governed by other branches to eradicate pirates. Perhaps out of respect for his formidable strength, they dared not voice their grievances in his presence. Yet it was likely that many within those branches had lodged complaints against him with headquarters. Indeed, Frary had long been on the radar of the headquarters since the time of those complaints. Over the years, aside from dealing with old Frary, the upper echelons were eager to witness the emergence of an individual capable of altering the status quo. Frary was among the chosen few. As time progressed over these 5 years, he became a pivotal member of the headquarters. A true blue descendant of the Navy, he demonstrated commendable managerial skills, maintaining harmony in his domain, earning accolades from the populace. These attributes, coupled with the potential Frey exhibited, prompted the headquarters to designate Jackie, soon to be promoted to Rear Admiral and possessing formidable prowess, to mentor him. This was a deliberate effort to cultivate Frey as a pillar for the next generation, which also explained Jackie's patience regarding Frey's delayed return. Otherwise, one might mistakenly perceive him as merely an affable individual devoid of temper. Although Frey remained reticent, Jackie mused that he must comprehend the situation. A man who could manage affairs so meticulously would not be oblivious to such nuances. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Jackie informed Frey that since they had returned, preparations should commence for their departure to headquarters. Provided Frey resolved the matters concerning Flying Fish Island, he was not in a particular rush. That night, the entire 327th branch base exuded an air of tranquility, with shadows occasionally flitting by as individuals patrolled the premises. In Philip's room, Frey entered with a small box in hand. "Durnans, what is this?" Philip, having indulged in considerable drink that evening, despite his decent tolerance, found himself somewhat dazed, unable to match Jackie's capacity. Freddy pushed open the door and stepped inside. Bang! He slammed the door shut. "Uncle, this is for you." Freya opened the small box, revealing the Zoan-type devil fruit he had previously acquired. Upon sighting the devil fruit, Philuta was instantly sobered. He swallowed hard and, in a low voice, remarked, "Durnans, this is meant for me. It would be a sheer waste otherwise." Philuta was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Among the colonels in the branch, he might be considered formidable, yet in comparison to Freya, or even to Perchito and Hopjoni, his strength was merely adequate. With his inherent limitations and potential, consuming this Zoan-type devil fruit would indeed be a squander. "Uncle, there is a reason I want you to consume it. Have you considered that on this expedition to the headquarters, it is only myself and Perchito alongside you? The entire branch will depend solely on you to sustain it. Without sufficient strength, I need not elaborate on the chaos that the pirates will unleash upon learning of our absence. They will surely seize the opportunity to launch a frenzied counterattack in our absence," Philuta stated with a serious expression. "Indeed. Hence it is imperative that you bolster your strength to suppress these scoundrels. After our departure, you must continue to venture out periodically to quell any disturbances, just as we have done before." Freya grasped the earthy-hued, elongated banana-like devil fruit and placed it into Philip's hand. "Uncle, go ahead and eat." Philip took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Without peeling the fruit, he directly consumed it in a few bites. "How does it taste?" Although Fry was inquiring, there was a teasing glint in his eyes. The nauseating odor struck Philip's senses, causing him to gag and only produce sour bile. Observing Philip's discomfort, Fry felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, there was someone whose eating habits were even more distressing than his own. After a prolonged wait, Philip finally recovered, and Fry resumed discussing matters concerning Swordsmith Island. Remember, it is essential to cultivate a good relationship with the island's master, Doug, and maintain frequent interactions with Swordsmith Island. If he takes a disliking to you, then approach his nephew, Reed, but be sure to avoid any unscrupulous methods. "I understand," Philip replied. "I shall take my leave for now to rest. Uncle, I will remain here for a few days, allowing you to acclimatize to the fruit's abilities. This devil fruit, classified within the Zoan category, is quite remarkable. It is the cat fruit in its lion form, one of the finest among ordinary devil fruits. Rest assured, now that you have consumed it, you must harness its potential. I shall not disappoint you." Though reluctant to squander the devil fruit's potential, Philip resolved to make the most of the limited days Fry would be around, striving to attain the strength necessary to guard this maritime territory. He was acutely aware that challenges awaited him once Fry departed. Chapter 17. Journey to headquarters. The following day, Philip rose early. Despite his eagerness to experiment with his newfound abilities after consuming the fruit the previous night, he had restrained himself to maintain his energy. Now awake, he was determined to test his powers. Venturing alone to the training grounds, he felt the latent ferocity within him and let out a powerful roar. With a resounding crack, his garments tore apart. Philip gazed at himself, astonished to find he had transformed into a lion towering 3 meters high, with wavy mane and a rather comical potbelly. Upon arrival, Presido and Hop, recently returned, instinctively began their morning training. "Ha ha, burp." Upon seeing Philip in his lion form, they erupted in laughter, particularly Presido, who laughed unabashedly while Hop struggled to contain his mirth. "Shut up," Philip bellowed in indignation at Presido. "Uncle, you are simply too amusing," Presido retorted, his laughter echoing. Philip, feeling slighted, chose to ignore him. Thus, Philip, with his protruding belly, practiced throughout the morning. Whenever someone approached, tempted to laugh, he would silence them with a commanding gaze befitting a major. The reason why others immediately recognized him was obvious. His belly and wavy mane were quite conspicuous. And with Presido and Hop nearby, a moment's thought would lead to the conclusion. Meanwhile, Fry and Captain Kaji observed from a distance. Major Philip is quite entertaining, Kaji remarked with a chuckle, watching the awkward Philip. My uncle has always been considerate of me. Now, before I depart, I wish to alleviate his burdens, Fry stated. Captain Kaji, could you assist me? What kind of assistance? Kaji inquired. Since you hail from headquarters, your training methods are undoubtedly more formalized. I would like you to help train my uncle. His strength concerns me, especially with the hidden threats posed by the pirates in the South Sea. Is that so? Kaji pondered briefly before responding. Very well. I am deeply grateful, Fry exclaimed. No need for thanks. I am quite pleased with your establishment, Kaji replied earnestly before approaching Philip, who was still mastering his fruit's abilities. Major Philip, to quickly utilize your powers, merely practicing like this is insufficient. Allow me to assess your strength, Kaji declared as he prepared to engage. Uncle, let Captain Kaji train you thoroughly. His expertise in this area far surpasses mine. As an official Navy officer, his training methods will be more systematic and rigorous than my improvised approach. This was one of Frey's motivations for visiting headquarters, although his foundation was solid. There were undoubtedly gaps in his training. He believed this journey would not disappoint him. Furthermore, without going to headquarters, how would he learn the advanced observation haki? Such techniques were not found in the manuals for weapon training. As Kaji approached Philip, he suddenly vanished. Philip was startled, scanning the area but finding no sign of Kaji. Look above you. Upon glancing up, Philip was astonished to see Kaji walking in midair. That is the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles. For Fry and his comrades, the 6 styles were legendary. His grandfather often spoke of them. Philip was aware of this, even though he had never had the opportunity to learn them. Now he was witnessing it firsthand, especially considering his father could only perform 3 techniques: shave, finger pistol, and iron block. Having only recently consumed the fruit and yet to master its use, Philip remained in his beast form. He leaped high to reach Kaji's elevation, unconcerned about whether his strike would connect, and swung his massive claws towards Kaji. Your reaction is somewhat sluggish. Kaji shook his head, noting that the Navy's rigorous training had left this man neglectful of physical conditioning. His body was uncoordinated in every aspect. Without further ado, Kaji lightly waved his right hand towards Philip's claws. What appeared to be a casual gesture transformed into a forceful impact upon contact with Philip's claws, leaving him utterly stunned. The overwhelming power surged through, rendering Philip incapable of resistance. Bang! Philip was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, landing on his back with a thud. Dust and debris filled the training ground. As the dust settled, Philip's figure slowly emerged from the crater he had created. Coughing, he spat out the dust that had inadvertently entered his mouth, clutching his mouth and lower back, standing amidst the large pit. Uncle, Frere called out, and in a flicker, dashed to Philip's side. What's the matter? Philip asked, puzzled. He then saw Frere removing his justice cloak to shield Philip's crucial area. Although that garment was not suitable for childbirth, it could still bring joy to Philip. Thus, it was best not to reveal it indiscriminately. In an instant, Philip realized that in his transformation, his clothing had been entirely torn apart. No wonder he had felt a draft around his lower half. Grasping Frere's justice cloak to cover himself, he hurriedly sought out garments to wear. After a while, Philip finally appeared before the others. Upon seeing him properly attired, Jiajing commenced his specialized training for Philip. This session lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, at the port of Flying Fish Island, Philip led numerous naval soldiers to bid farewell to Frere and his companions. Not far away, the citizens of Flying Fish Island gathered. Having just learned that the guardian of the South China Sea, Colonel Frere, was departing for headquarters today, beneath a massive warship, Frere exchanged farewells with Philip. Uncle, do not forget the task I entrusted to you. The devil fruit should be given to the most outstanding young person among them, so that he may assist you well. Rest assured, I shall remember, dear Nans replied, his voice thick with emotion. This man, in his 50s, was experiencing the profound sorrow of parting from his nephew, who felt akin to a son. After this departure, meeting again would not be so simple. Take care, Philip said, firmly patting Frere's shoulder. He then turned to Prechito, Hope, and Joniel, saying, You too, I have watched you all grow. Once you reach headquarters, do not bring shame upon me. Do not worry, Uncle. We shall not disappoint you. Lord Philip, I will support Lord Frere, ensuring his name resonates throughout the vast sea. Joniel proclaimed with fervor. It is time to depart, gentlemen. Jiajin announced from aboard the warship. Coming, Frere signaled with an okay gesture. Uncle, we are off. Frere led the way, followed in succession by Joniel and the others as they boarded the ship. Once aboard, Frere gazed upon Flying Fish Island. At that moment, the citizens gathered nearby, all gazing at him. Farewell, Colonel Frere, a 10-year-old boy shouted, cupping his hands to his mouth. Perhaps inspired by the boy, the entire populace of Flying Fish Island, including the 327th Navy, united in a resounding chorus at that moment. Farewell, Colonel Frere. Freya flashed a smile, extending her right hand. And the clamoring crowd along with the Navy fell silent in an instant. Freya summoned the breath of the earth, and with a grand gesture of his hand, proclaimed, Farewell. Everyone, farewell. In that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted, as all the inhabitants of Flying Fish Island waved their hands in unison towards Freya. Frere gazed upon them, his conviction growing ever stronger within his heart. These individuals were indeed the cherished ones he had steadfastly protected all along. Turning around, he issued a command. Young Fan, set sail. Perhaps influenced by Frere's imposing presence, the naval soldiers, who were ostensibly under the command of Jiajin, paid no heed to whether Frere was overshadowing the moment. One by one, they heeded his voice and swiftly sprang into action. Let us embark upon the grand line. Frere strode to the bow of the warship, directing toward the expanse of the sea ahead. Meanwhile, he silently thought to himself, I have arrived, world. Chapter 18, Voyage with Frere and his companions' departure. Flying Fish Island seemed to regain its former tranquility. However, Philuta understood that the true test was merely commencing. Days later, in the windless zone of the ocean, a warship was sailing toward a certain direction. Come on, Brother Kaki, take a sip. Frere reclined in his armchair, holding a cup of juice as he inquired about Kaki. Over time, the bond between Frere and Kaki had deepened significantly, with their relationship flourishing. Their compatible personalities led them to affectionately address each other as little brother and big brother. Never mind, I can't get used to this drink, Kaki said, cigar in mouth. Waving his hand in refusal, he preferred alcohol, finding juice rather incongruous with his style. Glancing at the two blades beside Frere, Kaki had long harbored curiosity. The records clearly stated that Frere was a practitioner of the one-sword style. How then did he possess two blades? Frere noticed Kaki gazing intently at his two blades and casually explained, one is for regular use, the other is a spare. Is that so? Kaki pondered little on this and accepted Frere's explanation. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated within the ship. Joniel burst forth from the training room aboard the warship. Lord Frere, Major General Kaki, Lord Presido, and Lord Hope have begun to fight again. Why do you not intervene? Freya sighed in exasperation. These two fellows were indeed a source of constant worry. How could I possibly dare? Joniel appeared as aggrieved as a towering child standing at 2 meters and 6 centimeters. Indeed, he had grown an additional centimeter, which made Freya, who stood at 2 meters, feel a tinge of envy. In comparison to him and Kaji, he often felt like a diminutive figure, especially since even Presido and Hope boasted heights of 2 meters and 2 centimeters. My apologies, Kaji. Freya turned to address him. Oh, it's nothing. Youth is filled with vitality, and that is commendable, Kaji replied. Your words only serve to deepen my feelings of inadequacy. Freya shook his head and rose from the recliner. It had been a while since he had last given those two a good thrashing. Perhaps he was starting to miss the affection that only a big brother could provide. Frere spoke as he made his way towards the training room aboard the ship. Before he arrived, he could already hear two individuals quarreling once more over the matters concerning the second brother and the third brother, their words accompanied by physical altercations. Freddie could sense the alternating currents of cold and warmth outside, accompanied by the sound of fists colliding. Those two little rascals. Huh. Freya, filled with exasperation, chuckled as he clenched his fists. Let the two of you who have embarrassed me taste my hockey. His fist morphed, resembling black iron. Ignoring the sweltering heat and biting cold, he stepped forward, approaching the fierce battle between Presido and Hop. Their blazing fists clashed against icy ones. Suddenly, both felt a surge of dread and hastily withdrew their strikes too late. With Freya's voice echoing, they turned to face him, only to see his colossal black fist filling their vision. Bang! Bang! Both Presido and Hop collapsed, their heads smoking, large welts swelling upon them. If you embarrass me again, I shall take good care of you, Freya declared before turning to leave. It took a while for Prachito and Hop to rise, clutching their heads and groaning. Brother's fists feel much heavier now. It hurts terribly, they lamented. He must have grown stronger. He truly is our elder brother. Prachito, it seems we cannot continue like this. Prachito gazed earnestly at Hop. Are you suggesting we admit to being the third wheel? Get lost. Hop retorted, his forehead veins bulging, unwilling to engage with Prachito any further. Sometimes, he yearned to give him a sound thrashing, but alas, their strengths were closely matched. Any effort would result in mutual defeat. Outside, Freya returned to his lounge chair, sipping a glass of juice. Kaiji, how much longer until we arrive? Being up here is quite tedious. Kaiji took a seat beside him, puffing on a cigar, exuding an aura of authority. In response to Freya's inquiry, he said, Patience, we must first pass through the doldrums. Once we enter the Grand Line, the peculiar weather will keep you entertained. I look forward to it. The kingdom of princesses and knights is renowned among the nations of the Grand Line. It is said that only princesses may inherit the throne, and each princess must find her own knight. It is a realm steeped in romance. Yet today, the nation faces its most harrowing day in history. Kill, slaughter them all. Ha. Leave none alive. Let the navy know that I am this year's mightiest newcomer. In the capital city of Qiushui, smoke billowed and flames soared, punctuated by the cries of the suffering. A horde of pirates rampaged through the city, mercilessly slaughtering its citizens. The royal guard fought valiantly but was forced to retreat, leaving a trail of lost lives. Among them was a man in his 30s wielding a long sword, rampaging through the crowd. He was none other than the year's pirate rookie, Captain Rog, leader of the Flame Pirates. A natural fruit user with a bounty of 250 million berries. With his sword raised, flames enveloped it instantly as he hurled it towards a massive building, a torrent of fire consuming it. The trapped civilians within were incinerated before they could even scream. Is this what they call a strong nation? Is there not a single soul here who can withstand my might? Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind. Rog turned just in time to see a flash of steel slice through his neck. Caught off guard, his head fell to the ground. Consider yourself fortunate, scoundrel, spoke a middle-aged man astride a black steed, Robert, the captain of the kingdom's night order. Robert, the kingdom's knight commander, had been stationed at the palace to protect the princess but was astonished that pirates dared to wreak havoc in their homeland, mercilessly killing their own people. Commissioned by the princess, he led the knights to eliminate these villains. As the knight commander, it was his duty to confront the strongest captain of this pirate crew. Yet, this captain seemed lacking in strength. Although his attack was a sneak attack, his opponent had failed to evade even a single strike. Am I truly this formidable? Robert pondered. With the captain dead, it was time to eradicate the remaining pirates. Witnessing the destruction and the innocent lives lost, Robert's fury could not be contained. He vowed to exact the fiercest retribution upon these marauders. Reining in his horse, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from behind, as if a fireball were hurtling towards him. Acting swiftly, Robert leaped from his steed. With a roar, flames engulfed his previous position, accompanied by the anguished cries of his horse. Little Black. Robert's eyes widened in horror, realizing that in evading the attack, he had inadvertently allowed his beloved steed to perish. How is this for reciprocity? Rog approached Robert leisurely, exuding an air of nonchalance, clearly dismissive of the knight. Robert, now aware of Rog's unscathed state, swallowed hard and rasped. A natural fruit user. Correct, but no prize for you. Rog smirked, narrowing his eyes menacingly. Robert steadied his breath, gripping his sword. As a qualified knight, he wielded the valiant sword bestowed upon each knight commander. Allow me to slay this formidable foe. Robert's gaze was resolute, radiating an aura of lethal intent. He charged at Rog with the valiant sword. Night slash. With a swift motion, Robert unleashed a brilliant white arc of energy. Unfazed by the terrifying strike, Rog transformed into a mass of flames, allowing the slash to collide with him. With a deafening explosion, the flames scattered in all directions. Yet, before long, they coalesced, returning to form Rog's original shape. Robert had anticipated this. I do not believe you can use this power indefinitely. He resolved to exhaust his opponent, determined to fight to the end. Ultimately, the pirate crew's strength hinged on their captain. Robert was confident that his equally powerful disciple could take down the other pirates. By then, he believed Rog would be sufficiently worn out. Take another hit. Night slash. Robert swung his sword once more, unleashing another radiant strike towards Rog. Chapter 19. A call for help in a certain part of the Grand Line. A military vessel sailed through the waters. Suddenly, the sea churned as a massive multi-tentacled sea king emerged from the depths. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards the warship. Leave this to me. A youth, towering at 2 meters and 20 centimeters with white hair, leaped onto the enormous head of the Sea King with a single, forceful punch. A chilling aura emanated from his fist, spreading from the Sea King's cranium to enshroud its entire form. In less than 3 seconds, the entire creature was enveloped in this frigid mist, which swiftly crystallized into ice, completely immobilizing the formidable beast. Prehido jumped back onto the warship, counting down. 3, 2, 1. As his voice echoed, the ice-encased Sea King began to crack ominously. Before long, the frozen mass, encasing flesh and blood, shattered into fragments, cascading into the sea. Indeed. There has been progress, Fry praised. Hee indeed. Prehido, buoyed by Frey's commendation, held his head high and puffed out his chest, leaving Hop utterly speechless. Rolling his eyes, Hop indicated his disinterest in this boastful display. The group had navigated the windless zone for over half a month, encountering neither peril nor misfortune. Avoiding the fabled lairs of the Sea Kings. In the warship's training room, Jackie emerged after concluding his exercises. As an ambitious naval officer, Jackie held himself to high standards. Initially, he believed only Shiyuan among his peers was worthy of his attention, but during this journey, he realized that the Fry he had brought from the South Sea was a concealed master. Though Fry's strength had not been prominently displayed, Jackie sensed he was not inferior. This thought filled him with trepidation. After all, he was Jackie, and Fry was merely a youth. Prehido and Hop also exhibited remarkable prowess at just 17, undeniably remarkable for their age. As for Jonier, while commendable, he paled in comparison to the other 3 in Jackie's eyes. Teacher Zephyr must have been overjoyed to have accepted these 3 prodigies. Pondering this, Jackie felt a yearning to see his mentor. Suddenly, the phone bug began to buzz. Clad in training attire, Jackie approached and picked it up. The device transformed into a figure with braided hair, a long beard, glasses, and a seagull perched atop his head. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku held a distress letter, noting that Jackie was now closest to the kingdom of princess and knights. To expedite the matter, it was best to contact him, especially since Fry, whom he had been monitoring, was also present. Sengoku dialed Jackie's number. Moments later, Jackie answered, revealing a rather unseemly visage. Jackie, what is your current location? The Sargasso Sea. Perfect, I have a task for you. Go ahead. The flame pirates have invaded the kingdom of princess and knights, and have already besieged the royal capital. I need you to handle this matter with Fry. Jackie's expression darkened. The thought of pirates overrunning a nation's capital was harrowing, with countless innocent lives at stake. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, the captain of the flame pirates was a user of the flame fruit. Capable of immense destruction, the fate of the royal capital was all but sealed. I understand. I will address this matter promptly. Yes, swiftly. Sengoku hung up and stowed the phone bug, casting another glance at the distress letter. Though the handwriting was chaotic, it possessed a certain elegance, accompanied by a unique fragrance. It was addressed to Princess Qiushui Tiana of the Kingdom of Princess and Knights. Upon receiving this urgent matter from Sengoku, Jackie instructed the navigator aboard the warship to set course for the Kingdom of Princess and Knights. He subsequently explained the situation to Fry and the others. So, the kingdom has fallen? The group's faces turned grave. In the South Sea, with Fry and the others present, no pirate dared to act so brazenly. It seemed that the Grand Line was indeed a place where audacious and reckless individuals roamed freely. They had barely arrived at the Grand Line and already encountered such a menace. These scoundrels are unworthy of existence. Hop's expression darkened, for among this group, none loathed pirates more than he, having once been sold into slavery by them. He was eager to reach the kingdom of princess and knights and eliminate the pirates without hesitation. Jackie, how long until we arrive? Fry inquired. Jackie's countenance remained somber. At the earliest, 3 days. 3 days? Frere remained silent, gazing at the expanse of the sea before him. This was far too slow. He shook his head and addressed his companion. Brother G, do you know the coordinates? Let us hasten our journey. With Hop and the others here, we are assured safety. I am aware of the location. By utilizing the tracking pointer, reaching the realm of princess and knight poses no challenge, G replied, pausing momentarily before inquiring. I can traverse using Moonstep. How will you accompany me? G could not recall Frere possessing any means of flight. However, what transpired next took him by surprise. Brother, look. In G's astonished gaze, Frere transformed into a torrent of water, intriguingly enveloping his garments and the 2 swords, Demon Slayer and Azura. You are a nature-type ability user. G nearly exclaimed. Regardless of the location, nature-type powers are exceedingly rare, and Ji recognized that what Frere exhibited was none other than the powerful deluge fruit, renowned for its extensive attack range within the nature category. It is said that anyone possessing this devil fruit while at sea is rendered invincible. Frere's sudden revelation astonished not only the onlookers, but also the other naval officers. To them, the gentle Frere was evidently a swordsman. Yet he turned out to be a fruit user, a natural-type fruit user at that. An extraordinary revelation. Once Frere reverted to his original form, Jaji cast a penetrating gaze at him, realizing he had never fully understood this individual. However, since Frere possessed the ability to move swiftly, they could set off. He requested a spare recording pointer from the navigator aboard the warship, and without further ado, Jaji activated the moonwalk, stepping directly into the air. "Then let my elder brother lead the way," Frere declared. He then turned to Hop and the others, saying, "Remember, assess the situation carefully when encountering pirates. We are no longer in the South Seas. Be sure to come to the aid of me and Brother Jaji. Don't worry, big brother. We will act within our means, and I will keep a close watch on Prachito to ensure he does not act recklessly. Lord Frere, we will be vigilant." Frere nodded, glancing at Jackie, who was gently kicking his feet in midair at that moment. The ability of the fry fruit manifests as a torrent of water, shooting forward with great force. Upon witnessing this, Kaji exerts all his strength and swiftly vanishes from the sight of the onlookers. Prahito clenches his fists as he watches the two depart. "We must quickly master the 6 styles next time we encounter such a situation. We won't be left merely staring in disbelief. More importantly, I believe our physical stamina should be our foremost concern," Hop stated. Upon hearing this, Prahito and Joniel realized the truth in his words. Setting aside Kaji and Frere's prowess, their stamina alone appeared boundless in their eyes. Without such stamina, even mastering the moonwalk would be futile, as they could not sustain long journeys. The three of them solidified this notion in their minds and promptly rushed into the training room aboard the warship to hone their skills. Meanwhile, as Frye and Kaji made their way to the kingdom of princesses and knights in the capital city of this realm, a basement of a civilian building sheltered 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a girl with flowing golden hair and azure eyes that seemed somewhat dulled, her exquisite face marred by worry. Her name was Tiana Qiushui, the 17-year-old heir to the throne of this kingdom. Having recently come of age, she had intended to seek out her own knight alongside Robert, but never anticipated that her kingdom would face such turmoil. The thought of the raging fire demon outside filled Tiana with seething anger. "I should stand with my people in their time of peril." She tightened the grip on the slender sword at her waist. Her strength was not insignificant. Trained by the Knight Commander Robert since childhood, her abilities ranked among the top 5 in the kingdom. However, the elemental transformation of the natural fruit proved too formidable for them, and even Robert, a master swordsman, had barely escaped with his life. Tiana gazed at Robert, his body severely burned and wrapped in bandages, unconscious from his grave injuries. She longed to weep but stifled her tears. At this moment, she could not afford to display weakness. Her people were still out there striving for her, and she could not hinder their efforts. Chapter 20. Arrival in the Kingdom of Princesses and Knights at the Royal Palace of Qiushui City. Rog lay upon the throne while a delicate young woman nervously peeled grapes, offering them one by one to his mouth. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she accidentally pressed a grape against Rog's nose, causing it to block one nostril and induce an itch. Achoo! Rog sneezed, yet the grape stubbornly remained lodged. He reached up to remove it, rising with a cold glare directed at the girl. With a thud, the girl fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Yet she dared not plead for mercy. The fate of the last person who had begged for mercy lay beside them, reduced to ashes for being too noisy. Tell me, how shall I deal with you?" Rog suddenly chuckled, but his tone only intensified the girl's trembling. The palace was eerily silent, save for Rog and the young woman. One could hear the rapid beating of her heart if the stillness was maintained. "How dull," Rog muttered, shaking his head and returning to his throne. The girl felt a surge of relief as she escaped punishment. Suddenly, a wave of heat approached her. She looked up to find a fireball materializing before her. With a deafening roar, before she could even scream, the overwhelming heat engulfed her, transforming her into a human-shaped torch. "Each time I witness this, it brings such joy," Rog remarked, his demeanor seemingly untouched by his previous actions. Soon, feeling bored, Rog bellowed, "Come forth." Pirates stationed outside the palace rushed in immediately. "Captain," they exclaimed respectfully, not daring to lift their eyes, even as flames danced nearby, capturing their undivided attention. "Have you found that woman?" Rog inquired eagerly. After defeating Robert, who had managed to escape, Rog led his crew to assault the royal palace. initially eliminating some fools and an ill-mannered woman. He had intended to burn the place to the ground, but, in a twist of fate, encountered a girl who captivated him beyond measure. No, she was more accurately described as a young woman. That fleeting glimpse remained etched in his memory. For days, he refrained from wholesale slaughter among the civilians, opting instead for minor disturbances to lure her out, hoping she would grasp his intentions. Yet, 2 days had passed without her appearance, and Rog was beginning to grow impatient. He turned his gaze to the pirate, awaiting a response. No, the pirate stammered. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, fearing that Rog might extinguish his life at a whim. Is that so? Rog narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent passing through them. Sensing imminent danger, the pirate quickly summoned his wits, exclaiming, "Captain, I have an idea. We could capture those civilians. If she does not appear within an hour, we execute 1. And if she still does not show within 2 hours, we execute 2, until she reveals herself." Upon hearing this, Rog's eyes lit up. That is indeed a clever plan, he mused, stroking his chin. The pirate felt a wave of relief wash over him. His life spared. "If your method proves effective, you shall be handsomely rewarded," Rog declared, clapping the pirate on the shoulder. The pirate rejoiced, proclaiming, "Rest assured, I have investigated. Princess Tiana is kind-hearted and often mingles with the common folk. She will surely appear." "Very well," Rog nodded, then, with a dark expression, added, "Do you think you have the right to utter the name Tiana? Remember to address her as your highness, haha. Soon, she shall become the woman of the Pirate King." The pirate quickly acquiesced, gazing at Rog with admiration. Such is the allure of the strong. Even if one remains inscrutable, it does not diminish the desire of others to follow them. As Rog arranged for this plan to be executed, somewhere in Qiushui City, Tiana pondered, "Is there still hope for my master?" In the basement, a youth around 25 spoke. He was Ward, a disciple of Robert, the elder brother of Tiana, and the vice-captain of the kingdom's knights, destined to become the next captain. In this kingdom, the throne always passed through females, so whenever a male heir was born, he was groomed as a potential member of the knights. Conversely, a daughter would be designated as the royal princess, the next heir to the throne. Tiana's mother had given birth to both a son and a daughter, namely the two of them. As Robert's cherished disciple, Ward harbored feelings for him that rivaled Tiana's. Had it not been for Robert's repeated warnings before his coma and the need to protect Tiana, he would have already confronted Rog with fervor. In this dim sanctuary, apart from the three of them, there were also a young couple, both commoners of the realm. Originally intended for food storage, the space was now a refuge from the marauding fire pirates. The young couple held bowls of wheat porridge, offering them to Ward and Tiana. "Your Highness, please eat something," Vina urged. "Thank you," Tiana replied, accepting the bowl. Although her stomach grumbled with hunger, she felt no appetite as she gazed at the unconscious Robert. She realized that mere waiting would not suffice. The pirates, especially a man named Rog, were bloodthirsty, having invaded the palace to kill her mother and seeking to claim her as their own. The memory of his gaze filled her with revulsion. Hiding away while he remained unyielding filled her with dread for her suffering subjects. That man, seemingly wary of her escape, had tempered his slaughtering. Yet the longer he failed to capture her, the more wrathful he would surely become. What torment would then befall the innocent outside? Tiana shuddered at the thought. Determined to spare her people further anguish, her expression shifted, and with clenched fists, she resolved to act. "Let me offer myself as a bargaining chip to quell that man's aggression." She contemplated this while maintaining an outward calm, fully aware that both her brother Ward and Vina would vehemently oppose her intentions. Thus, she resolved to depart quietly once they succumbed to slumber. With her determination solidified, the thought of her people's suffering no longer filled her with dread, and she felt an uplift in her spirits. She poured the porridge into her mouth, finishing it in mere moments. "Your Highness, allow me to serve you more," Vina delightedly offered upon noticing Tiana's newfound appetite. Ward, observing his sister's rekindled spirit, nodded silently. She was now the kingdom's pillar, and her resolve could not waver. That night, the once bustling capital lay in eerie silence. From the ruins of a collapsed building, a young girl emerged, wielding a slender sword and dressed in a white gown. As Tiana surveyed the debris-strewn streets, her resentment towards the fire pirates deepened. The thought of surrendering herself to the captain of the fire pirates made her contemplate a fatal end, but she knew she could not succumb. For the sake of her country and her people, she must endure. She could only hope for the Navy's timely arrival. Tiana planned to seek an opportunity to end her suffering once the Navy secured the area. Tiana, will never again allow myself to endure such humiliation. With her resolve steeled, She set forth toward the palace, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Meanwhile, after a day and night of travel, Fry and Jackie finally arrived in the kingdom. Breathing heavily, they pressed on, aware that although their stamina was formidable, their haste was taxing. We're almost there. To the romantic city of Qiushui. I hope it isn't too dire, Jackie remarked, bouncing along with a lightness in his step. Beside him, Fry, transformed into a stream of water, revealed a handsome visage, panting despite his fluid form. Brother Jackie, since we are nearing, let us act swiftly. Every moment counts. The fewer lives lost, the better, he urged. Then let us accelerate, Jackie replied, and with that, the air erupted with explosive sounds as they vanished from their previous position. In the basement, Robert stirred from the agony of his burns, awakening not to request treatment, but to confirm the safety of the princess he had long cherished. He knew that this kind-hearted girl, whom he had watched grow, might consider taking matters into her own hands. With great effort, he turned his head. But his heart sank upon finding her absence. No, I can only imagine that Tiana intends to bear this burden alone, he thought, forcing a raspy cry. Ward, wake up. Tiana is missing. Ward jolted awake, eyes wide. Tiana, what has happened to her? His loud voice roused the slumbering couple, who rubbed their eyes in confusion. Suddenly, realization struck them. The princess was gone. Ward felt a tremor of fear surge within him. Grabbing the valiant sword Robert had entrusted to him, he wordlessly headed for the door of the basement. Return safely, Robert urged solemnly, though he knew that had he been able, he would have been the first to act in defense of the princess. I will, Ward promised, not looking back as he opened the door and stepped outside, fully aware that Tiana had undoubtedly ventured toward the palace. Within the basement, Vina and her husband exchanged worried glances, unsure of how to proceed. They wished to prevent Ward from throwing himself into danger, yet feared for Tiana's safety. Observing their turmoil, Robert reassured them, do not fret, all will be well. Yet, even he struggled to believe those words, recognizing the element of luck that had allowed him to survive. Though Ward possessed considerable talent, he was still no match for that man. Vina and her husband understood the terror and strength of Rog, nodding in silence, their anxious expressions betraying their concerns. Could this kingdom truly be saved? In a distant part of Qiushui, a swift current of water surged onto a dilapidated street, revealing the Navy's justice coat and two swords within its depths. The mass of water, transformed by Fry into a humanoid shape, reverted to its original form in less than a second. Observing the devastation around him, Fry wore a somber expression. For reasons unknown, even in the depths of night, certain areas of Qiushui remained ablaze with fierce flames. Freya walked down the street, the ubiquitous traces of blood igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. Freya, it seems you have arrived before me. Behind him, a sound pierced the air, and with a sudden thud, Kaji descended beside Freya. Have you spotted that building? If I am not mistaken, those pirates must be there. Following Jiajia's direction, Fry beheld a castle that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding residential buildings. At that moment, Jiajia remarked, I just want to take a look. It seems there are pirates capturing civilians under the cover of night. In that case, we should split our forces. Will you head toward the palace, perhaps to confront this year's pirate supernova? Although Jiajia posed it as a question, it was evident that he wished for Fry to go to the palace. His curiosity about Frey's true capabilities was palpable, though he doubted whether the captain of the Flame pirate crew could truly draw out Frey's strength. Judging by their journey thus far, Jiajia sensed that Frey's power was on par with his own. Fry, consumed by anger, paid little heed to Jiajia's words. Brother Jiajia, I leave the civilians in your care. I shall go sever the head of the pirate at the palace. Understood, Jiajia replied, foregoing further conversation as he swiftly departed with a flash. Frere strolled purposefully towards the palace. On the tranquil street, he advanced step by step. His left hand reached for the blade known as Demon Slayer among the two swords at his side, while his right hand firmly grasped the hilt, drawing it forth. The eerie emerald blade gleamed ominously in the darkness of the night. As Fry walked, his pace gradually quickened. By the time he reached the back, he was already running, his cloak of righteousness billowing with his swift movement, the word justice standing out particularly vividly against the darkness. Frere moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the grand gates of the palace in but a few minutes. At the entrance, a handful of pirates stood guard. However, their vigilance was lacking, as they seemed more engrossed in camaraderie and revelry than in performing their duties. Frere surged forward like a tempest, dashing to the side of the pirates in just a few strides. With a casual flourish of his blade, the Demon Slayer, several heads tumbled to the ground. It seemed the bodies had not yet registered the violence. It was only after Freyr departed that blood began to spurt forth, and they collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Shortly after Freyr entered the palace, Tiana, clad in a flowing white dress, arrived on the scene. Who has been here? Tiana pondered, gazing at the beheaded pirates with confusion. These pirates appeared to have recently met their demise, each felled by a single decisive blow, as if they had not even had time to react. Is there still such a master in the kingdom? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Tiana, only to be swiftly extinguished by the thought of that man's formidable elemental prowess. Shaking her head, she pressed onward toward the palace, hoping that the skilled slayer of pirates had not yet crossed paths with Rock. If that were the case, she might at least persuade him, and thus spare another life. However, upon entering the palace, her thoughts began to shift once more. Not far into the palace, she encountered more corpses of pirates lying quietly to one side. Like those outside, they too bore the marks of a single, swift decapitation. The execution was clean and efficient, leaving no chance for these pirates to react. This must be a true master. Tiana, possessing considerable strength herself, knew that while she could easily dispatch ordinary pirates, she could never achieve such silence in her strikes. At the very least, there would be some sound to betray her actions. Yet, from the grand entrance of the palace to this point, not a single sound had reached her ears. Tiana felt a renewed sense of expectation and quickened her pace toward the palace. As she drew closer, the number of pirate corpses increased, each one met with the same ruthless fate of decapitation. Tiana was filled with both shock and excitement in that moment. She genuinely hoped this mysterious figure would be capable of vanquishing Rock. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of the palace, a brilliant flare shooting skyward, shattering the palace roof, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that tore the structure apart, sending debris flying. Some flaming fragments soared toward Tiana, pulling her thoughts back to the chaos. A fierce battle had commenced between this enigmatic individual and Rock, the captain of the Flame Pirates. The sound of the explosion and the brilliant flash were unmistakably the result of Rog's fruit abilities. I must assist. Tiana tightened her grip on her slender sword. To engage in such a violent clash with Rog, this individual must possess extraordinary strength. Yet, who could guarantee he would prove to be a worthy adversary? Tiana resolved to seize this opportunity to stealthily seek out a chance to eliminate Rog. Just as she was about to advance, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Tiana pivoted, her sword slicing through the darkness, illuminating the night. It's me. Upon hearing the voice, Tiana quickly lowered her weapon. Brother. Ward approached. Concern etched upon his face as he grasped her delicate, pale arm. Come with me. Absolutely not. Tiana forcefully shrugged him off. Tiana. Ward's tone became grave, his expression serious. Sister, this is our chance. You must have seen the state of those pirates. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. We cannot allow that person to fight alone. Ward took a deep breath. Though youthful and inexperienced compared to Robert, he was driven by a desire to avenge their mother's death. He understood Tiana's resolve. Like him, she yearned for retribution. Previously burdened by the weight of their kingdom's people, she had hesitated to act. Now, with a chance at vengeance, she was unwilling to let it pass. Fixing his gaze on the rising flames, Ward resolutely declared, Very well, we shall confront this together, avenging our mother and our people. Tiana's heart soared at Ward's words, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. Chapter 22, The Past After dispatching several pirates stationed at the palace gates. Fry pressed onward without pause. Upon entering the palace, he beheld these pirates, each indulging in their debauchery, scattered haphazardly throughout the halls. Occasionally, the raucous sounds of drinking and brawling echoed around him, a veritable rabble. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Frey's eyes as he gradually approached, making not a sound. He stealthily advanced behind a pirate, delivering a single, swift strike. There was no audible sound of blades slicing through flesh. It was as if a gentle breeze had passed. And in utter silence, the man was cleaved in two. With agile footwork, he wove through the crowd, effortlessly dispatching pirates in mere moments. Only after Fry departed did the cacophony of bodies hitting the ground and heads crashing down resonate. Upon reaching the exterior of the palace and having just slain the guarding pirates, a voice echoed from within. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Bring me another. This is utterly tedious. As Fry stepped in, he seemed to hear the crackling sound of roaring flames. In the tranquil palace, his footsteps sounded remarkably out of place. He moved at a leisurely pace, neither hurried nor slow. After taking just a few steps, Fry arrived at the source of the earlier sound of burning. A smoldering pile of embers lay before him, wreathed in swirling black smoke. Freya detected a scent, the acrid odor of something charred. the unmistakable aroma left behind from a human's cremation. Navy, how did you manage to enter? From the moment Fry entered the palace, he made no effort to conceal himself. His figure was clearly seen by Rog, who lay upon the throne. At this moment, upon seeing Fry's arrival but receiving no warning from his pirate subordinates, he inquired about the situation. They're all dead, of course. I came in through force. Rest assured, you will be next, Fry spoke softly, his tone serene. Humph. Rog scoffed. This young man before him might possess some level of strength, but what of it? Ever since he acquired the flame fruit, he had never tasted defeat. And every battle had been an effortless victory. Naturally, Fry was not regarded as a threat. With barely a movement, Rog inhaled deeply and then exhaled forcefully. Whoosh boom. Flames erupted from his mouth, forming a long, fiery torch that surged toward Fry. Fry swung his blade with a flourish, executing a casual strike. The edge of the sword made contact with the flames, slicing through them as effortlessly as one would cut through fabric. Smoothly dividing the torch into two halves that soared away from him. What? Rog sat up in disbelief, rising from his throne. What a remarkable youth. No wonder he was able to silently eliminate my useless subordinates. Just wait. You will be even more astonished. Frey's voice remained as tranquil as ever. A serenity so profound that it irked Rog. He grasped the weapon resting nearby and unsheathed it. In a sinister tone, he declared, You may close your eyes. For I am about to draw my blade. Flames emanated from Rog's arm, swiftly enveloping the long sword in his grasp. Let me demonstrate the origin of my title. The fiery blade. Such excessive prattle. Freyr maintained his calm demeanor, his steps unwavering. Seeking death. Rage consumed Rog, flames erupting fiercely around him. With a murderous glare fixed upon Freyr, the fire enveloping him surged. In a swift motion, Rog propelled himself forward, the flames acting as thrusters, accelerating rapidly towards Freyr. As he drew near, he swung his fiery blade downwards, aiming to cleave Freyr in two. Freya stood firm, effortlessly blocking the attack. The clash of blades produced a sharp sound. Freya could feel the terrifying heat radiating from his opponent. Rog smiled broadly, knowing Freya would intercept the strike without fail. But he desired precisely that, his opponent's refusal to evade. God of fire descends. Rog bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames from within. He aimed to incinerate the insufferable foe before him completely. The flames erupted, and Rog transformed into a fireball, casting a crimson glow throughout the palace. The temperature soared, scorching nearby objects to a charred yellow before they could ignite, and the fireball swelled in size, surging towards the palace's ceiling in mere seconds. Die, like a bomb. The colossal fireball detonated. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Qiushui. At that moment, Jiaji, having just kicked the pirate away, heard the explosive sound. He looked up to see flames shooting into the sky, illuminating the entire royal palace. I remember you don't possess Haki, so how do you plan to kill him? In the palace, now a smoldering ruin, Rog emerged from the flames. Observing the desolate surroundings in the rampant fire, he sneered, Ha! This is the fate of those who oppose me. Just as the words left his mouth, Rog felt droplets of water falling upon him. He looked up to discover that a light rain had begun to fall from the sky. The rain was localized but encompassed the entire palace. Why is it raining? Tiana and Ward wondered, confused. Moments ago, the sky was ablaze, and now it was raining, confined solely to the palace. Could it be a power user? The thought struck them simultaneously, as it was the only explanation. Rog realized this as well, but searched nearby for any sign of Freya, finding none. Yet the rain continued to pour, intensifying with each moment. Rog's expression grew grave. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. He swung his long blade, flames adhering to its edge, embodying his title as the Fire Blade. Are you not coming out? Stop playing tricks, Rog said coldly. Ghost. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. Rog raised his blade to parry, clashing with the descending ghost. The sound echoed as Freya's figure materialized before Rog, his expression still one of calm indifference. Rog smirked, preparing to unleash another wave of flames, but Freya's ghostly green blade radiated an eerie light. Rog's gaze flickered as he suddenly perceived that he was no longer in his original position. Darkness enveloped him, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, a faint light appeared ahead, and without hesitation, Rog moved toward it. As he advanced, his form gradually morphed, becoming smaller and smaller, until he transformed into a slender youth of 14 or 15. The surroundings also underwent a dramatic change. He found himself on an ordinary island, where a village stood, home to a swordsmanship school. The frail youth passed by this school every day. Each time, he would pause briefly, gazing enviously at the other boys and girls practicing their swordsmanship. I must save enough berries. I too wish to learn the sword and grow stronger. The once frail boy vowed silently. Having fled to this place after pirates ravaged his hometown, initially intent on mere survival, he became determined to work hard and save money upon discovering the potential for strength here. Another day passed as the slender youth walked by, still lacking sufficient funds to learn swordsmanship. However, someone approached him from within the school. "Hey, do you wish to learn the sword? I see you pass by here every day," inquired a more robust boy. "But I don't have enough money," the slender youth replied. The sturdy boy grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "No worries. I'm the son of the school's owner. I'll ask my father to accept you." Thus began the acquaintance of the two boys. With the robust boy's efforts, the slender youth joined the school for a mere pittance. After joining, the slender youth, lacking knowledge, received hands-on instruction from the sturdy boy. They became both teacher and friend, their bond deepening to that of brothers. Time passed, and 2 years flew by. The sturdy boy had grown to 17. He yearned to venture into the world, unwilling to remain confined to this small village like his father, even if his father disapproved. He planned to sneak away. "Can I come with you?" asked the now less frail boy on the day the sturdy boy set off. "Then let us go together." The sturdy boy beamed his usual smile, shining like sunlight and illuminating the world of the once frail boy. They sailed the seas, and despite their youth, their commendable swordsmanship garnered them a notable reputation. Until one fateful day, they attracted the ire of a pirate crew, beset by a horde of over 100 pirates. They fought valiantly, leaving chaos in their wake, but when they finally regained their senses, they realized all their enemies lay defeated. Though it was a moment to celebrate, the sturdy boy suddenly collapsed. The once frail boy looked on, realizing that despite their victory, they had sustained significant injuries, with the sturdy boy's wounds appearing particularly grave. A deep, bloody gash marred his chest, exposing flesh and striking his heart, which was now bleeding profusely. Having forced himself to hold on through the battle, the sturdy boy could no longer maintain his resolve and collapsed. Wake up! Wake up! You can't sleep." The once frail boy pressed his hands against the sturdy boy's chest, staunching the flow of blood. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Panic and urgency etched across his face, as he, who had always listened to the sturdy boy, found himself at a loss. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of consciousness or a response to the once frail boy's cries. The sturdy boy unexpectedly stirred. Yet he appeared on the brink of death, teetering on the edge of existence. The once frail boy recognized this, tears shimmering in his eyes, refusing to fall. Aware of his impending demise, the sturdy boy did not despair, but instead smiled weakly, as he always had when addressing the once frail boy. "I had hoped to leave my mark upon the sea, but it seems that is no longer possible." The sturdy boy gazed at the almost tearful boy with a hint of regret. "Silly boy, you must live well. Don't forget to tell my father," he urged. Before the sturdy boy could finish, his strength seemed to wane, his eyes gradually closing as his head tilted to the side. "Rog, Rog, you promised to take me with you, to make our names resound across the sea. You liar." The last remaining youth bellowed loudly, calling out to Rog, hoping to awaken him once more. Unfortunately, despite his desperate cries, Rog remained utterly unresponsive. The boy was left in a stupor, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Thus, he lingered there for 10 days and nights, his frame gradually withering away, reminiscent of the frail boy he had been years ago. In a daze, he buried Rog's lifeless body in that place, burning the pirates as a farewell tribute to Rog. At the grave, the boy silently vowed that from that day forth, he would ensure that the name Rog would echo across the vast seas. He left behind his original sword to accompany Rog in death. While Rog's long blade was strapped to his waist, time passed swiftly, and during an unintentional voyage to an island, the youth, now grown into a young man, stumbled upon a fruit adorned with peculiar patterns. Recognizing it as a devil fruit, he swallowed it in his quest for strength, yearning to carry Rog's name across the ocean. Thus, the captain of the flame pirates, Fireblade Rog, was born. However, upon consuming the devil fruit, his thoughts began to shift. Although he still called out Rog's name, he increasingly diverged from his former self. He grew bloodthirsty, cruel, capricious, and developed a penchant for incinerating both objects and even humans. When had I transformed into this? The young man questioned, as memories of the past flickered through his mind, bringing him back to the present. Before him stood a young man clad in the Navy's righteous coat. His face remained serene, his sword gleaming with an eerie green hue. A shadow of black briefly glinting along the blade. Beside him lay a headless corpse, its hand tightly clutching a knife. The corpse appeared strikingly familiar. "Ah, that is me." The once frail boy lamented before his demise. He gazed at the knife, and in a moment of hazy recollection, he thought he saw a grinning smile, those shining teeth still radiating brilliance. As the world spun around him, Rog's head gently fell to the ground. For reasons unknown, tears streamed from his eyes, leaving two trails upon his face. Freyr cast a glance at Rog, who was ensnared by the influence of his slashing ghost technique, and smirked derisively. Those who are enslaved by power can never transcend my moves. Ultimately, he is but a fool blinded by strength. Nevertheless, my slashing ghost has gained considerable potency after merging with Geng Shirou slash. He reached for the ordinary dagger clasped in Rog's lifeless hand. Such mediocrity was Freyr's assessment. Tiana and Ward were not slow in their approach, yet when they arrived to assist, they beheld a strikingly handsome young naval officer. With short black hair and a height of 2 meters, calmly wielding a ghostly green blade, as he effortlessly severed the head of Rog. The captain of the formidable flame pirate crew, who had seemed invincible in their eyes. Tiana stared blankly at Rog's head on the ground, momentarily at a loss for how to react. She sank to the ground, allowing the rainwater to soak her white skirt, her thoughts drifting to her mother. To Robert, who had barely escaped with his life after being scorched, and to the innocents who had been ruthlessly slain during this time. She recalled the despairing fate she had managed to evade. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tiana burst into tears. Ward extended his right hand in a gesture of comfort. Yet as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for what to say. In these past days, he too had suffered the losses Tiana had endured, but as her brother and a knight of this kingdom, his dignity forbade him from displaying such vulnerability. Freyr gazed at Tiana, who was weeping uncontrollably, her sobs echoing in the air, and then turned his attention to Ward, whose expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. "Who are you?" Freyr inquired. Ward took a deep breath, steadying himself against the tide of sorrow that threatened to overwhelm him. "I am the vice-captain of the Knights of this realm, and I am also the brother of Princess Tiana. You may refer to me as Ward, Sir Navy." Freya nodded, recognizing that these two individuals hardly resembled pirates. Ward exuded an air of nobility and pride in his every gesture, yet his tone remained remarkably composed, contrasting sharply with the ruffians Freya had encountered previously. Moreover, Freya recalled from Jibe's account that the princess of this realm possessed flowing golden locks, azure eyes, and an exquisite visage. The young lady before him perfectly embodied this description, while the gentleman who claimed to be her brother also bore golden hair and blue eyes, their resemblance unmistakably marking them as siblings. "Greetings, I am Freya, a colonel of the Navy. I express my profound sorrow regarding the plight of your nation." As he spoke, Freya approached Tiana, gazing upon the pitiable maiden. At that moment, she was weeping uncontrollably, seemingly striving to release the tumult of anxiety and sorrow that weighed heavily upon her heart. Her trembling shoulders were adorned with tears mingled with mucus, rendering her an image of utter distress. The rain continued to pour over the palace, extinguishing all that burned within its confines, yet inevitably, both Ward and Tiana found themselves drenched by the relentless downpour. As Fry focused his mind, the rain around the palace ceased its descent. With a gesture of his right hand, a sphere of crystal-clear water materialized in his palm, which he then handed to Ward. He subsequently shed the navy coat draped over his shoulders and placed it over Tiana. Feeling the warmth envelop her, Tiana gazed up at Fry, who, with his strikingly handsome features, stated, "There are still other pirates to deal with in this area. I must take my leave." With a swift turn and a few quick strides, he departed. By the time Ward comprehended the situation, Fry had already vanished from sight. With Frey's action, Tiana's tears ceased to flow. Ward instinctively offered the water sphere he held, which, curiously, resembled a softball. Tiana touched the navy coat resting on her shoulders while observing the water sphere Ward extended toward her. "Brother, I must have lost my composure just now," she exclaimed. "Do not worry." That navy officer seemed quite honorable and unlikely to disclose this incident, Ward reassured her. "No, that's not what I meant," Tiana replied, her cheeks flushing. Lost in her thoughts, she snatched the water sphere from Ward's hand and scooped some water, marveling at how it separated without the sphere disintegrating. "Is this the power of a devil fruit? Truly remarkable," Ward remarked, observing the water sphere, reflecting on why they had been unable to apprehend Rog. He pondered the allure of acquiring a devil fruit, even as he had always believed in relying on their own strength. Tiana soon exhausted the water within the sphere, cleansing her face in the process. "Brother, that navy gentleman was indeed named Fry, correct?" she asked, wrapping the coat he had given her around her body. "Yes." He introduced himself as Fry, a navy colonel. Chapter 24. Aftermath. Aside from the pirates slain in the palace, Many still roamed in Qiushui city. The exertion had been considerable. Otherwise, he could have enveloped the entire city in rain. After all, after a day and night of travel at sea, even Fry had experienced significant fatigue, compounded by his recent confrontation with rock. Very well, I shall conjure a flowing current of water, he resolved. Acting on his thought, light rain began to fall once more above Frey's position. Remarkably, this gentle rain not only followed him but also consciously evaded his presence. After directing the rainfall for a while, Fry came to a halt. Over there, Freyr glanced towards his upper right, and although obscured by the buildings, he sensed the presence of individuals through the rain. At this moment, those who did not seek refuge were undoubtedly pirates. A surge of energy coursed through him as he propelled himself forward. Outside a building that remained unscathed, several pirates emerged, cursing and grumbling. One pirate brandished a steel blade, still stained with fresh blood, suggesting a recent act of violence, with droplets cascading to the ground. Damn it, if they dare to resist, we'll first sever their limbs. It's excruciating. The pirate, clutching his groin, left little to the imagination regarding his previous actions. This man deserves to perish for his blatant insolence. We are benevolent souls. Yet he insists on opposing us. It was lamentable, for the man possessed a certain charm. Keep your distance from us. They roared, laughter echoing in the air. Wait, why is it raining? The pirates looked up to find a light drizzle, yet curiously, they noticed a tranquil scene a distance away, while the rain fell solely in their vicinity. Indeed, scum like them should perish. A voice resonated ominously from an unknown source. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. The voice was spectral, sending shivers down the spines of the pirates. Look at this rain, one pirate exclaimed, noticing that the rainfall in their area intensified. And even more bizarrely, the raindrops began to converge, crawling towards them. Having chosen the path of piracy, let them drown in the water. The ghostly voice echoed again, as the rain corroborated its words, surging toward the pirates' bodies. In mere moments, the pirates were ensnared within a colossal sphere of water, gasping for breath. These pirates were adept swimmers, managing to hold their breath for a time. Yet, Freyr had no intention of allowing them such respite. The water within the immense sphere surged violently, invading their nostrils and ears. The first pirate could not withstand it, choking on the rainwater, leading to a swift demise. One by one, the second and third pirates followed suit. Within the confines of the water sphere, a crimson hue began to emerge, flowing from the bodies of the pirates. Freyr emerged from the chamber that the pirates had invaded, the horrific scene within igniting a deeper sense of vengeance within him. Pirates! Those scoundrels! If only I had been swifter, perhaps the two of you would have been spared. Alas! Freyr could only sigh, lamenting his belated arrival. With both Freyr and GG at his side, the number of pirates in the city was swiftly dwindling. The size of the flame pirates astonished Freyr, indeed. In this era, becoming a pirate bore no cost, as everyone yearned to dominate the fates of others. Yet, it was the ordinary populace that suffered the most from this reality. As time gradually approached dawn, the sky began to brighten. After Fry and Jachi dealt with the complete pirate menace of Qiushui, the two gathered together. It was at this moment that dawn arrived, casting a brilliant light upon the earth, though the warmth felt somewhat delayed and excessive. In the days that followed, Fry and Jachi chose not to depart, waiting for Prishido and the others to arrive while remaining vigilant against any unwelcome intruders. Since Fry and Jachi had vanquished all the pirates, the lengthy aftermath was overseen by Princess Tiana, the newly ascended queen, alongside Ward, the commander of the kingdom's knights. It was uncertain what trials Prishido and his companions had encountered, as their arrival was delayed by 2 days beyond expectations. However, Jachi and Fry were too indifferent to inquire. As long as they arrived safely, that was sufficient. Having already reached the Grand Line, Jachi was in no rush and rallied the naval forces under his command to assist. Although their numbers were limited, every contribution mattered. Jachi personally led efforts to aid the citizens of this nation, truly deserving of the people's affection he garnered in the original tale. His character, without question, lived up to the ideals of justice. During this period, Fry was equally industrious, mirroring Jachi's commitment to lend a hand since they were not leaving just yet. For days, a bustling group worked fervently. Although Ward was the prince of this realm, lacking the title did not diminish his substantial holdings. With the palace in ruins, Tiana, Fry, and the others were temporarily housed in a grand villa. In the villa's spacious living room, Fry sat at a large dining table, enjoying his meal alongside a glass of watermelon juice. Prishido, come here, Fry called, raising the glass of juice toward Prishido, who sat across from him. Prishido's expression darkened, unwilling to defy his elder brother. He begrudgingly used his ice powers to freeze the juice in Frey's hand. The onlookers chuckled quietly, save for one individual. Ha ha. Hop burst into laughter upon witnessing Prishido's flustered demeanor, showing no restraint. Even his typically reserved nature could not contain itself when Prishido found himself in such an embarrassing situation. You asked for it, Prishido shouted, his face flushed. Ha ha. Hop continued to ignore him, slapping the table and clutching his belly in amusement. Let us fight. Prishido gritted his teeth. Afraid of you. Hop retorted, rising from his seat. Calm down. There are others present, came a voice amidst the laughter. Freya took a sip of watermelon juice, her tone calm and composed as always. Yet, it sent a chill down the spines of Prishido and Hopel. The two fell silent in an instant. Joniel, indulging in his meal, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Truly, only Lord Freya could keep Prishido and Hopel in check. Others, even those like Kaji, would hardly garner their respect. Kaji shook his head in resignation, pondering the volatile nature of these two. Perhaps it was the incompatibility of their fruit abilities that caused such temperament. Esteemed naval officers, this is a specialty of our country. Do give it a try. I have already ensured that the other naval officers receive their share as well, so there is no need for concern, Tiana announced. She was dressed in a sleek black dress adorned with lace trim and elegant patterns. Her silky golden hair was tied back in a single ponytail, with wisps framing her fair forehead. She emerged from the kitchen, carefully placing the specially crafted floral pastries before each individual at the table before finally reaching Freya. Blushing, she looked at Freya and said, Mr. Freya, please do sample this. She presented him with a pastry that was distinct from those on the other plates, not placing it on the table but offering it directly to him. This was her handmade creation. Thank you. Freya gently held Tiana's delicate hand, glancing at her before calmly retreating with the flour cake in hand. It was so smooth and tender, a thought that crossed Freya's mind. Tiana, merely touched, blushed slightly, gazing at Freya with a look full of affection. Oh. The onlookers observed this scene, casting meaningful glances at the two, with Joniel's gaze being the most intense. He regarded Tiana, noting that she was indeed the queen of a nation, seemingly only 3 years younger than Freya, having just reached adulthood in this country, thus qualifying to be Freya's woman. Prishido and Hope also cast their eyes upon this potential sister-in-law, their expressions revealing satisfaction. They were a match made in heaven, both in talent and beauty, and most importantly, she stood at a height comparable to that of the elder brother, an impeccable pairing. Only Kakiji sat with a gloomy expression, consuming the flour cake in his hand, which had an oddly sour taste. Perhaps I shouldn't have exchanged with Freya, he mused, glancing at the stunning Tiana, waves of emotion stirring within him. But then, he shook his head vigorously. No, no. My love for Guion cannot be swayed by anyone else. Away with such thoughts. Kakiji brushed aside the disloyal notions that intruded his mind. I cannot betray Guion, he murmured softly. The others, initially engrossed in Freya and Tiana's interaction, turned to Kakiji, puzzled by his peculiar behavior. If Fry were aware, he would undoubtedly inform Kaki, so rest assured. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. Others have rejected you on numerous occasions, and it has nothing to do with you, all right? Chapter 25. Individual guidance after everyone finished their meal. They gradually joined the effort of constructing temporary housing in the country, which has become the utmost priority. The destruction wrought by the Fireblade Rog was so extensive that many civilians are still cramped into a single dwelling. Only by addressing the issue of housing can they better engage in the restoration of the nation. After a day filled with labor, everyone returned to the villa. Fresh from his shower, Fry was greeted by the ever-patient Tiana. Princess Tiana, what brings you here? Fry inquired, somewhat perplexed. He could sense Tiana's feelings towards him. Yet he found himself devoid of any reciprocal sentiments at that moment. You may simply call me Tiana, Mr. Fry. There is no need for formalities, she replied. Dressed in a loose-fitting black training outfit, Tiana's attire did little to conceal her graceful figure and ample bosom. To be candid, Tiana was the most enchanting girl Fry had ever encountered. In his recollection, only the 3 characters from the original work could possibly rival her beauty. Yet he had not laid eyes on them, making her the unrivaled beauty in his experience. I have come to request your instruction in swordsmanship, Tiana stated earnestly. Did not Uncle Robert mention that he is no match for you? I must learn from you to grow stronger. Tiana's ears flushed with a rosy hue as she spoke, and Fry discerned a hint of something deeper, though he chose not to address it. In truth, Robert had never made such a claim. Tiana had merely concocted an excuse. However, after witnessing Fry sever Rog's head, both she and Ward were convinced of Frey's extraordinary sword skills. For how else could one decapitate a being capable of elemental transformation? Clearly, while their nation was relatively prosperous, they remained oblivious to the existence of conqueror's haki. Otherwise, Robert would not have found himself in such a passive position. Freya gazed at Tiana, who stood before him with her hands clasped behind her back, her head bowed, unable to meet his eyes, yet occasionally stealing glances at him. Indeed, she was exquisite, a sight to behold. While he did not wish to engage in anything intimate at present, the kind-hearted Tiana was undoubtedly worthy of his guidance. After changing into a training outfit, he accompanied Tiana to the practice room within the villa. This space had once been Ward's sanctuary for training during his youth, but it had fallen into neglect for a time and had only recently been restored. Upon their entrance, Tiana gently closed the door behind them. Freya gazed at her in confusion. "I would prefer not to be disturbed, if you please, Mr. Fry." Tiana tilted her head, her cerulean eyes shimmering with an irresistible allure. Ahem. Fry cleared his throat, suppressing his fantasies. He nodded, conceding to her wishes. The two stood facing each other. Tiana took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, her chest gently rising and falling. Frey cast a few discreet glances at the swaying arc beautiful. Then, his expression turned serious as he solemnly picked up the wooden sword. Tiana mirrored his demeanor, abandoning her previous infatuation for a more earnest attitude. Regardless of the methods she employed to solicit Frey's guidance, Tiana's determination to grow stronger was indisputable. In the past, she believed her homeland to be formidable even within the Grand Line, but the arrival of Roger revealed to her that in the eyes of true masters, her nation was merely a fragile entity, one that could be obliterated at any moment. "Tiana, I shall commence," Frey murmured. "Please, do not go easy on me, Mr. Frey. Teach me without restraint," Tiana exclaimed. After uttering those words, she felt an unsettling sensation, her face flushed crimson. Noticing Frey's composed expression, she inwardly chided herself for once again succumbing to infatuation. Unbeknownst to her, Frey was inwardly astonished. However, years of discipline allowed him to remain unruffled in various situations, preventing any outward display of his surprise. With the wooden sword raised, he launched an attack towards Tiana. His arm moved gracefully, the wooden sword simultaneously aimed at her shoulder, arm, abdomen, and thigh. Frey's movements were sluggish, allowing Tiana to effortlessly defend herself. Freya nodded, realizing that Tiana possessed some skill, thus deciding to accelerate. "Tiana, be cautious, for I am about to increase my pace." After Frey finished speaking, he realized that his words were somewhat inappropriate, particularly in the context of being alone with a woman. He silently cursed himself and abruptly quickened the pace of his wooden sword. It was evident that Tiana, who had previously handled the situation with ease, now found herself struggling to cope. Freyr understood that he was there to serve as a sparring partner and trainer, so he subtly adjusted his speed to allow Tiana to acclimate without overwhelming her. Thus, as Freyr continuously offered challenges and Tiana adeptly responded, time gradually slipped away. In the villa's designated bathing area, Pre-Kaitahop and Joniel emerged together. After wandering around the villa for a while, they realized Freyr was nowhere to be found. Where could the elder brother be? "The door to his room is ajar," Pre-Kaitahop inquired. Both Hop and Joniel shook their heads, equally perplexed. "Oh well, it's not as if Lord Freyr could simply vanish. Let us seek out Major General Kaji. He possesses superior cigars, far better than mine." Joniel recalled the two cigars Kaji had previously gifted him, the exquisite flavor still vivid in his memory, rich and lingering. Pre-Kaitahop and Hop, however, displayed little interest. Influenced by Freyr's teachings, while they did not abstain from alcohol as he did, they had no inclination toward smoking. "You go ahead, we shall pass," Pre-Kaitahop remarked. Hop nodded in agreement, not wishing to counter Pre-Kaitahop. "Very well." With the two disinterested, Joniel ventured off to find Kaji. Once he departed, the remaining two found themselves somewhat bored. "Since we have time to spare, let us engage in a combat exercise that requires no abilities," Pre-Kaitahop suggested. Exchanging playful glances with Hop, who felt a strong urge to retaliate. "Come on, I was just thinking of giving you a good beating," he retorted. "Humph. Who beats whom remains to be seen. Their brother. I will soon make you aware of the dignity of the second brother," Hop replied. As they bantered, they soon arrived at the training room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sounds of Tiana's spirited exclamations and Freyr's gentle voice. "Tiana, splendid. It seems you have adapted to my speed. Now, I shall increase it further." "Mr. Freyr, rest assured, I can endure," she responded. Outside the training room, Pre-Kaitahop and Hop exchanged knowing glances, a mischievous smile gracing their faces, their expressions tinged with an unmistakable air of mischief. Meanwhile, Joniel approached Kaji, who was engaged in discussions with Robert and Ward regarding the following day's affairs. Robert's injuries had been severe, but after several days, he had nearly recovered. However, the scars from the burns remained a permanent reminder. Fortunately, Robert had long since moved beyond superficial concerns. His focus lay on restoring the nation, strengthening his disciple Ward, and ensuring that Tiana found a knight worthy of her. Joniel, with a bold demeanor, requested a cigar from Kaji, who, devoid of any semblance of the authority befitting a major general, readily complied. Known for his amiable nature, Kaji had established a close rapport with Frere and the others, often engaging in light-hearted banter. Producing a cigar, he handed it to Joniel, and the two indulged in the pleasures of smoke with great delight. Cough, cough. Robert and Ward were overwhelmed by the smoke. My apologies, Kaji and Joniel both said, somewhat abashed. Robert waved them off, indicating it was no trouble. Though Kaji was somewhat carefree, he was considerate of others, and the discomfort of Robert and Ward prompted him to extinguish his cigar. Observing this, Joniel similarly followed suit, though he carefully preserved the remainder, tucking it away with great caution. Kaji shook his head, bemused. That foolish lad. It seems Frere has tea provided him with the finest things. Little did Kaji know, Joniel's carefree nature often led him to inadvertently mishandle certain items. Most of the money given by Frye has been spent by Joniel to settle debts, although there is still a considerable amount left. It suffices to procure some fine cigars and enjoy decent beverages, which is already quite generous of Frye. As the group conversed, they decided to procure some drinks to accompany their discussion. En route, they happened to pass by the training room, where they noticed Prachito and Hop eavesdropping sneakily outside the door. What are you two up to? Jaji suddenly inquired. Shoo. Prachito and Hop shot him a glance, signaling him to remain silent. However, upon the arrival of Robert and Ward, their expressions changed dramatically. The princess of the opposing nation, soon to be queen, was inside engaged in a lively spar with her elder brother, making their clandestine behavior appear rather inappropriate. Prachito, Hop, what are you two doing sneaking around? Joniel remarked, feeling ignored. His voice was loud enough for Frye and Tiana within the training room to hear. Leaning against the door, Prachito and Hop heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. One of the footfalls seemed unsteady, as if the person was overly fatigued. Instantly, Prachito and Hop glared at Joniel in irritation. You loudmouth. You're always causing trouble. Joniel, bewildered, responded, What's wrong with saying a few words? What are you doing here? Frye pushed open the door to the training room and noticed 6 individuals outside. The group turned to look at Frye, only to see a beautiful young girl limping out behind him, her steps unsteady. Frye instinctively reached out to steady her, concerned she might fall. Upon closer inspection, they noticed Tiana's clothing and hair were disheveled, her flawless forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Her breath was fragrant, and her cheeks bore an unusual flush, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Given her earlier gait, it was difficult for the onlookers not to speculate. Goodness! Jaji exclaimed, utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Frye, who appeared so earnest, could have achieved such intimacy in such a short span of time, and it seemed quite audacious. He felt a pang of jealousy. He was now thoroughly envious. The prospect of being promoted to Major General upon his return to headquarters seemed far less appealing now. Damn it, I've suffered a significant loss. Jaji lamented, feeling deeply frustrated. In contrast, Joniel, Prachito, and Hop regarded Frye with admiration. Indeed, he was formidable in every conceivable aspect. However, Robert and Ward wore expressions of discontent. Robert's feelings were complex. Among the group, Frye was undoubtedly the most favorable, and Tiana had an evident affection for him. Yet, the rapid progression of their relationship struck him as too hasty. Tiana had yet to formally ascend to the throne. Logically, such actions were inappropriate. If Robert felt this way, one could only imagine how Ward felt. Tiana was his sister, and the fact that she had been claimed by Frye, who was destined to return to the Navy and would not remain by her side, was a source of great distress. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ward's hand instinctively moved to his waist, contemplating that had it not been for Frye as crucial assistance to their nation during a dire time, and had it not been for Tiana as evident fondness for him, perhaps he could have reconciled with this situation. In that moment, Ward grappled with numerous justifications to persuade himself, yet he could not restrain his emotions. You scoundrel! Tiana, how could you? His voice grew increasingly agitated as he drew his sword, pointing it at Frye and declaring, I demand a duel. If you lose, you shall remain here and serve as Tiana's knight. He understood he was no match for Frye, but at that moment, he could not afford to back down, even at the cost of his own life. Tiana, oblivious to the misunderstanding, particularly regarding her brother Ward's intense demeanor, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she hurriedly explained, "Brother, there is nothing between Mr. Fry and me. He is merely instructing me." Upon hearing this, Ward's eyes blazed with fury, feeling as though Fry was deceiving an innocent girl. The gazes of the others shifted toward Fry, particularly Jaji, who now regarded him with a look that suggested disdain. Frere observed their peculiar gazes and then looked at Ward, who seemed as if he would swallow him whole. He sighed in exasperation. What were they all thinking? Moreover, Tiana's earlier remarks had only added fuel to the fire. In an effort to dispel this misunderstanding, Frere hastily exclaimed, "Please, do not jump to conclusions. I was merely practicing swordsmanship with Tiana. If you wish, you may take a look." With that, Frere stepped aside to allow them a clear view of the training room. The group exchanged glances. Indeed, there were no signs of a battle between the two, only a pair of battered wooden swords. As they turned their attention back to Tiana, they recalled that her gait had seemed somewhat unsteady, and she had emerged clutching her abdomen and arm, likely indicating the effects of a wooden sword strike. Realizing the blunder they had made, Ward's face flushed crimson. "Ha! My sincerest apologies, Tiana, Mr. Frere." Tiana huffed, turning her head away, indicating her desire not to see him. "Well then, just focus on training harder to become stronger, instead of indulging in foolish thoughts," she added. Ward scratched his head with an awkward grin, choosing not to elaborate, for any explanation would only exacerbate the situation. As long as Tiana was unharmed, everything else was of little consequence. Frere shook his head in silence, at a loss for words regarding the matter. Ward's behavior was, after all, rather typical. If Frere had a sister, he would undoubtedly have dealt ruthlessly with anyone who dared to mistreat her, leaving any further considerations for after the perpetrator had met their demise. Thus, he did not dwell on Ward's misunderstanding, especially since Ward himself had expressed that if he were to lose, he would merely remain there to keep Tiana company. How splendid a brother-in-law he would be. And so, this farcical episode came to an end. The trio of Jonier exchanged glances filled with regret, while Kaji merely shook his head, having realized that this affair had little to do with him. Robert, meanwhile, felt a sense of relief wash over him, though his expression remained inscrutable and rigid. With that, everyone returned to their respective abodes. Tiana, having worked up quite a sweat, naturally required a wash. Once refreshed and dried, she returned to her room. Lying on her bed with her eyes closed, the image of Frere persistently occupied her mind. Recalling Ward's misunderstanding and the gazes of those present, Tiana felt her cheeks flush, accompanied by the realization, "I seem to have missed something significant with Mr. Frere." In his own room, Frere changed out of his clothes, placing his weapons, the Ghost Slayer and the Azura, in their proper places, preparing for sleep. Although not much had transpired today, it had nonetheless been quite an entertaining affair. As Fry lay in bed, the visage of Tiana danced in his mind. Those sparkling azure eyes, adorned with charming lashes, and her delicate lips, her graceful figure swaying as she absorbed his swordsmanship guidance. Damn, it feels as though I have overlooked something. Suddenly, all traces of drowsiness vanished from Fry. Shaking his head, he donned his attire, seized his demon slayer, and brought along Azura, lest some unfortunate soul attempt to draw it from its sheath. Stepping outside, Fry ventured alone into the villa's garden. It had been far too long since he had truly practiced his swordsmanship. Tonight was the perfect occasion to hone his skills. Although Fry could absorb knowledge and experience through the marks, merely relying on this would confine his ultimate achievements to the same level as the original mark's owner, preventing him from surpassing it. Thus, after assimilating the skills embedded within the weapon, Fry would typically spend a period transforming them into his own. "I grow stronger because of you, yet you cannot bind me." This was akin to phrase Zhan Yu and Zhan Xing. The former was derived from his understanding of the Demon Slayer, but now Zhan Yu had also incorporated the Azura slash from the Azura blade. As for Zhan Xing, it was a culmination of Frey's comprehension of Zhan Tai, blended with his own learning, resulting in a powerful strike imbued with spirit and vitality, the strongest force he could muster. Even now, Fry could not wield it effectively, nor could he employ it as a conventional technique. This limitation stemmed from his inadequate mastery over his own body. Hence, Frey's desire to journey to the headquarters was far from superficial. Acquiring Zhan Tai and the swift current fruit merely expedited this process. The Navy's 6 styles were something Fry had long aspired to master, potent techniques developed through physical training and mastery of the body. They could provide an exceptional foundation for an ordinary individual, though such an individual must possess innate talent. Frey believes that once he masters these few techniques, his strength will undergo a remarkable transformation. Moreover, after acquiring the Marine's 6 styles, there exists a technique known as life return, which is of paramount importance to Frey, as it enhances his already formidable stamina. This, in turn, greatly aids Frey in his exploration of the swift current fruit. To fully develop the fruit's abilities, one must possess sufficient physical endurance. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary the powers may be, they would revert to their original state after a brief usage, which is hardly ideal. Unable to sleep, Frey spent the entire night practicing swordsmanship in the garden of the villa. He yearned to develop more powerful techniques, but found himself at a loss. It was not that such techniques did not exist. Rather, he sought something that truly belonged to him, not merely borrowed from others. Could it be that by renaming the Azura slash, it would genuinely become his own? No, it would merely be a technique utilized by him, lacking the true essence of personal connection. What Frey desires are things akin to the slashing of the specter and the slashing of the stars. This morning, the sunlight was as radiant as ever. Tiana rose early, and although Robert and Ward were by her side to assist, the multitude of matters she needed to attend to each day was overwhelming, compelling her to seek Frey's guidance only under the cover of night. Rising early was also her intent to prepare a unique delicacy for Frey, one that epitomizes the kingdom of princesses and knights. In this land, there exists a special flower known as the radiant blossom, characterized by its 5 layers of petals, each adorned in a distinct hue. Not only does it bloom in splendid beauty, but it is also edible, offering a delicate taste that leaves a lingering fragrance upon consumption. The flower cake Tiana had prepared for Frey the previous day was crafted specifically with this blossom. Moreover, the radiant blossom can be incorporated into various other ingredients. What Tiana was currently preparing was a breakfast porridge infused with the radiant blossom, elegantly garnished with dried petals, not only visually appealing but also delightfully flavorful. Presented in exquisite crimson dishes and paired with condiments, Tiana felt a wave of joy at the thought of Frey savoring the heartfelt breakfast she had prepared. With a cheerful step, she made her way toward Frey's chamber. Upon arrival, she noticed the door slightly ajar. "Mr. Frey?" she called softly. "Mr. Frey? Where are you?" Surveying the surroundings, she found no trace of him, and disappointment washed over her. Despite her efforts in crafting such a delightful meal, Mr. Frey would not be able to taste it. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. "Mr. Frey!" Tiana exclaimed, turning in surprise. Approaching her was Mr. Jackie. A cigar clenched between his lips. "Ah, Mr. Jackie," Tiana said, somewhat disheartened, having expected to see Mr. Frey instead. Jackie removed the cigar from his mouth, tilting his head slightly to the side with a hint of melancholy. "What is this? Am I so unappreciated?" Observing the food in Tiana's hands, he instantly recognized her intention to bring breakfast to Frey. The disparity between individuals struck him, deepening his sense of gloom, as if his entire countenance was steeped in untold stories. Noticing that Frey was not present, Tiana apologized to Jackie and decided to move past him, leaving him to feign profundity. Once Tiana departed, Jackie found himself momentarily taken aback. "What was I here for?" he pondered. After a brief pause, he recalled that he had come to inform Frey of his intention to leave. They had lingered here long enough, and the higher-ups had begun to voice their concerns. "Well, it can wait," he concluded, dismissing the matter as trivial. Meanwhile, Tiana, unwilling to accept Frey's absence, began to search for him. After a short while, she finally spotted Frey in the villa's garden. Seizing the opportunity while her food was still warm, she approached him. "Mr. Frey," Tiana spoke softly, her eyes glistening with affection, radiating tender emotions. From a distance, Frey spotted her, recognizing her intent as she approached with food. His gaze fixated on Tiana, scrutinizing the young lady before him. Her neatly tied, lustrous golden hair framed her face, and today she adorned herself in a charming pleated skirt, her delicate ears embellished with sparkling accessories. Graceful and adept, she exuded an air of warmth and elegance, equally at home in the parlor or the kitchen. This was Frey's impression of her. His intense scrutiny lasted a full 5 minutes, rendering Tiana's cheeks rosy and her head warm with embarrassment. "Mr. Frey." A voice as delicate as a whispering breeze interrupted his reverie, pulling his wandering thoughts back to the present. Clearing his throat, Frey theatrically coughed into his hand. He then accepted the breakfast Tiana offered, indulging in it voraciously before wiping his mouth. "Delicious, Tiana. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mr. Frey." "I shall take my leave now," Tiana replied, her eyes curving into a crescent of joy, a smile gracing her lips. She collected the dishes with a cheerful demeanor and departed, still beaming. Frey shook his head and patted his own forehead. Am I enchanted? It was night once more. Another evening. In the training room, Frere, as he had the day before, was instructing Tiana. To Frere's surprise, Tiana displayed an extraordinary aptitude for swordsmanship. Freya pondered for a moment, realizing that his stay here would not be prolonged, and decided to impart some skills possessed by true warriors to Tiana before departing. Ceasing his continued assault on Tiana, Freya cast aside his wooden sword and remarked, "Tiana, do you understand why I was able to sever the head of the elemental rod?" Initially perplexed by Freya's abrupt halt, Tiana quickly comprehended his intention upon hearing his words. "Mr. Freya intends to teach me such techniques?" "Indeed." Freya nodded affirmatively. "Then I shall rely on you, Mr. Freya." As Tiana spoke, her heart raced. The notion that Mr. Freya was willing to share such mysterious skills with her was exhilarating. In that moment, Tiana contemplated many thoughts but remained focused on her current task. Thus, for the first time, Tiana discovered the existence of a concept known as haki in this world. What Freya aimed to teach her was the armament haki, the most prevalent and practical form of haki. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days elapsed. On the 8th day, Kaki received a call from headquarters. And the caller was none other than the strategist known as the Warlord of Buddha. "How much longer do you intend to keep those people from me? It has been a damned month." The phone bug simulated the warlord's furious voice, as if saliva were flying in all directions. "I understand, within a few days. I will bring Freya and the others back to headquarters," Kaki replied nonchalantly. "Just remember your words." Subsequently, the phone bug transitioned from a furious visage back to a normal state. Kaki shrugged, appearing helpless. "It seems I must take my leave, dear brother Freya. I have done my utmost. If I delay any further, I fear the warlord may tear me apart." That very night, Kaki shared this matter with Freya and Tiana, subtly indicating the extent of the current anger of their superior. "Then let us depart. We have indeed lingered here long enough," Freya asserted. However, his elder brother, Prihito, glanced at Freya and then at Tiana, seemingly at a loss for words, caught between speaking and remaining silent. "Enough of this," Freya concluded. Frere shook his head, urging him to be silent. Observing this, the others refrained from further comment, for Frere and his companions were, after all, naval officers. Their prolonged presence here had already caused considerable complications. They were not stationed troops. Tiana, upon hearing Frere's words, merely fell into silence. Ward glanced at Frere. This young naval colonel had earned his respect. Was he truly about to depart? One could only hope that Tiana would not be too disheartened. Sighing inwardly, Ward lamented. In the deep of night, Frere lay in bed, feeling no aversion to leaving. Even if Kaji remained silent, even if the headquarters made no demands, Frere intended to depart from this place. Having squandered an entire month, he acknowledged that while his physical strength and swordsmanship had improved, the progress felt all too slow. How could he possibly hope to confront that monster next year? How could he safeguard that regretful man in the world of pirates? Yet, a part of him felt reluctant to part ways. Undeniably, Tiana's meticulous care during these days had bestowed upon Frere a sense of comfort. Would this beautiful maiden and he conclude their connection here? Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Frere was still lost in thought when a knock echoed from outside. He approached the door and pulled it open to reveal a stunning figure clad in loose white pajamas, her face adorned with a playful smile. Without waiting for Frere to utter a word, Tiana stepped forward and pressed her soft, rosy lips against his. Frere's eyes widened in disbelief as he found himself unexpectedly kissed. As he felt something clumsily moving within his mouth, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Tiana. Gazing at her tightly shut eyes and the rosy hue that enveloped her cheeks and neck, he felt a pang of affection, questioning his own masculinity. Chapter 28. Farewell in the dead of night. Tiana hurriedly exited Frere's room, her white pajamas slightly disheveled. Casting a quick glance back at Frere, her heart raced, and she lowered her charming head, hastily departing. Unbeknownst to her, for men lurked around a hidden corner, stealthily observing her retreat. These four were Prachito, Hop, Joniel, and Kaki, huddled together, leering at Tiana as she hurried away. Once Tiana had distanced herself, the four emerged from their concealment, gazing in the direction she had vanished. Major Kaki certainly understands. Joniel nudged Kaki with his elbow, his gaze dripping with mischief. Kaki returned the look with a similarly lascivious expression, his face almost unbearable to behold. The two exchanged glances, chuckling giddily. Prachito and Hop discreetly distanced themselves from the duo to avoid being tainted by such an atmosphere. "Do you think her elder brother and sister-in-law have something going on?" Prachito mused, gesturing animatedly with his hands, one finger weaving through the loop formed by another. Unbeknownst to him, his own expression had begun to take on a lewd quality as he chuckled softly. In a moment of serendipity, Frere quietly stepped out, catching sight of Prachito's antics, his face darkening with displeasure. The other three, having been engrossed in Prachito's words, turned their heads simultaneously and were met with Frere's grim visage. Their expressions shifted dramatically, particularly Hops and Jonial's, who felt an icy chill creep into their hearts. Then, they heard Prachito, oblivious to the tension, continue with his careless banter. "Hey, third brother, do you think sister-in-law might become pregnant and bear an adorable baby?" Prachito prattled on. Third brother, third brother. He was talking to himself, gradually sensing something amiss. Under normal circumstances, had he addressed Hop in such a manner, a quarrel would have ensued. Yet now there was an unsettling silence. Prachito glanced at the three, and from their startled expressions, he discerned a figure materializing behind him. Instantly, his body stiffened, turning slowly like an archaic robot. "Elder brother," Prachito lamented, his face contorted in distress. Frere cast a calm glance at him and patted Prachito on the shoulder. "You are quite remarkable," he remarked. Then, with a fierce glare directed at both Jackie and the others, he retreated into the room. "Am I doomed?" Prachito lamented in despair. "Take heart," Hope expressed his condolences, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. "You brought this upon yourself for calling me third brother." Prachito turned his gaze toward the other two. Jonial and Jackie, however, expressed their inability to assist, merely shrugging before departing. Hope, too, left with a look of schadenfreude, leaving Prachito in a state of despondency. The following day, Frere donned his naval uniform and gathered with others who had been preparing since dawn at the entrance of the villa. Tiana had also risen early, first preparing breakfast for Frere before waiting there. Ward and Robert were no exceptions. They were present to bid farewell to Frere and the others. All gatherings must eventually part. "This departure is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion," Ward remarked, intending to comfort Tiana. "Brother, may I accompany Mr. Frere to the harbor?" Tiana asked with a tone of longing. "You are soon to become the true queen of the nation. Naturally, this is your prerogative," Ward replied with a nod. Tiana beamed with a radiant smile, captivating many of the naval officers who caught sight of her. However, they quickly composed themselves, for it was well known that this enchanting maiden shared intricate ties with Colonel Frere. And who is Colonel Frere? He is a figure who stands on equal footing with Major Jackie, a brother-in-arms, and the one who beheaded a notorious pirate with a bounty of 250 million berries this year. Thus, for them, it is wise to refrain from indulging in unfounded fantasies. Upon receiving permission, Tiana stepped closer to Frere, while Jackie and Hope instinctively maintained a respectful distance. Fry and Tiana gazed at each other in silence, neither speaking a word. Yet whenever their eyes met, Tiana's glance would instinctively shy away, her cheeks flushing crimson with bashfulness as she dared not hold Frere's gaze. As the royal capital of the kingdom of princesses and knights, the port of Qiushui was not far from the villa where Fry and his companions currently resided. A leisurely stroll would take no more than 30 minutes. Yet for some inexplicable reason, today's journey stretched to nearly an hour. Under Frey's steady gaze and Tiana's fleeting glances, the group finally arrived at the warship's berth. After seeing them aboard, Tiana fixed her glistening eyes on Fry. This time, she did not look away. Sensing the moment, the others tactfully retreated inward, turning their attention to the sea or the deck. "Fry-sama, call me Diurnans," Fry said solemnly. Tiana bit her lip. "Diurnans, I will come for you. I look forward to that day." Their eyes locked as time seemed to slow. "Forgive me," Fry murmured. "I understand," Tiana replied with a radiant smile, so bright it deepened Frey's guilt. "You were never an ordinary man, Diurnans. This world still needs you in many places. I don't blame you. It's precisely this side of you that I love." Then, she stepped forward and embraced him gently, nothing more. Feeling her soft touch, Fry cast aside restraint and kissed her. Tiana cradled his face, responding fervently. Below the warship, Ward and Robert watched the scene with complex expressions. They remained silent, knowing Fry Diurnans was the knight Tiana had been searching for all along. After what felt like an eternity, they parted. Tiana retrieved a pink din-din mushie from her pocket and pressed it into Fry's hands before turning to descend the gangway. Standing beside Ward and Robert, she waved at him. "Goodbye," she called, hands cupped like a trumpet, her sky-blue eyes lingering on him. "Goodbye." Fry mirrored her gesture. Then, with a sweeping motion of his arm, set sail. "Depart." "Aye, aye." Freya departed aboard a warship, leaving the country behind. Tiana did not turn away until the vessel had completely vanished from her sight. "Brother, teacher, we must become stronger," she declared earnestly. "Coincidentally, Diurnans mentioned that he could impart to you what he has taught me." "What things?" Ward and Robert were aware that Tiana had been undergoing special training under Freya's guidance. With remarkable results, they both recognized that the girl was rapidly approaching their own level of strength. Initially, they had merely marveled at Freya's formidable prowess, certain that he would one day achieve great renown upon the seas. Little did they anticipate that he would leave behind valuable knowledge after his departure. Judging by Tiana's serious demeanor, it seemed that this knowledge would be of immense benefit to their advancement. After departing from this place, Fry reverted to his former self, lounging in the chair with no trace of the deep emotions he had previously displayed. At this moment, Pritchitto's reckless spirit resurfaced. He quietly remarked to Hope and Joniel, "How long do you think our brother will stay away? I heard from the elders of the South Sea that once a man engages in such deeds, he cannot help but ponder them endlessly. Goodness, could he truly say such things?" Hope and Joniel stared at Pritchitto in disbelief. They then glanced at Fry, who had turned to regard them, and promptly turned away, each whistling a tune they had picked up from who knows where, moving swiftly in opposite directions. Pritchitto instantly grasped the situation, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, soon dampening his collar. "You certainly have a way with words. How did I not notice this about you before, Chit?" 2. Fry articulated the last 4 syllables almost syllable by syllable, his voice low yet imbued with an unsettling chill that sent shivers through Pritchitto. "Big brother, please stop," Pritchitto stammered. Fry clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Come on. Let us see if you've made any progress these days. I've been rather lackadaisical with my concern for you." Trembling, Pritchitto followed Fry into the training room aboard the warship. Outside the training room, Hope and Joniel leaned against the doorframe. After a brief while, they heard the cacophony of cracking bones and anguished cries. Eventually, the sound subsided, and both Hope and Joniel breathed a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging their good fortune. Chapter 29. Headquarters. Perhaps due to the maritime routes, Fry and his companions experienced a remarkably smooth journey to the headquarters, encountering not a single pirate along the way. After more than 2 months of continuous sailing, they finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. As they drew near, Fry beheld the infamous location, Marineford, a site plagued by misfortune yet later replaced in prominence. Situated at the heart of the Grand Line, it bordered the islands of Sabaody, the Red Line, and the Holy Land of Mariehua. The area between Justice Island, Eni's Lobby, and Impel Down was encircled by 3 gates of justice, forming a whirlpool current exclusively for government use. Viewed from above, the island resembled a crescent moon, boasting not only combat facilities but also residential areas for the families of the Navy personnel. For Pritchitto, Joniel, and Hope, this was their inaugural visit, and upon witnessing the magnificent architecture, they could not help but express their awe. This place was indeed hailed as the emblem of peace during the Great Pirate Era, the very stronghold of the Navy's elite forces. As they navigated the warship, the group finally arrived at the harbor of Marineford. Captain Qiushui called for his subordinate, instructing his perpetually inconspicuous aide to lead the sailors back to their homes, each to their respective families. After this journey, rest was certainly in order, although Fry and his companions were currently devoid of such luxury. The 4 of them, under Qiushuy's guidance, made their way to a designated location. Along the way, they encountered numerous Navy soldiers and officers, including several mid to high-ranking naval officers. Frary could sense that these individuals, placed in any branch, were the Sea Army de la Sea Army. It was evident that they were truly exceptional, a stark contrast to his own 327th branch, which paled in comparison. The disparity was immense. As they traversed through the residential buildings of the Navy and numerous training grounds, they finally arrived at their destination, a vast base. The perimeter was merely enclosed by a simple fence, yet the naval personnel guarding the entrance stood tall and robust. Even without assessing their capabilities, their impressive demeanor spoke volumes. "Frary, my brother, let me take you for registration," said Jiaji. Freya nodded, permitting Kaki to continue leading the way. Having served as an elite trainee in this establishment for a considerable period, Kaki was quite familiar with the surroundings. He skillfully guided Freya and the others to a 2-story building. Upon entering, they found the interior to be simply furnished, devoid of any superfluous clutter. Kaki led them to the door of a room on the 2nd floor and knocked gently. "Come in," a voice resonated from within. Pushing the door open, they entered an office where a middle-aged man sat, standing approximately 3 meters tall and appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. He sported a small patch of black beard, and his well-defined muscles strained against his clothing, resembling a bodybuilder. This was Rear Admiral Moore of the Naval Headquarters, the highest authority in the elite training camp, second only to Zephyr, the chief instructor. while Zephyr primarily focused on nurturing the promising new generation of naval recruits. Moore was responsible for assisting Zephyr in the overall management of the elite training camp. Glaring at the nonchalant Kaki, Moore expressed his frustration. Tossing the documents he held in Kaki's direction as he said, "So you do remember to return." Kaki deftly dodged, chuckling. "Didn't I come back? I've been on my best behavior in the kingdom of princesses and knights, doing nothing but good deeds." "Humph. If I weren't aware of what you've been up to, do you think this matter would simply be overlooked?" "Please, don't be angry," Kaki replied, gesturing toward Freya and the others. "I brought them back safe and sound." Moore rolled his eyes. "If anything happens to them, don't even think about your promotion to Rear Admiral this year." He then strode over to Freya, scrutinizing him closely, before turning his attention to Prachito and the others. "Come forward to register. Remember, you must clearly state your fruit abilities. This is crucial for Zephyr's guidance." Frary and the others nodded in understanding. They took 4 sheets of paper from Moore and began to fill them out. Moore was absolutely correct. There was no need for them to conceal anything. Even within the Navy, there were those with the natural type abilities, and there were 3 others as well. Consequently, Frary directly noted his possession of the stream fruit. In addition, he included a rough estimate of his swordsmanship, embellishing it slightly, claiming he could contend with sword masters. As for his physical prowess, Frary was uncertain of his true strength, so he indicated it was on par with his swordsmanship. He did not hide his mastery of armament hockey, incorporating that as well. Once Prachito and the others had completed their forms, Frary handed his sheet to Moore last. In truth, the strength of the 4 had already been recorded at headquarters, but the capabilities of the youth, particularly those of Frary and his companions, were in constant flux. Moore requested they fill these out, knowing he would conduct tests afterward. He merely hoped these youngsters would refrain from employing any tricks. In the elite training camp, pretending to be weak held no significance. He picked up the documents filled out by the 4 and examined them. Noting that Prachito and the others were not significantly different in age, Moore mused quietly. Then, he turned his attention to the paper filled out by Frary. Upon discovering Frary possessed the natural type stream fruit, Moore couldn't help but reflect on Frary's evident potential, as if fate itself was favoring him. When he saw Frary had grasped the iron-cutting breath technique, Moore's breathing quickened. He felt a surge of excitement but tempered it with anticipation, knowing there was more to uncover. Next, he noted Frary's physical abilities and his proficiency with armament hockey, which he could barely wield. Moore was left in a state of bewilderment. Could such prowess truly belong to a mere 20-year-old? He understood that the seas were rife with monsters and exceptionally talented youths, yet within their navy. This was the first time he had encountered someone like Frary. Had there ever been such a figure in the annals of Navy history? Moore pondered. He gazed at Frary. The young man with short black hair, striking features, and a height of merely 2 meters. Frary Diurnus, Moore softly pronounced. "Hello," Frary greeted politely. "Let me assess your strength," Moore suddenly declared. Fry furrowed his brow, pondering whether his performance had been too conspicuous. He was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess he had displayed. In his recollections, there were only a few, such as the Pirate King Luffy, the 3-sword-style Zoro, and the youthful Big Mom, who possessed or even surpassed such strength at his age. Perhaps Moore harbored some doubts. Nevertheless, it would be beneficial for the headquarters to grasp the extent of his abilities, thereby alleviating many trivial matters. Thus, Fry nodded decisively. Accepting the challenge, he would exert his utmost effort. "Then follow me. It is also an opportunity for those from other places to witness the arrival of this generation's foremost prodigy," Moore remarked with a grin. This left Fry somewhat uncertain about Moore's intentions. Was it a show of dominance? A veiled threat? Or perhaps an attempt to provoke the other elite members of the Navy training camp? Freya believed that the other party should be referring to the third meaning. After all, Freya's feat of vanquishing the pirate supernova, Fireblade Rock, was undeniably real. In terms of strength, regardless of the circumstances, one could assert that he was the most formidable contender in this round. After all, the bounty was a staggering 250 million berries, and he possessed the powers of the natural type flame fruit, which certainly held substantial merit. Thus, Moore led Freya and the others out of the small building. Upon reaching the outside, Moore addressed the fellow who had unconsciously drifted away. "Jiaji, why are you still here? Come along." "Hee, senior brother. How could I miss such a spectacle?" Upon hearing this, Moore's forehead twitched, veins bulged, and he clenched his fist, desperately wishing to give this insufferable fellow a good thrashing. Unfortunately, he was not a match for this errant individual. Frustrated by the thought, he chose to ignore it and continued leading Freya and the others deeper into the base, where Zifa trained members of the elite training camp. As they approached, the sound of running feet echoed continuously, accompanied by a robust voice proclaiming, "Anyone who fails to meet today's goal will run with me tonight." Chapter 30. Zifa. The group continued forward, and Freya caught sight of a man with short purple hair. Sunglasses perched upon his nose, arms crossed in an air of arrogance. He was one of the kindest souls in this world, as well as one of its top combatants. Yet his life could only be described as filled with unresolved sorrows. An unfortunate youth, an unfortunate middle age, and an unfortunate old age. The only stroke of luck was that he had not perished at the hands of pirates. It was the so-called strongest generation of 3 admirals and a multitude of exceptional naval disciples who had personally interred him. At the very least, I shall alter your fate. Fry gazed at the other person's intact arm, contemplating silently. Just as he had once mentioned to Doug, one truly engages in actions only when capable of executing them. Now, Fry realized that with diligence, he was presented with a rare opportunity to amend that which had once been a source of regret. The arrival of Fry and his companions did not attract the attention of the other elite training camp members, save for one individual, Zifa. At first glance, he recognized Fry immediately, as strikingly handsome as he appeared in photographs. The Navy is genuinely devoted to nurturing the next generation. Fry, much like Gion and Kaji, is regarded as someone with immense potential to ascend to the rank of admiral. Moreover, Fry is notably younger, brimming with potential, and devoid of the various shortcomings that plague Gion and Kaji. For Zifa, the cultivation of another individual of admiral caliber is exceedingly vital. The Navy is subtly experiencing a transition, with a palpable sense of uncertainty regarding the forthcoming leadership. Currently, no one has emerged from the next generation capable of shouldering the responsibilities of command. Thus, the upper echelons of the Navy harbor great expectations for Fry, a young man who is commendable in every regard. Zifa is among those with high hopes for him. Having dedicated several decades to the Navy, Zifa's sentiments are deeply ingrained within him. Upon witnessing Moore's arrival with Fry and his group, Zifa felt a tinge of confusion, particularly as dusk was approaching. Fry and his companions would not commence their training until the following day, so there was no urgency. "Moore, what is this about?" Zifa inquired. "Teacher, I believe it is essential to assess Fry's capabilities," Moore replied earnestly. Zifa remained silent, well aware of Moore's diligent nature as a student. His meticulous approach to tasks has alleviated much of Zifa's burden. Given Moore's intention to evaluate Frey's strength, it seemed he sought to use Fry as a means to motivate the others. This was fortuitous, as this year's cohort featured a few individuals with talents akin to Gion and Kaji, serving as a reminder that they are not the strongest. There exists a prodigious young man surpassing them. Nodding, Zifa raised his hand to signal Moore to wait a moment. Then, he bellowed, "Assemble." The trainees, who had been fervently racing about the grounds, swiftly organized themselves into a cohesive formation. "Form a circle around me," Zifa commanded once more. The students, though somewhat perplexed, complied with Zifa's instructions and arranged themselves into a large circle. Frey observed carefully. The number of individuals present was considerable. However, when viewed in the context of the entire 4 seas and the Grand Line, the Navy's influx of new recruits appeared rather insignificant. Of course, those who arrived possessed considerable talent, and it was anticipated that even their minimum achievements would secure them a position as a colonel in the headquarters, one with genuine strength, no less. Seeing the students comply with his instructions, Zephyr gestured for Moore to continue his tasks. Moore glanced at Frey, who returned his gaze. The two advanced toward the center of the encircled group, while Zephyr instinctively led Kaji and the others a little further away. Casting a sidelong glance at Kaji, Zephyr sighed inwardly. The upper echelons of the Navy were quite pleased with Kaji's abilities, yet his demeanor left much to be desired. At that moment, Kaji remained quiet. Although he was considered one of Zephyr's most esteemed disciples, he also served as an example of what not to be. It was best not to provoke him into anger. Prishido and the others maintained their silence, acutely aware that the individual beside them was a former admiral of the Navy, their future instructor, and thus they dared not utter a word. At the center of the gathering, Moore and Frey exchanged glances. Moore's eyes flicked to the 2 swords at Frey's waist. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Frey, aside from your devil fruit abilities, feel free to employ anything else. Remember, I will not hold back. So do not conceal your true strength." "I understand," Frey replied, though he was uncertain why his opponent prohibited the use of his devil fruit powers. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. The proportion of his strength derived from his devil fruit abilities was currently less than 1/5. thus it would not greatly affect him. Receiving Frey's affirmation, Moore's arms trembled, causing the tightly fitted fabric of his attire to burst apart. Come now, let me witness your prowess and see if it truly aligns with your claims. Without reservation, Moore unleashed his years of training in armament hockey. Instantly, his entire being transformed into a hue reminiscent of dark purple steel, radiating a brilliant light under the relatively bright sunlight. Upon encountering the situation, Frey was profoundly astonished. The utilization of the full-body armament hockey, although ostentatious and seemingly superficial, undeniably marked him as an elite among the vice-admirals of the Navy, much like that formidable Verg, who attained the rank of base commander at G5. It was inconceivable that his prowess could be trifling. Otherwise, how could he have maintained control over that territory? Others were oblivious to the fact that he was an undercover pirate, and even if they were aware, who would concern themselves with such matters? The pirates of the New World were notorious for their audacity. Those lacking strength in such positions had long since met their demise. Thus, upon witnessing Moore's display of this ability, Frey instinctively realized that this battle would prove arduous. Even if it was merely a test, surrender was not an option he entertained. He cast a furtive glance at the Azura at his waist, yet refrained from drawing it. Patience was paramount. The moment was not yet ripe. Kaji, hold this for me. Frey grasped the scabbard and tossed the Azura to the nearest Kaji. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he also threw a pink snail to Kaji. For a full-throttle battle, a single blade at his side sufficed. This was no contest to be taken lightly. Kaji caught the Azura, sensing an unusual aura emanating from the blade, though he could not discern its true nature due to the scabbard obscuring it. Zifa, casting a glance, possessed keen observation hockey, allowing him to perceive the perilous essence radiating from the Azura, albeit only vaguely through the scabbard. Frey approached with a light demeanor, drawing forth the Demon Slayer, its familiar ghostly green blade exuding an ominous aura. At that moment, the other elite training camp students quickly realized that this seemingly youthful individual was about to engage in combat with Admiral Moore, who was unleashing his full firepower. While they had some knowledge of the concept of armament hockey, only a select few were qualified to learn it, recognizing it as an essential skill they must master, even more crucial than the Marine Six styles. Thus, they were utterly astonished, pondering the identity of the man wielding the ethereal green blade. The students found themselves ruminating on Frey's persona, yet none could recall any impression of him. Meanwhile, at the center of their circle, Moore and Frey were poised to clash. Bang! The ground erupted with a deafening crack as Moore vanished into thin air. Frey felt a sense of vigilance within, aware that his opponent was employing the Navy's sixth style, known as the shave. Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind stirred in his left ear. Frey gripped tightly. The blade of the Demon Slayer's sword enveloped in a layer of darkness. As he raised the weapon, he struck fiercely to the left. Clang! The Demon Slayer collided with Maul's fingertips. Frey's pupils constricted, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Moore's mastery of the six styles was undoubtedly formidable. This implied that his very body could serve as a weapon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Moore launched a kick towards Frey. Storm foot. A crescent-shaped wave of black, razor-sharp energy sliced through the air towards Frey. With a swift motion, he brought his sword down to intercept the attack just in time. As Frey lifted his gaze, he found that the formidable Moore had once again vanished from sight. A palpable sense of danger surged from behind him, sending shivers down Frey's spine. He wielded his sword with a horizontal sweep, executing a swift rotation. With a resounding clash, his blade met Moore's obsidian fist. Moore was taken aback by Frey's rapid reflexes. Such prowess was beyond what the other trainees in the elite training camp could achieve. However, it was still insufficient. A glimmer of intensity flickered in Moore's eyes, for mere skill would not suffice to rival a sword master or the martial arts that could contend with one. With another burst of speed, the ground erupted with echoes as dozens of Moore's phantoms materialized around Frey. Each apparition extended a finger toward him, forming a deadly pointing gesture. Frey took a deep breath, with the blade of the Demon Slayer pointed downward. His right hand firmly grasped the hilt, while his left hand held the rear part of the hilt. Allow me to showcase my swordsmanship. Ghostly. In an instant, a brilliant green light erupted from the Demon Slayer in Frey's hand, casting a radiant glow upon those it touched, causing them to experience varying degrees of bewilderment. Among them, Moore, who stood closest to Frey, was plunged deep into his own mental realm. Chapter 31, The Power of Tao. With a swift motion, the Freddy blade was wielded. Regardless of whether Moore could regain consciousness, With a sharp sound, the strike was delivered, yet the anticipated crimson fluid failed to emerge. Frary discovered that, at the crucial moment, the opponent had unexpectedly regained consciousness and fortified their defenses. Frary's strike merely breached his opponent's defenses, leaving behind a shallow cut and a trace of blood. With Moore's formidable regenerative capabilities, it is likely that as the battle progresses, the wound will soon heal. Truly impressive. Frary was astonished. Is this truly the elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters? Even characters who have never appeared in the original work possess such formidable strength. Frary felt a twinge of exertion. His opponent's entire body was enveloped in an armor of haki that surpassed his expectations. Despite having mastered the art of iron-cutting breath, his strike merely grazed the surface of his adversary's skin. This was particularly disconcerting given that he had also employed haki to enhance his attack. Indeed, this world seems to be rife with formidable unknowns emerging from the shadows. First it was Doug, and now another formidable figure has surfaced in the form of Moore. Frere adjusted his breathing with a simple yet deliberate motion. Despite the formidable defense posed by his opponent, he was not one to succumb easily. There remained a glimmer of hope. With both hands gripping his blade, he lunged towards Moore. The latter, however, made no attempt to evade, bellowing with ferocity, iron block. Flowing steel fist technique. His fists, akin to cannonballs, struck the air with explosive force, one after another. Even before the assault reached Frere, he felt a pressure wave rushing towards him, ruffling his short hair, while a piercing sound reverberated in his mind, assaulting his eardrums. Shifting to wield his weapon with one hand, Frere unleashed a strike, the blade enveloped in a dark hue of armament haki. Simultaneously, his left hand clenched tightly. In an instant, his entire left hand transformed to resemble black iron. As fists and blades clashed, Frere found himself momentarily locked in a stalemate with Moore. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of sonic booms and the violent clash of metal. Their strikes quickened, the tempo escalating. The other elite trainees, previously only slightly affected by the skirmish, now looked on in astonishment as they witnessed this spectacle. How could someone of their age contend with Moore to such an extent? This was truly a monster. Zephyr stood to the side, arms crossed, his eyes gleaming with intensity behind his sunglasses. As a man who once possessed unmatched combat prowess, he discerned Frere's current level of strength with clarity. In terms of swordsmanship, Frere was undoubtedly at the level of a master swordsman, and his physical abilities allowed him to hold his own against Moore, who still exhibited remarkable stamina. His foundational training was commendable, though his mastery of armament haki needed refinement. Zephyr murmured to himself, yet he held no high expectations for this aspect. Frere's physical prowess indicated that the refinement and application of haki were merely a matter of time. Overall, Zephyr was highly satisfied with Frere, who was soon to become one of his trainees. At the center of the arena, Moore and Frere continued their fierce confrontation. The towering Moore, standing at 3 meters, cast an imposing shadow over Frere, enveloping him entirely. As their fists and blades momentarily separated, the haki enveloping Moore dissipated in an instant, only to coalesce again around his right fist. Flowing steel fist technique. Extreme. It was as if electricity coursed through his punch, a move of immense force hurtling towards Frere with relentless intensity. Frere's heart tightened, his left foot tracing a circle as he steadied his stance. In this moment, concerns of stamina were cast aside. He unleashed his full power in a decisive strike. The blade of the Demon Slayer swept upward. Slash. Star. The blade of the Demon Slayer radiated with brilliant light, a deep azure strike coiling within, illuminating the entire weapon into a gleaming azure edge. Z. Before the two formidable attacks could collide, their residual energies began to interact. Instantly, the training ground was engulfed by the immense forces pressing against one another. The air became dense, and the light seemed to be squeezed away, casting a shadow over the arena. As the two powerful strikes met, arcs of dark red electricity flickered forth. The overwhelming pressure compelled many trainees to retreat. Crack. The onlookers glanced down, observing the ground beneath them had succumbed, fissures appearing in its surface. Such terrifying power. This sentiment echoed in the minds of all. Aside from Zephyr and Kaji, Prekido, Hope, and Joniel were equally astonished. This was indeed the naval headquarters, where even a chance encounter could lead to a stalemate against someone as formidable as Frere, with the scales tipping slightly in their favor. Zephyr watched Moore and Frere, recognizing that their clash would likely yield no victor after a day and night of combat. With that realization, he decided to intervene, having accomplished his objectives. The outcome of their duel had become inconsequential. Stepping forward, his hand transformed into a claw, a flicker of black light enveloping him. In a swift motion, he reached directly for Frere and Moore. With his left hand clenched into a fist and his right gripping a blade, he effortlessly quelled the tumult of their attacks. No more fighting. The thought flickered through the minds of Fry and Moore. Moore took a step back, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Frey breathed heavily, sheathing his demon-slaying sword. Although he was already aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Admiral, he was nonetheless taken aback when his most powerful strike was effortlessly extinguished. He realized how far he still had to go. While Fry contemplated this, others held a different view. Zephyr, a former admiral of the Navy, despite being afflicted by illness, still possessed formidable strength that remained at the pinnacle. At his current age, Fry exhibits a prowess that undeniably merits the title of a monster. Once the battle between the two subsided, Zephyr let out a resounding roar. "If you haven't finished running, you'll regret it tonight." Upon hearing this, the surrounding trainees, disregarding the reactions of others, eagerly began to circle the expansive training ground. Initially, Jonier, Hope, and Prachito were taken aback by Zephyr's strength. But upon witnessing the fervor of the trainees, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive about their own training the following day. This former Marine Admiral certainly seems difficult to deal with. After the duel, Jackie returned to Jura, and the telephone wormed to Fry. "Fry, I'll find time to play with you," he said before departing without a moment's hesitation, aware that lingering would only invite trouble for Moore and Zephyr. "Teacher, I'll take them with me," Moore announced. Zephyr acknowledged. "Follow me," Moore instructed the group, his upper body bare. Frere and the others nodded and followed Moore as he departed from the premises. Moore guided them to a dormitory, where a room was adequately furnished to accommodate 4 individuals. As fate would have it, the 4 of them were assigned to this very room. Everything was provided, and they were advised to remember to change in the morning, as the instructor would arrange their training. As he spoke, Moore recalled another matter that required his attention. "Ah, yes, you must accompany me to conduct a test." The 4 exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about what else needed testing, yet they followed Moore, acknowledging his authority. Thus, they trailed behind him to a room of moderate size. Inside, there stood an odd-looking apparatus, a dark iron rod, as thick as 2 men, entwined with wires at the back. Moore approached the rear of the black iron rod and tinkered with it for a moment. Suddenly, the uppermost part of the rod revealed a display reminiscent of a monitor. "This is the latest development in the Dao Power Tester," Moore elucidated. "Dao Power?" Prachito inquired, bewildered. Hop and Jonio also regarded Moore with puzzled expressions, awaiting his explanation. Moore glanced at them, and, noticing Frere's calm demeanor, couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you curious?" "I possess some knowledge," Frere replied. Upon hearing Frere's words, Preachit and the others turned their gaze towards him. Moore pondered carefully. After all, Fry was indeed a genuine second-generation naval officer, with a grandfather currently serving as a rear admiral. Although his position was more of a marginal bureaucrat with little power, such a background was not particularly surprising. Much like his mastery of the armament hockey, it was likely a skill he had sought to acquire on his own. "Then please, enlighten us," Moore remarked. Frere nodded, showing no hesitation. "The concept of Dao power is a unique metric used by our Navy and the world government to quantify combat strength. Typically, an ordinary naval soldier possesses a Dao power value of around 10. However, once this value exceeds 500, one may be regarded as a superhuman. Indeed. My intention in bringing you here is to assess your respective Dao power levels," Moore stated. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals felt a surge of eagerness, particularly Presido and Hop, who were keen to ascertain who among them held the superior strength. Their previous encounters had often ended in stalemate, making this the perfect opportunity for a definitive comparison. "Who shall go first?" Moore inquired, directing his attention primarily towards Presido and his companions, as Frere's capabilities were already understood and did not require testing. "I shall take the initiative," Presido volunteered, casting a provocative glance at Hop. In response, Hop merely smirked, dismissing the challenge. "What must I do?" Presido asked Moore. "Execute your most powerful strike," Moore instructed. Understanding the task, Presido positioned himself 1 meter away from the imposing black iron rod. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Ha!" and delivered a forceful punch towards the rod. The impact resonated with a dull thud. Moore glanced at the display above the rod, and Frere and the others mirrored his gaze. The reading revealed a value of 1532. "I wish to try again," Presido declared. Moore nodded, unconcerned about the time. Additional attempts were welcome. This time, Presido unleashed a wave of cold energy, his aura formidable. In an instant, the room's temperature plummeted, frost forming on the walls and floor. "Huh!" He struck again, and once more, the sound echoed with a heavy thud. Observers noted a change in the reading, 2034. "Is this good or bad?" Presido inquired. Excellent. Moore replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Presido shot a triumphant smile at Hop, who merely rolled his eyes in response. Moore was taken aback. Freire's younger brother was indeed a prodigy, and at merely 17 years of age, he had already demonstrated remarkable prowess. He was now keenly anticipating the results from Hop and Joniel. With Presido having completed his test, it was only natural for his longtime rival, Hop, to proceed next. Joniel, possessing self-awareness, stepped aside. As Hop approached, he unleashed his Fruit S abilities. The previously frigid atmosphere was swiftly replaced by a wave of heat. A flame flickered in Hop's hand as he struck the robust black rod, producing yet another exciting reading, 2,107. Yes, Hop exclaimed, exultant. Presido stared incredulously at the figure, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, utterly dazed. Do not be disheartened, little brother, Hop said, patting him on the shoulder with a teasing glint in his eye. Presido, momentarily speechless, could only seethe in silence. Joniel shook his head in resignation and stepped forward, ready for his turn. Wait, Freire suddenly interjected. Moore looked at him, puzzled, as Freire commanded, remove your clothing. It then dawned on Moore that Joniel, who was only slightly shorter than him, possessed the abilities of a Zoan-type fruit user. Joniel, feeling exasperated, abandoned the notion of bursting forth in a dramatic display. Stripping off his clothing, he underwent a transformation, becoming a towering black gorilla over 7 meters tall. Fortunately, the room's ceiling was sufficiently high to accommodate Joniel's new form. Joniel's punch was straightforward, lacking the flamboyance of Presido and Hop strikes, yet it left a reading of 2,300 on the display. Moore nodded, acknowledging that Joniel's Dao power was as expected, given that he was an animal-type user whose abilities directly enhanced his physical attributes. Having recorded the Dao power values of the three, Moore prepared to leave, instructing Freire and the others to proceed with their own activities without disturbing the training of others. As he departed, Freire gazed with interest at the imposing object before him. Drawing his sword, he prepared to slice through the formidable apparatus, capturing the attention of the other three present. Freire has always been synonymous with invincibility in their hearts. Although he is no longer at the main headquarters, his youth does not diminish their unwavering confidence in him. They are particularly intrigued by Freire's current prowess. Truly, he is a remarkable individual. Joniel stared blankly at the number displayed above, 5,500, and this was merely a casual strike from Freire. They could scarcely imagine the extent of his power when he unleashed his full potential. Night descended swiftly, and while they still had time, Freire and his companions paid a visit to old Freire, whose full name is Freire Francis, the current head of the Freire family. He was somewhat obstinate due to his limited natural talent, yet after decades of hard work, he had managed to attain the rank of a brigadier general. With his head of graying hair and black-rimmed glasses, he trembled with joy upon seeing Freire. They conversed about matters concerning the South Sea, and as the night grew late, he took Presido and the others back to the elite training camp, for they had a report to submit to Moore and could not stay out overnight. In the Tianshou Pavilion, a few elders sat together. As the deputy of the naval chief instructor, Zephyr felt immense pressure. Among those present, he was the lowest in both rank and strength, thus he could only stand. At that moment, he held several documents detailing Freire and his companions. So, what do you think, gentlemen? This year's newcomers are quite impressive, aren't they? Spoke Sengoku, his cheerful demeanor revealing his delight. More than that, I am curious about how you will instruct these children, Zephyr, Tsuru interjected. As a friend of Sengoku and Garp and the chief of staff of the Navy, she was certainly qualified to inquire. Zephyr was prepared for Tsuru's question. I have already devised a plan. Freire's situation is unique, and I will personally take the time to teach him. As for the other 5, they still need to strengthen their fundamentals. As the trio continued their discussion, an untimely snoring echoed through the room. Sengoku's forehead veined with anger. Garp, you rascal, if you're going to sleep, roll back to bed. Awakened by Sengoku's shout, a groggy Garp inquired, is it time to eat? He then rummaged through his belongings and crunched on a package of rice crackers. This infuriated Sengoku, who was now seething with rage. You scoundrel. Those are my rice crackers. Sengoku reached out to reclaim his precious snack from Garp. Ha ha ha. Don't be so stingy, Sengoku. Garp retorted, still munching away. The two began to tussle. Tsuru, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, intervened, striking both of them down with a single punch. Moore averted his gaze, feeling embarrassed, as he quietly lowered his head. After regaining his composure, Sengoku adjusted his attire and approached Moore, patting him on the shoulder. Did you see that just now? His tone was flat, Yet Moore's decades of experience warned him that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. What did you say? Moore replied, bewildered. Sengoku nodded. Indeed, there's potential in this one. All right, stop scaring him, Shirou interjected, unable to watch any longer. Following the earlier commotion, the group returned to their original topic, though the occasional crunching sounds continued to irritate Shirou. Are you two done? She snapped, and upon seeing her fury, Sengoku and Garp fell silent instantly. Shirou took the documents from Moore and began to read. She marveled, this year's batch is truly exceptional. They rival even the likes of Sakazuki's cohort. She began to list the promising candidates. First is Frere Dylanus, with the highest potential. In my memory, only that iron balloon can compare. Then we have these 5. Monster, 21 years old, has mastered the 6 styles, with a prowess of 3,431. Rajat, 18 years old, has barely grasped the 6 styles, with a prowess of 2,309. Kritz, 22 years old, has mastered the 6 styles, with a prowess of 3,370. Perchito, 17 years old, a user of the cold fruit, with a prowess of 2034, and Hope, 17 years old, a user of the heat fruit, with a prowess of 2,107. Besides these 5, there are also others like Ein, Benz, Joniel, and Silu, who are likely to become central figures. The remaining newcomers also possess distinct qualities, with many having the potential to attain the rank of brigadier general or even rear admiral. Thus, it seemed that Zephyr was the most pleased among them. Shirou glanced at the usually taciturn Zephyr, who, donning his sunglasses, revealed nothing of his thoughts. However, the slight curve of his mouth indicated his satisfaction. Therefore, this cohort must be diligently guided. Zephyr, you will need to invest considerable effort this time, Sengoku stated earnestly. Haha. Zephyr, if you find it too challenging, you can entrust that Frere lad to me. I guarantee I will cultivate him into a formidable expert. Garp interjected, thumping his chest as he made his promise. Unfortunately, neither Zephyr nor anyone else paid him any heed. With your teaching methods? Forget it. They all silently derided. Chapter 33. The Navy's 6 Styles. The next morning, Frere and his companions were awakened by a commanding voice. Zephyr, with his short purple hair and sunglasses, glared at them sternly. Is it not time to rise? Do I need to ask you again? The 4, realizing the dawn had broken, understood the gravity of the situation. They complied and quickly donned their elite training camp attire, following Zephyr to the assembly point. Upon the arrival of the 4 from Fry, they were greeted by a considerable assembly of individuals standing in orderly formation, awaiting their turn. Let us join the queue, Zephyr remarked. Frere glanced around and casually chose a spot near the edge to stand, followed suit by the 3 members of Perchito. Zephyr looked over and nodded in satisfaction. Let us begin with a warm-up of 100 laps. Start. Upon hearing this, numerous trainees immediately commenced their running, among whom 6 individuals took the lead, galloping ahead with unparalleled vigor. Frere observed Perchito and his companions sprinting ahead and shook his head, paying them no mind. He maintained a steady pace in the middle of the pack. The training camp sprawled extensively, and an ordinary naval soldier would likely require around 10 minutes to complete the course. However, for these elite individuals hailing from various corners of the ocean, it was merely a trivial endeavor. Even the slowest among them could effortlessly finish a lap in under 3 minutes. The first to complete the full distance was a young man with a gray buzz cut. Kritz, considered one of the top 5 contenders of this cohort. Upon finishing, he was soon joined by another, the towering Munster, who stood at an impressive height of 2 meters and 85 centimeters, completely overshadowing Kritz, who stood at a mere 1 meter 70. In comparison, Kritz appeared diminutive. After their completion, both men instinctively turned their gaze towards a strikingly handsome figure, Frere, who, despite blending in among the trainees and not particularly excelling, still managed to captivate attention. Frere demonstrated his prowess yesterday, rendering any need for him to showcase his abilities during training obsolete. He is now, unequivocally, the foremost individual in the Navy elite training camp, standing in stark contrast to his peers. Thus there is no need for him to seek the limelight. By the time Frere completed his 100 laps, most of the trainees had already finished. Zephyr, producing a timer from seemingly nowhere, ominously remarked that they were fortunate to complete within the allotted time. Otherwise, the consequences he alluded to, though unsaid, were unlikely to be pleasant. Well then, the warm-up is over. Let us proceed to dine. You have 20 minutes. Understood. In an instant, the trainees dispersed in a flurry. Brother, let us go eat. I wonder how the food in the headquarters is. Perchito expressed his anticipation, Let us go. The group moved in unison towards the dining hall. The cafeteria of the elite training camp was spacious, accommodating hundreds of trainees without feeling cramped. Rather, it possessed a somewhat sparse ambience. Freya, Presto, and the third individual sat together in a location where breakfast was exceedingly lavish. An array of meats was available, the majority of which comprised seafood delicacies. The voracious appetite of Fry and his companions is undoubtedly at the level of gluttony within the pirate world. On the table lay an abundance of meat, with no concern for their ability to digest such a feast. The group devoured the food with remarkable speed, consuming it in mere moments. As the one who considered himself the lowest in status at the table, Joniel took the initiative to serve himself. The table occupied by Fry and his companions draws considerable attention, as there are always those who discreetly observe them while they dine. Frary remained indifferent, having long since become accustomed to it. After all, a remarkable man like him stands out like the sun wherever he goes, effortlessly capturing the attention of those around him. 20 minutes can pass swiftly during a meal. The group consumed their food voraciously and promptly returned to the training ground, forming orderly lines in anticipation. However, today's elite training camp welcomed a rather extraordinary figure. Kapu, I hope you won't cause any trouble, he remarked. Ah, rest assured. I will ensure these young ones are well trained, Kapu replied with a chuckle, his mind brimming with clever schemes. Initially, he had no opportunity to participate, but last night, Zephyr had informed him of the need to train Frary individually for a few days, making this a perfect chance for him, as he was on leave. Zephyr understood Kapu's temperament. He knew that this boisterous fellow would undoubtedly put the young trainees through their paces. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Fray's prowess sets him apart from others in terms of training methods. Zephyr must exercise meticulous scrutiny, for he does not wish to see such a promising talent veer off course. In any case, Carp, please refrain from going overboard. After reiterating his caution to Carp, Zephyr led him to the front of the neatly lined-up trainees. Everyone, for the next few days, you will be under the guidance of Vice Admiral Carp. I will personally conduct special training for the strongest among you, Fry. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, a significant stir arose within the minds of the trainees. However, they held no objections to Zephyr's declaration. Setting aside the fact that Zephyr's word was law in this realm, it was evident that Fry had never truly mingled with them. So special treatment was to be expected. Moreover, with Zephyr's absence, a figure of equal stature had arrived, Vice Admiral Carp, the legendary hero of the seas and the steadfast pillar of the Navy. Surely, having him train them would yield commendable results. Such thoughts flickered through the minds of the trainees. Frere was led away by Zephyr. After walking for several minutes, they arrived at a vast arena. The interior was devoid of any presence, with peculiar gray stone walls adorned with strange patterns. Within this empty expanse stood three conspicuous devices the prowess testers utilized earlier. Upon entering the arena, Zephyr began to speak. Frere, I have gathered some understanding of your situation. You are performing commendably in various aspects. After a brief pause, Zephyr continued. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, and I have little to impart in that regard. Therefore, our focus will shift to enhancing your physical combat abilities. Is that agreeable? Please proceed as you see fit. I have complete faith in you, Frere responded earnestly. Very well, Zephyr nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After all, Frere's strength was considerable, and he could not be treated as he would other students. This thought reminded Zephyr of a certain favored disciple of his, who, despite possessing monstrous innate abilities, had overly relied on his fruit powers, though that fruit alone enabled him to stand tall amidst the vast seas. Such dependence was irksome for Zephyr, as a minor. Now, that disciple had ascended to the rank of admiral, wielding both authority and power that matched Zephyr's own. Recalling the discord that had arisen from such matters, Zephyr was determined not to repeat those mistakes. Gazing at the earnest young man before him, he seemed to glimpse his own past. Shaking off these thoughts, he continued, it is evident that your foundation is solid. Thus, we shall bypass this stage and directly teach you the techniques that every elite in our Navy ought to master, the 6 forms of the Navy. Frere's spirits were lifted. As a member of the Navy, it would be utterly remiss not to learn these skills. Mastering them, which allowed one to transcend the limits of the human body, would be akin to a divine blessing for him, given his current lack of physical combat techniques. One of the purposes of Frey's arrival at the headquarters was this. Zephyr remarked, given your current situation, you should be able to master this quickly. Once you have done so, I will teach you something new. For now, focus on this for the next few days. Understood, Fry replied respectfully. Zephyr nodded. A courteous student is always more endearing. Stepping aside, Zephyr declared loudly, watch closely. I will teach you this first. As soon as Zephyr's words faded, his figure vanished from sight. Suddenly, Fry heard several faint sounds near his ear, though subtle. He was perceptive enough to notice. In an instant, Zephyr reappeared behind Fry. It seems your perception is quite sharp. No wonder you have grasped the iron-cutting breathing technique. We must prioritize your learning of the observation haki as well. Fry turned around and gazed at Zephyr. He continued, what I just demonstrated was merely an introduction. Now we shall delve into the various details, so pay close attention. Indeed, Fry replied earnestly. He had encountered the principle of shaving in his past life. Yet that contraption always differed somewhat from the authentic version. Although Fry possesses remarkable physical talents, his prowess has reached an extraordinary level. With Zephyr's personal guidance, he mastered the skills in just one afternoon. Chapter 34, Proficiency. Fry spent an entire day practicing with Zephyr in this vast arena, absorbing knowledge at an astonishing pace under the tutelage of his exceedingly experienced mentor. By nightfall, he had already mastered the technique. The arena was filled with the swift movement of his figure, leaving a flurry of afterimages that danced throughout the space. Zephyr watched with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This child indeed possessed remarkable talent, mastering the technique in just one day. Of course, Zephyr understood that Fry's solid foundation played a significant role in this rapid progress. Otherwise, such proficiency would have been unattainable. With that in mind, the plan for the coming days would be to tackle the learning curve step by step. As night fell, Fry returned to his dormitory alone. Despite a full day of practice, the exertion was relatively minor given his current stamina. However, upon entering the dorm, he was met with the sight of 3 individuals sprawled across their beds, their exhausted expressions unmistakably revealing the trials they had faced that day. Fry shook his head. Although the 3 of them had trained alongside him in the South China Sea, their spirits had not been so diminished. It seemed that Carp had not made things easy for them. Big brother, they murmured softly upon Fry's return, their voices barely above a whisper. Take a good rest, and do not mind us. Fry spoke thus, then took a shower and sat on the bed. Since weapons and telephone bugs were prohibited in the dormitory, Fry had surrendered his Demon Slayer and Azura, along with the telephone bug, to Moore. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, the trio refrained from conversation, and Fry did not disturb them. The night passed in silence, and dawn arrived swiftly. In the morning, the 4 awoke without needing to be called, rising promptly and of their own accord. After a night of rest and rejuvenation, Prachito and his companions were fully revitalized. Once they completed their morning routines, they gathered at the training ground in an orderly manner. Zephyr and Carp had also arrived early, awaiting their arrival. 100 laps commence. With little preamble, they began their daily regimen of 100 laps. After their meal, Fry was once again taken to the vast arena. Zephyr stood tall and straight, his posture commanding. Today, I shall impart to you a defensive technique. Iron block. Fry was familiar with this technique, renowned for its inability to be countered when executed properly. Initially, he had no desire to learn it until his encounter with Moore. The iron block steel fist technique lingered vividly in Fry's memory. This underscored the remarkable potential for development inherent in any of the 6 styles. The iron block was the sole defensive physical technique among the 6 styles, and generally, mastering it in advance significantly facilitated the learning of the armament haki. After a brief pause, Zephyr continued, Fry, although you have awakened your armament haki, it does not imply that this technique is without merit. The Navy's 6 styles will enable you to control your body with greater clarity. Zephyr nodded, fully aware of this fact. Now, allow me to demonstrate, he said, beckoning Fry to draw nearer. Before Fry, Zephyr removed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Listen closely. Observe intently, Zephyr instructed earnestly. To provide a clearer exhibition for Fry, Zephyr deliberately exposed the sounds of blood flowing and the visibility of his veins while wielding the iron block. Before Fry's eyes, the veins on Zephyr's body resembled writhing earthworms, ceaselessly undulating. Although the sight was quite unsettling for a powerhouse like Zephyr, such mastery over his own body was merely child's play. As these veins emerged, it appeared as though a surge of vitality was emanating from Zephyr's being, coalescing into a fine yet formidable barrier upon his outer skin. Strike me with all your might, Zephyr proclaimed at that moment. Fry did not decline. He too wished to ascertain the extent of Zephyr's defenses without the protection of armament haki. He planted his feet firmly and unleashed a powerful punch. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Fry refrained from employing armament haki. A dull thud resonated through the air, yet Zephyr remained utterly unmoved. Haven't you eaten? Give it your all, Zephyr bellowed. Frary steadied his mind, astonished by Zephyr's formidable defense at that moment. Without hesitation, the hockey enveloped his right fist instantaneously. With the force of black iron, his fist struck Zephyr's chest with a resounding impact. Zephyr let out a muffled grunt, yet he merely staggered back 2 steps. Frary was astounded. Is this what it means to be a formidable warrior of the admiral rank? This revelation surpassed the astonishment he felt when his blade was grasped barehanded, a feat accomplished with the use of armament hockey. Indeed, he realized how far he still had to go. Zifa massaged his chest, returning to his former state. Yet he refrained from donning his shirt. Come, follow my lead and practice gradually, Zifa instructed. Yes. After witnessing the formidable defense that did not rely on armament hockey, Frary's interest surged. Perhaps he could enhance his own armament hockey through this newfound technique. After a day of rigorous training, Frary successfully mastered and adeptly employed the skills, earning Zifa's admiration. In the following days, Frary sequentially acquired the techniques of Shirgan, Rankyaku, Saru, and Jep. Remarkably, he took 3 days to grasp the intricacies of Jep, while the notoriously challenging technique of paper drawing only required him 2 days. In total, Frary dedicated 10 days to mastering and proficiently utilizing all 6 techniques of the Navy. Within the expansive arena, Zifa engaged Frary in a sparring match utilizing the 6 techniques. Naturally, it was Frary who bore the brunt of the attacks. A lesson in love he had learned from Karp. Surprisingly, it proved effective. Zifa could distinctly sense Frary's martial prowess escalating at an alarming rate amidst the onslaught. Should he impart the technique to him? After landing a punch on Frary, who had employed a block of iron, Zifa contemplated that since Frary had already mastered the 6 techniques, he could also teach him the profound secret of life return. However, he decided to wait a while longer. Despite Frary's rapid progress, his mastery of the techniques was not yet complete and required further practice. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Zifa's eyes as Frary, now in a heightened state, dashed toward him using Saru with unwavering resolve. Rankyaku. A diagonal kick unleashed a formidable crescent slash. Freya took a step back, momentarily suspended in the air to evade the impending strike. The attack collided with the wall behind her, leaving only a faint mark. As she practiced her footwork in midair, creating ripples of energy, Freya propelled herself towards Zephyr. Storm kick. She lifted her right leg and executed a powerful downward strike, a blade of air encircling her foot as she aimed at Zephyr. Iron block. Zephyr exclaimed sharply. Upon impact, Freya felt as though she had struck an unyielding wall of steel. Using Zephyr's chest as a pivot, she spun gracefully. Storm kick. Like a swirling stream of water, the blade of air twisted and surged towards Zephyr, slicing through the air. Iron block. Once again, Zephyr remained on the defensive, refraining from launching a counterattack. Frary's maneuver was effortlessly thwarted once again. Such occurrences had been frequent over the past few days, though the only distinction was that Frary had grown increasingly adept. Let us conclude for today, Zephyr remarked, observing Frary, who was still catching his breath. The young man's prowess sparked new contemplations within him. Understood, Master Zephyr. Frary nodded in acknowledgement. With today's training session concluded prematurely, he took a keen interest in observing the progress of Perchito and his companions at the training grounds. In stark contrast to Frary's meticulous instruction, all the elite training room students were engrossed in a singular pursuit: physical conditioning. They trained relentlessly, unceasingly. As the acting instructor, Karp occasionally intensified their regimen with added weights. For instance, Perchito, Hope, and a handsome blonde youth were engaged in sit-ups, with 3 hefty slabs of black iron, seemingly procured from nowhere, placed upon their abdomens. In another corner, Joniel had transformed into a massive gorilla, performing deep squats while balancing an enormous stone on his head, which was no smaller than his own frame. Although their training methods varied widely, they all shared a commonality: a commitment to foundational physical exertion. Hey, Frary, care to join us? Karp called out upon noticing Frary's approach. Given that Frary was under Zephyr's tutelage, Karp did not press him but instead greeted him with a broad grin. However, judging by Karp's gaze, Frary surmised that joining in might lead to an unforeseen intensity in training. Never mind, Admiral Karp. Master Zephyr has instructed that my training concludes for today, so I shall not intrude upon your session. With a shake of his head, Frary departed the scene. Chapter 34. Smoker Frary departed from the current location, making his way towards Moore's office. Upon knocking and entering, he encountered an unexpected individual. With a shock of silver hair and clad in an oversized coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back, he sported wind-resistant goggles around his neck. A cigar clamp between his teeth exhaled a continuous stream of smoke. This was none other than Smoker, a young man still serving as a colonel in the Navy. Notoriously known as the chain smoker, he had consumed the smoke fruit, a fact that Frary internally critiqued. Despite his intimidating exterior, Smoker was undeniably a person of principle. Genuinely concerned for the welfare of ordinary citizens, evidenced by his camaraderie with Admiral Akiji. However, as the first natural-type devil fruit user to appear in the original work, his performance was regrettably subpar, only deteriorating as the story progressed. Frary, an avid anime viewer at the time, was astonished by Smoker's lack of development, failing to hone his fruit abilities or enhance his martial skills, resulting in a perpetual cycle of defeat. Consequently, Frary regarded Smoker with an expression of disappointment, embodying the sentiment of iron not turning to steel, which left Smoker puzzled as he glanced at Frary. "Ah, Frary. Allow me to introduce you to your senior," Colonel Smoker more enthusiastically remarked upon recognizing Frary's presence. He then turned to Smoker, stating, "This is the top of our current batch, Frary Dylanus. Greetings, Colonel Smoker." "Hello, Frary." The two exchanged pleasantries, after which silence enveloped the room. The name Fried Deernance was unknown to Smoker, as it was primarily recognized by the elite. Naturally, someone of Smoker's stature would not be privy to such information. Smoker paid little attention to Fry. After all, who has he been at the top at some point? He himself had once held the #1 position, albeit aided by the powers of a devil fruit. Moreover, Smoker sensed that this junior held a less than favorable view of him, which dissuaded him from engaging in conversation with Fry. "I shall take my leave now, Brother Moore," Smoker stated after finishing his conversation with Moore. "Indeed," Moore nodded in response, and Smoker turned to depart, casting not a single glance at Fry. Once Smoker had left, Moore inquired with confusion, "What is it? You seem to harbor some discontent toward him. I take it you and Smoker are not acquainted?" Although Fray's actions were subtle, he discerned them nonetheless, hence his inquiry. "It's nothing much, perhaps just a sense of the differences in character between myself and Colonel Smog," Fry casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Moore chose not to comment further. After all, it was a matter for the young man to handle on his own. "You have come to retrieve your blade, haven't you?" Moore said, as he handed Fry his belongings from a box beneath the desk. Among them were the Demon Slayer and Azura, along with the phone bug, which Moore deemed of little significance. Frary nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After exchanging a few words with Moore, he departed, taking with him his cherished blade and communication device, refraining from imposing further. Having abstained from wielding his sword for over 10 days, Frary found himself yearning for it. Thus, he sought out a solitary training room to engage in the art of swordsmanship, ensuring that as his physical prowess advanced, he would not neglect this essential skill. Meanwhile, Zifa had left the elite training camp to visit Sengoku. In Sengoku's office, devoid of Carp's incessant interruptions, Sengoku's spirits had notably improved. He found himself attending to various matters with increased efficiency. "Knock, knock. Come in," he called, without lifting his gaze from his work. "Sengoku," Zifa called out. Upon seeing Zifa, Sengoku was surprised. Wasn't he busy training that young Frary? "What brings you here?" he inquired. "It's about Frary. He has fully mastered the 6 styles in a short span. I believe he is ready to venture out and eliminate some pests from the sea." Sengoku furrowed his brow in concern, questioning, is it not premature to send him into the new world now? He has yet to grasp the observation haki. Frary possesses considerable strength and is not a weakling in the new world. However, for him, he remains rather inexperienced and requires further honing of his skills. Zephyr, of course, shares this sentiment, shaking his head in silence, remarking that it is certainly not the brutal meat grinder of the new world. Recently, the pirate supernovas have been quite rampant. Sending him to deal with them would be quite beneficial for his development. Sengoku, upon reflection, instantly grasped Zephyr's intention. "You mean to say, while eliminating potentially formidable pirates, he can simultaneously accumulate merits?" Zephyr nodded, confirming this notion. Advancing ranks within the Navy is not a straightforward endeavor. While achievements are one aspect, promotion is another. To secure a position of genuine authority, one must have strength as a foundation. Frary's grandfather stands as a clear example, a retired rear admiral devoid of real power, existing on the fringes of retirement, yet possessing a semblance of superiority over certain influential colonels within the headquarters. Frary, as the individual most likely to emerge as the leader among the next generation that they have set their sights upon, naturally had to prepare in advance. Those promising pirates, who have yet to reach their full potential, serve as the most advantageous resources. Both Zifa and Sengoku firmly believe in Frary's capabilities. dismissing these pirate supernovas as inconsequential in terms of strength. I will arrange this, but it must not delay his training, Sengoku stated earnestly. In his view, the enhancement of Frary's strength was paramount, while these matters were mere trifles. Rest assured, I will manage it well. Their conversation concluded, and Zifa returned to the elite training camp. That very night, Zifa informed Frary of the situation, though no specific timeline was provided, allowing Frary to continue his training under his guidance. Another half-month has passed since Frary arrived at the headquarters, marking a month of his presence there. During this time, Prachito and the others also commenced their studies of the Marine Six Powers. Notably, Karp had departed a few days prior due to matters in the New World, with his duties temporarily assumed by Vice Admiral Moore, Zifa's deputy. In the familiar, vast training arena, after the passage of more than half a month, Frary had gradually honed his mastery of the Six Powers. Among them, Soru and Tekai were his most proficient techniques. Throughout this month, Frary had abstained from employing his devil fruit abilities, to the point that he nearly forgot he was a natural-type devil fruit user. Now, with his left hand resembling a fist of black iron, and his right hand wielding a sword enveloped in Busashoka haki, he launched a relentless assault towards Zifa. The continuous barrage seemed to leave Zifa with no option but to defend himself, unable to retaliate. Of course, Frary was aware that this was merely an illusion, remaining vigilant against Zifa's thunderous counterattack. With a deft misstep, he darted about, either striking at Zifa with a swift slash of his sword, the blade shimmering in a ghostly green hue, or delivering a powerful punch that reverberated through the air with a resounding crack. Zifa maintained a calm demeanor, launching a straight punch with tremendous force, enveloped in haki. Even before it neared him, Frary felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing water echoed as clear droplets scattered across the arena. The droplets swiftly converged once more, revealing Frary in his original form. Just as he transformed back, a robust leg swept toward him with ferocity. Freya's imposing figure enveloped the left side of her body. With a resounding crash, she was propelled directly into the wall, dissolving into a splash of water. It appears you have not relaxed your utilization of fruit abilities during this time. Zephyr ceased his movements, refraining from advancing further. Given such capabilities, it is only natural not to set them aside. Rather, the focus has been more on honing physical techniques in recent days. Frary reverted to his original state, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Zephyr's attack was not something that could simply be evaded by becoming elemental. Zephyr nodded and remarked, "The arrangements on the Marineford side have been made. Tomorrow, a warship will be assigned to you, and your first officer will inform you of the pirates to be dealt with. As for the fate of the pirates you have defeated, that shall be at your discretion." Although Zephyr was known as the admiral who refrained from killing, he was not one to impose his ideals upon others. He possessed his own sense of justice but did not demand that others conform to his beliefs. He refrained from standing on a moral high ground to deliver grandiloquent speeches. Instead, he chose to demonstrate his convictions through his actions. That night, Frary returned to his quarters, only to find it peculiar that Prachito and the others were absent. Where could they have gone? While he found it odd, he did not dwell on it, for he felt secure in this place and harbored no concern for their safety. After finishing his shower, he finally saw the three return. Prachito and Joniel were grumbling, particularly Prachito, whose face bore the marks of a recent altercation, bruised and battered. "Did you get into a fight?" Frary inquired of Hope. "Not me," Hope replied, shaking his head. Just as he was about to explain, Joniel interjected. "It was that fellow named Rajet. Lord Prachito was the one he struck." Chapter 35. The bewildered smoker Freya was at a loss for words. It seemed she had engaged in a scuffle with someone and had even been bested in the confrontation. What prompted such violence? Freya inquired. Frary's inquiry left both Prachito and Joniel somewhat hesitant. "Speak up," Frary commanded. "Allow me to elucidate." Hop stepped forward. In truth, it was Prachito who took a fancy to Ayn, attempting to ingratiate himself with her. However, she happened to be a close friend of Rajet, leading to an exchange of heated words that ultimately escalated into a brawl. As he spoke, Hop couldn't suppress a chuckle. This fellow lacks skill, even with the fruit's abilities. He is no match, and what a disgrace that is. Ha ha. By the end of his recounting, Hop inadvertently burst into laughter. "Hey, enough of that, you scoundrel." Prachito glared at Hop, visibly upset. "TCH, if you've lost, you must acknowledge it. Rather, consider how to reclaim your honor instead of embarrassing your elder brother." At these words, Prachito fell into a contemplative silence. Throughout his life, aside from his rivalry with Hop, He had never experienced such a crushing defeat, completely overwhelmed. The crux of the matter was that the opponent's superiority did not stem from sheer strength or agility, but from a slight edge in every aspect, rendering him utterly confounded. Observing Presido's silence, Joniel contemplated offering some words of encouragement, yet he found himself silenced by Hop's piercing gaze. To Hop, losing was simply part of the game. No one could triumph indefinitely, and he was not the elder brother. Even the elder brother had to toil diligently to enhance his physical prowess. Such behavior seemed quite petty. Frary was at a loss for words, as it seemed that Presido had been smitten, only to be intercepted by another before he could act. However, Frary chose not to concern himself with the matter, allowing them to resolve it on their own. His intervention would only bring him embarrassment. More pressing was the fact that he would soon embark on a voyage the following day. After sharing this with the trio, they expressed their envy. Despite the fulfillment they found in their daily training, it paled in comparison to the thrill of battling pirates. Having spent years alongside Frary, their lives were predominantly defined by combat, and they yearned to accompany him, yet such a prospect was unattainable. As they chatted, Presido, though initially displeased, quickly regained his composure, engaging in playful banter with Hope while Joniel observed, offering lighthearted advice. The following day, Frary arose early. This journey presented a splendid opportunity to visit the kingdom of princesses and knights. The thought of that enchanting figure warmed Frary's heart. Accompanied by the assigned naval soldiers, he made his way to the port of Marineford after a brief interval. Coincidentally, adjacent to the warship he was to board, another vessel was preparing for departure. Beneath that ship stood a familiar figure. With silver hair and clad in a coat that contrasted with the Navy's justice attire, it was unmistakably Smoker. Albeit not yet adorned with the title of Tin Hands, Smoker caught sight of Frary, puzzled, as he recalled that Frary was a newcomer of this batch. Why was he here instead of at the training camp? Though intrigued, Smoker did not dwell on it. Approaching Frary's warship, he offered a symbolic nod in greeting before ascending the gangway that had been lowered. It was curious how he managed to board this vessel. Frary was bewildered. Wasn't the aide assigned to him supposed to be an experienced naval officer, a seasoned navigator at that? How could it be Smoker? After all this time, the warship beside him was merely anchored there. You must be Colonel Frary, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Frary turned his head to find a man with black-framed glasses and a ponytail standing behind him. It was Colonel Gate, a 30-year-old officer from the Navy headquarters, whose abilities were rather average, yet he possessed an exceptional talent for navigation. He had been specifically assigned to assist Frary, who was regarded by the warring states as a figure of immense potential. You must be Colonel Gate. I am Frary Diurnus. Frary offered a salute to Gate, who returned the gesture with a military salute. On board the warship, Smoker found a relatively cool spot and settled down. It was indeed vexing. He was on the verge of being assigned to the New World, yet suddenly he was instructed to assist a man. Although he felt discontent, he was not inclined to disregard orders entirely. What irked him, however, was that the higher-ups had not even divulged the name or rank of the person he was to assist, merely instructing him to observe how others conducted their duties. This left Smoker quite displeased. He had already harbored considerable dissatisfaction with certain individuals above him, and this added insult to injury. Should this so-called commander fail to meet his expectations, Smoker could not guarantee his compliance during the forthcoming voyage. After sitting for a while, Smoker took a puff from his cigar. Perhaps due to his smoke fruit abilities, the smoke enveloped his face completely. As he waved it aside, he caught sight of Frary and Gate boarding the ship. What was he doing here? Smoker frowned. Although Frary was the top newcomer of this cohort, he considered him rather unremarkable. How could he suddenly appear here, on the same vessel as himself? Confusion lingered. Yet Smoker was more eager to discover who the leader of this expedition would be. He was familiar with Gate, a well-respected officer in the headquarters, coveted by numerous Rear Admiral-level naval officers. After all, who wouldn't desire an exceptional navigator? With his presence, the perils of traversing the Grand Line would diminish significantly. Unfortunately, he had been under the command of Sengoku all this time, and unexpectedly, he had been reassigned. Smoker was aware of Gate's capabilities. Thus he knew that Gate would not be the leader of this voyage. He believed he would be a more suitable candidate. After all, Smoker was a Logia-type devil fruit user, possessing considerable strength. Considering Gate's esteemed position and favorable reputation among the higher-ups, Smoker understood that Gate must know who the leader would be, prompting him to rise and approach Gate. Upon seeing Smoker, Gate's eyes brightened. The notorious Smoker's reputation within the headquarters was hardly inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing it. However, it was not a commendable reputation, rivaling that of Rear Admiral Kaji. Nevertheless, Rear Admiral Kaji was undeniably skilled and immensely powerful, whereas Smoker ranked among the strongest of the colonels, with strengths that could rival some Rear Admirals within the headquarters. After all, as a Logia-type user, his ability to become intangible was a nightmare for many ordinary individuals. Thus, Gate felt a sense of reassurance with Smoker's presence. Just 3 days prior, Sengoku had summoned him, instructing him to accompany Frey, leaving Gate utterly bewildered. I, Gate, am a seasoned colonel of the headquarters. And you want me to follow a newcomer, a mere branch colonel? Oh no, now a full-fledged colonel. For many years. Frey's rank has been sufficient for promotion to colonel within the headquarters, prompting Sengoku to directly appoint him as such, a decision that left others with little room for dissent. This matter was personally drafted in the presence of Gate, leaving him at a loss for words. Naturally, Sengoku had also mentioned to Gate that Frey possessed considerable strength, capable of making his mark in the first half of the Grand Line, but Gate merely interpreted this as flattery. While it was possible that Frey had some degree of prowess, perhaps comparable to a Rear Admiral in the headquarters, Gate remained skeptical about his ability to dominate the initial seas. After all, this was Sengoku's request. Could he dare to refute or resist the marshal? Fortunately, this mission was only to deal with this year's pirate supernovas, not a formidable pirate crew, and with Smoker's presence, Gate felt a semblance of confidence regarding the endeavor. He promptly stepped forward to introduce Frey. This is Colonel Smoker, who, I must say, is your senior, Colonel Frey. He continued, Colonel Smoker. This is the commanding officer for this mission, Colonel Frey. Please hand over the orders for this operation to me, as I will serve as Colonel Frey's aide. Huh? Smoker stood there, utterly bemused, staring blankly at Frey and Gate. Frey gazed upon Smog's countenance and discerned that he seemed rather skeptical about his role as the leader this time. Frey suddenly curved his lips into a faint smile, producing the items that Zephyr had prepared for him. Colonel Smoker, you are the one who will accompany me in the pursuit of this year's pirate supernovas, are you not? As Frey spoke, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise on this journey. It seemed that boredom would be a distant memory. Chapter 36. The sea lay tranquil, and the sky was devoid of clouds. Smoker reclined awkwardly on the expansive deck, bearing an expression that mirrored his existential doubts. Just a few hours prior, he had learned that he had been assigned to serve under a mere fledgling. And to add insult to injury, he found himself relegated to the role of third in command, not even qualifying as a lieutenant. This fledgling, a young man he had only met once, was none other than Frey, a fact that Smoker found somewhat difficult to accept. Freya reclined on a chair, leisurely sipping his favorite watermelon juice. Alas, it was not chilled. With a sigh, Freya reflected on his recent voyage and found himself missing Prachito. At the elite training camp, Prachito, one of the top 5, was receiving special treatment alongside Hope and Radget. Suddenly, while engaged in rigorous training, Prachito let out a sneeze. Who was thinking of me? He wondered, drenched in sweat. Glancing at the golden-haired Radget, he mused, could it be this fellow? Instantly, his gaze towards Radget sharpened. So, you're speaking ill of me behind my back, are you? Radget, equally soaked from the training, shot a puzzled look at Prachito, questioning why he was being stared at. What is his problem? Is he challenging me? Radget scoffed inwardly. Among peers, he harbored no fear of anyone, especially not of Prachito, who had already tasted defeat at his hands once. Hope silently observed the two, recalling Freya's previous words about their foolishness. Just moments ago, they had been amicable. How had they suddenly locked onto each other again? Clearly, both had their quirks. Hope discreetly shifted his position to avoid being drawn into their escalating tension. Beside Frey stood Captain Gate, a naval officer and navigator, holding a small, exquisitely crafted monocular telescope. He was articulating the objectives of their mission to Frey. Unlike Smoker, who harbored some dissatisfaction with the arrangement, Gate understood that Frey's assignment was a testament to his exceptional capabilities. He was no ordinary individual. Gate was keenly aware that, despite his own unique talents, the Navy ultimately valued strength above all. He recognized that he could not possibly be a rival to the charmingly handsome Frey, who had a penchant for fruit juice. Furthermore, Frey's demeanor was gracious, and Gate felt compelled to reciprocate the courtesy rather than display any displeasure. Casting a glance at the unrefined Smoker, Gate shook his head inwardly. The man was indeed a rebel. While he could empathize with Smoker's sentiments, he found it difficult to comprehend his approach. It seemed that Smoker possessed the leverage to act as he did. Reflecting on Smoker's status as a natural devil fruit user filled Gate with envy. He too yearned to grow stronger, aspiring to be more than merely a navigator. Recollecting his thoughts, he handed Frey the bounty poster for the pirate supernova they were set to confront, providing explanations as Fry flipped through each page. It was worth noting that although the current generation of pirate supernovas was not as numerous as in Luffy's era, they were by no means scarce. In Frey's possession, there lay no less than 5 bounty notices. If one were to include the slain Fireblade Rog, this year would witness a total of 6 pirate supernovas. This could be deemed a significant upheaval within the realm of piracy. Should these individuals enter the world of the seas, it is likely that they would incite considerable chaos. While this could ostensibly be viewed as a fortuitous development after all, it's merely dogs biting each other. One must consider that these pirate supernovas would likely leave behind a trail of egregious misdeeds in their wake. Much like the notorious Fireblade Rock, Fry is aware that the other party is merely dissatisfied with the fact that he is not the foremost among this year's pirate supernovas. Yet he dares to launch a direct assault on a nation. Had it not been for Fry and Jackie's timely arrival, the situation could have escalated into chaos. Consequently, even Sengoku deems this batch of pirate supernovas excessively perilous, and it presents an opportune moment for Fry to enhance his accomplishments. It shall be him. Let us first eliminate him. Frey extracted a bounty notice, specifically the one with the highest reward. As Gate took it into his hands, he beheld the image of a handsome middle-aged man, exuding an air of nobility. However, the notice detailed this individual's various heinous deeds. Bloodhammer Bernie, with a bounty of 290 million berries, possessed the unique superhuman ability of the Blood fruit. The Bloodhammer pirates were no ordinary crew. Distinct from the Flame pirates, which were sustained by a single individual, the Bloodhammer pirates boasted 3 formidable forces in addition to Bernie: the Ghost Gunner Como, the Great Sword Kansi, and the murderous King Long. Gate remarked to Frary that among these 3, Long was the most powerful. A rogue hailing from the West Blue who joined the Bloodhammer pirates after being defeated by Bernie. The bounties of the trio were also considerable, amounting to 74,500,000 berries for Como, 91 million berries for Kansi, and the mightiest among them, the Supernova Long, with a staggering bounty of 125 million berries. Indeed, the Bloodhammer pirates were akin to the later Kid pirates and Straw Hat pirates, both classified as dual supernovas. Were it not for Bloodhammer's record of nearly annihilating a small nation, Frary would have been tempted to send this individual into the New World to contend against that array of monsters. However, due to the inherent danger this man posed, Frary's primary target for elimination was naturally him. At this moment, Gate felt a weight in his heart. He had not anticipated that his superior would immediately challenge the strongest adversary, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Although he had long been aware of this information, he was astonished that Frary would dare to accept this most formidable challenge as his first. Considering the inadequacy of their personnel, particularly the lackadaisical Smoker, Gate feared he might not survive to return. For the sake of his own life, Gate resolved to advise this young man that while having ambition and goals was commendable, one must first ensure their own safety in the battle against the evils of the sea. It was unwise to court death. Just as he was about to speak, the warship suddenly lurched violently. Smoker sensed something amiss, leaping to his feet. Gate also felt the disturbance and looked up towards the sea. The once tranquil surface of the ocean began to churn with powerful currents, and merely the residual waves set the warship rocking precariously. Suddenly, a colossal shadow erupted from the depths of the sea. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic sea creature resembling a monkey enveloped the entire warship in its shadow. The naval soldiers, who had been engaged in various duties, were startled by the terrifying figure. Yet, as elite forces arranged by Sengoku, they refrained from acting without orders, awaiting directives from Frary, their commanding officer. As Smoker and Gate gazed at the immense creature before them, beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. "Hey, Gate. What is happening?" "Isn't there sea prism stone in the hull?" Smoker shouted at Gate. After a long pause, Gate struggled to articulate a coherent response. At that moment, he felt a mix of despair. The upper echelons had assured him a fully equipped warship, but who could have anticipated that this sea creature would be unaffected? Did they neglect to account for such a threat? This thought flitted through Gate's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, contemplating that now was futile. Instead, he focused on how to respond to the situation. Gate turned to Frary, eager to discern his course of action, for he was the commander aboard the warship. Frere had just been contemplating the fact that Zephyr had also mentioned the vessel was fully equipped. However, anything could happen at sea. Inspections could only be addressed in hindsight. This marked the second encounter with an enormous sea king. The creature was indeed colossal, forcing Frere to tilt his head back to behold it. He was not fond of craning his neck. Tightening the grip on his waistbound Ajura, he thought it was about time to test his blade after acquiring it. Faced with the massive sea king, Frere maintained a calm demeanor. instilling a sense of reassurance among those around him. Yet, the imminent threat of the creature demanded swift action. At that moment, Smoker disregarded any notions of comfort. Resolving the issue at hand took precedence. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed from his form, rapidly engulfing the entire battleship. The enormous Sea King, perceiving its toy had transformed, expressed its dissatisfaction with a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves towards the vessel. The white smoke, caught in a fierce gust, swiftly dispersed to the rear. This monster, Smoker, was drenched in cold sweat. He was not yet the formidable force he would become in the future. The Sea King was far too powerful for him. "Step aside," Frere murmured from behind Smoker. Turning around, Smoker witnessed Frere draw one of his blades. The uniquely patterned blade glimmered momentarily before the striking figure of his youthful and handsome comrade swung the weapon. A brilliant azure light shimmered as it cleaved directly towards the colossal Sea King. By the time Smoker regained his senses, the massive creature had been severed in two, collapsing to either side in disbelief, unable to fathom its own demise. Chapter 37. Smoker's mixed emotions. The sea lay tranquil once more. Yet the sky was now adorned with thick, heavy clouds. Smoker stood dazed at the edge of the battleship, still reeling from the blinding execution of the Sea King by Frere. Not just him, but the others too wore expressions of astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. It was only Gate, with his wealth of experience, who grasped the situation quickly. Otherwise, the ship would have remained stationary, a perilous choice in these waters. The sea was not tranquil, and other predatory marine beasts would not overlook the corpse of the colossal Sea King, inevitably drawing them in and creating further complications. Thus, Gate instinctively rallied the naval crew to advance, avoiding stagnation. Once they departed the area, normalcy returned to their voyage, and admiration filled the gazes directed at Frere. To slay a Sea King with a single stroke, and such a massive one at that, their commander was undoubtedly a formidable expert. With such an astonishingly powerful leader, they felt a surge of elation. Although as Navy personnel, they were accustomed to placing their lives on the line, who wouldn't desire to survive? The stronger their superior, the greater their chances in the trials of battle. If anyone was the most pleased at that moment, it was Gate. What he had presumed to be merely a gilded journey for Frere turned out to be a testament to genuine strength. It was then that Gate recalled the words of Sengoku, who had once spoken to him. It appeared he had not been misled. Reflecting on Frere's decisive strike against the enormous Sea King, Gate understood why Frere dared to provoke the Bloodhammer pirates. This was a man of capability and confidence, not a naive fool unafraid of danger. "Captain Gate." Frere's voice jolted Gate back from his reverie. "You see," he remarked, "in the Navy, strength is paramount. Even as fellow colonels, I cannot help but address you with respect." He then instructed, "Let us inspect the underside of the ship." "Understood," Gate replied, though he would have checked regardless of Frere's prompting. This precaution could have spared them from numerous unnecessary troubles. Yet they had encountered a sea creature right at the outset, an occurrence that felt decidedly unusual. Without requiring others to intervene, Gate volunteered himself. With a powerful leap, he plunged beneath the surface to examine the ship's hull. After a brief wait, he emerged, dripping wet. "How was it?" Frere inquired. Gate shook his head gently. "Everything appears normal. It seems we are merely unfortunate." Frere shrugged, finding the outcome unsurprising. Zephyr and his companions remained remarkably reliable. However, they likely did not anticipate encountering such circumstances shortly after their departure. Returning to his designated recliner, Frere felt an immense sense of contentment. As he struck the colossal sea creature, he distinctly sensed an increased mastery over Azura. Nonetheless, prolonged usage still had its repercussions, rendering it unsuitable as a primary weapon. After a brief period of astonishment, Smoker finally regained his composure. At that moment, he had abandoned any pretensions of superiority. Silently approaching Frere, he incredulously inquired, "Are you truly the first of this cohort?" Frere chuckled lightly. "Of course, Colonel Smog. Is there any issue at hand?" Although Fry was inquiring, his tone brimmed with sarcasm. Smog disregarded Frere's demeanor. His thoughts were consumed by the stark disparity between them, both being top-tier elites in the training camp, yet he, as the senior, found the gap to be astonishingly vast. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that the world's inconsistencies would inevitably manifest before him at times. Fortunately, Smog was aware of the multitude of extraordinary beings in this world, so despite being taken aback by Frere's formidable prowess, he adeptly recalibrated his mindset. Observing Fry languidly reclining in a chair, savoring life, Smog decided to sit beside him and took out a cigar to smoke. In mere moments, the air was thick with swirling smoke. Colonel Smog, Fry began. Smog turned his head, sensing a request was at hand. Understanding the disparity in strength in his role as an aide to Fry, he was mentally prepared for this. Then he heard Fry say, "Could you smoke your cigar over there?" Frary gestured towards the other side, expressing his distaste for the flavor of cigars, and casually added that he abstains from alcohol. Smog remained speechless, rising silently to walk away. He approached the ship's railing, gazing melancholically at the tranquil sea. It seemed he was not particularly favored by this individual. In the South China Sea, on Flying Fish Island, the 327th Naval Branch was in operation. After Frary's departure, Feluda assumed the position of colonel. Over the past 2 months, numerous pirate crews began to wreak havoc upon learning of Frary's absence. Fortunately, the navy trained by Frary, though not on par with the headquarters, was still elite. With Feluda, who had consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, managing the situation, things were kept under control, albeit with more chaos than during Frary's tenure. Today, Feluda intended to select a capable and promising navy officer to inherit another devil fruit left by Frary. Strength held paramount importance within the navy. Thus, Feluda opted for a combat-based selection process. Naturally, the candidate had to possess merit and experience. Feluda would not be foolish enough to grant such an opportunity to a newcomer. Feluda observed the 2 final contenders, Kappa and Oscar, both of whom had joined 5 years prior and had consistently followed Frary. They held the rank of lieutenant in the branch and were of notable height, one measuring 2 meters 3, the other 2 meters 4, at around 25 years of age. Both sported full beards, with the former being bald and the latter having a spiky hairstyle. The 2 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neither willing to relent despite their friendship. As their strength waned, it was Kappa, the bald man, who first succumbed to the ground. With the outcome clear, Feluda called upon the surrounding navy personnel to assist in treatment. The following morning, Feluda approached Oscar's hospital bed, carrying a box. Upon opening it, he revealed a long, striped fruit adorned with peculiar patterns. "Eat up. This is what you deserve. Also, congratulations, Oscar, you are now a major. I have reported this to the higher-ups. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, the official appointment will be issued in a few days." Oscar excitedly accepted the devil fruit from Feluda. Among those who followed Frary, none envied Jonier more. They viewed Jonier as a fellow grassroots individual, and while his innate talent may not have surpassed theirs, his achievements were largely credited to Frary's recognition. Now, with a similar opportunity before him, Oscar faced the powerful fruit without hesitation, swallowing it whole. He coughed violently, having consumed it too quickly. Feluda stood by, informing Oscar, "The devil fruit you have consumed is a Zoan type, the hedgehog fruit." Upon hearing this, Oscar felt no disappointment. The mere acquisition of a devil fruit was a stroke of fortune, regardless of its rarity. He nodded in understanding, not wishing to disturb Oscar's recovery further. Feluda refrained from interrupting, recognizing that Oscar needed time to recuperate after the earlier intense battle with Kappa. In the surrounding waters of Flying Fish Island, a merchant ship approached. Inside, a boy, standing at 1.70 meters, held a transponder snail, engaged in conversation. "Rest assured, Captain, I will infiltrate Flying Fish Island and do my utmost to sway Feluda." The voice on the other end replied, "Your priority is to gain Feluda's trust. Ideally, you should enter the gaze of that demon sword. He is your target. This man does not belong in the Navy. It is a pity that he is extremely vigilant. Past operatives have failed to capture his attention and have been marginalized in various ways. This time, take advantage of his absence in the South China Sea to gradually enter his line of sight." "Understood, Captain." After hanging up, the boy exited the room. "Look, ahead lies Flying Fish Island," a sailor exclaimed. Currently, Flying Fish Island was one of the safest places in the South China Sea. Here, there was little concern about pirates daring to approach, even with the absence of the demon's sword, Frary. The boy gazed ahead at the island, resembling a soaring fish, his eyes shimmering with determination. "I, Jerson, have arrived." Chapter 38, Bloodhammer Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. There are 7 routes, and Bernie, in pursuit of the legendary treasure known as One Piece, found himself on one of these paths. A flag depicting a skull with a bloodied hammer fluttered against the sea breeze atop a massive pirate ship, its prow adorned with a dragon's head. "Captain, we have arrived at the Iron Kingdom," a pirate shouted to Bernie. Standing at 1.90 meters, Bernie was clad in ornate noble attire with lace trimmings. Sporting 2 small mustaches and wielding a 1-meter-long, exquisitely crafted hammer at his waist. Peering through a telescope, he beheld a port forged from iron. "Is this the Iron Kingdom?" I hope it holds what I seek, Bernie murmured. Are we to destroy this country? Inquired a towering figure, for meters tall, wielding a massive broadsword. Kongsi, the captain did not bring us here to stir trouble. Have you forgotten about that encounter with Roger? Emerged a shadowy figure, camo, with a sullen expression. TCH, Kongsi retorted. Roger was simply too weak. He cannot be compared to our captain. Camo remained silent. He had crossed paths with that fiery Roger before. A Logia-type user of the flame fruit, he possessed remarkable swordsmanship. It was merely his flamboyance that led to his downfall. Though the Bloodhammer pirates had committed their fair share of misdeeds, they had never sought trouble with major nations. As a member of the world government, neither Bernie nor Camo wished to provoke the Iron Kingdom, leading them to disregard Kongsi's remarks. Captain, why are we really here? Kongsi pressed, unwilling to be ignored. Bernie cast a glance at him and slowly replied, Very well, I shall disclose our purpose. At this, not only Kongsi and Camo but also the other pirates surrounding them perked up, eager to learn the reason for their visit. The Iron Kingdom possesses a unique iron ore known as the Iron King, Bernie elaborated. Is this our objective? Camo inquired. Indeed, Bernie affirmed, gently stroking the hammer at his waist as he continued. This Iron King has remarkable properties, easily melding with various iron items to enhance weapon durability. My berserker abilities, along with your weapons, can incorporate this material. The crew exchanged glances, contemplating the simplicity of their mission. They had anticipated a rare treasure, yet it served only this purpose. Couldn't such a feat be accomplished by a master craftsman? What? Do you have any objections? A flicker of displeasure passed through Bernie's eyes. No, Captain. This is for our benefit. How could it be otherwise? The crowd fervently gestured, deferring to their leader's word. Humph. Bernie scoffed, turning away. He grasped the exquisite iron hammer at his waist, retrieving a clean silk cloth from his pocket to meticulously polish it. Camo was the first to board Bernie's ship, holding a position of considerable esteem within the Bloodhammer pirate crew, second only to the formidable killer King Long were it not for his inferior strength compared to Long. He might have ascended to the role of first mate by now. The captain's brutish ways. Camo sighed. The hammer was a relic of Bernie's past, and now he sought the Iron King to enhance his prowess. Camo could understand that. After all, it bore the weight of an object capable of altering Bernie's destiny, and the desire to improve it was only natural. One could only hope that no misfortune would befall them, for the Iron Kingdom was far from being merely another nation of the world. The Bloodhammer pirate crew's next undertaking was to seize the Iron King, a treasure of the Iron Kingdom, and being pirates, they could not simply enter the country through the front door. They took a wide detour, approaching a sparsely populated coastline. Skillfully, they employed hooks and ropes to secure their position, constructing a rudimentary rope ladder. On Bernie's side, he sought out the brawny warrior, King Long, who was engrossed in his training. Towering at 3 meters, Long's bare torso was a canvas of scars. His powerful arms executed a handstand with a single finger, while a hefty iron ball was bound to his leg. Are we all going, or will you stay to watch the ship? Bernie inquired, observing the man who had not ceased his training for even a moment. He reflected that had he not fortuitously triumphed over Long in their initial encounter, he would not have earned this man's loyalty. Yet, should he falter in their next duel, Long would undoubtedly depart. However, during this interval, his trust in Long surpassed that of Camo, the first to join his crew. Not interested, I'll just watch the ship, Long replied, his movements unbroken. Sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping onto the deck, yet he persevered. Very well, Bernie nodded, turning to leave. Before their departure, he arranged for others to assist Long, as that fellow was a training fanatic who seldom took charge. Thus, Bernie set forth with Camo, Kangs, and a cadre of pirates, embarking from the shore and officially infiltrating the Iron Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fry received the latest intelligence from Gate, who had come from headquarters, navigating a warship towards the Bloodhammer pirate cruise route. Colonel Fry, a pirate ship has appeared ahead. Suddenly, Fry, reclining in a lounge chair, heard a naval soldier's shout. Glancing over, he saw nothing. Hey, you there? Oh, Smoker, it's your turn. Frary had no interest in engaging, as he found ordinary pirates rather tedious, especially with Smoker present. Upon hearing this, Smoker's expression darkened as he moved to the front of the warship. Gate stood beside him, peering through a telescope. It was the Axe pirate crew, led by Captain Axe John, who had a bounty of 36 million berries, indicating considerable strength. Smoker glanced at Frary, who remained nonchalant, and could only muster a wry smile. As they approached, The opposing crew displayed remarkable audacity, refusing to flee. Gate was somewhat astonished. Few dared to confront the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. He then shouted, "Men, fire the cannons with all your might." "Yes, sir." The Navy soldiers took their positions, methodically retrieving cannonballs and firearms from the warship. They adjusted the cannons, aiming them at the approaching Axe pirate crew. Once the Navy was adequately prepared, Gate waved his hand. Fire! Boom! 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 In an instant, cannonballs were launched from the ship. Unfortunately, their accuracy was dismal. After firing for a while, they only succeeded in creating a splash of water, nearly capsizing the pirate ship with the resulting waves, yet failing to hit their targets. The pirates, undeterred, retaliated with cannon fire. Perhaps it was a universal truth in this world that hitting targets was exceedingly difficult. Frere firmly believed in this notion. Consequently, the incoming cannonballs also missed, splashing harmlessly into the sea beside the warship, causing it to rock momentarily before returning to calm. As they prepared for close-quarter combat, Gate promptly ordered a portion of the Navy to advance. Each soldier brandished their standard-issue swords, spirits high. How could their spirits not be elevated? There were 3 Navy colonels on board, one of whom was a Logia fruit user, while another was an exceptionally formidable warrior. Although he had yet to engage, Frere's presence instilled confidence in them. Gate, unwilling to delay, brandished a flintlock pistol and charged forth alongside Smoker. Eliminate these pirates. The battle commenced with cries of fury and bloodlust. Smoker dashed ahead, utilizing his smoke powers to propel himself onto the pirate ship. He quickly spotted the most imposing figure aboard, a towering man nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a massive axe. "It seems you are my opponent, Navy," John grinned, his large teeth gleaming. He had not avoided the Navy ship to escape, but to increase his stagnant bounty. Die, without regard for any notions of fairness or combat ethics. John raised his colossal axe and swung it ferociously at Smoker. With a deafening crash, Smoker and the deck beneath him were cleaved apart. At that moment, inexplicably, it began to rain lightly. Gate shattered the skull of a pirate before him with a single blow and shot another pirate attempting to ambush him from behind. Looking up in bewilderment at the sky, he thought, how could it possibly rain now? Chapter 39. Smoker's frustration. The sudden, strange rain fell only over the battlefield. However, Gate had no time to ponder. He kicked away a pirate charging at him and rushed toward the officers of the Axe pirate crew, aiming to eliminate those who posed a threat to the average Navy soldier. Seeing Gate's rampage, John, furious, prepared to charge at him with his enormous axe, but inexplicably found himself enveloped in white smoke. What? The battle has just begun, and you wish to flee? As Smoker returned to his original form, John realized that his opponent bore no injuries. Even his clothes remained intact. A Logia fruit user, John exclaimed in shock. He had guessed correctly, yet there was no reward for him. The white smoke from Smoker dispersed, quickly enveloping John completely. What is happening? Smoker, cigar in mouth, gazed at the sky, bewildered by the abnormal raindrops falling upon him. Just a moment ago, the weather had been clear. This place was not the New World. Although the weather here was unpredictable, there were still fundamental principles to adhere to. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted beside Smoker. It was John. The white smoke, while obscuring him, did not hinder his movements. Possessing innate strength, he dispersed the smoke with a few powerful swings of his axe. However, emerging from the smoke, John wore a grave expression. He understood the elemental abilities of Logia fruits and was at a loss regarding how to deal with this Navy officer, causing him great agitation. The sounds of screams filled the air. Glancing around, John was dismayed to see that his own men were falling. Some Navy soldiers, despite being gravely injured, did not collapse. Strangely, whenever a pirate approached them, they inexplicably suffered injuries before seizing the opportunity to slay the pirates. What is going on? John thought, frantic. Not only did he have to contend with the smoke user before him, but he was also witnessing this bizarre phenomenon. If all his subordinates were to perish, even his strength would be for naught today. Dare to be distracted while battling me? Smoker observed John scanning the surroundings, seemingly dismissing him, causing his anger to surge. Although he too held little regard for his opponent, one could hardly compare the two. Smoker concentrated the white smoke, forming a massive smoke sphere that surged toward John. Annoying fellow. John swung his massive axe again. Although he could not kill this Navy officer, he perceived the attacks as relatively trivial. With just a few heavy strikes, the whirlwind generated by his axe dispersed the smoke sphere. Yet Smoker was not one to relent easily. The recently scattered smoke reformed around John, ensnaring him and obstructing his vision. Damn it! John roared, but despite his relentless swings of the giant axe, the smoke refused to dissipate as before. Smoker, feeling a sense of helplessness in restraining John, realized that his attacks were ineffective against such overwhelming power. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. Without John's presence, Gate became a relentless force of destruction, leaving no pirate capable of withstanding him. When the last pirate, aside from John, fell, the rain ceased. Gate paid no mind to the peculiar weather. He approached Smoker, observing the ongoing struggle against John, who was continually enveloped in white smoke. This is the power of a Logia user, Gate noted, recognizing that even the weakest Logia fruit could easily incapacitate a pirate of equal strength. Furthermore, from the beginning until now, Smoker had sustained no injuries. It was noteworthy that even Gate had been nicked a few times, albeit only minor wounds. Gate signaled to a few armed Navy soldiers, simultaneously raising his flintlock and aiming it at John. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound of gunfire echoed, and while John, the battle axe, displayed commendable prowess, he could hardly withstand such a barrage of bullets. As the wounds on his body multiplied, the once easily wielded giant axe became increasingly cumbersome. With a final gunshot, John collapsed onto the deck, blood gushing from his wounds and staining the surface beneath him. Gate did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he fired several shots at John's body, and upon confirming his silence, he allowed others to approach. Once they had seized all the spoils from the battle axe pirates, the Navy returned triumphantly to their ship. Gate presented the inventory of their acquisitions to Colonel Fry, reporting the casualties from the battle. Colonel Fry, did you witness that peculiar rain earlier? He inquired, observing Frey's expression with a hint of suspicion, as he suspected that Fry might have been the one behind it, which seemed highly plausible. It was not only John who sensed the anomaly. Fry had also detected something amiss. Among the Navy, the most severely injured did not even meet the criteria for serious wounds, which was decidedly abnormal. Gate pondered this, realizing that Fry possessed the most potential to wield such power, especially since it was unclear whether their own side had any devil fruit users. Expecting Fry to be evasive, Gate was surprised when Fry confessed outright, "That rain was my doing. I am also a devil fruit user. Is there a problem?" "No," Gate replied. "I extend my gratitude on behalf of them." "That won't be necessary." Fry shook his head. Then Gate heard Fry declare, "You all count as my soldiers. I will ensure your safety. Overall, you performed admirably." Gate fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words due to Frey's statement. Ultimately, he managed to utter 2 words. "Thank you." He bowed to Fry before descending to attend to other matters. As the first mate, these responsibilities were his to uphold. As for Smoker, Gate regarded him as a combatant, recognizing that his strength surpassed Gate's own. Thus, he had no intention of attempting to command the renowned troublemaker. Since Fry revealed his ability to summon rain, Gate had no intention of concealing this information. The naval officers were not oblivious. They sensed something peculiar about that rain, though they could not articulate what exactly was amiss. Thus, after Gate disclosed Frey's rain-summoning capabilities, many naval soldiers suddenly realized the truth, feeling immense gratitude towards Fry. It turned out that Colonel Fry had been watching over them all along, albeit without voicing it. This revelation only deepened their admiration for him. In contrast, Smoker remained remarkably composed upon learning this. The combination of formidable swordsmanship and a mysterious fruit ability seemed reasonable enough. Smoker nodded to himself, attempting to convince his own mind. "Reasonable, my foot." He silently raged. The subtle manipulation of such a fruit's ability was anything but normal. At that moment, Smoker was engulfed in a sense of frustration, as this was the first time he encountered a junior whose strength far surpassed his own, shrouded in an impenetrable mystery. As Fry observed Smoker's face shifting in color, he assumed something was amiss. He inquired, "Colonel Smoker, what troubles you? You appear unwell." "It's nothing," Smoker sighed, silently retreating to a secluded corner at the edge of the warship, where he indulged in a cigar, his expression one of melancholy. Soon, the smoke enveloped his face, obscuring his thoughts. Days swiftly passed, during which they encountered no pirates as audacious as the Axe pirates. Most pirate vessels, upon spotting Fry's warship, fled immediately. However, with Fry present, every pirate they encountered was met with inevitable demise. During this time, Gate and his companions learned of Fry's devil fruit ability, the Logia-type torrent fruit, reputed for its extensive attack range. At that moment, Gate comprehended he had come across a true powerhouse. At merely 20 years of age, Fry possessed formidable swordsmanship coupled with an even more terrifying fruit ability, marking him as a natural candidate for a high-ranking admiral, a stark contrast to Smoker, who merely dabbled in the same elemental powers. In that instant, Gate felt a burgeoning desire to follow Fry. He also pondered that perhaps Sengoku had assigned him to deal with those pirate supernovas to allow Fry to accrue merits and expedite his promotion. Thus, he questioned himself, should I indeed follow him? Chapter 40, A Sense of Crisis. Colonel Fry, look ahead, there lies the Iron Kingdom. According to the latest intelligence, the Bloodhammer pirates are highly likely to be within its borders. It was yet another tranquil day, devoid of any news from the Navy regarding disturbances caused by the Bloodhammer pirates. Consequently, Gate could only deduce the most probable location of the Bloodhammer pirates based on their known trajectory. The Iron Kingdom emerged as the foremost possibility. An allied nation. Frere gazed at the information regarding the Iron Kingdom in his hands, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Their navy faced considerable challenges in taking action against the member states. The Bloodhammer pirate crew certainly knew how to navigate these waters. Frere shook his head in silence, but suddenly, another thought struck him. The member states of the world government each possess their own harbors, and the Steel Kingdom, boasting formidable strength, certainly has one as well. Consequently, would the Bloodhammer pirates brazenly land without a care? Clearly, such a scenario is implausible, setting aside their audacity to provoke conflict. There is no information available here regarding their entry into the Steel Kingdom. This implies that they might be anchored somewhere along the shores of this ironclad isle. Contemplating this, Frere remarked, Colonel Gate, let us navigate around the island. I am keen to ascertain whether we might encounter them. If they dare to approach the Steel Kingdom, it promises to be quite an eventful spectacle. Upon hearing Frere's words, Gate instantly grasped his meaning. Yes, leave it to me, he replied, promptly moving to the forefront to direct the naval soldiers to alter their course towards the shores of the Iron Island. The warship sailed at a steady pace. Despite the vastness of the Iron Island, they had traversed a considerable distance within a day. By midday the following day, Gate frequently monitored the surrounding weather conditions. On the lookout, a young sailor peered through his telescope into the distance. Before his eyes appeared a diminutive black dot. He rubbed his eyes and continued to gaze intently. As the warship gradually drew nearer, he finally discerned the true nature of the black. It was the vessel of the Bloodhammer pirate crew. He immediately exclaimed, Colonel Fry, I have spotted the ship of the Bloodhammer pirate crew. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Frere's eyes. It seems fortune smiles upon him. Frere rose to his feet and strode towards the bow of the warship, ready for battle. The sailors swiftly took their positions, prepared for action. Gate and Smog instinctively positioned themselves behind Frere on either side. On board the Bloodhammer pirate ship, the lookout was far from idle. Despite the previous tranquility during Balney's absence, the ever-vigilant men kept a watchful eye on the horizon whenever they had the chance. What was that? He squinted into the distance, noticing something approaching. As it came into clearer view, he realized it was a naval ship. Alarm bells rang in his mind. The Navy was coming. He shouted urgently, alerting the other pirates below. Wang Long continued his training, feeling that he was not far from his next challenge against Balney. Once I defeat him, I will return to the West Sea. Thoughts of his 5-year-old son and gentle wife danced in his mind, and a rare smile broke through his otherwise stoic expression. His penchant for battle had led him to lose to Balney, resulting in years of piracy. Initially, he thought he could dismiss the memories, but over time, the faces of his wife and child haunted him. Now, Wang Long understood that a life of piracy held no future. It was fraught with anxiety, and his family was vulnerable to the dangers he faced. With his own strength, he could pursue any path without fear of failing to provide for them. Resolute, Wang Long threw himself into his training with renewed vigor. Balney was a formidable opponent, and his unique blood fruit was both mysterious and unpredictable. Wang Long realized that his previous defeat stemmed from underestimating this fruit's power, and if he wished to prevail, he must secure an absolute advantage. Otherwise, he would find himself caught off guard once more, leading to a disastrous outcome. Though he currently lived comfortably, he had grown weary of this existence. Lord Wang Long. Lord Wang Long. The sounds of urgent calls echoed from outside his room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a large man, none other than Rick, the pirate who had spotted Frere's warship. I told you, do not disturb my training unless it is urgent. Wang Long shot a piercing glance at Rick, his expression suggesting that any unsatisfactory response could result in dire consequences for him. Rick swallowed nervously, stammering, Lord Wang Long, a naval ship is approaching us. Wang Long furrowed his brow. The Navy would certainly recognize the Bloodhammer pirate flag. Their audacity to approach suggested they had confidence in their strength. Let us go outside. he commanded, halting his training, flipping himself over to stand upright. His bare torso bore scars that testified to the fierce battles he had endured. Rick followed closely behind, casting an admiring glance at Wang Long, filled with confidence at the thought of the impending confrontation with the Navy. Lord Wang Long is only slightly less powerful than Captain Balney. How could the small Navy possibly be his match? This battle will surely end in victory for our Bloodhammer crew. Upon stepping outside, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Looking up, they noticed that the previously clear sky had inexplicably darkened, and a light rain began to fall. Raindrops trickled down Wang Long's head and face, and an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. His heart raced, and his muscles tensed involuntarily. "Prepare for battle," Wang Long bellowed, his instincts warning him that a life-or-death struggle was imminent. The other pirates were startled by his shout, but quickly assumed combat-ready stances. "Rick, call Balney and inform him of our situation," Wang Long commanded. "Huh?" Rick was taken aback. "Isn't it just a confrontation with the Navy? Do we really need to notify the captain?" "Hurry," Wang Long shouted furiously. The rain intensified, the gentle drizzle now becoming a steady downpour. Wang Long's hair and pants were soaked, and the sense of foreboding grew stronger as the naval ship drew closer. Despite the confusion, Rick complied, retrieving a white snail with black spots and dialing the number. After a brief moment, the call connected. The white-spotted snail appeared dignified, exuding an air of nobility. "Hello. This is Balney," a voice came through the line. Wang Long snatched the snail from Rick's grasp, declaring, "Balney, we might be in serious trouble." In an estate within the Iron Kingdom, Balney, who had been leisurely sipping wine, furrowed his brow at the sudden urgency. "What is happening, Mr. Balney?" A young woman, around 25 with a delicate appearance, inquired softly. Balney raised a hand to silence Carly. "What is going on?" he pressed, before Wang Long could respond. The sound of cannon fire echoed in the background. Without a doubt, Balney realized he had encountered an enemy while docked at the Iron Kingdom shore. However, even if faced with foes, why would Wang Long call him? It seemed urgent. Holding the snail to his ear, Balney called out, "Hello, Wang Long. Wang Long." Why is there no response? Upon glancing at the snail, he noticed that it had reverted to its original form, devoid of any sign of Wang Long. "Damn it. What is happening?" Balney's expression darkened, his instincts warning him that something significant was amiss on Wang Long's end. Returning to 5 minutes prior, Frere observed the naval ship drawing closer to the Bloodhammer pirate crew. He extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. The sailors heard a sharp crack, and suddenly, the sea began to drizzle with rain. Frere drew his sword, Ghost Slayer, and declared, "The strength of this opponent is formidable, thus I shall take action." Frere surveyed his surroundings and cast a glance at Smoker. "You, and I will take the lead." Smoker nodded in understanding. In recent days, he had come to a complete realization of the disparity between himself and his counterpart. He no longer harbored any resistance to Frere's commands. Fry then addressed Gate, saying, "Gate, bring the men to provide support." "Yes," Gate exclaimed, his expression filled with fervor as he shouted loudly. "Then, let's proceed." Frere leaped into the air with a rhythmic tap, his feet striking the atmosphere as he propelled himself towards the pirate ship with astonishing speed. Observing this, Smoker enveloped himself in swirling white smoke, launching forth like a white cannonball aimed directly at the Bloodhammer pirate vessel. Noticing the actions of the two, Gate, unperturbed by the potential danger to himself, shouted with fervor, "Fire the cannons." Chapter 35, Smoker Freddy departed, making his way toward Moore's office. Upon knocking and entering, he was greeted by a most unexpected figure. With short silver hair and donned in a coat emblazoned with the word Justice on the back, the individual sported windproof goggles around his neck. A cigar hung from his lips, exuding a steady stream of smoke. It was none other than Smoker, a young Marine colonel, famously known as the Chain Smoker, who had consumed the smoke fruit. This was Freddy's internal assessment. Smoker, despite his fierce appearance, was commendable for his genuine concern for the common folk, a fact evident in his camaraderie with Admiral Akiji. However, as the first natural fruit user to appear in the original narrative, his performance left much to be desired, particularly as the story progressed. Freddy, while watching the anime, was taken aback by Smoker's apparent neglect in honing his abilities or enhancing his martial prowess, opting instead to endure constant beatings. Thus, Freddy regarded Smoker with a gaze tinged with disappointment, which perplexed Smoker when he turned to glance at him. "Freddy, allow me to introduce you to your senior," Colonel Smoker more cheerfully announced upon recognizing Freddy's presence. He then addressed Smoker, saying, "This is our top student of this cohort. Freddy Dearness." "Greetings, Colonel Smoker." "Hello, Freddy." The two exchanged pleasantries before falling into a silence. The name Fry Dylanus was unknown to Smoker. It was a name more familiar to the upper echelons of society, far removed from the likes of him. To Smoker, Fry was of little concern as he pondered. Who among them had not once held the title of first? He too had once been at the pinnacle, albeit through the means of a devil fruit. Moreover, Smoker harbored a nagging sensation that this junior held a rather unfavorable perception of him, which dissuaded him from engaging in conversation with Fry. "I shall take my leave now." "Brother Moore," Smoker announced, concluding his nostalgic exchange with Moore. With that, he made to depart. "Indeed." Moore nodded in acknowledgement as Smoker turned away, casting not a single glance at Fry. Once Smoker had left, Moore, perplexed, inquired, "What is it? You seem to harbor a dislike for him. I presume you and Smoker are not acquainted, Fry?" Although Frey's actions were subtle, he still discerned them, which prompted his inquiry. "It's nothing. Perhaps it's just the difference in personality between me and Colonel Smoker," Fry casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Moore chose not to comment further, believing it best not to interfere in the affairs of the young man. "You have come to retrieve your sword, I presume?" Moore said, as he handed Fry his belongings from a box beneath the desk. Among them were the Demon Slayer and Azura, along with the phone bug, which Moore deemed inconsequential. Freight nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After exchanging a few words with Moore, he departed with his cherished blade and a communication device, refraining from further disturbance. Having not wielded his sword for over 10 days, he found himself yearning for it. He sought out a training room to practice his swordsmanship, ensuring that while his physical skills progressed, he did not neglect this crucial aspect. Meanwhile, Zephyr had departed from the elite training camp and made his way to Sengoku's office. Without the incessant presence of Garp to vex him, Sengoku's mood had notably improved. He found himself attending to matters with greater efficiency. "Knock, knock. Come in," he called, without lifting his gaze from his work. "Sengoku." Zephyr's voice rang out. Upon seeing Zephyr, Sengoku was surprised. Wasn't he busy training that young lad, Freight? "What brings you here?" "It's about Freight. He has fully mastered the 6 styles, and I believe it's time for him to venture out and deal with the pest of the sea." Sengoku furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Isn't it rather hasty to send him into the new world now? He has even mastered observation hockey. Frary possesses considerable strength and is by no means a weakling in the new world. However, he remains somewhat inexperienced and requires further honing of his skills." Zifa, sharing this sentiment, shook his head in silence and remarked, "This is certainly not the meat grinder of the new world. Recently, those pirate supernovas have been quite rampant. Let him deal with them. It would be greatly beneficial for his growth." Sengoku, upon reflection, swiftly grasped Zifa's intention. "Are you suggesting that while eliminating the promising pirates, he can concurrently accumulate merits?" Zifa nodded in affirmation. That was precisely his point. In the Navy, advancing in rank is no simple matter, while merits play a significant role. Promotion entails additional considerations. To attain a position of genuine authority, one must possess strength as a foundation. Frary's grandfather serves as a clear example. A retired rear admiral devoid of real power, he is somewhat better off than certain colonels at the headquarters who wield authority. As the individual deemed most likely to emerge as a leader among the next generation, Fry naturally had to prepare in advance. The pirate supernovas, though lacking in the requisite strength, were the most suitable for leveraging potential. Both Zephyr and Sengoku were confident in Frey's capabilities, dismissing these supernovas as inconsequential in terms of power. "I will make the necessary arrangements, but this must not interfere with his training," Sengoku stated earnestly. In his eyes, the enhancement of Frey's strength was paramount, relegating these matters to mere trifles. "Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately." With that, their conversation concluded, and Zephyr returned to the elite training camp. That very night, he conveyed this matter to Fry, though he did not specify a timeline, allowing Fry to continue training under his guidance for the time being. Another half-month passed, marking 1 month since Fry had arrived at headquarters. During this period, Prachito and his group had begun to engage with the 6 forms of the Navy. Notably, Karp had departed a few days prior due to obligations in the New World, with the interim command assumed by Rear Admiral Moore, Zephyr's aide. In the familiar vast arena, after a fortnight of rigorous trainings, Fry had steadily progressed towards mastery of the 6 forms. Among them, the techniques of shave and iron body had become particularly adept. Throughout this month, Fry had refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities, to the extent that he nearly forgot he was a user of a Logia-type fruit. At present, His left hand was a fist of black iron, while his right wielded a sword enveloped in armament haki, ready to strike at Zephyr. His relentless assault seemed to leave Zephyr with only the capacity to defend, with no opportunity to counterattack. However, Fry was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. He remained vigilant against Zephyr's thunderous blow. With deft footwork, he executed a series of quick movements, either launching a slash towards Zephyr, the blade shimmering with a ghostly green hue, or delivering a punch that reverberated with the sound of air bursting. Zephyr maintained a composed demeanor, countering with a powerful straight punch. His fist, shrouded in haki, exuded immense force. Before it even drew near, Fry felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed, as clear droplets splattered across the arena. The droplets quickly converged, revealing Fry in his original form. Just as he reverted, a robust leg swept toward him with formidable force. Freya boldly covered her left side. With a resounding crash, she was kicked straight into the wall, transforming into a splash of water. It seems you have not relaxed your utilization of fruit abilities during this time. Zephyr ceased his movements, refraining from advancing further. Given such abilities, one would naturally not set them aside. Rather, these days have been more focused on honing physical techniques. Frey reverted to his original form, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Zephyr's attack was not something one could simply evade by transforming into an elemental state. Zephyr nodded and stated, "The arrangements on the Marineford front have been finalized. A warship will be assigned to you tomorrow. Your aide will inform you of the pirates that require your attention. As for how to deal with the ones you have defeated, that decision rests with you." Although Zephyr was renowned as a vice-admiral who refrained from killing, he was not one to impose his beliefs upon others. He possessed his own sense of justice but did not insist that others conform to his ideals. He eschewed lofty moral proclamations, preferring instead to demonstrate his convictions through tangible actions. That night, Frey returned to the dormitory, only to find it oddly deserted. Prachito and the others were missing. Where could they have gone? Though puzzled, he dismissed the thought, reassured by the safety of their surroundings and unconcerned for their well-being. After finishing his bath, he finally saw the trio return, with Prachito and Joniel grumbling vocally. Prachito's face bore the marks of a recent altercation, bruised and battered. "Did you get into a fight?" Frey inquired, directing his question at Hope. "No," Hope replied, shaking his head. Just as he was about to elaborate, Joniel interjected. "It was that fellow, Radget. It was Lord Prachito who was struck by him." Chapter 36. The bewildered smoker Frey was at a loss for words. How did it come to blows with others, and it seemed he had even been beaten? "Why did you resort to violence?" Frey inquired, upon being questioned by Fry. Both Prachito and Joniel hesitated, their words faltering. "Speak," Fry commanded emphatically. "Allow me to elucidate," Hop interjected. In truth, it was Prachito who developed a fancy for Ayn, seeking to curry favor, only to find that she is closely acquainted with Radget. After a heated exchange of words, a brawl ensued. As he spoke, Hop struggled to suppress a laugh. This fellow, despite his attempts, was utterly outmatched, even with his fruit abilities. He has brought great shame upon himself, ha ha ha. By the end of his recounting, Hop could not help but chuckle aloud. "Hey, enough of that, you scoundrel." Prachito glowered at Hop, clearly displeased. "TCH. Losing is part of the game. You ought to reflect on how to reclaim your honor instead of embarrassing me," Hop retorted. At this, Prachito fell into a contemplative silence. In all his years, aside from his rivalry with Hop, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. He felt thoroughly overwhelmed. The crux of the matter was not merely a matter of strength or agility, it was that in every aspect, his opponent surpassed him, leaving him at a loss. Observing Prachito's silence, Joniel contemplated offering words of encouragement, but was met with a fierce glare from Hop. To Hop, losing was an inevitability. No one could triumph eternally. And he was not the eldest brother. Even the elder brother was currently striving diligently to enhance his physical prowess, rendering such concerns trivial. Freya was at a loss for words. It seemed that Prachito had developed feelings, only to be preemptively thwarted by another. However, Freya chose to remain indifferent to this matter, allowing them to handle it themselves, for his involvement would undoubtedly lead to embarrassment. More pressing was his imminent voyage the following day. After sharing this with the trio, they expressed their envy. Although their daily training was rigorous and fulfilling, it lacked the thrill of battling pirates. Having spent years alongside Freya, their lives had been predominantly defined by combat, and they yearned to accompany him, though such a prospect was unattainable. As they conversed, Prachito, though initially displeased, quickly regained his composure, engaging in playful banter with Hope, while Joniel, observing the scene, attempted to mediate. The following day, Freya rose early, eager for the journey, contemplating the possibility of visiting the kingdom of princess and knight. The thought of that graceful figure warmed his heart. Accompanied by the assigned naval soldiers, Freya took a moment to reach the port of Marineford. Coincidentally, adjacent to the warship he was to board, another vessel was preparing for departure. Beneath that ship stood a familiar figure, silver-haired, clad in a coat distinct from the Navy's justice attire, though he had yet to attain the rank of Tin Hands. There was no mistaking it. It was Smoker. Upon noticing Freya, Smoker raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why a newcomer like him was not at the training camp but had instead come here. Though curious, Smoker did not dwell on it. He approached Freya's warship, offering a symbolic nod of acknowledgement before ascending the gangway laid out for the ship. How could he possibly board this warship? Freya was taken aback. The officer assigned to him was supposed to be an experienced naval officer, a seasoned navigator at that, yet it turned out to be Smoker. After all this time, the nearby warship was merely anchored there. "You must be Colonel Freya," a voice suddenly came from behind. Freya turned his head to find a man with black-rimmed glasses and a ponytail standing behind him. It was Colonel Gate, a 30-year-old officer from the Navy headquarters. Possessing average strength but remarkable talent as a navigator, he had been specifically assigned to Freya, who was viewed as a figure of immense potential in the eyes of the warring states. "You must be Colonel Gate. I am Freya Dielnans." Freya offered a salute to Gate, who reciprocated with a military gesture. On the warship, Smoker sought a relatively cool spot to sit down. It was rather vexing. He was on the verge of being assigned to the new world, yet suddenly he was instructed to assist a man. To Smoker, this was not entirely unacceptable. Although dissatisfied, he was not inclined to defy orders. However, what infuriated him was the fact that the higher-ups had failed to disclose the name and rank of the individual he was to assist, merely insisting that he observe and learn how others executed their duties. This left Smoker in a particularly sour mood. His discontent with certain superiors was already profound, and this added insult to injury. Should this so-called commander prove unsatisfactory, Smoker could not guarantee his compliance in the ensuing days at sea. After sitting for a while, Smoker puffed on his cigar, and perhaps due to his smoke fruit abilities, the smoke enveloped his face. As he waved it away, he caught sight of Freya and Gate boarding the ship. Why was he here? Smoker furrowed his brow. Although Freya had been the top newcomer of this cohort, Smoker regarded him as merely average. How could he have suddenly appeared here, on the same vessel as himself? Confused, Smoker was more eager to discover who the leader of this expedition would be. He was aware of Gate, a well-known commander at headquarters. Numerous flag officers yearned to have him under their command. After all, who wouldn't want an exceptional navigator? His presence would significantly reduce the dangers of sailing through the Grand Line. Unfortunately, he had always been under Sengoku's control, and it was unexpected that he was now being assigned. Smoker understood Gate's prowess, recognizing that he would not be the leader of this voyage. He believed he would be a better candidate for that role himself. After all, Smoker was a Logia-type devil fruit user, and his strength was considerable. Knowing that Gate held a respectable position in the eyes of the higher-ups, Smoker approached him, keen to ascertain the identity of the leader. Upon seeing Smoker, Gate's eyes lit up. The notorious Smoker had a reputation at headquarters that was on par with his own, if not greater. However, it was not a favorable reputation, rivaling that of Major General Kaji at headquarters. Yet Kaji was undeniably competent, possessing extraordinary strength, while Smoker was among the strongest of their colonels, even capable of rivaling some of the headquarters major generals. After all, being a Logia user, simply transforming into an element was a nightmare for many ordinary individuals. Thus, Gate felt a sense of reassurance with Smoker's presence. Just 3 days prior, Sengoku had approached Gate, requesting him to accompany Freya, leaving Gate utterly bewildered. Here he was, Gate, a seasoned colonel at headquarters, being asked to follow a newcomer, albeit now a colonel himself. For many years, Freya's rank has been sufficient for promotion to colonel of the headquarters. Thus Sengoku directly appointed Freya to commence his duties as colonel, leaving others with little room for dissent. This decision was personally drafted in the presence of Gate, rendering him momentarily speechless. Naturally, Sengoku also mentioned to Gate that Freya possesses considerable strength, capable of making his mark in the first half of the Grand Line, but Gate merely took this as flattery. Perhaps there is indeed some merit to his abilities, comparable to that of a rear admiral. Yet Gate remained skeptical about the notion of dominating the initial segment of the sea. Nevertheless, it was Sengoku's request. Could he dare to refute or resist the orders of the admiral? Fortunately, the task at hand involved confronting this year's pirate supernovas, rather than a formidable pirate crew. And with Smoker also present, Gate felt a modicum of confidence in the mission. He promptly stepped forward to introduce Fry, stating, "This is Colonel Smoker, who, incidentally, is your senior, Colonel Fry." He then continued, "Colonel Smoker, this is the commanding officer for this expedition, Colonel Fry. Please hand over the orders for this mission to me, as I shall serve as Colonel Fry's aide." Huh. Smoker stood there, utterly bewildered, gazing at both Fry and Gate in confusion. Frary observed Smog's expression and sensed that he seemed to harbor doubts about his role as the leader in this endeavor. Freya suddenly displayed a hint of a smile, revealing the items prepared for him by Zephyr. "Colonel Smoker, you are the one who will accompany me in the pursuit of this year's pirate supernovas, are you not?" As Fry spoke, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise during this journey. It seemed that boredom would not be a companion after all. Chapter 37. The sea lay in tranquil stillness, while the sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds. Smoker reclined on the expansive deck in a most unceremonious manner, wearing an expression of existential doubt. Just a few hours prior, he had discovered that he had been assigned to serve under a brash young lad, and to add insult to injury, he was relegated to the role of a mere third-in-command, hardly even a lieutenant. This brash young man, Fry, was someone he had only encountered once, which made the situation all the more difficult for him to accept. Frere reclined on a chair, leisurely sipping his favorite watermelon juice, though regrettably, it was not chilled. With a sigh, he reflected on his recent departure to sea, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Prachito. At the elite training camp, Prachito, one of the top 5, was receiving special treatment alongside Hope and Radget. Suddenly, while in the midst of a workout, Prachito let out a sneeze. "Who is thinking of me?" he wondered, perplexed as he wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the golden-haired Radget. Could it be this lad? His gaze sharpened upon Radget, a hint of suspicion creeping into his thoughts. "You little rascal, are you speaking ill of me behind my back?" Radget, equally drenched in perspiration from his training, shot a puzzled look back at Prachito. "What is this guy staring at me for? Is he feeling defiant?" A smirk curled on Radget's lips. He truly feared no one of his age, especially not Prachito, who had already tasted defeat at his hands once. Hope observed the two silently, recalling Frere's earlier remark about their foolishness. Just moments ago, they had been amicable. Now, it seemed they were at odds once more. Indeed, both seemed to have their quirks. Hope subtly shifted his position, wishing to remain unaffected by their escalating tension. Beside Fry stood Captain Gate, a naval officer and navigator, holding a delicate monocular telescope in his hand. He was briefing Fry on their current objective. Unlike Smoker, who harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction with the arrangements, Gate understood that Fry's assignment was not bestowed upon just anyone. He was certainly a person of exceptional caliber. Gate was determined not to exhibit the same lack of decorum as Smoker. He was well aware that despite being a unique talent, meritocracy prevailed within the Navy. It was improbable for him to rival the charming and affable Fry, who had a penchant for fruit juice. Moreover, Fry had approached the situation with utmost courtesy, and Gate could not afford to display any displeasure. Casting a sidelong glance at the unkempt Smoker, Gate silently shook his head. Truly, he was a troublesome character. While Gate could empathize with his sentiments, he found it difficult to comprehend Smoker's approach. It could only be attributed to the fact that Smoker possessed the means to act in such a manner. The thought of Smoker being a Logia-type devil fruit user filled Gate with envy. He yearned for strength, aspiring to be more than just a navigator. Recollecting his thoughts, he handed Fry the bounty notice for the notorious pirate supernova they were to confront, providing detailed explanations about each pirate as Fry perused the documents. It was noteworthy that while the current generation of pirate supernovas was not as numerous as during the era of Luffy, they were still far from few. In Frey's hands, there were 5 bounty notices, and if one were to include the slain Fireblade Rock, this year would witness a total of 6 pirate supernovas. This marks a significant upheaval among pirates. Should these individuals enter the world of the seas, one cannot help but wonder what monumental disturbances might ensue. While this could be perceived as a fortunate occurrence, after all, it is a case of dogs biting dogs. One must consider that these pirate supernovas are likely to leave behind a trail of heinous deeds in the early stages. Much like the infamous Fireblade Rock, Fry is aware that the other party's dissatisfaction stems from not being the foremost among this year's pirate supernovas. Yet he dares to directly assault the nation. Had it not been for the swift arrival of Fry and Jiaqing, the situation could have escalated into something dire. Thus, even Sengoku deems this batch of pirate supernovas excessively perilous, conveniently allowing Fry to earn some merits. It shall be him. Let us eliminate him first. Freya retrieved a bounty notice, specifically the one with the highest reward. Upon examining it, Gate beheld the image of a handsome middle-aged man, exuding an air of nobility. However, the accompanying text detailed his numerous heinous deeds. Bloodhammer Bernie, with a bounty of 290 million berries, is a special Paramecia-type user of the blood fruit. The Bloodhammer pirate crew is no ordinary band of rogues, unlike the Fire pirate crew, which is upheld by a single individual. The Bloodhammer crew boasts 3 formidable powers aside from Bernie: the Ghost Gun Kamo, the Great Sword Kansi, and the Murder King Long. It remarked to Freya that among these 3, Long is the strongest. It is said he hails from the West Blue and joined the Bloodhammer crew only after being defeated by Bloodhammer Bernie. Each of the 3 has a substantial bounty, amounting to 74.5 million berries for Kamo, 91 million berries for Kansi, and an impressive 125 million berries for Long, who is also recognized as a pirate supernova. Indeed, the Bloodhammer pirate crew parallels the Kid and Straw Hat pirate crews of later times, both being double supernovas. It could be said that had Bloodhammer not nearly obliterated a small nation, Gate might have considered sending him into the New World to contend with that host of monsters. However, due to the immense danger posed by this individual, Freya's foremost target is naturally him. At this moment, Gate felt a weight in his heart. He had not anticipated that his superior would opt to challenge the strongest right from the outset, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Although he was well aware of this information, he never expected Freya to dare take on the most daunting task first. Considering their current personnel, particularly the lackadaisical Smoker, Gate feared he might not live to see the day of their return. For the sake of his own life, Gate resolved to counsel the young man. Having ambition and a goal is commendable, yet even while battling the evils of the sea, one must prioritize self-preservation and not court death. Just as he was about to speak, the warship suddenly lurched violently. Smoker sensed something amiss, leaping to his feet. Gate felt it too and glanced toward the sea. The previously calm surface of the ocean stirred violently, and the residual waves caused the warship to sway uncontrollably. Emerging from the depths was a colossal shadow. In the blink of an eye, this enormous sea creature, resembling a monkey, enveloped the entire warship in its shadow. The naval soldiers, initially engaged in various duties, were struck with terror at this monstrous apparition. However, as elite forces arranged by Sengoku, they refrained from acting without orders, patiently awaiting directives from their commanding officer, Freya. Smoker and Gate stared at the gigantic being before them, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. "Hey, Gate, what on earth is going on? Isn't there sea stone at the bottom of the ship?" Smoker shouted at Gate. Gate stammered for a moment, unable to articulate a coherent response. At this juncture, Gate felt utterly despondent. The higher-ups had assured him that a fully equipped warship would be arranged, yet who could have predicted that this Sea King would remain unaffected? Could it be that no such measures were implemented? The thought crossed Gate's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Pondering such matters was futile. He needed to focus on strategizing a response. Gate turned to Freya, seeking to discern his next course of action, for he was indeed the commander aboard this warship. Freya had just been contemplating that Zephyr had indeed mentioned the complete armament of the warship. Nevertheless, anything could transpire at sea, and inspections could only be conducted post-event. Remarkably, this was the second colossal Sea King they had encountered. This particular Sea King was impressive. Freya had to tilt his head back to gaze up at it, a position he found quite uncomfortable. He tightened his grip on the Azura at his waist, thinking it was high time to test his blade. In the face of the enormous sea creature, Freya maintained a calm demeanor, which provided a sense of reassurance to those around him. However, the immediate threat posed by the water monkey necessitated swift action. At this moment, Smoker disregarded any personal feelings. Resolving the situation took precedence. White smoke billowed from him, rapidly engulfing the warship. The massive water monkey, displeased by the transformation of its toy, let out a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves toward the vessel. The white mist was swiftly dispersed by the fierce winds. This monster, Smoker thought, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He was not yet at the level of strength he would attain in the future, making the Sea King far too formidable for him. "Step aside," Freya gently urged from behind Smoker. Turning around, Smoker witnessed Freya draw one of the blades from his waist. The uniquely patterned blade glimmered momentarily before Freya. This seemingly youthful and handsome junior swung it with precision. A brilliant azure light flashed as the blade cleaved toward the gigantic Sea King. By the time Smoker regained his bearings, the massive creature that had blocked their path was already severed in two, collapsing in opposite directions. Smoker could almost perceive the bewildered expression on the Sea King's face, unable to comprehend its sudden demise. Chapter 38. Smoker's complex emotions. Once again, the sea lay tranquil, though the sky was now adorned with thick clouds. Smoker stood dazed at the edge of the warship, still reeling from the blinding strike delivered by Freya. Not only he, but the others too wore vacant expressions, their mouths agape in disbelief. It was Gate, with his vast experience, who snapped back to reality. Otherwise, they might have lingered in place, a precarious situation given the unpredictable nature of the ocean, where other predatory sea beasts would not overlook the carcass of the colossal water monkey. This would inevitably attract more sea kings, leading to further complications. Thus, Gate resolutely urged the naval crew to advance, ensuring they did not remain stationary. Once they had departed from the area and navigation returned to normal, the crew's gazes toward Freya were filled with admiration. To slay a sea king with a single stroke was a testament to their commander's terrifying prowess. With such an astonishingly powerful leader, their spirits soared, despite being naval officers accustomed to peril, who did not wish to survive. The stronger their superior, the greater their chances of enduring through battles. If anyone was elated at this moment, it was undoubtedly Gate. He had initially thought this would be merely a gilded journey for Freya, only to discover the man was genuinely formidable. It was then that Gate recalled the words of Sengoku, realizing he had not been deceived. Reflecting on Freya's decisive strike against the massive Sea King, Gate understood why he had the audacity to provoke the Bloodhammer pirate crew. This was a display of strength and confidence, not mere naivety. Colonel Gate. A voice from Fry snapped Gate back to reality. You see, he remarked, in the Navy, strength is paramount. Even as fellow colonels, Gate found himself using honorifics. Check the condition of our ship's hull, Fry instructed. Understood. Even without Frey's directive, Gate would have conducted the inspection, after all. It was a precaution that could spare them from numerous unnecessary troubles. Yet here they were, encountering sea monsters right at the outset of their journey, which seemed rather unusual. Without requesting assistance from others, Gate volunteered to dive beneath the warship for a thorough examination. After a brief interval, he resurfaced, dripping wet. How did it go? Fry inquired. Gate gently shook his head. Everything is in order. It appears we are simply unfortunate. Fry shrugged. The outcome was hardly unexpected. Zephyr and his crew were indeed quite reliable, though they probably never anticipated that their talented individuals would encounter such circumstances shortly after setting sail. Returning to his designated recliner, Frey felt an immense sense of comfort. At the moment he struck that colossal sea creature, he distinctly perceived an enhanced mastery over Azura. However, prolonged usage still posed a risk of fatigue. Thus it could not serve as his primary weapon in battle. After a period of astonishment, Smoker finally regained his composure. At that moment, he was devoid of any pretentious thoughts. Silently approaching Frey, he incredulously inquired, "Are you truly the first of this cohort?" Freya chuckled lightly. "Of course, Colonel Smog." "Is there an issue?" Although Fry inquired, his tone was laced with mockery. Smoker chose to disregard Frey's tone, as he was preoccupied with the stark realization that, despite being a fellow elite training camp member and a senior, the disparity in their abilities was unexpectedly vast. He could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, the inequalities of this world often manifest themselves in striking clarity. Fortunately, Smoker was aware of the myriad of formidable beings that populate this world. So while he was initially taken aback by Frey's formidable strength, he soon managed to recalibrate his mindset. Observing Fry reclining in a lounge chair, savoring life, Smoker decided to sit beside him and took out a cigar to smoke. In mere moments, clouds of smoke enveloped the air. "Colonel Smoker," Fry began. Smoker turned his head, sensing that there was something to be communicated. However, recognizing the difference in their strengths and understanding that he was dispatched to assist Fry, Smoker had already prepared himself for this dynamic. He then heard Fry say, "Could you smoke your cigar over there?" Fry gestured towards the other side, expressing his distaste for the aroma of cigars, and casually added that he abstained from alcohol. Smog, rendered speechless, silently stood up and walked away, gazing wistfully at the tranquil sea from the ship's railing. It seemed he was not particularly favored by the man. In the South China Sea, at Flying Fish Island, within the 327th Navy branch, Phillip assumed the position of colonel after Frey's departure. Over the past 2 months, numerous pirate crews had begun to wreak havoc upon learning of Frey's absence. Fortunately, the Navy units trained by Frey, while not on par with the main headquarters, were still elite forces. With Phillip, who had consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, barely managing to maintain order, the situation had undeniably grown chaotic compared to Frey's time. Today, Philip planned to select a Navy officer with commendable strength and potential to inherit another devil fruit left behind by Frary. Recognizing the importance of capability within the Navy, Philip intended to make his selection through combat. Naturally, the candidate must possess achievements and qualifications. He would not be foolish enough to bestow such a gift upon a newcomer. Philip observed the two finalists, Kappa and Oscar, both of whom had joined 5 years prior and had long followed Frary. They held the rank of branch lieutenant and were of standard height for this world, one standing at 2 meters 3, the other at 2 meters 4. Both were around 25 years old and sported bushy beards. The only distinction between them was that the former was bald while the latter had a spiky hairstyle. They exchanged powerful punches, each strike resonating with force. Although they were friends in ordinary circumstances, they did not relent in their contest. The two battled fiercely, bloodied and exhausted, until Kappa was the first to fall. Recognizing the conclusion of the duel, Philip signaled for the surrounding Navy soldiers to rush forward and assist. The next morning, Philip approached Oscar's hospital bed with a box in hand. He opened it to reveal a long, striped fruit adorned with peculiar patterns and shades of gray and white. Consume this. It is your just reward. From today onward, congratulations, Oscar, you are now a major. I have reported this to the higher-ups, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the formal appointment will be issued in a couple of days. Oscar eagerly accepted the devil fruit from Philip's hand. Among those who had followed Frary, none envied Joniel more. They perceived Joniel as one of their own, with humble beginnings. While his innate talent might surpass theirs, his accomplishments were largely attributed to Frary's recognition. Now, Oscar found himself presented with a similar opportunity, with the path to immense power laid before him. Without hesitation, Oscar swallowed the entire devil fruit in one gulp. Coughing ensued as he choked on his haste. Philip stood by, informing Oscar, "The fruit you have consumed is the zoan-type porcupine fruit." Oscar, upon hearing this, felt no disappointment. The mere fact of acquiring a devil fruit was a significant fortune, regardless of its rarity or commonality. He nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Philip chose not to disturb his rest, recognizing that Oscar needed time to recuperate after his intense battle with Kappa. In the surrounding waters of Flying Fish Island, a merchant vessel approached. Inside one of its cabins, a youth, standing at 1.70 meters, held a transponder snail to his ear, speaking earnestly. "Rest assured, Captain, I will infiltrate Flying Fish Island and do my utmost to sway Philip." The voice on the other end replied, "Your primary objective is to earn Philip's trust. Ideally, you should gain entry into the gaze of that demon sword. He is the target of your mission. This man does not belong in the Navy. It is a pity that his vigilance is high. My previous agents failed to capture his attention and were marginalized by him in various ways. Therefore, take advantage of his absence from the South Sea to gradually enter his field of vision." "Understood, Captain," the youth affirmed before hanging up and exiting the room. "Look. In the distance lies Flying Fish Island," a sailor exclaimed. Currently, Flying Fish Island was regarded as one of the safest havens in the South Sea. Here, there was little concern of pirates daring to approach, even with the absence of the notorious demon Sword Frary. The youth gazed ahead at an island shaped strikingly like a soaring fish, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I, Jerson, have arrived." Chapter 39. Bloodhammer Pirates. In the first half of the Grand Line, there exist 7 major routes, and as one seeks to uncover the treasures of the sea, the legendary One Piece, Bernie's path lies along one of these routes. On the ocean, a flag depicting a skull behind a bloodied hammer flutters in the wind. Beneath it sails a massive pirate ship adorned with a dragon figurehead. "Captain, we've arrived at the Iron Kingdom," a pirate shouted to Bernie. Standing at 1.90 meters, Bernie donned an ornate outfit embellished with lace. 2 small mustaches curled beneath his nose, and at his waist hung a finely crafted 1-meter hammer. Peering through a monocular, Bernie beheld a port forged of steel. "Is this the Iron Kingdom? I hope it holds what I seek," he murmured. "Captain, shall we lay waste to this country?" asked a towering man, 4 meters tall, wielding a massive broadsword. "Kongsi, our purpose here is not to stir trouble. Have you forgotten about that Rog incident?" Emerged a shadowy figure, Kamo, from a concealed corner. "Humph," Kongsi scoffed. "Rog was far too weak. He could never be compared to us. The captain is not one to be likened to that fool." Kamo fell silent, knowing well that the Fireblade Rog was not a foe to be underestimated. A natural-type fire fruit user, he possessed exceptional swordsmanship, ultimately meeting his end due to his own flamboyance. Though the Bloodhammer pirates had committed their fair share of misdeeds, they had always struck and fled, avoiding major conflicts with significant nations. As a member of the world government, neither Bernie nor Kamo wished to provoke the Iron Kingdom. Thus, they disregarded Kongxi's words. Then what exactly is our purpose here? Kongxi persisted, unwilling to be overlooked. Bernie shot him a glance and slowly replied, "Very well. I shall reveal our intent." With this, not only Kongxi and Kamo but also the surrounding pirates lent their ears, eager to uncover the reason for their arrival. The Iron Kingdom is home to a unique iron or known as the Iron King. Is that our goal? Kamo inquired. Indeed, Bernie affirmed, gently stroking the hammer at his waist as he continued. This Iron King possesses remarkable properties, allowing it to easily meld with various ironworks, enhancing the durability of weapons. My berserker and your arms can all benefit from it. The crew exchanged glances, questioning if that was truly all. They had initially believed it to be an extraordinary treasure, only to discover its true, mundane purpose. Surely, such a thing could be accomplished by a skilled master craftsman, could it not? What? Do you have any objections? A glint of menace flickered in Bernie's eyes. No, Captain. This is for our benefit. How could we possibly object? The crew hastily waved their hands, deferring to their leader's judgment. Humph. Bernie scoffed and turned away, grasping the finely wrought iron hammer at his waist. He produced a clean silk handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously polishing the weapon. Kamo was the first to board Bernie's ship, holding a position second only within the Bloodhammer pirate crew. Had he possessed strength comparable to the infamous killer King Long, he might have already ascended to the rank of first mate. The captain's brutishness indeed. Kamo sighed. The hammer held significant weight in Bernie's past, and now he sought the Iron King to enhance its power, a pursuit Kamo could understand. After all, it was an artifact capable of transforming Bernie's life. It was only natural to desire its improvement. Let us hope that no calamity befalls us. For the Iron Kingdom is far more than a mere collection of allied nations. The Bloodhammer pirate crew's next endeavor was to seize the treasure known as the Iron King from the Iron Kingdom. Being pirates, they could not approach the nation overtly. They took a wide detour, seeking a sparsely populated coastline to approach. Each member skillfully employed hooks and ropes to secure their vessel, constructing a rudimentary rope ladder. On Bernie's side, he sought out the towering figure of King Long, who was engrossed in his training. Standing at 3 meters tall, King Long was bare-chested, his body a canvas of scars. His powerful arms were engaged in a handstand, a hefty iron ball strapped to his legs. Shall we go together? Or would you prefer to remain and guard the ship? Bernie gazed at the man, who had not ceased his training for even a moment. He reflected that had it not been for a stroke of luck in their previous encounter, he would not have earned this man's loyalty. Yet, should he lose in their next battle, King Long would surely depart. Nevertheless, during this time, his trust in King Long surpassed that he held for Kamo, the first man he had welcomed aboard. Not interested. I will keep watch over the ship, King Long replied, his focus unwavering. Sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping onto the deck, yet he persisted. Very well. Bernie nodded and turned to leave. Before their departure, he arranged for others to assist King Long, recognizing that the man was a training fanatic and not particularly concerned with other matters. Thus, Bernie set forth with Kamo and Kangs, accompanied by a cadre of pirates, officially infiltrating the Iron Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fry received the latest intelligence from Gate, who was steering a warship towards the Bloodhammer pirate cruise course. Colonel Fry, a pirate ship has appeared ahead. A naval soldier's voice pierced the air, rousing Fry from his repose on the deck chair. He glanced over, but saw nothing. Hey, you there? Oh, Smoker, it's in your hands. Frary was utterly disinterested in intervening. Common pirates held no allure for him, especially with Smoker present. Upon hearing this, Smoker's expression darkened as he moved to the front of the warship. Gate stood beside him, peering through a telescope. It was the Axe pirate crew, led by Captain Axe John, boasting a bounty of 36 million berries, a considerable threat. Smoker glanced at Frary, noting his leisurely demeanor, and could only manage a resigned smile. As they drew nearer, the opposing crew exhibited audacity, refusing to flee. Gate expressed surprise, recognizing that few dared confront the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. He then shouted, "Prepare to fire. Strike hard." Aye. The naval soldiers took their positions, methodically readying the cannons and firearms aboard the warship, aligning the artillery toward the Axe pirate crew. Satisfied with their preparations, Gate waved his hand. Fire. Boom. 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 In an instant, the cannons unleashed their projectiles. Regrettably, their accuracy was woefully lacking. Despite a lengthy barrage that stirred waves capable of nearly capsizing the pirate vessel, none found their mark. In retaliation, the pirates launched a few cannonballs toward the warship. Perhaps it was the nature of this world that made hitting targets exceedingly difficult, Frary certainly believed so. Thus, the incoming cannonballs also missed, splashing harmlessly in the sea beside the warship, causing only a slight rocking motion before tranquility returned. As they prepared for close combat, Gate promptly commanded a contingent of sailors to advance. Each drew their standard-issue naval swords, their spirits soaring. How could they not be emboldened? The ship held 3 Navy colonels, one of whom was a Logia fruit user, while another was an exceptionally formidable warrior. Though he had yet to engage, Frary instilled confidence in them. Gate, unable to restrain himself, brandished a flintlock pistol, leading the charge alongside Smoker. Annihilate these pirates. The battle officially commenced amidst shouts of slaughter. Smoker surged ahead, deploying a smoke jet as he ascended onto the enemy ship. His gaze fell upon the most imposing figure aboard, a towering man nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a massive axe. "So, you are my adversary, Navy," John grinned, his large teeth glistening. He had deliberately not avoided Frary's warship to inflate his stagnating bounty. Prepare to perish. There was no etiquette or precedence in battle. John swung his colossal axe with ferocity, aimed at Smoker. With a thunderous crash, Smoker and the deck beneath him splintered. At that moment, an unexpected light rain began to fall from the sky. Gates smashed the head of a nearby pirate with a punch, then shot down another attempting a sneak attack from behind, momentarily bewildered by the sudden downpour. How could it possibly rain now? Chapter 40. The frustration of Smoker. This peculiar rain arrived abruptly and strangely. Gate noticed that it only covered the battlefield where they were engaged. However, he had no time to ponder this. He kicked a pirate charging at him, and, armed with his flintlock, charged toward the officers of the Axe pirate crew. He aimed to eliminate those who posed a threat to his fellow sailors. Upon seeing Gate wreaking havoc, John, filled with rage, raised his massive axe to confront him, only to find white smoke inexplicably billowing at his feet. "What? The battle has just begun, and you wish to flee?" Smoker reverted to his original form, and John realized that his opponent had sustained no damage. His clothing remained intact. A Logia fruit user. John gasped in shock. He had guessed correctly but received no reward for it. The white smoke from Smoker dispersed and soon enveloped John entirely. What is happening? Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, gazed perplexedly at the sky. The rain falling upon him was extraordinarily abnormal. Especially since the skies had previously been clear, this was not the New World. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted beside Smoker. It was John, though obscured by the white smoke. It did not impede his movements. With his innate strength, he cleaved through the mist with a few powerful strikes. However, emerging from the smoke, John wore a grave expression. He understood the elemental capabilities of Logia fruits and was anxious about how to deal with this Navy officer. The cries of agony reached his ears. Glancing over, he saw that the fallen were all his own men. Some wounded sailors, despite their injuries, remained standing. Curiously, whenever a pirate approached, they would suddenly suffer grievous wounds, only to seize the opportunity to strike back against the pirates. Damn it, what is happening? John was in a frenzy, faced not only with the smoke user before him but also with this bizarre unfolding. If his men were to perish, no amount of strength could save him today. You dare to be distracted while battling me? Smoker observed John's panicked demeanor, brimming with contempt. Though he himself held a dismissive view of his opponent, the disparity between them was evident. Smoker concentrated the white smoke, forming a colossal smoke sphere that surged toward John. Annoying pest. John swung his axe again. Although he could not kill this Navy officer, he perceived the attacks as trivial. A few heavy strikes from his axe generated winds that scattered the smoke sphere. Yet, Smoker would not allow John to evade so easily. The dissipating smoke coalesced around John once more, entangling him and obscuring his vision. "You scoundrel!" John roared in frustration. But despite his relentless axe swings, the smoke would not disperse as before. Smoker, witnessing John's entrapment, felt a mix of helplessness. His offensive measures were insufficient against such formidable strength, leaving him only to contain John. However, this was enough. Deprived of their captain, Gate became a harbinger of death. No pirate could withstand his onslaught, and when the last pirate, aside from John, fell, the rain ceased. Gate paid no heed to this phenomenon. He approached Smoker, observing John, who was constantly besieged by the white smoke. This is the power of a Logia. To Gate, even Smoker's seemingly inferior Logia fruit could effortlessly ensnare a pirate of comparable strength. Furthermore, from the beginning until now, Smoker had suffered not a single scratch. Even Gate himself had endured minor wounds. Gate gestured for several armed sailors to approach and raised his flintlock, aiming at John. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes of gunfire resounded incessantly. Although the formidable John wielded great strength, he could not withstand such a barrage of bullets simultaneously. As the wounds multiplied upon his body, it became increasingly arduous for him to wield the massive axe he usually handled with ease. With a final gunshot, John collapsed onto the deck, blood oozing from his numerous injuries and staining the surface beneath him. Gate did not approach recklessly. Instead, he fired a few more shots into John's body. Upon confirming the pirate's silence, he allowed others to advance. Once the spoils of the battle against the Axe pirates were fully collected, the Navy returned triumphantly to their ship. Gate presented the list of acquired items to Colonel Fry and reported the casualties from the skirmish. "Colonel Fry, did you witness that peculiar rain earlier?" As he spoke, Gate scrutinized Frey's expression, harboring suspicions that Fry might have orchestrated the anomaly, a notion that seemed plausible. It was not merely John who sensed something amiss. Gate too recognized the abnormality. Among the Navy, the most severely injured did not even meet the criteria for serious wounds, which was wholly irregular. Contemplating the situation, Gate concluded that Fry possessed the capacity for such an occurrence, as it appeared their own ranks were uncertain about whether or not they had a power user among them. Anticipating a denial from Fry, Gate was taken aback when Fry admitted, "That rain was conjured by me. I am indeed a user of a devil fruit. Is there a problem?" "No," Gate replied. "I extend my gratitude on their behalf." "That won't be necessary." Fry shook his head. He continued, "You all are considered my soldiers now, and I shall ensure your safety. Overall, you performed admirably." Gate fell silent, rendered momentarily speechless by Frey's words. Ultimately, he managed to utter two simple words: "Thank you." He bowed respectfully to Fry before attending to his duties. As the first officer, these responsibilities were inherently his. As for Smoker, Gate regarded him as a combatant, acknowledging that Smoker's strength surpassed his own, thus not expecting to command the renowned troublemaker under ordinary circumstances. Since Fry revealed his ability to summon rain, Gate had no intention of concealing this information. The Navy personnel were not foolish. They sensed the peculiarity of the rainfall, though they could not quite articulate what was amiss. Thus, after Gate disclosed Frey's rain summoning, the numerous naval soldiers suddenly comprehended the situation, filled with immense gratitude towards Fry. It turned out that Colonel Fry had been watching over them all along, albeit without vocalizing it. Consequently, their admiration for Fry deepened. Smoker, upon learning this, appeared remarkably composed. The combination of formidable swordsmanship and a mysterious fruit ability seemed plausible. Smoker nodded, attempting to convince himself. "Plausible, my foot." Smoker roared internally. The capability to manipulate fruit abilities with such precision was anything but normal. At that moment, all Smoker felt was a sense of frustration, as this was the first time he encountered a junior whose strength surpassed his own by an unfathomable margin. Freya observed the fluctuating expression on Smoker's face. Mistakenly believing that he might be grappling with some concern, he promptly inquired, "Colonel Smoker, is something amiss? You appear rather unwell." "It's nothing," Smoker sighed. Silently retreating to a secluded corner by the ship's edge to indulge in a cigar, his visage cloaked in the swirling smoke, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Days swiftly passed, and during this interval, they had not encountered any pirates as audacious as the Axe pirate crew. The majority of pirate vessels fled at the sight of Freya's warship. Yet with Freya's presence, each of those pirates met their inevitable demise. It was also within these few days that Gate and his crew became aware of Freya's formidable devil fruit ability, the Logia-type torrent fruit, reputed for possessing the broadest attack range among all devil fruits. At this juncture, Gate comprehended that he had encountered a genuine powerhouse. At merely 20 years of age, Freya wielded terrifying swordsmanship and an even more fearsome fruit ability, undeniably possessing the potential of a future admiral. This stood in stark contrast to Smoker, who, despite sharing the same Logia lineage, was merely a half-hearted practitioner. In that moment, Gate felt a burgeoning desire to follow Freya. Moreover, he speculated that Sangoku had dispatched him to confront those pirate supernovas not only to combat them, but also to allow Freya to garner merit swiftly to elevate his rank. Thus, he pondered, should I indeed follow him? Chapter 41. A sense of crisis. Colonel Freya, behold, ahead lies the Iron Kingdom. According to the latest intelligence, the Bloodhammer pirate crew is highly likely to be within its confines. It was yet another calm day during this period. There had been no reports of disturbances from the Bloodhammer pirate crew. Consequently, Gate could only infer the most probable location for their appearance based on the Bloodhammer's navigational patterns, with the Iron Kingdom being the foremost candidate. An allied nation, Freyr gazed at the information regarding the Steel Kingdom in his hands, feeling a slight headache. It would be exceedingly inconvenient for their navy to take action against the member states. The Bloodhammer pirates certainly knew how to navigate these waters. Frary shook his head in silence, suddenly recalling another matter. Each member state of the world government possesses its own seaport, and the Steel Kingdom, being immensely powerful, surely has one as well. Consequently, would the Bloodhammer pirate crew brazenly land without caution? Clearly, that is highly improbable. Setting aside whether they would dare to cause trouble, there is no information indicating their entry into the Steel Kingdom. This implies that they might be anchored somewhere along the shores of this Iron Island. Reflecting on this, Frary said, "Colonel Gate, let the ship navigate around the island. I am curious to see if we might encounter them. If they dare to approach the Steel Kingdom, it would indeed be entertaining." Upon hearing Fray's words, Gate instantly comprehended his intent. "Yes, leave it to me," he replied. Gate promptly advanced to the forefront, directing the naval soldiers to alter their course towards the shores of the Iron Isle. The warship sailed at a commendable pace, although the Iron Isle was vast. It took nearly a day for Fry and his crew to traverse over half of its expanse. By midday the following day, Gate frequently assessed the surrounding weather conditions. On the lookout, a young sailor wielding a telescope peered into the distance. In his sight, a diminutive black speck emerged. He rubbed his eyes and continued to gaze. As the warship gradually approached, he finally discerned the true nature of the speck. It was a vessel belonging to the Bloodhammer pirate crew. He immediately exclaimed, "Colonel Fry, I have spotted the ship of the Bloodhammer pirate crew." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fray's eyes. It seems fortune is favoring him. Frary stood up and moved to the front of the warship, ready for battle. The Navy men took their positions, fully prepared. Gator and Smoker stood dutifully behind Frary on either side. On the Bloodhammer pirate ship, the lookout was far from idle. During the time that Borny and the others had been away, despite the tranquility, the ever-vigilant pirates seized the opportunity to scan the horizon from the lookout. What was that? He squinted, noticing something approaching in the distance. As the object became clearer, he realized it was a Navy warship. "This is bad. The Navy is coming." He shouted urgently to alert the other pirates on the ship below. Wang Long continued his training, feeling that his next challenge with Borny was drawing near. "Once I defeat him, I will return to the West Sea." Thoughts of his 5-year-old son and gentle wife brought a rare smile to his otherwise indifferent face. Due to his combative nature, he had been living as a pirate for years after losing to Borny. He thought he could dismiss them from his mind. But as time passed, images of his family lingered in his heart. Wang Long now understood that a life of piracy held no future. Each day was fraught with fear, and his wife and son were at risk. With his formidable strength, he could pursue any path without fearing for their livelihood. Resolute, Wang Long intensified his training. Borny was exceptionally strong, possessing the enigmatic blood fruit of the special paramecia type. His defeat at Borny's hands stemmed from this very fruit. So Wang Long knew that to win, he must secure absolute advantage. Otherwise, he would find himself caught off guard again, leading to the current predicament he faced. Although his life was relatively stable now, he had grown weary of it. "Wang Long, Wang Long." Voices called loudly from outside his room. With a creak, the door burst open, revealing a burly man, the very pirate who had spotted Frary's warship. "I told you, do not disturb my training unless necessary." Wang Long glared sharply at Rick, his gaze promising violence should Rick fail to deliver satisfactory news. Rick swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. "Wang Long, a Navy warship is approaching us." Wang Long furrowed his brow. The Bloodhammer pirate flag was well known among the Navy. For them to come so close indicated a strong confidence in their own abilities. "Come, follow me outside," Wang Long commanded, ceasing his training and swiftly standing up. His bare torso was marred with scars, each a testament to his past fierce battles. Rick followed, his eyes filled with admiration for Wang Long, who was almost on par with Captain Borny in strength. How could a mere Navy be a match for him? This battle would surely end in victory for the Bloodhammer pirate crew. Once outside, they sensed something amiss. Looking up, they saw that the previously clear sky had inexplicably darkened, with light rain beginning to fall. The raindrops splattered against Wang Long's head and face, inexplicably igniting a sense of foreboding within him. His heart raced, and his muscles tensed involuntarily. "Prepare for battle," Wang Long roared, his instincts warning him that a life-or-death fight was imminent. The other pirates, startled by his shout, quickly assumed combat stances. Wang Long then instructed, "Rick, call Borny and inform him of our situation." Rick, bewildered, questioned, "Aren't we just facing the Navy? Why notify the captain?" "Hurry," Wang Long shouted angrily. The rain intensified, turning from a light drizzle to a heavier downpour. Wang Long's hair and trousers became soaked through. The sense of dread surged as the Navy ship drew closer. Rick, despite his confusion, complied, retrieving a white snail phone with black spots and dialing. Beep, beep, beep. Within moments, the call connected. The white-spotted snail phone transformed, exuding an air of politeness and nobility. "Hello, this is Borny," came a voice from the other end. Wang Long snatched the phone from Rick, exclaiming, "Borny, we might be in serious trouble." In a manner within the Iron Kingdom, Borny, who had been leisurely sipping wine, frowned deeply. "What is happening, Mr. Borny?" A young woman, about 25 and strikingly beautiful, asked softly. Borny raised a hand to silence Carly. "What is going on?" he inquired. Before Wang Long could respond, a series of cannon fire echoed in the background. Borny instinctively understood that they had encountered an enemy while docked at the Iron Kingdom's shore. But even if they faced foes, why was Wang Long calling him? It seemed urgent. Borny held the phone and said, "Hello, Wang Long." Wang Long, not hearing a response. He noticed the snail phone had reverted to its original form without warning. "Damn it, what is going on?" Borny's face darkened, his intuition warning him that significant trouble was brewing on Wang Long's side. 5 minutes earlier, as Frey observed the Navy vessel drawing nearer to the Bloodhammer pirate crew, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the sea was graced by a gentle rain. Frey unsheathed his demon-slaying sword and proclaimed, "This adversary possesses considerable strength. Thus I shall take action." Freya glanced around and cast a fleeting look at Smog. "You and I shall take the lead." Smog nodded in understanding. In recent times, he had come to fully comprehend the disparity between himself and the other. He had entirely relinquished any resistance to Freya's commands. Freya then addressed Gate, saying, "Gate, bring reinforcements from the rear." "Yes," it exclaimed with fervor, shouting loudly. "Then let's move out." With a nimble leap, Fred soared into the air, his feet dancing upon the wind as he dashed toward the pirate ship at breakneck speed. Observing this, Smoker transformed into a swirling mist of white smoke before launching himself like a cannonball straight toward the Bloodhammer pirate vessel. Witnessing their actions, Gap paid no heed to whether his attack might strike his allies and bellowed, "Fire!" Chapter 42. The Iron Kingdom rewinding 6 days prior. Byrne had just set sail with his crew toward the Iron Kingdom, a realm renowned for its mastery of steel. The kingdom's exceptional materials and unparalleled smelting techniques made its steel highly sought after, bringing immense wealth to the land. Upon arriving at a remote border town, the Bloodhammer pirates were immediately struck by the overwhelming metallic presence. Nearly every household boasted blackened steel doors, walls, or roofs. Such was the ubiquity of iron in this kingdom. Stepping into the town of Urgo, Byrne found it both familiar and strange compared to the tales he had heard. While steel was indeed abundant, the townsfolk moved with hurried steps, their gaunt faces betraying signs of malnutrition. Seems the king of this Iron Kingdom is nothing but scum," sneered Kansas. The state of the common folk clearly spoke of ruthless exploitation. How else could the citizens of such a prosperous kingdom appear so wretched? "That's none of our concern. Remember our objective. Besides, are we any better?" Camus adjusted his glasses with a smirk. His words drew laughter from the crew. Indeed, they were ruthless pirates. Why should they care about the plight of these people? "Stay focused. Let us move," Byrne cautioned as their laughter drew wary glances from the townsfolk. Discretion was key. They were pirates, and Byrne had no intention of revealing their identities before securing their prize. The Iron Kingdom's military prowess was well known in the first half of the Grand Line. While unafraid, Byrne needed to achieve his goal first. "Let us find out how to reach the capital and gather intel on the Iron King," Byrne commanded, leading his crew toward a local tavern. Inside, the establishment was nearly empty, save for 3 patrons drowning their sorrows in cheap liquor. Byrne exchanged a glance with Camo, who promptly approached a middle-aged man nursing his drink while the rest of the crew settled at an empty table. Camus pulled up a chair opposite the man and slapped a thick wad of berries onto the table. "Barkeep, 2 rounds of your finest." The crisp sound of money drew not only the middle-aged man's attention, but also the envious stares of the other 2 drinkers. "Answer a few questions. And this is yours," Camus offered with a grin. The man swallowed hard, eyes gleaming. "You're serious? Pocket change. Do I look like I haggle?" Dressed in noble attire similar to Byrne's, Camus easily passed for aristocracy in the man's eyes. The other patrons could only watch in bitter envy. That stack was easily worth 100,000 berries. The young barkeeper, gaunt and weary like the townsfolk outside, delivered the drinks with a longing glance at the money before retreating silently. He knew better than to meddle with armed strangers. Eager for the reward, the middle-aged man divulged everything, including the location of the Iron King, the kingdom's prized treasure, hidden within the grand smelting foundry on the western outskirts of the capital. With their objective secured, Byrne and his crew departed, settling their tab. Pirates they may be, but they weren't the type to dine and dash. Now we need a guide to the capital, Camus mused. Him. He seemed chatty enough, Can suggested, pointing at the same middle-aged man now skulking out of the tavern. I starting nervously. Agreed, Burns said. Camus shrugged. Not my fault you walked into us. He strode over and clapped a hand on the man's shoulder, startling him. You going back on the deal? The man stammered, clutching his pocket and edging backward. Relax. We've got a bigger job for you. 100,000 berries, minimum. The man glanced at the crew's menacing figures and nearly wept. Why me? Resigned, he nodded weakly. Camus grinned. Don't worry. We honor our agreements. The man forced a shaky smile, though Camus' ominous expression made him want to cry. Urgo was a border town. Traveling to the capital on foot was impractical. And Burns' crew had no patience for such delays. This kingdom's unique transport, the iron train. But riding it doesn't come cheap. A middle-aged man guided Bernie and his companions to a neighboring town that was considerably more prosperous. Although the ordinary citizens still appeared rather frail, the town boasted a wealth of various implements. Before them stood a towering 5-meter steel train, a marvel crafted by the previous king with the collective effort of the nation. To ensure the train tracks were expertly constructed, the king had even summoned the renowned fisherman master, Tom, for the design. It could be said that the steel train played a pivotal role in elevating the Steel Kingdom's prominence on the global stage, establishing it as a notable and affluent nation. The adage, to prosper, one must first build roads, remains timeless. Bernie was keen to avoid any disturbances at this moment, allowing the pirates to pay their fare and board the steel train. It was their first experience riding such a contraption. Perhaps buoyed by a sense of optimism due to the smooth progression of events, Bernie decided to release the middle-aged man. The colossal steel beast would undoubtedly transport them to their desired destination, and they could easily find a local to assist them later. Of course, Bernie was also reluctant to pay the exorbitant fare of 100,000 berries per person to the middle-aged man. Had he sought trouble, he would have made the fare collector acutely aware of the meaning of cruelty. The steel train progressed swiftly, the sound of wheels grinding against the tracks resonating as they headed towards the capital of the Steel Kingdom. The train featured windows, through which Bernie and the others observed the rapidly passing scenery. Their spirits noticeably lifted. They were pleasantly surprised by the sights they encountered, feeling that the expense was justified. Kangs, however, rolled his eyes in disbelief, feeling he had been shortchanged. What was there to admire? There was so much beauty at sea yet to be explored. It was evident that the captain, born into nobility, viewed matters with a level of refinement that contrasted starkly with his own humble origins. The steel train did not make a direct journey to its final destination. It stopped at several points along the way. As dusk approached, it lingered at one station for nearly an hour. Bernie, seated closest to the door, noticed a curvaceous woman clad in a black robe and had boarding just as the train was about to depart. She lowered her head, obscured by the hood, and took a seat opposite Bernie. He and his companions exchanged glances, dismissing her presence as that of a woman shrouded in mystery. With her arrival, the steel train resumed its journey. Thick black smoke billowed from the train's chimney as it chugged along the tracks. The woman remained with her head bowed, not once raising it. The train continued to traverse several more stations and eventually halted in a city named Arl that evening. The steel train was scheduled to depart again at 7 o'clock the following morning, allowing passengers the freedom to disembark or remain aboard during the interim. Although Bernie considered staying, his crew had been cooped up all day and was eager for revelry. Kangs was the first to leap from the train, impatient to visit a nearby tavern. However, as captain, Bernie turned back, glancing expectantly at him. The other pirates followed suit, looking towards Bernie for guidance. With a resigned smile, Bernie gestured for Kangs and the others to disembark. After coordinating with the train staff, they casually approached a passerby to inquire about the nearest tavern and then cheerfully departed the vicinity. Meanwhile, Carly observed Bernie and his companions leaving, her pale fingers gripping the hood of her black robe, ensuring her head remained concealed. After some time, she arrived at an abandoned building in Arl. Gazing at the dilapidated villa, a sense of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. "Brother, I will surely rescue you," Carly silently vowed, then stepped boldly into the crumbling structure. As she pushed open the heavy iron door, the sound echoed ominously in the stillness of the night. However, with no one around, Carly felt no fear of being discovered. This was a truth time had confirmed. Halfway through the door, a rough, large hand emerged, taut and poised as if ready to strike. Accompanying this hand was a gravelly male voice. "Your Highness?" "It is I," Carly replied softly, nodding. Hearing her voice, Mortius exhaled in relief and quickly opened the iron door, revealing his towering figure, standing at 4 meters, his massive steel shield on his back, and a full beard adorning his rugged face. A colossal broadsword hung at his waist, clearly custom-made for Mortius. Upon seeing Carly, Mortius respectfully lowered his head and knelt on one knee. "Your Highness." "Mortius, there is no need for such formality. I am no longer a princess," Carly replied with a self-deprecating smile. Mortius shook his head, insisting, "You will always be the princess of the Steel Kingdom. And that scoundrel I shall never acknowledge." The mere mention of the subject made Mortius grit his teeth, wishing he could personally slay that despicable man in the capital. Yet he knew all too well that, given his current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. It was far more prudent to safeguard Princess Carly, the only sister of the king. The two made their way deeper into the villa, which, like its exterior, appeared ancient and dilapidated. However, as they ventured further in, the atmosphere began to shift. Mortius, stooping his robust frame, led Carly to a door. "Your Highness, everyone has been waiting for quite some time." Carly nodded and pushed the door open. Bernie, born into nobility, had a penchant for fine wine and often collected exquisite bottles. The night in Arles seemed ripe for indulgence. The tavern they entered was filled with inebriated patrons spouting nonsensical chatter. Kang's preferred quieter settings, so he sat at a table with Bernie. Avoiding the raucous drinking games his fellow pirates engaged in, he took the initiative to pour Bernie a glass of red wine. Suddenly, as the two savored their wine, an inebriated man slammed his fist on the table. "That bastard has imposed new taxes from who knows where. How are we supposed to survive like this?" His companion quickly intervened, restraining him. "Don't speak recklessly," he urged, casting wary glances around. "He's just drunk, haha." He laughed nervously. Kangs, seated at a nearby table, observed this scene unfold. "TSK, even speaking requires caution. It's much like your homeland, Captain." Bernie remained silent, lost in thought, recalling a particularly memorable place. He gently swirled the wine in his goblet, the rich crimson liquid exuding a robust aroma, captivating his senses. Alas! Ultimately, this elegant gentleman could only let out a sigh. Camo lowered his head to drink, refraining from uttering another word. The incident had long been a thorn in Bernie's heart, and Camo felt it prudent not to provoke him further. While Camo and Bernie were merely tipsy, the other pirates, including Kongs, were thoroughly inebriated. Early the next morning, Camo roused the pirates from their slumber. After a hasty meal, the pirates, swaying unsteadily, followed Bernie to the station where they would board the vehicle. Bernie and the group of pirates boarded the train in an orderly fashion, occupying the same seats as the previous day. Upon entering the carriage, they spotted Carly, whose head was shrouded beneath the hood of her black cloak. Additionally, Bernie noticed several others similarly attired beside her. Among them was a particularly rotund individual, whose peculiar appearance was quite striking. However, Bernie felt no inclination to investigate further, choosing instead to tilt his head away and gaze out of the window at the passing scenery. As the iron train set in motion, the clamor of iron wheels against tracks resounded incessantly, while the landscape outside swiftly receded. Mosey, being of considerable size, entrusted his shield and broadsword to others for safekeeping. Meanwhile, he curled up, appearing exceedingly bulky. Mosey cast a casual glance at Bernie, his visage seeming familiar, prompting him to stare a moment longer. To his shock, he realized that the man before him was none other than Bloodhammer Bernie. How could this notorious pirate be in the Iron Kingdom, despite its renown? The kingdom's difficult-to-transport steel was hardly suitable for ordinary pirates to plunder. Glancing at the individuals beside Bernie, Mosey recognized the infamous Camo, the ghostly gunner, and Kongs, the great swordmaster. The rest, presumably, were members of the Bloodhammer pirate crew. Uncertain of their purpose for being there, Mosey was nonetheless keen on avoiding any confrontation. He quickly diverted his gaze, aware that the pirates were known for their unpredictable tempers. Within the confines of the iron train, the factions led by Bernie and Carly coexisted peacefully, each suppressing their curiosity in that moment. Although Bernie appreciated the scenery along the journey, the 2-day trip had drained him of the desire to admire it. He, along with the restless Kongs and other pirates, found the monotony unbearable. Fortunately, by midday on the 3rd day, the train, having circumnavigated nearly the entire Iron Kingdom, finally arrived at their intended destination, the capital of the Iron Kingdom. Reputedly constructed 80% from steel, was known as Paparol. This name, shared with the capital of the Kingdom of Princesses and Knights, also belonged to the royal family of the Iron Kingdom. As Bernie and his companions disembarked, the heavy scent of iron enveloped them. Intriguingly, despite the city's predominant use of steel in construction, Its greenery was exceptionally well maintained. The rich aroma of iron mingled with the unique fragrance of foliage, creating a remarkable ambience that left Bernie and his companions in awe. Descending the train alongside them were Carly, Mosey, and others who stood on the opposite side, appraising each other before parting ways. Dressed in black cloaks, Carly and Mosey traversed a dimly lit path. The familiar scent prompted Mosey to take a deep breath and exhale heavily. "Mosey, who were those people just now? You seemed rather tense," Carly inquired suddenly. Several among them had noted Mosey's peculiar behavior aboard the train, as his odd attire raised concerns about attracting the attention of the king's army. Thus, they were equally eager for an explanation. Mosey, maintaining his bulky appearance, had no intention of changing his disguise. After ensuring no one was watching, he whispered, "That noble-looking fellow is Bloodhammer Bernie, captain of the notorious Bloodhammer pirate crew, one of this year's pirate supernovas." Upon hearing this, Carly and the others were taken aback. What business could such a pirate have in our country? Mosey shook his head. "That is precisely what I wish to know. You may not be aware, but that man and his crew are exceedingly dangerous. We must not provoke them. Let us act as though we are unaware," Carly suggested. The others nodded in agreement. For them, the immediate priority was rescuing their king, and they deemed it wise to temporarily disregard the threat posed by Bernie. Carly glanced at the sky and declared, "Tonight, we act." "Agreed," the others murmured in unison. Meanwhile, Bernie and his companions wandered through the Steel City, finding the blend of metallic and botanical scents quite unsettling. "We need to capture someone to guide us to the Iron King's location," Bernie instructed Kongs. "Leave it to me," Kongs replied enthusiastically. The group waded along a narrow pathway flanked by steel buildings, and soon, Kongs returned with a hapless individual in tow. He unceremoniously tossed the man to the ground, growling, "Do as I instructed. If you mislead us, I will cleave you in two." "Why, yes. Of course," the man stammered, panic evident on his face. The direction he led them was consistent with what they had previously learned in Urgetown, heading toward the western outskirts of the capital. "It seems neither of us is lying," Camo remarked. They could have proceeded directly to the western edge, but verification remained paramount. Following the man, they arrived at a site surrounded by towering steel walls. Bernie gazed ahead, noting a factory that resembled an enormous inverted iron bowl. "The Iron King you seek resides within." Reportedly well guarded, the trembling civilian divulged. As an ordinary citizen, he possessed little more than this information. "Captain, what shall we do?" Kongs inquired. "Let us strike swiftly," Bernie replied, his hand reaching for his weapon, the Manicore. With their objective now clear, it was time to undertake the actions befitting their piratical nature. "Understood," Kongs said, firmly grasping the hilt of his massive sword. Can I leave now?" the captured man asked, aware that these individuals were intent on causing a ruckus at the foundry. He dared not involve himself further, especially with the king's army stationed there. He wished to avoid a premature demise, even if his current life was fraught with difficulties. Bernie considered himself a man of elegance and integrity. "Did we not make it clear that we would not be releasing you?" Bernie chuckled elegantly. He began. But before he could finish, a brilliant flash crossed his neck. With a gurgling sound, the headless corpse sprayed blood until it ran dry, the head still bearing an expression of terror and disbelief. Perhaps he had never anticipated such a decisive move from his opponent. Bernie frowned, casting an unhappy glance at Kongsi. "Next time, try not to be so bloody." "Understood, Captain," Kongsi replied, though internally he scoffed. "Compared to my methods, this is but a trifle." However, he dared not voice his thoughts, knowing Bernie disapproved of such abilities. Bernie believed that the use of the blood fruit did not align with his noble identity. With the potential threat eliminated, the group hesitated to assault the factory's gates. They resolved to attack at night, reasoning that the Steel Kingdom would respond more sluggishly under the cover of darkness, as it was a significant smelting factory of national importance. That night, Papalal's atmosphere differed markedly from other Steel Kingdom cities. A curfew-like order was in effect. Unlike the ordinary citizens observed during the day, the night brought out the king's soldiers. Though they appeared rather lethargic, casually scanning their surroundings before moving on, Bernie and his companions emerged from a wooded path, bemused by the indifference of the king's soldiers. Have they become too careless? They witnessed two civilians sneaking away, yet the soldiers seemed oblivious, allowing the clumsily retreating figures to escape. "Let them be. We have our own agenda," Bernie instructed, leading the way toward the massive iron gates of the smelting factory. As they approached, the group halted. The formidable gates were guarded by approximately 15 sentinels, each armed with a long rifle and a steel blade at their waist. Unlike the laid-back soldiers in the city, Bernie immediately recognized that these guards were well-trained and alert. "Captain, this doesn't seem right," Kumo observed, his head swiveling as he noted the stark difference between the guards and the king's soldiers. The information they had received indicated that both groups were part of the king's army. Bernie pondered for a moment before replying, "Continue. Even if there is a conspiracy afoot, it is likely unrelated to this place. We must act swiftly. There should be no significant issues." Truthfully, had the Steel Kingdom not been a member of the world government and renowned for its strength along the Grand Line, Bernie would have dealt with this situation more aggressively, much like when he obliterated that small nation. Observing the 15 guards not too far ahead, Bernie signaled for silence. He crouched down, placing his hands on the ground. The others watched as 15 thin lines of blood slithered silently across the ground toward the guards. In the pitch-black night, they made no sound, drawing no attention. Gradually, the bloodlines crept up the guards' legs and coiled around them. It was only when they began to feel the disturbance that they realized something was amiss. But it was too late. As Bernie's control took hold, the blood surged violently into their bodies. Ugh! One guard clutched his chest, emitting muffled cries of agony. His expression contorted in pain, veins bulging and sweat pouring from him. Within 5 seconds, he collapsed to the ground, as if a signal had been given. The remaining 14 guards fell one after another. Illuminated by the patrol lights, it became evident that all 15 were lifeless, their appearances eerily identical. "Truly impressive, Captain," Qiushui remarked. Astonished. Indeed, the captain's power must be such that it would take at least 3 rear admirals from the Navy to stand a chance against him. Certainly, that rear admiral. What was his name? Minard? He was defeated by the captain. Had he not fled, he would have met his demise at the hands of the captain, leading to a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Enough. Bernie interjected, urging the others to quiet down. Defeating a moderately strong rear admiral is hardly noteworthy. I pay no mind to such trivialities. He understood that the defeated rear admiral was merely a weakling at that level. A fact made clear by Bernie's awareness of the formidable power wielded by a certain monstrous rear admiral from his homeland. Consequently, Bernie had always acted with caution, avoiding conflicts with nations like the world government. Had he not stumbled upon the unique nature of the Steel Kingdom's Iron King, he would not have ventured into such perilous territory. The Iron King, capable of imparting sentience to weapons, occupied Bernie's thoughts. He had never disclosed the true purpose of the Iron King to other pirates. It was not merely for enhancing weapons. More importantly, it could endow them with a semblance of consciousness, closely linked to their wielder. This was precisely what Bernie sought. Chapter 45. The Rescue. As Bernie and his group advanced toward the smelting factory in the western part of the royal capital, Carly and her companions embarked on their own mission. Unlike Bernie's contingent of nearly 20, Carly's group consisted of only 5. Alongside Carly and Mortius were 2 men and 1 woman, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, a resolute middle-aged man wielding a blade, and a silent young woman with cat ears, a slender black tail, and striking gray hair. The 4 navigated effortlessly past the king's soldiers on patrol and infiltrated the palace. The architecture of the palace mirrored that of other areas in Papillon, adhering to a consistent design. Carly and her companions skillfully scaled the palace's iron walls, and upon returning to familiar surroundings, nostalgic memories washed over Carly. Yet, thoughts of her brother quickly brought her back to the present. Producing a detailed map of the palace's layout, Carly pointed to the center. "According to the information I've received, my brother should be imprisoned here. This location was the royal residence, heavily guarded as always. What should we do? Shall we launch a direct assault?" The questioner was an elderly man with white hair, the teacher of Carly's brother. Despite his advanced age, his prowess was formidable, ranking him among the strongest alongside Morxius, the former captain of the royal army. Upon hearing his words, Carly shook her head. "I have arranged for an insider. As long as we exercise caution, we can enter without issue." "Your Highness, is that individual trustworthy?" inquired the cat-eared woman. "Rest assured, I have rescued him on several occasions. In our childhood, during the turmoil in the kingdom, he risked his life to save me time and again." With Carly's assurance, the 4 companions felt a wave of relief. Since Carly's brother, the former king, was usurped by the current ruler, they had been branded as traitors. Among the common folk, they were falsely accused of being responsible for the death of Carly's brother. Thus, Carly could hardly command the royal army now. However, having an insider who had been close to Carly since childhood should prove advantageous. After all, many within the kingdom likely harbored doubts regarding the accusations against the 5 of them. Unfortunately, the current ruler was not one to investigate openly. and the loyalists from Carly's brother's reign had nearly all perished. Consequently, their chance to overturn this situation had slipped away before they could react. What they aimed to do now was rescue the former king, who could restore prosperity to the Iron Kingdom, thereby gradually reclaiming their homeland. The five moved stealthily through the palace, guided by Carly, who had grown up within its walls. They soon reached the heart of the palace. Looking ahead, they noticed that the grand entrance of the Black Iron Palace was unguarded. Is it a trap, given the absence of guards? The five hesitated to rush in uninvited. Years of evasion had heightened their vigilance. "I will check," the cat-eared woman declared, and with nimble steps, she vanished in a flurry of movement. Not far from her previous position, she remained nearby, agile and silent, thanks to her cat-like agility granted by the beast fruit. Her ears twitched as she detected sounds nearby. Cautiously, she crept closer and discovered several royal soldiers gathered, drinking merrily together. Not far from them stood a rather unsavory-looking man, vigilantly surveying the surroundings as if keeping watch over the revelers. The attire of the drinking soldiers mirrored that of the palace guards. It seemed that they had been lured here to drink, with the lookout's presence likely orchestrated by the insider. Who could it be? Having gleaned the reason for the guard's absence, the cat-eared woman retreated, leaping away to quickly relay this information to Carly and the others. Time was of the essence. If they delayed too long, the royal army might awaken to the situation, making it impossible to rescue the one they held dear. In the depths of the palace where Carly and her companions were headed, a vast secret chamber contained a man, gaunt and bound tightly, with specially crafted beast-sinew ropes. Opposite him sat a man and a woman at an elegant square table, sipping red wine and indulging in exquisite delicacies. Geng Shirou, the creation of the Iron King is entrusted to you this time. Geng Shirou wearily opened his eyes, gazing at the man who had usurped his kingdom, imprisoned him, and threatened him with his own sister. "Florence, as long as Carly remains unharmed, I will produce the Iron King. Fear not, for I have your sister's best interests at heart. Soon, I shall arrange for her to wed Prince Ward of the Kingdom of Knights and Princess. You have no objections, I trust?" Florence elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, weaving a web of deceit. He had manipulated Geng Shirou with the pretext of Carly's imprisonment for 5 long years, while in reality, Carly had managed to evade capture throughout that time. Geng Shirou's murky eyes darted toward Florence. He was no fool. While Carly might have escaped, he dared not reveal this, for it would strip him of his value and threaten his survival. Moreover, as long as he was alive, even if Carly were captured, her chances of suffering harm would diminish, given the potential for Florence to exploit his fruit abilities. Just a little longer, and I shall succeed. Geng Shirou closed his eyes, comforting himself with this thought. Over 5 years, he could not afford to remain idle. Although he could only manage to eat a meager meal before exhausting himself on the Iron King, he had accumulated enough resources to mount a resistance. He awaited the opportunity to replenish his strength sufficiently to awaken those born of his fruit. That opportunity lay with the woman beside Florence. The mere thought of her stirred within Geng Shirou a seething anger that had simmered for 5 long years. The woman who was once his beloved wife had conspired with Florence, forcing him to ingest poison, resulting in the usurpation of his kingdom by his own cousin. Florence pulled out a mechanical, intricate timepiece, glancing at the time before casting a sinister smile at Geng Shirou. "Fudd, I'll leave this to you. I must attend to some matters." Fudd nodded, fully aware that Florence was seizing the chance to capture Carly and solidify control over Geng Shirou. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Florence would naturally handle this personally. As soon as Florence departed, Geng Shirou opened his eyes, a flicker of determination igniting within his murky gaze. He intended to leverage the slight trust and regard Fudd had developed for him over the years to request a morsel of food, just enough to sustain him to the point of being able to utilize his latent abilities and escape. "Fudd," Geng Shirou's voice was frail yet gentle, masking the fury simmering beneath. "What is it?" Fudd regarded the frail figure before her with a complex expression. Had it not been for Florence's machinations, she might have long since fallen in love with this man. "Could I trouble you for a bit of food? I crave the flour cake. I remember it was your favorite, and I went all the way to the Kingdom of Knights and Princess to procure it for you. Might I have a taste once more?" Geng Shirou's tone grew ever more feeble and soothing, his gaze lost in reminiscence of when Fudd had been his cherished queen. Fudd fell silent, her heart weighed down by guilt toward Geng Shirou. His words stirred something within her. Having deceived him for so long, granting him a simple request for food seemed harmless, especially since Carly had unwittingly walked into their trap, Geng Shirou would not escape. With this thought in mind, Fudd brought the food from the table before Geng Shirou. Could you feed me? I lack the strength. Geng Shirou's eyes briefly flashed with a glimmer of murderous intent, but he quickly masked it, maintaining a facade of frailty and gentleness as he spoke. After a moment's hesitation, Fudd was silently raised the food in her hand and brought it to Geng Shirou's lips. At that moment, a profound sense of guilt surged within her, preventing her from meeting the gaze of the once handsome man, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, resembling a withering elder on the brink of death. Chapter 46. Geng Shirou in the western smelting factory of Popolier. After Bernie and his companions infiltrated, they discovered conditions starkly different from those outside. Even under the cover of night, the laborers continued their toil, cursing the overseers as they worked. The temperature within the factory was uncomfortably high, likely due to the incessant operation of various machines. Bernie witnessed several laborers fainting from the heat, only to be carried away by others. He even saw overseers mercilessly beating some who were too weak to move, effectively killing them. In that moment, Bernie and his companions truly grasped the harshness with which the state treated its people, the oppressive taxation that was not overtly present but was evident in their suffering. The laborers here did not appear to be working of their own volition. Having entered without concealing their presence, the band of pirates no longer felt the need for caution. Led by Qiushui, they casually seized an overseer and a laborer to extract information regarding the central area, where the control room of the smelting factory was located. Bernie surmised that the Iron King would most likely be found there. They slaughtered anyone who dared to obstruct their path without mercy. In the central control room of the smelting factory, Qiushui grabbed the official managing the premises. With a grim expression, Bernie stated, "So, the Iron King is now only found in the palace. All others have been sold." "Yes, yes." The portly official nodded vigorously, his face a mask of terror. "If you wish, I will personally lead you there, ensuring your safe passage into the palace." Kermo pondered for a moment before saying, "Captain, would it be prudent to go directly to the palace? Our goal is merely the Iron King. We harbor no intention of provoking the Steel Kingdom." Their aim was simply to take what they needed and depart. Entering the palace would mean confronting the Steel Kingdom directly. After some contemplation, Bernie slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his weapon. "Let us proceed. Under the cover of night, we shall seize what we need and flee." Kermo and Qiushui exchanged glances. With their leader's command, they naturally acquiesced. Qiushui tightened his grip on the official, threateningly stating, "Do as you said, and if anything goes awry, I shall crush you. Rest assured, sirs, I would not dare to act recklessly." The official, trembling and drenched in sweat, hurriedly led Bernie towards the palace. Fearing for his life, what the pirates might do upon reaching the palace was beyond his control. He was solely focused on preserving his own existence. Although Bernie and his companions wreaked havoc in the smelting factory, their casualties primarily consisted of overseers and guards. The laborers, forcibly brought to work, suffered minimal losses due to their lack of resistance. Ironically, Bernie's actions inadvertently provided them with an opportunity to escape. They understood that remaining would only lead to their demise, so they chose to flee now that the guards had been slaughtered. As soon as Bernie and his crew departed, the laborers scattered like birds taking flight. Unbeknownst to Bernie, who had effectively saved numerous lives, he would not concern himself with such matters even if he were aware. As a man who yearned for legendary treasures, he aspired to be the freest of men, destined to become the fabled Pirate King. His actions were driven by desire. Yet he was acutely aware of his current limitations and strength, leading him to regard the potential arrival of formidable naval forces with trepidation. This was his rationale for avoiding direct conflict with the Steel Kingdom, as the distinction between member and non-member states was significant. However, in pursuit of awakening the primal spirit within his weapon, Bernie had grown indifferent to these concerns. At worst, he would complete the task and then swiftly find a place to hide for a time. With this resolve, Bernie and his band of pirates followed the corpulent official into the palace without a hitch. The process went exceedingly smoothly. Had it not been for Qiushui's tight hold on the official, they might have worried about the presence of traps. Indeed, traps existed, but they were not intended for them. Callie and her compatriots cautiously pushed open the palace doors, the muffled sound barely audible in the night. They were careful not to exert too much force, lest they create a loud noise. After creating a narrow opening, the five of them slipped inside. Everything here was familiar to Callie, so she had a fair idea of the location of the secret chamber. After all, the palace was not vast. It was easy to deduce where a hidden room might be situated, likely constructed through secret passages connecting various rooms. Callie led Mausius and the others to a room adjacent to the main chamber. They carefully tapped around, searching for any signs, but found none. The others looked to Callie, who shook her head. The entrance to the secret chamber was not here. They avoided the central room and continued their search in the remaining rooms. Finding nothing, they concluded that it must be in that particular room. Callie glanced towards her brother Geng Shirou's former chamber. The group nodded and proceeded to that room. A middle-aged man with a knife pushed open the characteristic iron door, while Mausius braced himself with his massive shield and sword. The cat-eared girl glanced around and remarked, "No one here. Florentis is indeed absent. It seems we were not deceived." Mausius and the others sighed in relief. Although Callie had mentioned that their informant claimed Florentis would not be in the palace tonight, they could not shake their apprehensions. Had they been ambushed and confronted Florentis, even one of them escaping would have been a stroke of immense fortune. In the current Steel Kingdom, Florentis was undeniably the foremost expert. Before Geng Shirou had been wrongfully accused, Florentis' strength was only marginally less than his own. Sometimes, he merely found himself at a disadvantage during sparring sessions. Having witnessed Florentis' prowess, the five understood that in a face-off, all but Callie would likely perish. With Florentis absent, however, their spirits were considerably lifted. Since Florentis was indeed absent as indicated in the intelligence, the five moved with increased urgency. Soon, the cat-eared girl discovered a mechanism, a liftable floor tile. Mausius gently pulled the tile aside, revealing a dimly lit secret passage. "This is it," Callie exclaimed, her face brightening with excitement. Geng Shirou was imprisoned within. If they could rescue him, there was still hope for the Steel Kingdom. They believed that as long as this man remained unharmed, he could turn the tide and save the Steel Kingdom from its impending doom. "Be cautious, there may be guards inside," Carly remarked. Although the possibility was slim, it was not entirely out of the question. After all, if this truly was the place where her brother was imprisoned, Carly doubted that Florent would allow him to be alone. Her brother, Geng Shirou, was the most illustrious king in the history of the Papal family, without exception. Were it not for the treacherous Florent, Carly believed that the Steel Kingdom would be far more prosperous than it was 5 years ago. Instead of witnessing the current state of exploitation and stagnation, gazing into the dimly lit passageway before her, Carly led the way, followed closely by Mausius, with the remaining three entering sequentially. Meanwhile, outside the royal palace, a throng of over 1,000 encircled the entire edifice. Among them, a one-eyed man held a severed head in his hand, tossing it like a ball. The neck was jagged, as if brutally twisted, with blood dripping from the wound. Observing the contorted visage of the man in agony, the one-eyed man scoffed disdainfully. "With such lowly skills, you dare to act as an informant? How foolish." Had the cat-eared woman been present, she would have recognized the grotesque face of the man whose fate had been sealed by the one-eyed figure. This very man had covertly relayed information to Carly all along. The one-eyed man, initially bored as he stood guard, suddenly sensed an approaching danger and leaped into action. Under the dim moonlight, he noticed a thin line of blood slithering beneath his feet, and to his astonishment, he discovered multiple such lines, densely scattered beneath every soldier of the king. Chapter 47. The obstruction of bold get out of the way. Upon encountering this perilous phenomenon, the one-eyed man shouted. But it was too late. The bloodlines swiftly ascended from the feet of the soldiers, climbing up their calves. In less than 5 seconds, one of the king's men, clutching his chest in agony, collapsed. Subsequently, all the soldiers surrounding the one-eyed man fell like dominoes, lifeless. "Devil fruit user. Who dares to show themselves?" The one-eyed man bellowed. "Captain, he is calling us out," Kansi remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing the voice, the one-eyed man turned to see Bernie and his companions emerging from the shadows. Beside Kansi, a corpulent official made his presence known. "Ford, you wretched scoundrel. It was you who brought them here." The one-eyed man roared, having recognized Bernie and his infamous Bloodhammer pirate crew. Ford recoiled, unable to meet the one-eyed man's gaze. In Ford's eyes, this man was the king's mentor and the commander of the royal army, a figure of monstrous strength. Having led his men here, inadvertently causing the demise of several soldiers, Ford feared for his life should he fall into the one-eyed man's clutches. Immediately, he addressed Bernie, who stood out among the pirates. "My lord, this man is bold, the king's mentor. It is said he was once a pirate himself. He stands in our way, and we must defeat him to enter the palace." Bernie cast a meaningful glance at Ford, causing him to shudder. An icy dread enveloped him as he felt the air grow colder. Ford promptly fell silent, refraining from uttering anything that might provoke a conflict. "Ah, so you have acquired a new master," No wonder you dare to act so arrogantly before me, Bold remarked coldly. Huh. Bernie suddenly chuckled lightly. You need not delay. Even if other soldiers attack us, you shall meet your demise here today. Attack. With a wave of his hand, Bernie and his crew surged forward. Bold glanced at the approaching soldiers who were unharmed by Bernie's devil fruit abilities and smirked. It has been a long time since I last fought. I shall take down a supernova today. I used to envy them greatly. Although his reinforcements had yet to arrive, Bold felt no fear. As a pirate who had survived in the New World, he was no ordinary lackey. The formidable skills he possessed in the latter half of the Grand Line made him confident that he would not be intimidated by any opponent. Save for a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Let you younger ones witness the might of Tiger Claw Bold, with hands transformed into claw-like shapes. His wrists were soon enveloped in a layer of black armor, Haki, a skill he had mastered while surviving in the New World upon returning to the Grand Line. Die. You one-eyed fool. Kansi was the first to strike, wielding a massive sword and bringing it down upon Bold. The wind howled as the sword descended. A powerful blow that led the Bloodhammer pirates to believe that Bold would be cleaved in two. However, the ensuing scene shocked their very eyes. Bold merely extended his right hand, gently grasping the sword. The clash echoed like steel against steel, and Kansi's full-force strike was effortlessly halted. It's my turn, Bold inwardly declared. With his left hand transformed into a claw, he lunged towards Kansi's head. Despite its ordinary appearance, Kansi felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Disregarding the stalemate with his sword, he retreated a couple of steps to evade the claw, just as he thought he had escaped. Bold swung the sword's blade toward him with a fierce motion. Instantly, a dark hue enveloped the entire sword. Crack! A resounding impact struck Kansi's head, producing the sound of cracking bone, and his left cheek caved in. Kansi. He spat out blood, his vision blurred. In a single blow, this formidable fighter, ranked among the top 4 in the Bloodhammer pirates, was easily rendered unconscious. Kumo, positioned closest to the fray, was astounded by the sudden turn of events. Before he could process what had happened, Kansi had already fallen. The remaining crew halted, glancing at the fallen Kansi and then at the composed Bold. Gulp. One pirate couldn't suppress a gulp. Captain, Kumo shouted. He understood that in this world of allied nations there existed formidable foes. Yet he had never anticipated encountering such overwhelming strength, with his and Kansi's abilities being evenly matched, and as a sharpshooter. Kumo recognized that he could not recklessly charge in after Kansi's fall. He decisively called upon their strongest ally, Bernie. At that moment, however, Bold mocked. Your captain fled after I took down this oaf. What are you shouting for? The crew, though skeptical, glanced back. To their disbelief, Bernie had vanished without a trace. How was this possible? Though the crowd remained skeptical, the undeniable truth lay before their eyes. Ford, who had been lurking in the rear closest to Byrne, failed to notice his captain's sudden escape when the tide turned. With the strongest of their pirate crew now fled and the gun-wielding opponent seemingly outmatched, Ford wasted no time in bolting toward the back. But after only a few steps, a gunshot rang in his ears. A searing pain erupted in Ford's chest. As he glanced down, crimson bloomed across his lavish attire. His vision blurred, and his corpulent frame collapsed forward, even bouncing slightly upon impact with the ground. Bordeaux turned to Kumo, the shooter, and remarked with admiration, "Fine marksmanship." Then, with a sinister grin, he added, "Nevertheless, you shall all remain here." The pirates clustered together as the royal soldiers encircled them. Pitiful fools, Bordeaux sneered, his tone dripping with disdain for Byrne. Had your captain not fled? You might have stood a chance. Once a pirate captain himself, Bordeaux had been bold and decisive. Had it not been for that terrifying monster in the New World with its overwhelming observation Haki, he would never have retreated to the first half of the Grand Line. Fate, however, proved kind. What began as an intended retirement in the Iron Kingdom led him to encounter a natural-born ruler. Thus, the once feared Bordeaux willingly became that man's subordinate. He taught him armament and observation Haki, and the man exceeded all expectations. Now, Flonster's strength far surpassed his own. Their relentless accumulation of wealth served a singular purpose, to construct an ironclad pirate ship that would carry their shared ambitions. This operation to capture Carly was crucial. Both he and Flonster had anticipated Ganjiru's growing suspicion after being denied visits with his sister. Seizing Carly would ensure Ganjiru's compliance in forging the Iron King, allowing the Flonster to be completed without interference. Once the ship was ready, those two would outlive their usefulness. As the royal troops tightened their encirclement, despair gripped the Bloodhammer pirates. What they had assumed would be a slaughter had turned against them, with their captain abandoning them at the critical moment. The cold resolve in the soldiers' eyes made it clear. No quarter would be given. The pirates tightened their grips on their weapons, turning to Kumo for leadership. With Burn gone and Khan's unconscious, their only hope lay in Kamo challenging the one-eyed man to create an opening. If nothing else, they would take as many down with them as they could. The Bloodhammer pirates' ferocity surfaced. Fear of death never erased the savagery bred by their lawless lives. The two sides stood poised, awaiting their leader's commands. Then Bordeaux spoke. "You there, the gunman. Join us. Your skill with a firearm is worthy of a place on our grand vessel." Kamo's earlier shot had impressed him, and he saw no harm in recruiting talent for Flonster's crew. Kamo responded with a cold laugh. "Survive first. My captain despises poachers." Bordeaux frowned. "What? You still care for that coward Burn's opinion? You truly believe you can best me?" Before he could press further, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. His eyes flashed crimson. He sensed it. A faint sound from behind. Chapter 48. A plea for aid. Bordeaux realized every eye in the vicinity was fixed on something behind him. "You're strong," a voice declared. "But now, kindly depart this world." Bordeaux recognized it. Burn, the man who had seemingly fled. The stench of blood accompanied the words. Instinctively, Bordeaux coated his back in armament hockey without turning. Kamo and the others watched as Burn materialized silently behind Bordeaux, wielding his ornate warhammer, the Savage. Crimson pattern swirled across the hammer, its bloody aura radiating violently. Seizing the moment, Burn struck with all his might. Boom. The impact felt like striking an immovable fortress, yet even unyielding steel had its limits. Though Bordeaux's observation hockey allowed him to react, the force sent him hurtling backward, cratering the ground upon landing. "Quit gawking," Burn roared at his stunned crew. "Slaughter these royal dogs." Kamo moved first, his antique flintlock in hand as he kicked toward the encircling soldiers. The others snapped to attention, rallying with battle cries as they charged with blades and guns. Their despair turned to fervor. Burn hadn't abandoned them. He had lain in wait to deliver a killing blow. As Kamo and the others engaged the soldiers, Burn focused on the crater where Bordeaux had fallen. "Damn, that stings," Bordeaux groaned, rising while rubbing his back. His once pristine attire was now disheveled. He frowned. Flonster detested untidiness. Suddenly, danger prickled his senses. His hands darkened into clawed gauntlets. Tiger's roar. Crossing his arms, he thrust them forward. A scarlet aura coalesced into the phantom of a snarling tiger. As Burn's blood-soaked hammer descended, a bestial roar echoed in his mind. Boom. The crimson hammer clashed against the spectral tiger, their forces locked in a temporary stalemate. Burn smirked. "Seems I've won." At this moment, Bernie revealed an elegant and confident smile. Bold felt a sense of foreboding as he observed the sanguine aura emanating from the blood-streaked hammer, transforming into delicate threads that circumvented his ebony claws, darting toward various parts of his body. Sensing the perilous aura carried by these bloodlines, Bold realized the gravity of the situation. He ceased his confrontation with Bernie and immediately enveloped himself in his armed color hockey. In an instant, he transformed into a one-eyed man cloaked in darkness. However, retracting his claws meant he would inevitably be subjected to Bernie's hammer strikes. The seemingly 1-meter hammer crashed down upon Bold once more, sending him hurtling through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Bernie abandoned all pretense, becoming a torrent of blood that relentlessly assaulted Bold, who had not yet touched the ground. Like a blacksmith forging iron, Bold was mercilessly struck by the blood-imbued Bernie, his body akin to a balloon, continuously battered by the hammer without respite. This assault persisted for a full 10 minutes. Bold found himself engulfed in a crimson haze, his body gradually depleting its armed color hockey with each blow. Once his hockey was exhausted, the hammer-wielding Bernie would undoubtedly deliver a fatal strike. He could not remain passive. Aware that he was nearing his limits, Bold resolved to make a desperate stand. Just then, the once quiet palace doors were suddenly flung open, crashing beside Bold and Bernie. Inside the palace, the tall, dark-haired Carly and the blood-soaked Mosius were fleeing. After entering the secret passage, they came face to face with the man they had long desired to eliminate. Florenster's power exceeded the imagination of the five, although they knew they were outmatched. When the white-haired elder was struck down with a single blow, Carly and her companions grasped one crucial truth: they had to run. No more futile sacrifices. Escaping meant hope. As the knife-wielding man and the cat-eared woman desperately tried to intercept them, Mosius barely survived a blow with his shield but was left gravely wounded. Carly and Mosius managed to escape. Behind them, Florenster approached with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing the commotion, Bold glanced toward the palace and spotted Carly's escape. He should have intercepted her, but there was no time to concern himself with that now. Evading the immediate threat was his foremost priority. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his signature move, his hands morphing into claws as he tore through Bernie's blood flow. In a swift movement, he prepared to retreat into the palace. His haki now entirely depleted. He realized that he was no match for this formidable opponent. Indeed, as a pirate supernova, Bernie was extraordinary. Bold marveled at the thought. When he first ventured into the New World, his bounty had been a mere 50 million berries. After years of struggle, he had only achieved his current strength. Yet this supernova surpassed him. His choices had proven wise. With his current abilities, he could not even contend with this year's supernova, let alone seek vengeance against the monster wielding a trident. Only those of equal caliber could confront such a beast. Bernie, witnessing Bold's desperate strike disrupt his offensive, was not startled but rather elated, for he could see that the peculiar layer of black armor had vanished. It was evident that Bold was at his wit's end and sought to flee. "Leave him to me," he commanded, his steps quickening as he raised the brutal hammer of the marauder. Blood surged forth, coalescing into a massive hammer. Heaven-shattering strike. Bernie transformed into a streak of crimson light, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Bold. The colossal blood-red hammer, radiating a scarlet glow, descended with crushing force. Bold, unable to evade due to his recent exertion, braced himself as the enormous hammer struck him squarely on the head. The ground trembled, fissures forming as debris flew, leaving behind a massive crater where Bold had stood. Bernie panted lightly, his chest rising and falling. He regarded the pit cautiously, waiting for the dust to settle, revealing Bold, now a mangled heap, devoid of life. With Bold dispatched, Bernie exhaled in relief. He turned to Camo, who had successfully vanquished the royal army. At that moment, several pirates approached, carrying the unconscious Kongs toward Bernie. He nodded inwardly, pleased with the strength of his subordinates. The clash between Bold and Bernie had generated considerable noise, and Carly and Mosius, upon escaping the palace, immediately noticed the commotion. Their expression shifted to one of astonishment upon witnessing Bernie's defeat of Bold. To them, Bold had been an almost insurmountable foe, yet he had been so easily bested by the blood-hammered Bernie. Although they were unaware of Bernie's intentions, the looming threat of Florenster, an even more terrifying and powerful adversary, compelled them to act swiftly. Camo had long been aware of Carly and Mosius' situation and, seeing them approach, aimed his ancient flintlock at Carly. He recognized that the two were rallying around this woman. Other pirates prepared to engage, indifferent to the duo's intentions. "Stop," Bernie suddenly shouted. The crew turned to him, sensing the change in his tone. Glancing at Bernie, Camo noticed his body trembling slightly, his gaze fixated on the approaching dark-haired beauty. Carly and Mosius reached Bernie, maintaining a small distance. Carly boldly proclaimed, "Mr. Bernie, I am the princess of the Iron Kingdom. If you help me defeat Florenster, I will grant any request of yours." "Very well, I accept," Bernie replied without a moment's hesitation, leaving Camo and the other pirates momentarily stunned. They recalled that their captain typically shunned romantic entanglements. The last woman who attempted to seduce him had been far more beautiful than this so-called princess. Yet she had met her demise at his hands. Camo glanced at Carly, then at Bernie, and a thought crossed his mind. It concerned a woman who seemed to have been by Bernie's side when he was still a noble. Bernie had inadvertently mentioned her in a drunken stupor, and Camo had been the fortunate listener. Chapter 49. The Conqueror's Haki. In the dimly lit secret chamber of the royal palace, a gaunt man was voraciously consuming food. Behind him, a strikingly beautiful woman was pierced by numerous black steel rods. Aside from her serene and lovely face, her body was riddled with these cruel implements. Fuda had died not long ago, her body still twitching involuntarily, dark red blood ceaselessly flowing and staining the pristine floor. Ganjiro devoured his meal with urgency, fully aware that he was unlikely to be a match for Florent. Thus, he needed to quickly regain his strength to have a chance of escape. The table was laden with food, most of which Florent and Fuda would not consume. It was merely a ruse to stimulate Ganjiro's appetite while preventing him from feasting. Now, however, it conveniently aided him in restoring his vitality. After a frenzied indulgence, Ganjiro had consumed everything on the table, and his previously emaciated appearance had improved significantly. He resolved to escape first. Ganjiro cast a glance at the place he had inhabited for 5 long years, then at the lifeless woman sprawled on the ground, before departing without a backward glance. As a user of the iron fruit, Ganjiro had developed his powers to an extraordinary level. The Iron King fruit was a creation he had devised 5 years prior. He had once believed it would elevate the Steel Kingdom to new heights. But in a moment of hubris, he had been treacherously harmed. "Florent, my dear cousin, how should I express my gratitude?" A cold glimmer flickered in Ganjiro's eyes as he cautiously made his way toward the secret passage. After a brief moment, he arrived at a familiar room, one he had occupied for over a decade, and now at the age of 30. The palace was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by shadows. The stillness of the room brought a sense of calm to Geng Shirou's heart. As he approached the palace's grand entrance, he noticed that the large doors were mysteriously absent. Simultaneously, the noises from outside grew louder. Upon reaching the threshold where the doors should have been, Geng Shirou heard a loathsome voice. Quite the runner. Yet can a mere pirate supernova protect you? How naive. Moments earlier, Carly had sought Bernie's assistance and received a response. Although Bernie's gaze often unsettled her, she dismissed her discomfort. Defeating Florent and rescuing her brother took precedence over her feelings toward the man before her. This kingdom was on the brink of ruin. Florent slowly emerged from the palace, and to his surprise, the scene outside was not as he had anticipated. The king's army lay scattered on the ground. A massive pit to the left, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood. Florent frowned, noting the complete annihilation of the king's forces. Where had the bold people gone? The scruffy man who had taught him martial arts was quite formidable and should not have vanished so easily. Turning his gaze to the gathered group of Bernie and the others, he deliberately ignored Carly and Mosius. Upon seeing Bernie, a fleeting look of disdain crossed his face. He then stated, "Did you do this?" Florent's tone was flat, yet the pirates detected an air of superiority in his words. The handsome man with black hair and gray eyes, impeccably dressed, regarded them with utter contempt. "And what of it?" Bernie retorted, a shiver running down his spine upon seeing Florent. Yet, bolstered by the blood fruit, Bernie stood unafraid. "Ha?" Florent chuckled lightly, "Captain Bernie of the Bloodhammer Pirates. I know you, the supernova with the highest bounty this year. Would you be interested in joining me?" Florent's gaze was filled with confidence, akin to a noble bestowing charity upon a peasant. "Humph." Bernie scoffed, his eyes icy as he stared at Florent. "Are you like that one-eyed fool, keen on recruiting others?" As he spoke, Bernie discreetly gestured to Camo. Understanding the cue, Camo tightened his grip on the flintlock, ready to fire. Little did they know, Florent observed their every move without concern. Instead, he inquired, "What has become of Bold? What have you done to him?" "That arrogant one-eyed fool has likely been turned into mush by the captain," a pirate from Bernie's side exclaimed. "Is that so?" Florent narrowed his eyes, his deep gaze inscrutable. The pirate who spoke was momentarily taken aback by Florent's demeanor, but bolstered by the presence of his captain, he bravely pointed to the pit. "See that hole? That guy is lying in there, a pile of mush." Florent approached the pit and peered in. The mangled remains of Bold were indeed indistinguishable from a mass of meat. "Ugh," Florent exhaled sharply, cursing, "Useless fool." He turned away, dismissing the man who could no longer be part of his grand ship. He then focused on Bernie and his crew, slowly advancing toward them. Although Bold was of no use, since they had deprived him of a crew member, it was only fitting that they pay with their lives. At this, Bernie and the others became alert. The pressure exerted by Florent upon his arrival had been considerable, which was why they had endured thus far. Florent then turned his gaze to Carly, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. "You run quite swiftly. But can a mere pirate supernova shield you? How naive." With that, a terrifying aura erupted from Florent's body, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that swept over the crowd. Thud, thud. One by one, the pirate's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, only 6 individuals remained standing. Bernie, captain of the Bloodhammer Pirates; Camo, the Ghost Gun; Carly, the former princess of the Iron Kingdom; Mosius, the former commander of the king's army; and the recently escaped former king, Geng Shirou. "What in the world is this?" Camo exclaimed, the overwhelming pressure nearly causing him to swoon. Yet he managed to maintain his footing. "This is Conqueror's Haki," Geng Shirou spoke solemnly. "Conqueror's Haki?" Bernie asked, bewildered, while Carly and Mosius wore expressions of confusion. Due to Geng Shirou's frail and slightly hunched appearance, they did not immediately recognize him as their brother and the king they revered. "Geng Shirou, how did you escape?" Florent was initially imbued with confidence, yet upon witnessing Geng Shirou's unexpected escape, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. "Brother, your majesty." Carly and Mosius gazed in disbelief at the man before them. Though his attire was neat, his visage was pallid and emaciated. "It is I," Geng Shirou replied, then turned to Florent with a cold smirk. "Guess how I managed to escape." Florent's breath quickened, his chest heaving. He could dismiss Board, for that individual was solely concerned with his own talents. However, he could not overlook Fuda, whom he truly cherished and envisioned as his wife when he ascended to the throne of piracy. "I want you dead." At this moment, he cared not for the feasibility of constructing the so-called iron warship. He only desired Geng Shirou to accompany Fuda in death. "You too perish." Florent bellowed at Bernie and the others. In an instant, his garments tore apart, revealing a sharp horn protruding from his forehead. A pair of pristine white wings sprouted from his back, and his hands and feet transformed into massive hoofs. His once handsome visage morphed into that of a long-faced stallion. A surge of energy emanated from Florent, marking his first full utilization of the powers bestowed upon him by the fruit he had consumed, the horse fruit, mythical Zoan, unicorn form. Chapter 50. A grueling battle. The formidable aura that Florent unleashed was terrifying, rendering Carly, Mosius, and the relatively weaker Kamo pale with fear, particularly Mosius, who was already on the brink of death, drenched in blood. He staggered backward under the weight of Florent's conqueror's haki. Seeing this, Carly promptly steadied him. Bernie glanced at Carly and commanded, "Kamo, take them away." "Captain." Kamo felt compelled to voice his concerns, although the horned figure had yet to strike. The sheer intensity of his presence was truly daunting. "Fear not. Do you take me for someone weak? Protect them." With that, he brandished his weapon, transforming into a streak of crimson light, dashing toward Florent. Simultaneously, Ganjiro took action as well, although he had not anticipated Florent's consumption of a devil fruit. Nor had he intended to engage so soon. He recognized that fleeing would endanger Carly and Mosius, who would be torn to shreds by the enraged Florent. Fortunately, he was not alone. The elegant man, who appeared quite formidable, joined the fray. Ganjiro slammed both hands onto the ground. "Rise," he shouted, and the earth began to tremble. Soon, an array of black objects began to soar towards him: steel, thin wires, long iron bars, and various iron weapons from both pirates and the king's army. Nothing within Ganjiro's control could evade his grasp. Under his command, these items rapidly fused and melted together, transforming him into a colossal steel giant, towering at 20 meters, fist clenched, and aimed directly at Florent, who stood at a mere 5 meters. Ganjiro's speed was astonishing. The entire transformation transpired in less than 3 seconds, leaving Florent, still in a fit of rage, no time to react as he beheld Ganjiro's successful metamorphosis. Sensing the immense pressure from the iron fist looming above, Florent dared not confront it head-on. He leaped aside, narrowly evading the crushing blow, which left a massive dent where he had stood. Before Florent could breathe a sigh of relief, a flash of crimson light appeared above him, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood. Heavenly strike. A gigantic blood-red hammer materialized above Florent's head. Seeking death? Florent understood the immense power behind Ganjiro's blow and refrained from taking it head-on, accepting it would only exhaust him and hand over the battle's momentum. Yet, a mere fledgling pirate dared to execute the same maneuver. Instantly, the sharp horn atop Florent's head turned jet black, and he swung at the blood-red hammer descending from Bernie. With a resounding boom, the two forces clashed, neither yielding easily. Florent's expression soured. Bernie's strength exceeded his expectations. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed this threat. But the presence of Ganjiro, lurking with intent, heightened the stakes. With a roar, Florent unleashed a blast of air, forming an air cannon directed at Bernie. Sensing the attack, Bernie swiftly transformed into a stream of blood to evade the onslaught. Yet, Florent's eyes glinted with determination. With hands shaped like hooves, he drew a circle before thrusting towards the retreating Bernie. "Tiger!" Roar. The private tiger's roar reverberated, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that struck Bernie, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward, crashing to the ground. Just as Florent prepared to follow up with another strike, Ganjiro's assault arrived. Though it was their first meeting and collaboration, they instinctively understood how to coordinate against the formidable Florent. Observing Bernie's predicament, Ganjiro acted swiftly, delivering another punch. Florent's white wings flapped vigorously as he retreated, narrowly escaping Ganjiro's strike. With a powerful flap, he ascended into the air, soaring over the massive steel giant. "Taste my wrath." Florent dove down, fist clenched. "Tiger!" Might. His wings vibrated as Florent's fists were enveloped in haki. He dove towards the smooth head of Ganjiro's transformed iron giant, a fearsome black tiger materializing, radiating the majesty of a king. As Florent's fist met Ganjiro's iron giant's head, an astonishing scene unfolded. The seemingly unyielding steel, which had appeared indomitable to Carly, Kamo, and Mosius, began to indent under Florent's relentless assault as he continued to strike inward. Just as he was poised to strike Ganjiro hidden within, the latter instantly enveloped himself in steel, forming a massive shield. Futile. Florent pressed on, undeterred by the thickness or hardness of the metal barrier, smashing through with unrelenting force. In but a moment, he breached the steel defenses, delivering a full-powered punch to Ganjiro. Ugh! Gongjilu spat blood, his abdomen concaved from the brutal blow dealt by Florenster. Had it not been for his iron fruit ability, which he adeptly employed for defense, that last punch would have created a gaping wound in his midsection. Despite the excruciating pain, Gongjilu gritted his teeth and firmly grasped Florenster's robust hands. Simultaneously, he manipulated the dark iron to transform into a viscous mud that enveloped Florenster's feet. In an instant, his legs were anchored to the ground. "You think such a trick can hinder me?" Florenster scoffed disdainfully, just as he attempted to break free. The nauseating scent of blood wafted down from above. Heavenly strike. Once again, Bernie unleashed a powerful hammer strike, this time aimed directly at Florenster's head. With his hands restrained and legs trapped, Florenster had no choice but to envelop his skull in armed-color hockey. Boom. The colossal blood hammer collided with Florenster's head, driving him into the ground, where a large crater had already formed beneath him, shattered and cracked. "It hurts. Both of you," Florenster lamented, gripping the edges of the pit as he leaped up. Amidst the swirling dust, he, bloodied and furious, glared at Bernie and Geng Shirou. As a Zoan-type user, his recovery abilities were formidable, and in his current state, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary unicorn, a creature said to possess healing powers. They needed to end this swiftly. If the battle dragged on, they would likely succumb to his might. Bernie, originally a noble well-versed in various knowledge, including legendary tales, understood the peril. Given the immense regeneration and stamina inherent to Zoan-type fruits, prolonged combat would spell doom for both him and Geng Shirou, and their allies, including Carly, would also face grave danger. "Then we shall fight with all our might to slay him," Geng Shirou declared resolutely, undeterred by Florenster's newfound strength. As the most distinguished king in the history of the papal family, he felt a profound duty to his people and ancestors. The years of Florenster's tyranny had undoubtedly plunged the populace into despair. With no retreat left and a powerful ally at his side, Geng Shirou was determined to ensure Florenster met his demise here, even if it cost him his life. Bernie took a deep breath. He had only intended to seize the Iron King and depart, but fate had thrust him into this conflict. However, he discreetly glanced at Carly, who looked at him and Geng Shirou with a mix of anxiety and concern. This woman, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Carly save for her crimson hair, was someone he wished to see survive. He could not bear the thought of witnessing her demise, reminiscent of the memories he cherished. "Drink," he bellowed. At that moment, crimson veins appeared across his body, and the berserker in his hand emanated blood-red threads that intertwined with his palm. In an instant, Bernie transformed into a figure of blood, the stench of iron filling the air. His right hand fused with the berserker, the hammer's handle replacing his arm, while the hammer itself became his right hand. Chapter 51. Blood Battle. At this moment, Geng Shirou was not idle either. He recognized that the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him and Bernie. Thus, as Bernie underwent his transformation, Geng Shirou endured the agony in his abdomen. A luminous white glow enveloped him as the steel ruptured by Florenster surged back towards him. Upon contact with the white light, the steel disintegrated into minute particles. Once the steel had transformed, the glow around Geng Shirou faded. With a powerful shout, Geng Shirou commanded the particles to coalesce. Fist-sized black iron orbs emerged around him, each adorned with intricate lines, signifying their exceptional nature. These were the treasures of the Iron Kingdom, capable of awakening the spirit of weapons, the Iron King. Rarely seen. They had been commandeered by Florenster for the forging of colossal iron vessels, yet now they were abundant beyond count. Geng Shirou was only beginning, however. Forcibly producing so many Iron Kings caused him excruciating headaches, and he felt his strength waning. He was squeezing the very life from himself. How could he not pay a price for such exertion, especially when he had yet to fully recover? Veins bulged, muscles rippled, and even in the dim light of night, his blood vessels were visible. "Come!" Geng Shirou roared as the Iron Kings surged towards him. Despite their speed and multitude, upon contact with his body, they melted into him. His wrinkled skin began to exhibit a metallic hue, and from within, a layer of dark iron armor surged forth, enveloping him. In an instant, a metallic figure emerged. Adorned with distinct lines and patterns, this black, lustrous humanoid iron bore an unusual beauty, akin to a masterpiece, prompting awe at its extraordinary presence. Although the transformations of Bernie and Geng Shirou appeared gradual, they occurred in mere moments. As Florenster took flight, they had already completed their metamorphosis. Locking eyes, the two charged towards Florenster in unison. Bernie, moving with astonishing speed, resembled a streak of red lightning against the night, appearing before Florenster in the blink of an eye. Swinging his hammer arm with tremendous force, Geng Shirou, clad in his Iron King armor, was equally resolute, unleashing an explosive burst of power as he stomped the ground, leaving two fissured footprints in the shattered earth. With a thunderous impact, he propelled himself like a bullet, crashing into Florenster. Naturally, Florenster would not remain idle. Although Bernie and Geng Shirou were swift, he was far from defenseless. Instantly, he enveloped his hands in armed color haki, flapping his wings behind him as he clashed with the two. As a Zoan-type user, his strength lay not solely in his formidable offense but also in his unparalleled recovery abilities, far exceeding those of Bernie and Geng Shirou. Coupled with the healing powers of his unicorn fruit, he believed that if he could withstand their onslaught for a brief period, victory would inevitably return to him. As the three engaged in combat, Florenster, possessing the advantage, was swiftly subdued by their combined might. The flickering crimson light, accompanied by the relentless hammer strikes, battered Florenster's body. The explosive power and remarkable defense of Geng Shirou made it increasingly difficult for Florenster to retaliate. Carly and the others, witnessing the unfolding scene, could not help but express their delight. The danger posed by Florenster had been palpable. The awe-inspiring presence of his conqueror's haki had left their heads spinning. Now, under the pressure exerted by Bernie and Geng Shirou, they finally glimpsed the hope of victory. We should distance ourselves, let us not become a burden to them, Camo urged as he hoisted the incapacitated Kongs, beckoning Carly and Moxius to retreat from the battlefield. Once they had moved a safe distance away, Camo cautiously returned to the previous spot, dragging away the other pirates who had been rendered unconscious by Florenster's overwhelming haki. Having completed this task, Camo cast a worried glance towards the blood-red figure. Alas, he lamented his own weakness. Camo sighed deeply. The sensation of wanting to help yet feeling utterly powerless left him profoundly uneasy. When did the infamous gunner Camo become such a figure? Was it because the captain had always been there to shield him? Camo pondered to himself. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the trio engaged in the fierce battle, he fell into contemplation. Speaking of the trio, Florent was currently in a state of suppression. Bernie and Geng Shirou, disregarding their own well-being, unleashed a burst of power that was truly astonishing. Initially, Florent had believed he could easily dispatch the two, but now he was compelled to take them seriously. With a vigorous flap of his wings, the armed color of haki coiled around the sharp horn on his forehead as he vehemently countered the blood-red hammer hurtling towards him from Bernie. Clenching his fists and enveloping them in haki, he aimed to strike Bernie with a powerful blow. Suddenly, Geng Shirou's skin erupted with sharp spines. Even in the dim light of the night, the gleam of these spikes was apparent. Geng Shirou resembled an iron porcupine, launching the spikes from his body towards Florent. Florent maintained his horn and, with his once pure white wings now turned black, enveloped himself for protection. The spikes struck like arrows against solid steel, creating an incessant clattering sound. Although Florent managed to fend off Geng Shirou's attack, he was not unscathed. Upon closer inspection, one could see numerous tiny blood holes appearing on his immaculate wings, with blood oozing out. Observing this, Bernie transformed into a torrent of blood, wrapping around Florent like a massive crimson python, with a 1-meter-long hammer dangling from somewhere within. Continue, came Bernie's bellow from within the blood flow. Geng Shirou's expression hardened as he retracted all the fallen spikes. With his hands and feet together, he began to spin. In no time, he became a whirling steel needle, for meters long and sharply pointed at both ends. This needle spun towards Florent. Sensing immense danger approaching, Florent summoned all his strength to struggle. In an instant, the blood rope formed by Bernie disintegrated, scattering blood everywhere. The heavy metallic sent overwhelming Florent to the brink of nausea. However, he knew there was no time to dwell on this. Geng Shirou was about to strike, and there was no time to evade. With determination, Florent glanced at Bernie, now reduced to a being of blood, and flared his wings, stained with the flowing blood. Heaven-piercing horn. He wielded the armed haki with all his might, transforming the sharp horn on his forehead into a slender, lethal sword. Ignoring the imminent strike from Geng Shirou, Florent thrust the sword at Bernie. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced Bernie's chest, but simultaneously, Geng Shirou, now a massive steel needle, pierced Florent as well, leaving a considerable wound on his chest. Florent felt a sense of relief. Although he had been pierced, he maintained his beastman form and thus did not sustain a fatal injury. Yet, the wound continued to bleed profusely, and if left unchecked, Florent sensed he would soon lose his combat ability, becoming prey for Geng Shirou. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? Dream on, Florent roared, flinging the pierced Bernie away. A radiant white light enveloped him, converging at the side of the wound on his chest. Unlike Florent, Bernie had lost all combat capability after receiving Florent's powerful strike imbued with haki. As he was thrown away, he fell to the ground, reverting to his original form, with a large gaping wound on his chest that bled incessantly. Dazed and nearly collapsing, upon seeing Florent's condition and recalling the legend of the unicorn, he summoned the last of his strength to shout, "Don't let him recover." Too late. Florent sneered, as the wound on his chest visibly began to mend. the gash gradually shrinking. Not too late. Geng Shirou's eyes, hidden beneath his metallic armor, glinted with coldness. Having collected the Iron King for so many years, let me show you its other uses. Huh? Geng Shirou bellowed, and at that moment, Florent felt an odd sensation in his chest. Not good, Florent thought, sensing something stirring within him. Before he could react, Geng Shirou transformed again into a massive steel needle, charging at him, disregarding the Iron King's turmoil within. Florent focused as the sharp horn on his forehead morphed once more. Heaven-piercing horn. The sword clashed with the rapidly spinning needle. A stalemate of power ensued. Just then, the Iron King wreaking havoc inside Florent manifested as a slender spike, piercing through his heart. I plead with all esteemed readers to be deleted within 3 days. Me, Hiki. Editor, how is my book? Can I secure a recommendation in the next issue? Editor, do readers give recommendation votes? Me, just a few. Editor, what about monthly votes? Me, Editor, any tips? Me, is that even a thing? Editor, how about reading engagement? Me, that's something only the editor can see. Editor, oh, let me take a look. Your engagement is quite average. Light novels are very competitive. Yours might be a bit lacking. Me, so is my book doomed? Editor, you might want to try asking for votes on individual chapters. There's nothing else to be done. Recommendations depend on actual performance. Me, okay, editor. Yes, editor. I'll go ask right away. Me, esteemed readers, I implore you for data. Please lend your recommendation votes and monthly votes to your humble servant. Me, even those who haven't invested can join in. My updates are quite stable. And I'm almost at 1,000 collections. It's disheartening when investments Haven T even surpassed 100. Investments can earn starting coins, guaranteed profit. Chapter 52. A hard-won victory. With his heart pierced, Florentista coughed up a mouthful of blood, momentarily distracted in his confrontation with Geng Shirou. Seizing the opportunity, Geng Shirou charged forward, crashing into Florentista and shattering his sharp horn into 2 pieces. Unrelenting, Geng Shirou drove his attack deeper into Florentista's skull. Sensing the imminent danger above, Florentista attempted a swift roll to the right. However, while his head narrowly escaped, his body could not evade in time, resulting in a grievous wound as Geng Shirou's spinning form pierced through him. Geng Shirou, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a flurry of sharp spikes. In an instant, Florentista's body erupted with slender, steel-like protrusions, blood and flesh bursting forth in a horrifying display. The only part of him that remained relatively intact was his head. With a powerful spurt of blood, Florentista bellowed, "How could I possibly lose to you?" His voice resonated with fury, sending a wave of overwhelming presence rippling through the darkened night. The already wounded Bernie succumbed to the force of Florentista's conqueror's haki, collapsing into unconsciousness. Fortunately, during their earlier skirmish, Geng Shirou had utilized his fruit abilities to staunch the bleeding, allowing Bernie to survive despite the current turmoil. The 3 onlookers, feeling the oppressive pressure, instinctively recoiled a few steps, distancing themselves from Florentista. As he surveyed his surroundings, Florentista sensed his life force rapidly waning, filled with an insatiable rage. His gaze fell upon Geng Shirou, now transformed back into his armored form, igniting a fire within him that could not be quelled. You alone, I will not be defeated." With a thunderous roar, Florentista's conqueror's haki erupted, darkening the night sky and stirring the clouds above. The numerous slender iron spikes remaining in his body were expelled with a clatter. Die! Florentista charged at Geng Shirou, moving like a ferocious beast, his footsteps echoing ominously against the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Geng Shirou. With a fierce display, an image of a black tiger materialized, merging with Florentista's form. The 2 immense fists rained down upon Geng Shirou with unrelenting force. Geng Shirou raised his hands in defense, but was driven back step by step, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Blood flew and iron shattered. With his life nearing its end, Florentista pressed on, while Geng Shirou found himself on the defensive, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Faced with the resurgent Florentista, Geng Shirou found no opportunity for counterattack. The Iron King armor enveloping him began to crumble under the relentless blows of Florentista. Sky, charge, horn. Florentista summoned the last vestiges of his strength, channeling it into a formidable strike. The fractured horn transformed into a deadly blade, cleaving toward Geng Shirou with fervor. The already splintered iron armor was utterly severed, and with a sharp sound, a gaping wound was carved diagonally from Geng Shirou's face to his waist, blood gushing forth. As Florentista prepared to deliver the final blow to end Geng Shirou's life, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The sound echoed starkly in the darkness, and a bloodied hole appeared in Florentista's forehead. His movements became rigid as he slowly turned his head to identify the source of the shot. There stood the man he regarded as an insignificant insect, the ghostly marksman, Kumo, brandishing an antique flintlock pistol aimed directly at him. Bang, bang, bang. Kumo fired several more shots until the last bullet was expended. Florentista, unable to defend himself, now bore multiple wounds on his forehead. I have failed Fuda? With no strength remaining, Florentista lamented, recalling the woman who had always supported him, the one who had encouraged him while he lived in Gangjilu's shadow, the one who had sought to charm Gangjilu to fulfill him. I come to join you. Closing his eyes, Florentista's body fell heavily backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Quick, save him. As the outcome of the battle became evident, Carmo let out a loud shout. Startled by his boldness, Carly and Moxius quickly reacted and rushed forward. By the time they reached Gangjilu, the man had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his massive wound evoking a sense of dread. In a flurry of activity, the two managed to temporarily staunch the bleeding, but proper treatment would require a doctor. Carmo approached Bernie and, upon observing that he was merely unconscious, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his injuries were not as severe as those of Gangjilu. He hastily moved to awaken the pirates who had been knocked out by Florent's domineering presence, reviving them one by one. Soon, they gathered together to take Gangjilu, Bernie, and a swiftly defeated Kongs to the most renowned physician in the royal capital. Initially, the doctor firmly refused to treat Carly and Moxius. But after a friendly exchange with Carmo, coupled with the reminder that his own safety hinged on the outcome, he became increasingly efficient. In a matter of moments, he had bandaged Kongs's head, allowing it to heal. Bernie had merely suffered a depletion of vitality and needed rest. He would recover without issue. However, Gangjilu was the one facing the gravest danger. Fortunately, this doctor was the most esteemed in the Iron Kingdom, possessing exceptional medical skills. Even Florent had not managed to exploit him, ensuring that a full array of medicinal herbs was at his disposal. Yet, as the doctor worked on Gangjilu, he suddenly grew anxious. He finally recognized that this was the former king, the most illustrious ruler in the history of the Iron Kingdom. No longer able to afford any negligence, he dedicated himself to the task, spending a grueling 4 hours to pull the dying king back from the brink of death. Time passed swiftly, and dawn soon approached. The royal capital of the Iron Kingdom, Papalier, basked in the sunlight, revealing its beauty. It was renowned as a popular tourist destination. The blend of iron and lush greenery gave the city a unique charm. Today, it was finally graced by its true master. Enduring intense pain in his face and abdomen, Gangjilu gazed upon this beautiful city, having long heard of Florent's tyrannical reign over the citizens. He knew it was time to transform it back into the nation that people longed for. Bernie had been in this country for 6 days already. After joining forces with Gangjilu to defeat Florent, the nation began to undergo a remarkable transformation. With the return of the former king, the misdeeds of Florent over the years were exposed, and the people welcomed back their most esteemed monarch. New edicts were swiftly issued, aimed at restoring industry, normalizing taxes, and even suspending tax collection for several years. Moxius was tasked with purging officials who had long oppressed the populace. In just a few days, the results were astonishing, and the Iron Kingdom began to resemble its former self from 5 years ago. Although Gangjilu's injuries had yet to fully heal, he was already able to walk normally, having absorbed a wealth of nutrients that restored him to a semblance of health. However, the only notable difference was that the man, once with black hair and gray eyes, now sported hair that had turned gray, a testament to the toll exacted by the forced use of fruit abilities. On this day, Gangjilu set aside administrative duties and led Bernie and the other pirates to a certain location, a villa on the outskirts. This was once Florent's residence. During his imprisonment, Gangjilu had overheard Florent boast about a colossal iron ship hidden in the villa's basement. To express his gratitude to Bernie, Gangjilu gifted him both the villa and the gigantic iron vessel beneath it. At this moment, Bernie was leisurely sipping red wine in the villa. Due to his need for recuperation, he had informed Wang Long a few days prior that he and his companions would be returning to the ship later than expected. In the meantime, Carly, the princess of the Iron Kingdom, had developed a fondness for Bernie after witnessing their combined efforts to defeat Florent. Bernie, in turn, found himself drawn to Carly, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to his deceased beloved. Their every interaction sent shivers down the spines of Carmo, Kongs, and the other pirates, who were bewildered by the seemingly uncharacteristic behavior of their usually cold-hearted captain. Chapter 53, Awaiting Bernie, in high spirits and accompanied by a beautiful companion, was enjoying his wine when the sudden sound of a transponder snail interrupted his tranquility. The anxious voice of Wang Long on the other end sent a wave of unease through him. The abrupt disconnection of the call only heightened his apprehension. "Carmo!" Bernie exclaimed. "What is it, Captain?" Carmo replied, entering from outside, his tone playful as he stretched the syllables, casting an amused glance at Carly before teasingly regarding Bernie. However, upon seeing Bernie's troubled expression, he instantly reverted to a more serious demeanor. "Aside from the transponder snail on me, who else is carrying one?" Bernie demanded. "None. They wouldn't dare take such a thing without your permission, and besides, transponder snails aren't cheap. They likely spent their money on drinks and revelry," Carmo explained. With a loud thud, Bernie slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. "Gather them. Something may have happened with Wang Long." Carmo was momentarily taken aback. Didn't we just confirm that everything was fine? But seeing Bernie's grim countenance, he understood something must have transpired, prompting him to quickly head out to summon Kongs and the others. Once Carmo departed, Bernie turned to Carly. "Please, arrange for the fastest train to Urge Town." "Of course," Carly replied promptly. 2 minutes prior, on a coastal area of the Iron Kingdom, raindrops danced in the air. Wang Long was about to share his ominous feelings about the approaching naval ship with Bernie when he suddenly sensed an imminent threat. He swiftly dodged, only to witness several raindrops morph into water blades that sliced his black-spotted transponder snail in half. With a scowl, Wang Long discarded the lifeless snail. "Killer King Wang Long, it seems you are the only one here." Wang Long turned to the source of the voice and saw a handsome young man landing on the ship, seemingly treading upon the air. Dressed in the Navy's justice coat and wielding 2 swords at his waist, Wang Long's heart raced, feeling a deep sense of foreboding. For reasons unknown, this seemingly harmless young Navy officer instilled within him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Long's forehead as his muscles tensed, caught in a dilemma of whether to act, while simultaneously fearing the repercussions. He sensed that any movement on his part could lead to his demise. Wang Long hesitated, while Fry surveyed the surroundings. Perhaps due to Wang Long's presence, the other pirates, including a burly man beside him, were preoccupied with exchanging cannon fire against Frey's warship. Completely ignoring Wang Long's smoker, "Why are you so slow?" Fry remarked. "I can't move any faster," came Smoker's resigned voice from behind, as the dispersing white mist revealed his legs and torso, landing on the deck of the pirate ship. A Logia-type user. Wang Long's pupils constricted, and a sense of dread enveloped him. Just a single Fry had already placed immense pressure upon him, and now another nature type appeared. Wang Long felt as though his downfall was imminent. "Why not take action?" Smog inquired, casting a glance at the apprehensive Wang Long, his heart filled with confusion. "Why the haste?" Frary shook his head and, with a swift motion, unsheathed his blade, the demon slayer. "I shall deal with the one before us. You take care of the other pirates who have disregarded us." "Very well." Smoker nodded in agreement. "Then let us commence with you, the Reaper of Souls," he declared with a smirk. Frary smirked disdainfully as he strolled towards Wang Long, his demeanor leisurely, as if he were taking a casual walk rather than preparing for battle. Raindrops fell upon him, each one merging seamlessly into his being, leaving him seemingly untouched by the downpour. Smog obeyed Frary's command, white mist swirling around and enveloping the pirates. In the capital of the Iron Kingdom, Carly adeptly utilized her royal status to arrange an iron train for Bernie and his companions. Initially intending to accompany them, she was forcibly detained by Geng Shirou once he learned of her plans. However, after Carly's repeated pleas, Geng Shirou, unable to refuse, allowed Mortius to accompany her. He sternly instructed Mortius to safeguard Carly's safety and to prevent her from involving herself in Bernie's affairs. In Geng Shirou's eyes, Bernie and his companions were pirates, and had the king of the Iron Kingdom not been Florent, but him, he would undoubtedly have faced an assault that very night. Moreover, the massacre perpetrated by Bernie and his crew at the western smelting factory of the capital did not sit well with him. Having also learned of the Bloodhammer pirate crew's actions in recent days, he regarded them as a quintessential pirate crew. Yet, considering they had jointly rescued this nation, it would be unreasonable for Geng Shirou to make things difficult for them. Thus, after careful deliberation, he decided to gift them a colossal iron ship, forged predominantly from iron by the King of Iron, which was now ready for transport, merely awaiting departure. Now that complications had arisen for the opposing party, Geng Shirou speculated that it was likely due to a conflict with either pirates or the Navy, a matter in which he ought not to interfere. However, thoughts of his sister elicited a sigh from him. Carly's association with Bernie troubled him greatly. On the iron train, Bernie's unease intensified. Reflecting upon it, he pondered when Wang Long had ever found himself in such a predicament. Growing increasingly anxious, Bernie inquired of the driver, "How long until we reach Urge Town?" The young driver, casting a respectful glance towards Carly beside Bernie, replied, "We are currently at maximum speed and will arrive in 5 hours." 5 more hours. Bernie fell silent, contemplating the potential calamities that could unfold during that time if something were indeed amiss with Wang Long. "Captain, fret not. Wang Long is incredibly strong. He will be fine," comforted Carmo, noticing Bernie's evident distress. "Indeed, Captain, Wang Long is exceptionally powerful and will certainly be unharmed. This is evident to all," chimed in Kongsi. The other pirates, though unaware of Bernie's specific concerns, rallied in support. "Absolutely, Captain, do not worry. He is a supernova like yourself, the fearsome Wang Long." "Precisely. Have faith in the great talent of Wang Long." Rubbing his forehead, Bernie mused that perhaps he was being overly anxious. Wang Long's strength matched his own, and he should likely be quite safe. As time trickled by, the iron train arrived punctually in Urge Town after 5 hours. Under the respectful gazes of the driver and other staff, Bernie and his companions disembarked. Due to Mortius's grip on her, Carly lagged behind, maintaining a distance from Bernie and the others. After hastening along for a stretch, the group suddenly halted at the sight before them. "Why is it raining ahead?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, observing the light drizzle in the forest ahead while basking in a radiant sunny day behind them. The stark contrast of these two phenomena left everyone feeling perturbed. Gazing into the rain-soaked forest, Bernie's unease resurfaced. But retreating was not an option now. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Onward." Gripping the weapon at his side, he led the pirates with caution in his eyes. With Bernie in the lead, Carmo and others followed without fear. Mortius sensed trouble looming ahead. Not wishing to advance, he intended to pull Carly back, but she, seemingly eager not to lag, pressed on. Resignedly, Mortius followed suit. After traversing a stretch in the rain-drenched forest, the group detected no anomalies. "Am I overthinking this?" Bernie pondered, recognizing that this was the Grand Line, where weather could be capricious. Although the phenomenon before him seemed absurd, it was not entirely implausible. After walking a bit further, the drizzle intensified noticeably. Visibility diminished, and a peculiar white mist began to envelop them. Sensing something amiss, the group quickly gathered together. As they did so, the white mist dissipated and the torrential rain eased. However, what had been a tranquil scene, interrupted only by the sound of rain, now revealed a contingent of Navy soldiers ahead. 3 young naval officers stood before them, the leader amongst them appearing particularly youthful, inciting a sense of unease within Bernie. "What a wait it's been, my friends." Fry unsheathed his sword, and now before him stood the remaining members of the Bloodhammer pirates. It was time to eliminate them all. As Fry moved, Gate and Smoker assumed their stances, and the other Navy soldiers drew their standard-issue swords, awaiting Frey's command. Chapter 54. Unexpected joy. Upon seeing the Navy's arrival, Bernie's heart sank with a foreboding sense of dread. "Wang Long has been killed by you." Bernie's voice was hoarse. Although Wang Long had joined the pirate crew after being defeated in battle by Bernie, he had always regarded him as a true companion. It was painfully evident. Fry remarked, "That man possessed some strength, but nothing more." With that, he waved his hand and charged forward. Smoker and Gate instinctively confronted the remaining 2 of the 3 major officers of the Bloodhammer pirates. "Your opponent is me." Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke, enveloping Kumo in a shroud of white mist amidst the rain. "Natural type." Kumo gasped, swiftly aiming his flintlock at the smoke-shrouded Smoker. Meanwhile, Gate faced off against Kongs. This so-called great sword wielder had a dented head, making him appear particularly menacing. However, having endured numerous battles of various magnitudes, Gate was far from intimidated. With Frey's order given, Gate wasted no time and launched a kick at Kongs. The great sword was already in Kong's hand when Fry and his crew appeared, and he swung down to counter Gate's kick. Iron block. The clash echoed as the sword met Gate's right foot, resulting in a stalemate. As they engaged, the remaining pirates and Navy soldiers clashed in fierce combat, the air filled with shouts of battle. Carly and Mosius observed from a distance. Truthfully, Carly was at a loss. As the princess of the Steel Kingdom, she felt an obligation to assist Fry and his comrades. Yet, her personal feelings leaned toward Bernie and his crew, especially the courteous Bernie, who had endeared himself to her. Mosius, however, fixed a steely gaze on Carly. Unlike Geng Shirou, who harbored a dislike for Bernie, Moses felt little fondness for the pirates due to their allegiance. He regarded them with a sense of obligation but maintained a safe distance. Thus, he would not allow Carly to intervene. Like Bernie, he sensed that the young man battling against Bernie exuded a terror even greater than that of Florent. Frere faced a diagonal slash directed at Bernie, only to witness a surge of crimson light erupt from his opponent, resembling a blood-red ribbon that instantaneously flashed behind him. Bernie seethed with fury upon learning of Wang Long's demise. This steadfast and diligent man, who had always been by his side, would not accompany him any longer. With a mighty strike, the blood-red hammer materialized, crashing down upon Frere. The ground shattered under the impact, sending debris soaring into the sky. To Bernie's astonishment, the Navy man struck by his brute force transformed into a puddle of water, only to revert to his former shape moments later, his attire untouched by any harm. A user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Bernie's expression darkened. He had first-hand experience with the challenges posed by Logia users. That fire-wielding rogue had previously troubled the Bloodhammer pirates. Had it not been for Bernie's own unique Paramecia-type blood fruit abilities, he surely would have succumbed at that time. Even so, he merely held an advantage in stamina during that battle, never truly defeating Rogue. Now, confronted by a Navy man who was also a Logia user, Bernie resolved to wear him down. The intangibility of Logia users proved excessively troublesome for those unarmed with haki or lacking the means to counter it. Thus, Bernie devised this strategy in his mind. However, he wasted no time in executing his plan. Once Frere reverted to his original form, Bernie deliberately transformed into a stream of blood, charging toward Frere with determination. This time, Frye was devoid of any thoughts of elemental transformation. In his eyes, Bernie's strength was scarcely different from that of the murderous King Dragon. Thus, he resolved to end it in one stroke. Gripping the Demon Slayer tightly, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Ethereal. The ghostly green hue intertwined with dark shades shimmered upon the blade of the Demon Slayer as he struck at the bloodlow serpent. As Bernie beheld the radiant light descending upon him, he felt an inexplicable daze wash over him. Within that ethereal green glow, he seemed to glimpse a woman with crimson hair, clad in leather armor, smiling gently at him, Venus. Bernie's gaze turned misty as he murmured softly. The embodiment of Bloodlow instinctively reverted to its initial form. With only Carly and Moses having the leisure to observe, Frye delivered a decisive blow, severing Bernie's head. Thud, thud, thud. The head bounced thrice upon the earth before finally ceasing its movement. The visage of that elegant and handsome head remained entranced, never awakening. Even as Bernie's headless body fell to the ground, Frere caught the barbarian's hammer, which had become too heavy for his hands to hold. The moment he grasped the handle, an image of a woman, relentlessly swinging a hammer, emerged in his mind. A delightful surprise. Freya did not anticipate that a mere iron hammer would bear the marks of cultivation. However, these marks could only be deemed the most inferior variety. Incapable of being compared to the sigils within the Demon Slayer in his possession, let alone the Black Blade. He then turned his gaze toward Carly, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman depicted in the marks, as if they were twin souls. Initially, Carly and Morpheus had been trailing behind at a distance, leading Freya to believe they had some connection to the Bloodhammer pirate crew, albeit a tenuous one, prompting him to consider addressing the matter later. Yet, upon examining the mark on the hammer, it became evident that the situation was quite different. So they were accomplices. Did she think that changing her hair color would render her unrecognizable? How laughable. Frye paid no heed to the others still engaged in battle. Amidst this downpour, no member of the Navy would meet their demise. Enveloped by the gentle rain that blanketed this place, he maintained absolute control, even without having awakened his observation haki. Yet, possessing a profound understanding of the iron-cutting breathing technique, Frye could distinctly perceive every location within the rain. This meant that should the situation demand, he could manipulate the raindrops to effortlessly strike down foes, akin to severing the telephone bug in Wang Long's grasp. If one's strength fell short, even within this rain, they would scarcely catch a glimpse of Frey's shadow before being swiftly eliminated. Thus, Frye harbored no concerns regarding potential casualties among the Navy. The only two who might encounter minor mishaps were already restrained by Smoker and Gator. His priority was to eliminate the woman and her burly companion. Carly sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Bernie, whose strength was scarcely inferior to her brother's, had been so easily slain by a single strike. Just moments ago, she had encountered someone she admired, a true hero in her eyes, and now it was all gone, just like that. Kneeling in the mud, drenched by the rain that soaked her entirely, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. mingling with the raindrops cascading from her face. In contrast, Morpheus was gripped by disbelief as he gazed at Fry, unable to fathom the reality before him. The sight of Fry dispatching Bernie and charging toward him filled him with sheer panic. Freyr moved swiftly. Upon receiving the sensation from the mark left by the barbarian, he took just 2 rapid strides, leaving onlookers momentarily dazzled, and soon found himself before Carly. Assuming they were allied with the Bloodhammer pirates, he paid no heed to the woman kneeling on the ground, engrossed in her own antics. Without the slightest hesitation, Fry lunged towards Carly, poised to strike her neck. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Morpheus shouted in alarm, "She is the princess of the Steel Kingdom." At the sound of his desperate cry, Fry halted his movement. Frowning, he glanced at the dazed Carly, then at the visibly anxious Morpheus. With a flick of his wrist, 2 streams of water transformed into transparent ropes, binding both individuals tightly. Regardless of whether this woman was indeed a princess, Fry deemed it necessary to ascertain the truth. If a princess from an allied nation were to perish at his hands, the repercussions would be dire. He was unwilling to take such a risk. After securing both captives, Fry turned his gaze towards Smog, who, lacking formidable offensive power, found himself at an impasse against Carmo. However, similarly, Carmo, shrouded in a haze of white smoke, was incapable of inflicting harm upon Smog. Thus, as the battle progressed, any moment of negligence on Carmo's part could lead to his defeat at Smog's hands. A consistent strategy employed by Smog when facing adversaries of equal standing. What a disgrace! Freya sighed in exasperation, truly embodying the essence of the lackluster smokeman. At this moment, he was indeed quite underwhelming. Chapter 55, Annihilation. Rather than concern himself with the trivial skirmish between Smoker and Carrot, Freya was far more captivated by the fierce clash between the formidable sword-wielders, Kongs and Gate. Their strengths were evenly matched, and throughout the duration of their battle, neither had the opportunity to divert their attention elsewhere. Their focus remained solely on one another. Consequently, Kongs remained oblivious to Freya's recent defeat of Bernie. As for the other pirates, they were already outnumbered by the navy and besieged, further hindered by the relentless rain. In their struggle for survival, they had little energy to heed any other affairs. Frey has always believed that the navy should endure more battles. Thus, whether in the past or present, as long as the lives of the navy are secure, he would refrain from intervening. The rain continued to fall, while the battle gradually subsided. The pirates were few in number, and the navy under Frey's command had been meticulously selected by Sengoku. Although their strength may not have been exceptionally high, they certainly embodied the title of elite soldiers. They were individuals of courage and tenacity, earning Frey's profound respect. In comparison, the confrontation between Gator and Smoker was still ongoing. On Smoker's side, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, but through the cascading raindrops, Frey sensed that Kumo within was becoming increasingly agitated, perhaps reminded by the dwindling sounds around him. Shaking his head in silence, Frey concluded that allowing Smoker and Kumo to continue their battle was merely a waste of time. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind. Above the clash between Smoker and Kumo, a flurry of transparent, spiraling water needles appeared, swiftly covering the airspace above their battlefield. With a series of swift sounds, the water needles descended, piercing the white smoke and dispersing it in an instant. Though bound, the observant Moxius noticed that Kumo, the notorious sharpshooter who had previously gunned down Florent, was now riddled with those water needles, his body a gruesome sight, blood flowing incessantly from countless tiny puncture wounds. Anyone suffering from a fear of clusters would surely be haunted by nightmares for days. The only eye that remained relatively intact seemed to reflect disbelief in its final moments. Perhaps he had never anticipated that they, on the brink of acquiring a new warship, would be so effortlessly annihilated by the navy. Smoker felt a slight annoyance at Frey's intervention but refrained from voicing it. After all, as a Logia-type user, it was somewhat disheartening that he had still not subdued his opponent after such a long time. Though unable to focus on others, he could not completely ignore the changes in his surroundings. After a fierce life-and-death struggle with Gator, he realized, before the outcome could be determined, that he was now the sole survivor on his side. Captain Bernie had been unexpectedly beheaded, and the sight of Kumo's demise left him horrified. In his fury and despair, he forced himself to endure Gator's thrusting finger gun aimed at his heart, grasping Gator's hand with the last remnants of his strength. Determined to take one down with him, raising his great sword, he aimed a fierce strike at Gator's neck, confident that even with Gator's defensive technique, he would sever his head if he made contact. Gator's pupils widened. He had expected his opponent to evade the deadly blow, only to find himself caught off guard. In that fleeting moment, he struggled to react, helplessly watching as the great sword approached his neck. Die! Kongsu roared. But just as the blade was about to connect with Gator's throat, it halted, unable to advance any further. Upon closer inspection, Gator's neck was shielded by swirling water. Ignoring it, Kongsu exerted all his might, attempting to cleave through the small water barrier, but he encountered an overwhelming resistance, no matter how hard he tried. He could not break through that tiny sphere of water. Realizing Frary was intervening, Gator immediately extended his index finger. Finger gun. He aimed directly at Kongsu's neck. And with a series of piercing sounds, several blood holes appeared, blood gushing forth and splattering Gator's face. Kongsu, having lost the strength to persist, fell heavily backward. As he collapsed, a light rain began to fall in that place, eventually ceasing. The blazing sun shone through the forest, illuminating the scene. Now, how shall the two proceed? Frere turned his head, gazing at the bound figures of Emo, Shios, and Carly. The Iron Kingdom, with its capital Papalier, has not only achieved remarkable feats in steelmaking, but is also commendable in architecture. The royal palace, previously ravaged by the aftermath of battle, lay in ruins with the ground pockmarked and uneven. Yet, within a mere few days, it has already regained much of its former glory. This was the first time Fry had ventured into a city where steel intertwined with trees. The place bestowed upon him a refreshing sense of novelty. On their journey to Papalal, Moshes had already validated his and Carly's identities to Fry and his party. Initially, Fry had intended to depart, wishing to avoid entanglements with this federation. However, he was invited here by the king of the Steel Kingdom, Ganjilu. Indeed, it was an invitation to this very location. Although uncertain of the other's intentions or the reasons for his summons, Fry was not averse to coming to see for himself. For safety's sake, he had chosen to come alone, to prevent any potential danger to his naval subordinates. Who could predict the other's thoughts? Fry's presence was primarily fueled by curiosity and confidence in his own abilities. With his current strength and fruit powers, he believed that aside from the most formidable of foes, no one could impede his departure if he so chose. Accompanying Moshes to the palace, he observed the ongoing repairs, which hinted at a recent, intense battle. After a brief walk, they arrived at a courtyard where Ganjilu awaited them with evident anticipation. Ganjilu did not regard his distraught sister. Since Carly had not sought vengeance against the young, handsome naval officer before her for Bernie's death, there was no immediate cause for concern. Guidance could come later. The focal point, however, remained the formidable man before him. I am Ganjilu, king of the Steel Kingdom, Papalal. Naval officer, you may call me Ganjilu, he greeted warmly. I am Fry Diurnus, Colonel of the Naval Headquarters, Your Majesty. You may call me Fry, came the reply. Colonel? Ganjilu cast a bewildered glance at the equally perplexed Moshes. His eyes filled with skepticism. How could one who effortlessly beheaded Bernie merely be a colonel of the Navy? Ganjilu had always believed that. While he might not rival the elite vice admirals of the Naval Headquarters, his strength surpassed that of many rear admirals and was comparable to some of the weaker vice admirals. Yet, here stood a young naval officer, powerful enough that Ganjilu feared he might not withstand even a single blow, and he was merely a colonel. Had the Navy truly become this formidable? Or had he, after 5 years of confinement, genuinely fallen behind in strength? In that moment, the once self-assured Ganjilu found himself grappling with doubt. Ahem! A cough from Fry roused Ganjilu from his reverie. After offering Fry an apologetic smile, he cast a glance at Carly and instructed, Mosius, take Carly downstairs. Yes. Mosius promptly led the seemingly dazed Carly away from the vicinity. Subsequently, the courtyard was left with only Fry and Ganjilu, inviting Fry to take a seat. Ganjilu then uttered words that caught Fry off guard. This time, I sincerely thank you, Mr. Fry. Huh. Frary was quite perplexed. It was one thing for him to not be troubled by others, but now he found himself being thanked. However, it was soon after that Ganjilu revealed the answer Frary had been seeking. From Ganjilu's words, Frary finally grasped the entire sequence of events. No wonder he expressed gratitude. It turned out he harbored disdain for the Bloodhammer pirate crew. Or perhaps this king of the Iron Kingdom simply detested pirates without any valid reason or excuse to take action, and he might even have to sacrifice his own sister. It was no surprise that upon Frary's arrival, the other party greeted him with such enthusiasm. It was genuine, not feigned. Here, this is a token of my sincere appreciation. Mr. Frary, you must accept it, Ganjilu insisted. He produced a small black iron box, having concealed it moments before. As Frary beheld the box, a thought crossed his mind. A devil fruit? Indeed, Ganjilu affirmed, this is a rather rare fruit, and I believe it will suit you perfectly. Unbeknownst to Geng Shirou, Frere was indeed a user of a devil fruit. Therefore, upon hearing from Imo Shios that a young Navy officer could effortlessly slay Bernie with a single strike, he decided to present this top-tier devil fruit that had been sent to him by his subordinates upon his return. In his view, with such strength at such a young age, the future held great promise for Frere. Moreover, considering that Frere had aided him, Geng Shirou felt compelled to bestow this exceptional fruit upon him without hesitation. Chapter 56. Journey to the city of Water. Frere did not declare himself as a wielder of devil fruit powers, since the other party intended to bestow it upon him. He graciously accepted. Even if he had no immediate use for it, it could certainly benefit others, serving as a means to cultivate his own cadre. Naturally, out of caution, Frere subtly utilized the fruit's abilities to ensure that the iron box had not been tampered with using sea stone. Fortunately, the situation was as it appeared, and all was in order. After this incident, Geng Shirou extended an invitation to Frere to explore Papalier. Frere thought it prudent to indulge in a leisurely stroll, having accepted the gift without any rush. That evening, after a sumptuous meal, Frere was escorted to a lavish chamber, where the iron box containing the devil fruit rested nearby. With the door firmly shut, Frere manipulated the water flow to unlock the box, revealing a conical fruit adorned with peculiar white patterns. He realized he ought to inquire with Geng Shirou about the nature of this fruit. Although he had perused the devil fruit compendium, it did not encompass every fruit, and his knowledge was but a fraction of the complete record, which lay within the main headquarters. He resolved to ask about it the following day. Meanwhile, within his palace, Geng Shirou listened intently as Moxius recounted the details of Frere's battle against Bernie. Due to his earlier companionship with Frere, he could only now pose his questions. Upon hearing Moxius mention Frere's elemental transformation, Geng Shirou was momentarily taken aback. He then shook his head with a smile, conceding, "Well, if it's to be given, then so be it. It is merely a devil fruit, albeit an exceptionally rare Zoan type, yet our Iron Kingdom can certainly afford it." Initially, had Bernie not been slain, Geng Shirou had intended to offer it to Moxius, but now it seemed that fate had other plans. He mused that he ought to seek an opportunity to learn that technique known as Haki, which had been weighing on his mind. Indeed, it was Haki that had enabled Florenster to take on two opponents simultaneously. Geng Shirou firmly believed that with his inherent talent, mastering it would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. In these vast seas, strength was of paramount importance. Geng Shirou's camaraderie with Frere stemmed not only from his naval affiliation but also from their shared age and strength, which fostered a genuine connection. The following day, Frere rose early, having grown accustomed to such mornings. Even if he had no tasks for the day, he could not bring himself to linger in bed. With his business in the Iron Kingdom concluded, there was little reason for him to prolong his stay. Frere found Geng Shirou to be quite agreeable. They both harbored a mutual disdain for the non-productive nature of pirates, which facilitated their pleasant discussions. To Frere's astonishment, Geng Shirou possessed an unusually sound worldview, making Frere feel as though they were of the same ilk. Upon learning of Frere's impending departure, Geng Shirou took the initiative to accompany him to the iron train station in the royal capital. During their journey, Frere inquired about the abilities of the devil fruit that had been gifted to him. When he discovered that it belonged to the mythical Zoan category, he could not help but be astonished. This was indeed a significant boon. If utilized effectively, the Navy could gain a formidable ally. It was remarkable that Geng Shirou had so readily offered it. Frere's admiration for him grew considerably. At the station, Geng Shirou and Frere walked side by side. "Frere, I look forward to the legends you shall forge upon these seas. I am confident you will succeed." Geng Shirou exclaimed heartily. "Haha, Geng Shirou, I appreciate your kind words." After bidding farewell to Geng Shirou, Frere grasped the iron box and boarded the iron train. The sound of the train's wheels against the tracks evoked nostalgic memories, yet soon, his thoughts returned to the present. It occurred to him that this iron train was likely a project spearheaded by Geng Shirou himself. Frere was astonished. He was also aware that Geng Shirou was known as the most exceptional king of the Iron Kingdom. Just this fact alone made Frere wholeheartedly agree with the statement. Considering the circumstances of this world, having a king like Geng Shirou undoubtedly ensures a more prosperous life for the people of the Iron Kingdom. Alas, upon reflecting on this, Frere could not help but sigh. The sound of the iron train echoed with a resounding hum, and amidst it, a voice seemed to arise. Thus, it is clear that relying solely on the self-awareness of those in power cannot possibly alter the world. Gator and Smog reclined on the shore, while other naval officers conducted their observations of the surroundings in an orderly manner. Frere subtly hinted that Gate would be under command when he journeyed to the Iron Kingdom. The iron train crafted by Fry is indeed of the direct type, arriving at the coastline by midday. "Colonel Fry," Gate exclaimed, offering a salute to Fry. Beside him stood the nonchalant Smog, who merely cast a glance without adopting Gate's sycophantic demeanor. With a wave of his hand, Fry beckoned them aboard the ship. Once all the Navy personnel had embarked, Fry instructed Gate to produce the remaining bounty notices for the pirate supernovas. He casually pointed to a particularly audacious pirate, grinning widely and brandishing throwing knives. "This one," he declared, "the Blade Pirate. Oh my god." Gate glanced at the bounty notice, noting a sum of 13,500,000 berries. A mere trifling figure in Fry's presence. Aware that Fry would soon resume his pursuit of the pirate supernovas upon his return, Gate had inquired about the approximate locations of the remaining 3 pirate crews early on. If memory serves correctly, the Blade Pirates are currently located in Water 7. "Water 7? Fry exclaimed, taken aback. "What is it, Colonel Fry?" Gate inquired, puzzled. While Water 7 is indeed renowned, there is no need for such alarm. Gate could discern that Frey's expression was decidedly unsettling. "Nothing," Fry replied, shaking his head. "This year marks the year 1512 in the Sea Garden calendar. And if all goes as anticipated, it is the year that the legendary shipwright, Tom, was falsely accused and executed." Frere had never imagined he could avert this calamity. The world government had long harbored suspicions regarding Fisher Tom's possession of the design blueprint for the ancient weapon, Pluton. How else could such a minor scheme lead to the demise of a legendary figure? It was far easier to target his 2 disciples. Just consider Frankie, who had feigned death and adopted a new name to escape scrutiny, while Espagaro was constantly monitored by several CP9 agents. Had it not been for Espagaro's remarkable abilities, he would likely have fallen into CP9's clutches long ago. With his thoughts gathered, Frere waved his hand decisively. "Set sail for Water City." "Yes," the Navy responded, promptly raising the sails and turning the ship's bow. Under the guidance of the navigator, Gate, they embarked towards Water City. The ocean was vast, a truth Frere firmly believed. After departing from the shores of the Steel Kingdom, 3 days had passed without incident, no pirates encountered, no merchant vessels in sight, not even a reckless sea creature. These 3 days had rendered Frere somewhat bored. Nevertheless, unaccustomed to exercising on the ship, he reclined in a lounge chair, a cup of somewhat stale fruit juice in hand. "Sigh, Perchito, I find myself missing you once more." Frere set down his juice, feeling a profound lack of flavor. Gate stood nearby. Serving as a competent navigator and acting lieutenant, he would not follow Frere's lead. Upon hearing Frere mention the individual named Perchito, Gate thought to himself, "This marks the 5th time you have uttered that name. Yet I remain ignorant of who this person is that captivates Mr. Frere's thoughts." "Gate," Frere called out. "Yes, sir," Gate replied, lowering his head respectfully. "Smog has gone off the train. Why do you not join him? It is not necessary for you to monitor the changes in weather and sea conditions at this moment." In response, Gate shook his head and said, "I am not like you or Smog. My talents are limited. Regardless of how much I train, my abilities will remain the same. Thus, during my free time, it is far more prudent to heed your commands." Gate spoke these words without any hesitation, as if it were a matter of course to await Frere's instructions. Freya was at a loss for words, pondering when this individual had begun to show her such respect. If Smog could exhibit similar deference, Freya would undoubtedly be pleased. However, as for Gate, that was a different matter entirely. There was no sense of achievement in taming a rebellious spirit, reflecting on the devil fruit she had acquired. She glanced at Gate and shook her head in contemplation. While Gate served well as a subordinate and had the potential to become part of her inner circle, he had already lost the capacity to enhance his combat strength. Thus, bestowing this devil fruit upon him would be a gross misallocation of resources. Upon returning to the headquarters, she resolved to seek out someone with exceptional talent and potential. Frere recalled the exceptionally talented individuals from the elite training camp, those prodigies he had heard Zifa speak of, among whom 3 were on par with the likes of Kaji and Guion. As for Gate, Frere resolved to put this fellow through rigorous training. His desire to grow stronger was undermined by his lethargy, rendering him even less impressive than Smog. With time on his hands, he decided to rigorously drill him. Gate, who had been respectfully bowing his head, suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as though something rather unpleasant were about to unfold. Chapter 57. An encounter on yet another day. Frere learned from Gate that they had a considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching the City of Water. Although Fry had no intention of training aboard the warship, he encouraged Gate and Smoker to engage in pure martial arts practice, citing the inadequacies of their abilities. Gate, who had already shown a willingness to align himself with Fry, reluctantly complied despite his lack of desire to train. Smoker, on the other hand, welcomed the opportunity for sparring. However, he found himself being outmatched by Gate, who dominated their physical confrontations. Now, with a scowl, Smoker was fervently honing his physique without utilizing the powers of his smoke fruit. Fry observed that with such determination, Smoker would likely not remain so lackluster in the future. Or so he hoped. "Colonel Fry, we have spotted a pirate ship ahead," a Navy sailor shouted from the lookout. A pirate ship. Freya rose from the recliner. Having grown weary of the monotony that accompanied days devoid of pirate encounters, the arrival of some amusement was indeed timely. Smoker, who had been fervently performing push-ups nearby, paused upon hearing Freya's words. Merely engaging in exercise had become tedious, and Freya's penchant for masochism was far from appealing, especially considering the intensity with which he trained. Gate, relying solely on martial arts, had also faced relentless defeats. Now, with the arrival of a pirate ship, he welcomed the opportunity to stretch his limbs. "Gate, pass me your telescope," Freya requested. After enduring various training sessions orchestrated by Freya, Gate was also engaged in fundamental physical conditioning, albeit less fervently than Smoker. He halted his exercises, wiped the fine sheen of sweat from his brow, and retrieved a monocular telescope, handing it to Freya. Fre raised the telescope to his right eye. What first came into view was the pirate flag, an imposing skull with a scar over its left eye, flanked by two crossed swords behind it. Frey cursed under his breath, questioning why this individual was not seizing territory in the New World and vying for the title of Emperor of the Sea, but instead was idly wasting time in the early stages. Was this not a dereliction of duty? Gator and Smoker regarded him with confusion. Was this pirate crew truly formidable? Otherwise, how could the typically composed and unflappable Frey exhibit such a reaction? The two were oblivious to the identity of the distant pirate crew. Had they known, they would likely have been preoccupied with thoughts of evasion. The Red Force, the youngest among the four emperors in the original narrative, belonged to the infamous Shanks. Frey could not mistake that flag. It was undoubtedly the red-haired pirates approaching from afar. This crew, renowned in the original story as the Dual Emperor crew, was one Frey had no desire to provoke. The user of the face fruit, known for saying "give me some face," had stubbornly claimed to wager his severed arm on the man of the new era, Shanks. By the reckoning of time, Shanks had indeed lost an arm. Yet that mattered little. The opponent's current strength likely approached the imperial level, albeit not at its zenith. Moreover, there was also the formidable Ben Beckman, who, in the original tale, was deemed the most intelligent pirate by Oda, who ostensibly lacked an understanding of One Piece. Even setting aside these two, the likes of Lucky Roo and Jesus Burgess were exceptional talents in their own right. Should they encounter one another, Frey harbored doubts about his chances of survival, let alone those of his own skilled subordinates. The red-haired pirates were known for their elite approach, boasting the most evenly distributed bounties among pirate crews. Even if the others were not as renowned as the four prominent members, they were undoubtedly skilled fighters. Frey surmised that none would be weaker than a vice-admiral. It was merely a question of their precise capabilities. Thus, the mere sight of the enemy's ship sent a shiver down Frey's spine. Although the opposing crew was one of the few righteous factions among pirates, they were still pirates, and Frey was not one to recklessly charge into confrontation. As he was not reliant on the title of King of the Seas, he promptly commanded, "Quickly, turn the ship around." What? Both Gator and Smoker were left dumbfounded. Although Frey has always presented a gentle demeanor, when confronted with pirates, he embodies a relentless commitment to eradicating evil and leaving no trace behind. Surely, that pirate ship is no ordinary vessel. With such thoughts in mind, Gate took the helm personally, while the remaining Navy, upon receiving orders, suppressed their doubts and promptly complied. The warships, originally advancing in a triangular formation towards the Red Force, swiftly altered their course. Frey gazed at the distant pirate ship, a cold smile emerging on his lips. "Not daring to confront you directly, I shall first present you with a grand gift." Closing his eyes, he activated his fruit abilities, and the tranquil sea began to stir with subtle waves. The formerly clear sky now bore ominous shadows. On board the Red Force, Beckman observed the retreating warship. "Hey, Shanks. It seems those Navy men have been scared off by us." "Haha, has my reputation grown so formidable?" Shanks laughed heartily, his mouth stretching wide, a hint of pride in his tone, yet his crew paid little mind to his antics. Noticing their indifference, Shanks shrugged it off, accustomed to their dynamic. Jesus Burgess sat nearby, casually polishing his prized firearm. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. He immediately stood, joined by three others who shared his unease. Captain Red-Haired Shanks, First Mate Beckman, and the meat-chomping Lockie. The remaining pirates, slow to react, soon sensed an encroaching danger. All at once, the crew looked skyward, bewildered as the rain began to fall. The downpour intensified rapidly, transforming into a torrential deluge that showed no signs of abating, escalating in ferocity. "Shanks, this rain is peculiar," Beckman remarked solemnly. "Ah, I know." Shanks' previously carefree demeanor turned serious. Everyone knew the unpredictable nature of weather in the Grand Line. But this was unlike anything seen in the New World, where the differences were stark. He unsheathed his rapier. "Griffin, cease this at once." Shanks swung Griffin violently towards the stormy skies. An invisible shockwave erupted, and the sound of the air fracturing reverberated across the sea. The rain-soaked heavens split apart, unveiling a profound chasm amidst the clouds. How was this possible? Gator and Smoker stared in horror at the spectacle above. The other Navy personnel shared their astonishment, except for Frary, whose jaw seemed to drop. It took them a moment to regain their composure, simultaneously relieved they hadn't engaged in a confrontation. Who could withstand such a strike? Frary? They mused. Surely even he would struggle against such a terrifying force. As they contemplated this, they turned their gaze to Frary, who was smiling. He muttered, "You should know that the torrential rain is of no consequence to you. What follows is the crux of the matter. Let the sea be your grave." Upon hearing this, the crew cast their eyes back to the Red Force, where the once calm sea was now roiling with colossal waves. The height of these waves was unfathomable. "Who dares to strike at us?" Shanks pondered, gazing at the impending monstrous wave, perplexed. They had been sailing peacefully across the ocean, encountering no foes. If he were to guess, the strange rain and the towering waves had originated from a single individual. It must have been that naval warship. Beckman reasoned after a moment's thought. The others concurred, acknowledging this as the most plausible explanation. However, they needed to navigate this peril first. Lockie observed the monstrous wave with a grave expression. The towering swell had yet to crash down, but the residual force caused the Red Force to sway dangerously. Had they been a lesser vessel, it would have capsized by now, leaving the crew helpless. Beckman drew his pistol, aiming at the distant warship, which, despite its distance, should have felt the impact. Yet, the area remained eerily calm, confirming that an adept hand was manipulating the waters. "Too far," Beckman sighed, shaking his head. "If only it were closer, I could ensure that ship's demise with a single shot." He turned to Shanks, who was now watching the approaching wave with unrestrained excitement. Beckman facepalmed, exasperated. This is not the time for jubilation. The others were equally speechless. Was this truly a moment for celebration? If they did not intervene, they would surely capsize. As the fearsome waves approached with a deafening roar, the Red Force swayed perilously. It was fortunate that the crew consisted of skilled individuals. Otherwise, the vessel might have already been overturned, leaving them at the mercy of the turbulent sea. Chapter 58. City of Water. Though he felt that familiar thrill of facing the ocean's perils, it was time to restore calm. With Griffin in hand, he struck at the towering wave. This gargantuan swell, soaring over 1,000 meters, was instantly cleaved in two. But Shanks was not finished. He continued to swing Griffin, one strike, two strikes, three strikes, until the fierce wave was finally dispersed. Even so, the deluge of seawater continued to surge, remaining a daunting force. Thus, the red-haired pirates sprang into action as the waves crashed down, drenching them as if caught in a torrential downpour. After what felt like an eternity, the chaos subsided. "Shanks, that naval warship has fled," Beckman noted, glancing at his soaked cigarette with a grimace. "If they hadn't run, we would have had to reclaim our dignity. But alas, it seems we must let it go," Lockie remarked, his own grilled meat ruined, his mood soured. The rest of the crew, equally drenched, felt discomfort as their clothes clung to their skin. They lamented the dishonor of encountering such shameless Navy men, who dared to employ underhanded tactics while avoiding direct confrontation. "Never mind." Shanks shrugged, a carefree smile plastered on his wet face. Though he had looked heroic while wielding Griffin, he too was undeniably soaked. "Let us proceed on our previous course. Our destination is the City of Water." "Oh," the crew responded in unison. After exerting his powers to manipulate the colossal waves, Fry deftly commanded the seawater to recede from that area. "Colonel Fry, I have gathered intelligence regarding that pirate crew. It belongs to the notorious red-haired Shanks of the New World. Gate, as the liaison to the headquarters, has been instrumental in acquiring various pieces of information. Although the red-haired pirates currently possess formidable strength, they appear yet to unveil their true potential. Presently, Shanks's bounty stands at a mere 500 million, clearly indicating his preference for discretion. Through this intervention, Fry instructed Gate to report the matter accurately, leaving the subsequent handling by the headquarters beyond his concern. Upon witnessing Shanks's terrifying swordsmanship, Fry decisively abandoned any notion of lingering in the presence of such prowess. Aboard that vessel were terrifying beasts, and even a solitary admiral would likely suffer grievously or even lose their life in such an encounter. Gate's news swiftly reached the ears of Sengoku at headquarters. Upon learning that Fry had avoided conflict with Shanks and had promptly retreated, Sengoku expressed his approval. The Navy, while dedicated to combating piracy, does not engage recklessly. It is commendable to conduct oneself prudently while pursuing objectives. Red-haired Shanks. Sengoku pondered over the recently submitted bounty notice. He had kept an eye on pirates brimming with potential, and the typically low-profile, unprovocative red-haired pirates had certainly captured his attention. In his recollection, Shanks's current bounty was earned through numerous battles, most of which were initiated by other pirate crews provoking him. The conflicts between his crew and the Navy had been relatively scarce, even when encountering the Navy. They generally chose to withdraw rather than engage. Knock, knock, knock. Sengoku rapped on the table, contemplating whether to increase Shanks's bounty. Firstly, there was insufficient evidence. While it could be justified, it seemed unnecessary. Secondly, with a powerful yet modestly bountied individual like Shanks in the mix, other pirates would be unlikely to believe he would remain so compliant. The New World is no mere playground. Conflict, battle, and chaos are its hallmarks. Even Sengoku harbored doubts about Shanks's tranquil demeanor, suspecting he harbored ulterior motives, though that concern was ultimately irrelevant to the Navy. Most importantly, Shanks's current bounty was perfectly poised in the New World, neither too high nor too low. Sengoku reasoned that given Shanks's strength, any pirates lacking sufficient power would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses should they attempt to challenge him. Thus, it was prudent to keep them from lingering in the earlier stages of their journey, yet observation was warranted. At present, Kaido was assaulting the G1 branch, and Charlotte Lin was also restless, periodically dispatching personnel to harass other branches, necessitating that Kazan remain vigilant to maintain stability for a time. The Whitebeard pirates were relatively unperturbed, as it was rumored that the Sand Crocodile had ventured to challenge Whitebeard, though the outcome remained uncertain. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sengoku felt a pang of headache. The headquarters required a strong admiral to maintain order. Borsalino was the best candidate and must not engage recklessly. Perhaps Carp could be dispatched to drive the red-haired pirates deeper into the New World, preventing them from lingering in the earlier regions. However, after further reflection, it seemed unwise to delegate such a task to him, for it could lead to unforeseen complications. After all, Shanks was not the type of pirate to be excessively malevolent. Merely monitoring their movements would suffice. Sengoku felt helpless. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates had surged, leading the Navy to adopt a consistent approach towards those with potential but who caused no disturbances, allowing them to drift into the New World, where they would contend with its veteran pirates, ultimately enabling the Navy to reap the rewards. This was an unavoidable reality. The three admirals of the Navy, while basking in their prime, were indeed among the world's top combatants, yet the vastness of this world could not be quelled by their strength alone. Moreover, the new generation had yet to fully mature, and certain actions could not be taken too far. Fry remained unaware of Sengoku's contemplations, yet their thoughts aligned in certain respects. The current Navy, while formidable, still fell short of their aspirations. Encounters upon the vast sea often bore an element of serendipity. Although Fry and his companions altered their course, their objective remained unchanged, still directed towards the City of Water. Along the way, Fry seized the rare opportunity to train aboard the ship, perhaps spurred on by Shanks' formidable strength. With Fry leading by example, his subordinates naturally followed suit, motivated to enhance their own skills. For convenience, Fry divided the Navy personnel into two groups, one led by Gate and the other by Smoker. Reluctant as they were, the entire crew of the warship commenced their training. Gate yearned for strength, yet contemplated taking shortcuts through consuming devil fruits, while Smoker preferred solitary training, wishing to avoid any disturbances from others. The inclusion of additional Navy members, particularly under Frey's directive for mutual supervision, rendered both leaders somewhat uncomfortable as they navigated towards the City of Water. Fry did not neglect to prompt Gate to regularly inquire with the Navy contingent about the current status of the Flying Blade pirates. After all, if they arrived only to find their adversaries absent, it would be a futile journey. Fortunately, it appeared that luck was on their side. The Flying Blade pirates had seemingly encountered conflict with other pirate crews, leaving their vessels battered and in need of repairs at the City of Water. Consequently, Fry and his group would likely have a few days before the pirates completed their ship restoration. By the way, Colonel Fry. There are other pirate crews in the area alongside the Flying Blade pirates. The consensus is that you may capture or eliminate them all, Gate remarked. This posed little concern for Fry. To be frank, he regarded the majority of the pirates they might face as inconsequential, merely a matter of striking once more if they did not fall at the first blow. The true threats lay beyond, in the New World. However, Fry did not dismiss the possibility of hidden monsters and experts lurking within the vastness of the sea, where all manner of individuals could be found. The City of Water, renowned along the Grand Line, was also known as the City of Seven Waters. It featured an intricate network of waterways, not only facilitating transportation across the flat surfaces of water, but also extending from the higher elevations of the city downwards. This locale attracted a multitude of merchants and nobles seeking leisure. Shanks and his crew arrived at their destination more swiftly than Fry's group. After securing the Red Force, they disembarked. Shanks, shall we accompany you? Beckman inquired. Never mind, you all go enjoy yourselves. Just remember to have a great time, Shanks declined. Feeling no necessity to join others he was not well acquainted with, especially as they too desired to experience the delights of the City of Water. I've heard the seafood here is exquisite. I've never been, so I intend to indulge, Lockie remarked with excitement. Then let us split up and seek our own amusements, Captain. One of the red-haired pirates suggested. Shanks smiled, choosing to wander off alone, while the others set out to revel. Having sailed for so long, it was indeed time to unwind. Chapter 59. First encounter. Frere and his companions arrived in the City of Water a bit later than anticipated, just as the sun began to set in the afternoon sky. With twilight fast approaching, Frere found little inclination to rally everyone for a pirate hunt. Since they were already there, they might as well indulge in some leisurely exploration. Frere is quite intrigued by the renowned seafood delicacy of this place. Once the warship has docked at the harbor, they are free to explore at their leisure. The maritime train of the Water City has only recently been completed, making this the perfect opportunity for a delightful experience. Even at dusk, the crowds remain substantial. The city is home to a multitude of pirates, the vast majority of whom are here to repair their ships or procure vessels of their own. Frere, clad in a Navy Justice coat, appeared somewhat conspicuous amidst the throng. As he navigated through the various waterways, passers-by occasionally glanced in his direction. Frere was indeed aware that this location bore some resemblance to Swordsmith Island. Generally speaking, the Navy refrains from taking action here, although there is no formal rule prohibiting it. It has become an established convention. Frere was not particularly keen on taking action here. So tomorrow's plan to apprehend the pirates would require either subtlety or a venture to the outskirts of Water City. There was no need to provoke conflict with the locals over the capture of pirates. Naturally, if a pirate could be dispatched, he would do so. He purchased a piece of water meat from a nearby shop and took a bite. Indeed, this local delicacy was truly exceptional. In the adjacent waterway, it seemed that the aroma of the water meat had attracted a cowfish, whose head emerged, eagerly fixated on Frere, or more precisely, on the morsel in his hand. The cowfish, known locally as brew, was particularly renowned in Water City and had a fondness for such fare. In Water City, the residents raised cowfish, which were then utilized as a means of aquatic transportation. Beyond their use in transit, cowfish possessed remarkable strength and could assist in moving goods. The rental fee for a small cowfish equipped with a double seat was 1,000 berries, with the city's sewers serving as their habitat. Before Fry stood a diminutive juvenile creature, seemingly not nurtured by the local inhabitants, perhaps born only recently. Its adorable, large eyes fixated on Fry, causing even this self-proclaimed serious figure to soften slightly in heart. Approaching the bank of the waterway, he crouched down, holding out a morsel of aquatic delicacy to the charming little fish. The small fish nibbled eagerly at the offering, its delightful eyes squinting with bliss as it savored the treat. Upon finishing the morsel, it playfully waggled its head in delight at Fry. Freya gently caressed its head, and the little calf-fish instinctively nudged against her hand. Ah, how amusing. The Navy truly knows how to engage with creatures. Just then, an incongruous voice pierced through the moment. Behind her stood 5 rugged men, clad in exceedingly casual attire. The leader, sporting a scruffy beard and wielding a large machete, gazed at Freya with a mocking grin, bursting into hearty laughter. Without turning his head, Fry gently patted the little cowfish on its head. Farewell, little one. He then waved his hand to signal its departure. The little cowfish, with its big eyes, glanced at Fry before plunging into the water. Hey, you've got quite the nerve, Navy brat. Noticing Fry's indifference, the scruffy man drew the large machete from his back, gesturing for his 4 subordinates to encircle Fry. Frere rose to his feet, casting a glance at the 5 individuals before him. The sky had darkened considerably, and the expressions of these 5 men appeared rather grim. Placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword, designed for slaying demons, a glint of cold light flashed in Frere's eyes. Though he was reluctant to engage in conflict at that moment, he was not one to shy away from trouble. If someone sought their own demise, he was more than willing to oblige. These five had clearly come to provoke him, unmistakably pirates, and Frere had no intention of sparing their lives. Noticing Frere's silence, one of the taller pirates taunted, "Has the little navy boy been intimidated? Ha! It's understandable." He pointed at the scruffy man beside him, proclaiming loudly, "This gentleman is the notorious pirate Newt, a man with a bounty of 13 million. The other three pirates instantly displayed expressions of pride. Newt, raising his chin, looked down at Frere with an air of superiority. Rolling his eyes internally, Frere was poised to draw his sword and eliminate these audacious fools, when unexpectedly, an unforeseen figure appeared. Shanks, having finished reminiscing with the fishman Tom, chose not to spend the night with him, but instead intended to return to the Red Force. As he strolled along, pausing intermittently to admire the scenic beauty and vibrant life of Water City, he stumbled upon a young naval officer feeding a small cowfish. The young officer was strikingly handsome, and the cowfish appeared adorably soft. Combined with the golden hues of the setting sun, it resembled a beautiful painting, a sight that brought great comfort. However, the tranquility was shattered when the five raucous pirates threatened the young naval officer. Shanks approached, despite being a pirate himself. He had been influenced by the pirate King Roger and harbored no significant animosity towards the Navy, which upheld order in the seas. Generally, Shanks acted on a whim. And seeing this amiable naval officer surrounded, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Without a sound, Shanks wrapped his arms around Newt's neck, who wielded a large machete. Adopting a familiar demeanor. "Haha, come on, brother, how about sparing this young lad?" Shanks' sudden intervention left Newt and his crew astonished, while Frere's pupils dilated in shock. He had been completely unaware of Shanks' presence until just now. At that moment, Frere acutely felt the disparity in strength between them. Furthermore, having previously used his abilities to inspect the pirate's ship, he was now confronted by the main figure, and realizing he was outmatched, he felt increasingly uneasy, even avoiding eye contact with Shanks. In Shanks' eyes, Fry appeared somewhat timid, prompting a deeper instinct to protect him. Glancing at the burly man beside him, it was evident that he too felt a tinge of fear, his body trembling slightly. Newt had been on the verge of confronting Fry when suddenly, a red-haired man with 3 scars unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Newt's neck, startling him profoundly, particularly when he heard the phrase, "Give me some face." A wave of trepidation surged within him, as if refusing the man would unleash some dreadful consequence. This unfounded intuition had proven accurate time and again. Thus Newt held a firm belief in his instincts. He longed to retreat, to escape the menacing presence beside him. However, with his underling watching, fleeing would surely tarnish the reputation he had painstakingly built. Contemplating the situation, he prioritized his own safety and was about to utter a few conciliatory words when a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, the waterway beside them surged, and a colossal figure emerged from the depths. The splashes cascaded like a gentle rain, drenching the surrounding corridor and its passers-by, Fry and his companions included. With Shanks present, Fry naturally refrained from using his devil fruit powers. After all, who would want to turn themselves into a self-destructing vehicle? How foolish that would be. Freya and the others were captivated by the imposing figure, turning their gazes towards a colossal bullfish, which was glaring fiercely at Newt and his companions with its large eyes. Above its head, a small bullfish was squawking loudly. It was the one Freya had fed earlier, now coming to the rescue. Upon witnessing the appearance of this gigantic bullfish, Newt felt a surge of joy, for it provided everyone with a splendid opportunity to retreat. He immediately feigned an expression of sheer terror, contorting his face in an exaggerated display of fear. "Run for your lives," he shouted, fleeing in haste. The other 4 pirates, realizing their captain was bolting, quickly followed suit, scampering away in panic. Freya cast a fleeting glance, a cold smile briefly appearing. "If you wish to flee, then await your demise." Silently, she manipulated the water to weave delicate threads, marking her presence in the encroaching twilight, invisible to the naked eye. As Newt made his escape, Shanks maintained the same posture of clasping another's neck. Originally intended as a rescue, his concern proved unwarranted. Unfazed by any awkwardness, he erupted into laughter and turned away. His appearance here was merely a whim, devoid of ulterior motives. Since this dashing naval officer posed no threat, he felt no need to linger. Shanks had not forgotten that he was still a pirate, and forging friendships with the Navy was disadvantageous for both parties. Chapter 60, Reunion that night. Freya spent a considerable sum of belly to procure water meat as a reward for the large and small fish that had rescued her. Once they were satiated, she waved them goodbye. Thus, those creatures had managed to survive long enough. Frey walked expressionlessly towards a certain direction he sensed. During the day, he refrained from taking action, but with nightfall, there was no reason to let such a staunch adversary of the Navy slip away. The Blade pirate crew, to which Newt belonged, had him as their captain. Although he had retreated in disgrace today, the others did not belittle him. After all, who would not fear that terrifyingly large bullfish? Newt and his numerous pirate subordinates boasted and engaged in games of chance, in their domain where only the Blade pirate crew resided, while nearby residents temporarily sought refuge elsewhere. This had become the norm in Water City, where locals vacated their homes for a fee. Of course, such actions were typically taken by those in financial distress. But more often than not, it was a matter of avoiding trouble with these pirates. After all, they were a ruthless bunch. Who could predict if they might whimsically decide to take a life for amusement? The common folk, even if foolish, would not gamble their lives so recklessly. Therefore, when Frey arrived, the place was exclusively occupied by the Blade pirate crew, making it convenient for him to take action. A group of pirates reveling in drink and meat. Basking in their wild revelry, Frey stood at a distance in a corner, observing the group of pirates who were not far from death. Let them die quietly then. Due to the numerous waterways in the Water City, there were several canals adjacent to the location where the Great Blade pirate crew found themselves. Frey observed as the currents of the waterway slowly ascended the shore. Unbeknownst to anyone, this band of pirates had been entirely ensnared by the flowing waters. Newt, reveling in his drink, suddenly felt a chill that instilled an inexplicable dread in his heart. He immediately grasped the large machete resting beside him and rose to his feet. "Captain, what is wrong?" inquired one of the pirates who had been drinking alongside him. Before he could utter a word, he sensed a dampness beneath him. Upon looking down, he realized that the ground had been cloaked in a layer of water. This liquid was steadily creeping up his legs, infiltrating his trousers. In an instant, the torrents enveloped all members of the Cutlass Pirates, forming a humanoid figure of water. Newt, the captain of the Cutlass Pirates, was no exception. He struggled fiercely. But the currents not only encased him, they also surged relentlessly into his body. Who could be behind this? Who sought to annihilate the Cutlass Pirates? Newt pondered in perplexity. He possessed a keen intuition. While danger might not always present itself, when it did, it was invariably life-threatening. He recalled that he had never provoked anyone formidable. Suddenly, Newt choked on a mouthful of water, and in that moment of despair, he discovered that he was bleeding profusely from all orifices, utterly drained of strength, and unable to escape. The other pirates had long since perished. He was the last one standing, and had endured the longest. Even as he approached death, Newt's thoughts lingered on who had orchestrated this demise. Clearly, he did not connect this incident with Frey, despite the latter's seemingly handsome yet timid demeanor. It could only be said that Frey's evasive gaze had deceived not only Shanks but also Newt, who remained utterly convinced. Having drowned the entire Cutlass Pirates, Frey turned and strolled leisurely down the street. After crossing several intersections and waterways, he arrived at a bustling avenue. The nightlife in Water City was lively. Though not as vibrant as during the day, yet numerous individuals ventured out for strolls and drinks. Among them was Shanks, who, feeling bored after returning to the ship, summoned Beckman and Jesus to join him, while Loki remained with others aboard the Red Force. Naturally, as a captain who could not show favoritism, he was determined to bring back ample delicacies and fine spirits. Now, Shanks and his companions found themselves in a tavern enjoying their drinks. Having been indulged by his two friends, Shanks felt a slight discomfort in his stomach and sought a secluded corner to relieve himself. With a shiver, he adjusted his trousers. Upon turning around, he encountered an awkward scene. Ahem! What a coincidence, young man. Frey was making his way back along the path he had come. When he turned the corner of a building and encountered a man adorned with a western sword at his waist, his head crowned with fiery red hair, struggling to adjust his trousers. What a coincidence, indeed. Frey's eye twitched slightly, and a forced smile appeared on his face. He truly did not anticipate encountering Shanks here. Haha. Would you care for a drink, my friend? It seems we are quite fated to meet. Shanks chuckled heartily, subtly tugging at his trousers. Just as Frey was about to refuse, a voice and the sound of 2 footsteps echoed behind him. Hey, Shanks, you wouldn't be falling into the water, would you? It was Beckman, teasing him with a playful tone. If that's the case, Shanks, you would be in quite a predicament. Jesus Burgess showed no intention of sparing Shanks, relentlessly mocking him. Without turning around, Frey instinctively recognized that the formidable figures behind him were Beckman and Jesus Burgess from the Red-Haired Pirates. the former of whom possessed strength that rivaled even Shanks. Considering the terrifying prowess of the three, Fry, wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements, promptly declined. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. With that, he made a move to depart. At that moment, Beckman unexpectedly inquired, "Young Navy officer, are you aware of anyone within your ranks who possesses the ability to manipulate water?" Fry furrowed his brow and resolutely stated, "I will not disclose our naval intelligence lightly." Aware of Shanks and his pirate crew's antics, Fry continued, "I recognize you as pirates. After all, there are many such individuals appearing here. However, Shanks, you have aided me today, hence I shall not trouble you. But let it be known, I am a member of the Navy." Having said this, Fry departed with an air of righteousness, while Shanks and his companions refrained from further obstruction or remarks. Shanks extended his invitation to Fry out of a sense of serendipity, merely seeking to share a couple of drinks. Beckman, on the other hand, was inclined to inquire, regardless of any potential losses. Fray's words had inadvertently elevated their opinion of him. Shanks later recounted his encounter with Fry to Beckman and Jesus Burgess. In their eyes, Fry was a gentle soul, disdainful of pirates, possessing a somewhat timid nature yet unafraid in critical moments. He exhibited a distinctive approach to handling matters, as reflected in his discourse. "This young man is indeed an intriguing naval officer. Such a pity that he is not a pirate, for I would have gladly invited him aboard," Shanks remarked with a hint of regret. Beckman and Jesus Burgess exchanged silent headshakes. What crew member among them was lacking in strength? A mere youth, accompanying them as they prepared to stir up a tempest in the New World, yet it remained uncertain whether he could survive. After having distanced himself from Shanks and his companions for a while, Fry cast a nervous glance behind him. His greatest fear was that his act of using seawater to capsize their ship would be discovered. If this were to come to light, even if merely suspected, Beckman, with his astute intellect, might deduce that he was the audacious assailant responsible for their pirate vessel's plight. At that point, Fry could not guarantee his safe departure from the vicinity. Surviving should not pose a significant challenge, as he was surrounded by waterways. However, he anticipated enduring a few sword strikes and gunshots in the process. Frary was reminded of his encounter with the Blade Pirates. After annihilating the entire crew, he had left the corpses unattended. Returning now would be impossible if Shanks and his crew were to discover the circumstances of the Blade Pirates' demise. Especially in conjunction with the recent confrontation with their captain, it would be all too evident that he was the one wielding the ocean against them. Damn! He resolved to return to the warship and depart this place at dawn. He intended to temporarily spare the flying Blade Pirates and seek trouble with other pirate supernovas instead. The following day, at the harbor of Water City, Frary and his crew set sail just as the first light of dawn broke, distancing themselves from this potentially perilous area. As for the orders from above, Frary could only prioritize the sanctity of life. Moreover, it was not that he intended to let them off. Rather, he sought to bide his time and evade the red-haired pirates for the moment. Frary also urged Gates to pay attention to the intelligence department's information. The only regret Frary harbored was not encountering the legendary shipwright, Fisherman Tom, along with his two disciples. Nevertheless, there is still ample time ahead. Freya gazed at the water city, soon to vanish from her sight, and sighed quietly. Chapter 61. The late realization last night. Shanks, having consumed a copious amount of liquor, groggily rubbed his head as he awoke. After a night's rest, the lingering scent of alcohol still permeated his being, leaving him somewhat dazed. He patted his forehead, a gesture to rouse his senses. Others shared the same predicament as Shanks. After drinking at a tavern, Shanks, Beckman, and Jesus Burgess had returned aboard the Red Force, where they held a lavish banquet, attributing it to a whimsical encounter with an intriguing young naval officer. Thus, the revelry commenced, with merriment and feasting that persisted into the early hours of the morning. Hosting such a banquet necessitated the consumption of provisions and precious spirits, prompting the need for replenishment. This time, Shanks abstained from the excursion, leaving Beckman to accompany LeCroux and a few others on the supply run. In the vastness of the ocean, fresh water held paramount importance, and the replenishment point was situated not far from the tavern where Beckman and the others had indulged the previous night. As they traversed the path, Beckman casually surveyed his surroundings. Upon passing a narrow alley, he observed a considerable number of city sanitation workers in the Water City engaged in the grim task of transporting corpses. As these workers brushed past, Beckman caught snippets of their grievances. Who in the Great Blade Pirates was foolish enough to provoke the wrong individuals? One grumbled. Who knows? But these unfortunate souls met their demise without a single survivor. The bodies bore signs of drowning, yet none had perished in the waterways. Rather, they lay lifeless on land. Likely victims of a devil fruit user. It's absurd. Why resort to such indiscriminate slaughter? There are so many pirates. This will require considerable effort to clean up. Indeed, they may be dead, but we still have to deal with their remains, another chimed in. As the sanitation crew faded from view, Beckman, having absorbed their complaints, fell into deep contemplation. Qiushui and the others exchanged puzzled glances, but refrained from interrupting. Unlike Shanks, who was younger, Beckman, being slightly older and second only to Shanks in strength, commanded a certain gravitas as the first mate of the red-haired pirates. To Qiushui and the others, he resembled an elder brother, earning their utmost respect, and thus they allowed him to ponder in silence. Damn it, we've been deceived. Beckman's eyes darkened. With a mere moment of reflection, piecing together their experiences, he grasped the entirety of the situation. What's wrong, Beckman? Qiushui inquired, confusion etched on his face. The others turned their attention to him, noting that while he appeared physically unscathed, his demeanor conveyed unmistakable displeasure. We'll discuss this later, Beckman replied tersely. It was imperative to relay the matter to Shanks. He anticipated that the young man had been feigning all along, which explained his behavior the previous night, clearly distancing himself from Beckman and the others. This was undoubtedly a precaution taken by the naval lad, fearing exposure and retribution. Throughout their journey, Beckman maintained a sullen expression, piquing the curiosity of his companions regarding the cause of his discontent. Once they had procured all necessary fresh water, provisions, and most importantly, alcohol, and returned to the Red Force, Beckman summoned Shanks and the others. The red-haired pirates, adhering to an elite philosophy, were few in number, and now they gathered expectantly around Beckman, awaiting his address. Without hesitation, Beckman unveiled the events of the previous night involving Freya. In other words, that lad was merely acting, Shanks exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He had held Freya in high regard, even contemplating extending an invitation aboard their ship. Now, Beckman's revelation shattered that illusion, revealing Freya as the very individual responsible for conjuring the monstrous waves that assailed them at sea. A brief silence enveloped the group before Qiushui burst into laughter. Ha! You three are utterly pathetic. To think you were outsmarted by a mere boy. The first to laugh heartily, Qiushui clutched his stomach in mirth. To be deceived by a callow youth. Here's to our captain's folly. One of the pirates, displaying no regard for decorum, brandished a newly acquired bottle. Feigning a toast, Shanks shrugged, appearing unfazed. Despite Beckman's dark countenance, even Jesus Burgess, who shared in the deception, joined in the raucous revelry with the others. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it. We'll reclaim our honor next time we meet, Shanks encouraged, clapping Beckman on the shoulder and casually handing him a drink. Brothers, let us commence the feast. Celebrate the fact that our captain was outwitted, Shanks declared, his voice booming with joviality. Oh, the crew raised their goblets and indulged in spirited drinking. Beckman, though resigned, had no choice but to join in the festivities. Yet, he understood that the young naval lad had now forged a lasting enmity with the red-haired pirates. As the revelers drank themselves into a stupor, Beckman surveyed the disarray of bodies strewn about and the remnants of their recently replenished provisions and spirits. Sighing, he slapped his forehead, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead in his pirate career. With a boisterous captain and a band of misled subordinates, he, the so-called first mate, bore the weight of numerous considerations. What a sudden urge to abandon ship. Beckman felt an overwhelming exhaustion. On the sandy beach of a small island, smoke billowed while waves relentlessly crashed upon the shore. Amidst the fog lay a gruesome array of lifeless bodies. In the depths of the haze, a man and a woman engaged in a fierce battle. Although Smoker had been diligently training his body during this time, the results were not something that could be achieved in such a short span. Despite Smoker's innate talent, he still fell short compared to those with truly formidable abilities. At this moment, he found himself in combat with the only female among the pirate supernovas. Milena, one of this year's 6 pirate supernovas, boasted a bounty of 149 million. She was a highly skilled swordswoman, merely a hair's breadth away from mastering the art of cutting iron. Originally, she had come to this small island with the intention of plundering, but upon disembarking, a naval warship suddenly descended beside her pirate ship. From it emerged a strikingly handsome naval officer, adorned with 2 swords at his waist, who promptly annihilated all pirates except for her with a single stroke. In that moment, She profoundly experienced the terror of true power. Expecting to meet her demise, she was instead confronted by an unsightly man, reeking of smoke, sent to engage her in battle. Determined to perish at the hands of a handsome adversary, Malena sought to dispatch this ugly man swiftly, only to discover that he, like the fiery rogue, was also a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. While this smoke-wielding brute may not have excelled in offensive capabilities, Malena found herself unable to inflict any harm upon him, even as she managed to break free from his smoky tendrils. As time wore on, she found herself wounded, her beautiful form marred by the ugly man's relentless assaults. Smoker, observing the grotesque figure before him, standing 3 meters tall, with a face full of excess flesh and 2 breasts of questionable significance, could not shake the feeling of disdain directed at him. Acknowledging his own lack of offensive power, Smoker had been assigned to combat Malena, knowing he would have to wear her down until her resistance waned. Now, as she panted, drenched in sweat, Smoker felt compelled to deliver a few punches. Her disdainful gaze irked him. Another strike came, shattering Smoker's elemental form, yet it proved futile. In less than a second, he reverted to his original state. Mastery over the smoke fruit allowed him to transform even his clothing, rendering him seemingly unscathed. Take this, Smoker declared as he propelled his fist, enveloped in smoke, towards Malena's face. With a resounding slap, blood marked her once flawless visage. I will kill you, Malena seethed. Her fury ignited not only by the injury to her exquisite body, but also the defilement of her unparalleled beauty. In a frenzy, she wielded her long blade with reckless abandon, and in that moment, she glimpsed the breath of cutting iron. Even with her sanity waning, each swing summoned gusts of wind. Regrettably, it was all in vain. Had she possessed the physical strength of someone like Fry, she might have had a chance to contend with Smoker, but now, she could only await her fate. Chapter 62. News at Sea. Fry and his companions were en route to a place known as Blessing Island. There, they would find the last remaining pirate supernova, aside from the Flying Blade pirates, currently anchored. How much longer would it be? With a single punch, Flair sent Smoker crashing to the ground, then turned to Gat, who was observing the weather nearby. 10 days had passed since Smoker executed the pirate supernova Verena. Now they had set their sights on the next pirate supernova. Gat gazed at the sky and sea. Yes, the wind and weather were favorable. Glancing at Smoker, who had been relentlessly training only to foolishly seek punishment, Gat noted that while he had improved, his judgment remained as poor as ever. His eyes then shifted to Flair, who stood effortlessly without even breaking a sweat. The gap between them was simply insurmountable for men like them. Colonel Flair, we still have 3 days of travel ahead. Gat reported. TCH. 3 more days. Flair muttered, already bored. The men aboard the warship, Smoker and Gat included, were barely competent enough to be considered strong. Yet they couldn't even make Flair break a sweat. There was no thrill in crushing them. Resigned. Flair shook his head and settled into a seated position at the prow of the ship, resting the cursed blade Azura across his lap. His strength grew daily. Even without deliberate training, his solid foundation from earlier years now allowed his power to naturally flourish with age. As for his armament hockey, he had mastered its application with ease. His physical prowess had long surpassed the requirements, and with the guidance of the formidable dog, his progress had been swift. Frey's current training method is rather straightforward. He draws forth the now largely ineffective Azura and envelopes it with the armor of hockey. He strives to imprint his own mark upon it, transforming it into a black blade. Freya would never resort to using a mere knife rack. Having a black blade at one's disposal, yet opting for something so nonsensical, is utterly absurd. Moreover, to genuinely aspire to greatness, one cannot rely on the tools of others to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Such a notion is nothing short of a farce. After 2 days of sailing across the vast ocean, a newsbird soared through the sky. Geit waved his hand, offering the seagull 50 Bailey in exchange for a newspaper. As the newsbird flew away, Geit picked up the paper and delivered it to Freya, who was busy marinating Azura. Freyr ceased his application of armament hockey, and the black blade of Azura promptly returned to its original form. Taking the newspaper from Gate's hands, Freyr cast a quick glance. Alas, he sighed, noting that the incident from the original story this year had reoccurred without any change. Gate, perplexed by Freyr's sigh, only understood the reason when he noticed the most prominent headline on the newspaper. The legendary shipwright, Fisher Tom, has been executed by the world government. A figure who could undoubtedly be regarded as a monumental character has thus fallen. This is a sorrow for the sea, as well as a lament for the era. Gate's thoughts aligned with Frere's at this moment. Although they had not experienced Fisher Tom's sea train, no one could deny its significance. The execution of such an individual by the world government inevitably evokes a deep sense of regret. Following Fisher Tom's demise, Frere surmised that the red-haired pirates must have already departed from Water City. However, contemplating this was futile, for the Flying Blade pirates had also left the city. Gate, could you inquire with the intelligence department about the precise locations of the last two pirate supernovas? If not, even a general idea would suffice. Certainly, pirates do not remain stationary. They scour the seas freely. The other supernova crew, aside from the Flying Blade pirates, may not still be at Prayer Island. Thus Frere needed Gate to confirm. After a while, Gate received information via Din Din Mushi. Colonel Frere, we are fortunate this time. Although the pirates at Prayer Island have departed, they, along with the Flying Blade pirates, have converged at the same location. Additionally, this news is quite favorable for Frere, as it allows for a direct approach without the need for separate tracking. Let us set sail directly to that location, Frere declared. Aye, in the South Sea, at Swordsmith Island. By the shore, a merchant vessel is docked. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Gozer. This is for you. The merchant ship's owner, clutching a half-open trench coat revealing numerous scars, with sharp eyes and long hair cascading over his shoulders, handed a large sum of berries to him. Gozer cast a sharp glance at Swordsmith Island, revealing a hint of nostalgia, then calmly replied, there is no need for such formalities. We each take what we need. With that, he tossed the berries aside, leaping onto Swordsmith Island. The merchant and his guards expressed their utmost respect for him. Truly, a remarkable hero. Remembering how effortlessly he could cleave a sea king in two with that wooden sword only deepened their admiration for Gozer. He strolled slowly upon Swordsmith Island. Having been away for 15 years, thoughts of his powerful yet obstinate father filled him with a sense of helplessness, while simultaneously igniting a thrill within him. Your talentless son, after 15 arduous years of training, now possesses strength that would surely astonish you. Gozer eagerly anticipated the look of surprise on his father's aged face. As he walked, he observed the local customs of Swordsmith Island. Compared to 15 years ago, the changes were neither insignificant nor overly drastic. Upon reaching the residential area, Gozer was taken aback. Since when did the Navy come to this place? Swordsmith Island had been a sanctuary for pirates, and with Doug's presence, the Navy had generally steered clear to avoid unnecessary trouble. To his surprise, after his departure, the island had undergone significant transformation. The presence of the Navy here suggested that it had become even more prosperous than when it had sheltered pirates. Kappa and Oscar, two Navy officers, were on the island to conduct trade. Although the weapons from Swordsmith Island were indeed commendable and reasonably priced, the Navy's large demand could not be overlooked. Additionally, the wear and tear from skirmishes with pirates necessitated a larger stockpile of weapons, prompting Philip to consider acquiring more. Thus, he periodically dispatched personnel to Swordsmith Island to strengthen their ties. Kappa and Oscar had developed a particularly close rapport with Ryder from Swordsmith Island. Due to infrequent contact with Doug and following Frere's initial instructions, Philip was hesitant to disturb him. After some time, he chose Kappa and Oscar, whose personalities meshed well with Ryder's. Through this interaction, the three became familiar with one another, and each visit resulted in Ryder offering them additional discounts. Much to Philip's delight, the three were currently engaged in jovial conversation, planning to go for drinks. However, as they approached one of the island's few taverns, Ryder stood frozen. He beheld a man, one who was both strikingly familiar yet strangely foreign. Unlike the short hair of 15 years prior, it now cascaded to shoulder length, slightly disheveled. The scars adorning his exposed body spoke of countless battles fought over the years. Gozer, Ryder exclaimed in disbelief. Gozer glanced towards the man calling his name. Although matured significantly compared to 15 years ago, he still recognized him as his esteemed elder brother. It is I, Ryder. I am still alive. At this moment, Gossire's typically sharp gaze softened. In his memories, Ryder had always quietly supported him in his aspiration to become the world's foremost swordsman. Although both had similar talents in their early days, Gossire's learning pace was significantly slower than Ryder's, yet he remained steadfast. Upon seeing Gossire, Ryder immediately abandoned his plans to drink with Kappa and Oscar, apologizing to them before taking Gossire to meet Doug. Kappa and Oscar could only wait for another opportunity to seek Ryder's company. As they made their way to Doug's forge, Gossire recounted his experiences over the years. A mixture of fortune and misfortune. 15 years ago, feeling disheartened by his slow progress, Gaussire refused to abandon his dream of becoming the greatest swordsman and merely settled for being a swordsmith like Doug and Ryder. He had always believed that, despite his slow advancement, he would eventually achieve greatness. Thus, when Doug forbade him from venturing into the sea, the impetuous young Gaussire secretly embarked on a journey across the waters, only to vanish for 15 years. Gaussire, unable to contain his frustration, left the island he had inhabited for 2 decades and swam into the open sea. By the time Doug and Ryder realized he was missing, they had no idea where he had gone. Nevertheless, Doug, being a master swordsmith, though seemingly unremarkable, commanded respect due to his formidable reputation, and he managed to trace Gaussire's whereabouts through various channels. However, upon arriving at the location, they only discovered tattered clothing and blood along the shore. This left Ryder puzzled. How could Gaussire have survived such an ordeal and returned to Swordsmith Island with such an imposing aura? Although Ryder was aware of his own limitations, he could sense the overwhelming presence emanating from Gaussire, which was a stark contrast to the reserved demeanor of Friedernance. Gaussire now resembled a radiant sword, drawing the attention of all who beheld him, his piercing gaze akin to 2 sharp beams of light that unsettled the hearts of those who met his eyes. What transpired during those years? Gaussire's uncle had aged overnight due to the worry caused by his disappearance. Gaussire fell silent, reflecting on his 15 years of confinement, only recently having defeated a formidable opponent to secure his freedom. With a sigh, he began to narrate the unfortunate events that led to his predicament. He had initially set out to catch some fish for sustenance, but fate had other plans, as he encountered a coastal beast. Despite his desperate struggles, he was unable to defeat it and suffered considerable injuries. Ultimately, in a moment of carelessness, he was swallowed whole by the creature. Usually, such circumstances would spell doom for a person. At just 23 years old, Gaussire felt certain he was doomed. However, determined to take something down with him, he attacked the insides of the beast with his already corroded dagger. Perhaps in response to the pain, the creature thrashed about in the ocean, inadvertently transporting Gaussire to a peculiar island. Just as he was on the verge of suffocating from the lack of air and the corrosive effects of the creature's stomach acid, the coastal beast was slain, and Gaussire was subsequently cast onto the shore of that strange island. By sheer luck, he survived, thanks to a 3-meter-tall white ape wielding a stick resembling a wooden sword. Initially, the ape regarded Gaussire merely as a creature capable of communication and had no intention of keeping him. However, when Gaussire inadvertently demonstrated his swordsmanship, the ape's perception of him changed. In a place devoid of rivals, the giant white ape conceived a brilliant idea and forced Gaussire to remain on the island, where he trained in swordsmanship for the next 15 years. Unlike Doug, who had given up on Gaussire due to his slow progress, the white ape exhibited remarkable patience, never showing disdain for Gaussire's clumsiness. Perhaps it was the hallmark of late bloomers. Just a few days ago, Gaussire had engaged in a fierce duel with the ape, emerging victorious against what he perceived as a master who could rival his father. After tending to his wounds, Gaussire set out on a raft he had prepared long ago, eventually encountering a merchant ship that agreed to take him to Swordsmith Island in exchange for protection. In Doug's chambers, he gazed at his son with a mix of excitement and pride. Despite previously feeling exasperated by him, as a father, how could he not love his child? He had sought to keep Gaussire close to prevent him from engaging in reckless endeavors, yet he had been absent for 15 years. And what about your master? Why did you not bring him along? Ryder inquired, thoughtfully pouring tea for both men. Gaussire shook his head, explaining, I asked him, and he said that I could propose terms only when I could truly defeat him. But didn't you say you had to win the duel to leave? Doug queried, puzzled. Gaussire, feeling a bit bashful under Ryder's serious gaze, replied, No. Just the day before, he ventured into the sea and fought some creature. I hadn't planned to battle him, but he insisted I give it my all. With a sigh, Gaussire added, Perhaps he knew how much I longed to leave and wanted me to win. Doug and Ryder exchanged glances, realizing that the white ape had chosen not to hold back, yet had facilitated Gaussire's departure in his own way. Doug scrutinized his son, who had been missing for 15 years, and suddenly declared, Come, let me test your mettle. Certainly, Gaussire responded eagerly, having anticipated this moment for so long. They stepped outside, each wielding a blade. Gaussire would not resort to a wooden sword, while it was familiar. Nothing compared to the true weapon he now held, one forged by Doug, a masterpiece surpassing mere reputation. Doug, not intending to overpower Gaussire, selected another blade of his own creation. Now, let me see the progress you've made over the years. He beckoned. I shall not disappoint you, Gaussire declared, confidence radiating from his words. For the past 15 years, he had never wavered in his training. Day after day, year after year, he practiced diligently. Even when the White Eight fought him while injured, victory had always been his. Though aware of his father's strength, Gosire felt confident that he would not falter now. Very well, if I triumph over you. I trust you will reveal to me the whereabouts of Azura's concealed blade, he added, anticipation mingling with determination. Gosire contemplated. This time, he returned not merely to inform them of his survival, but also to impart the memory of the treasure spoken of by Doug during his childhood. A tale etched in his heart. He was determined to acquire this cursed blade. Adopting a fierce stance, Gosire's gaze sharpened, and his aura began to radiate ferocity. Let the slaughter commence. His previously solemn expression transformed into one of fervor in an instant. Huh, how intriguing. Doug chuckled softly, recognizing that his son had indeed developed a semblance of competence. In the first half of the Grand Line, there lay a region known as the Wileys Mountains. A large band of pirates was engaged in a fierce battle against the Navy. A light rain fell from the sky, drenching every combatant except for one. After Fry dispatched the two pirate supernovas with a single stroke each, he refrained from further engaging in the battle. It is essential, even while indulging oneself, to ensure that one's subordinates benefit as well. The gentle drizzle from the heavens guaranteed the safety of each naval officer, allowing the valiant sailors to fight without concern. They were acutely aware that the esteemed Colonel Fry was observing their every move. Although the captains of the two pirate crews had been vanquished, this did not imply that Gate and Smoker could wreak havoc at will. Beneath their leadership were various officers whose prowess should not be underestimated. The officers from the two pirate crews united their efforts against Gate and Smoker, leaving them unable to counter other pirates. Thus, in the current state of affairs, it appeared that the Navy was at a disadvantage. Frary cast a glance at the restrained Gate and Smog, shaking his head in disbelief. While Gate was somewhat excusable, it was utterly perplexing that Smog, a natural-type elemental user, was being thwarted by a group of individuals whose strength paled in comparison to his own. The path to your downfall appears both arduous and extensive. With a resigned sigh, Frary resolved to take action. Although his own troops maintained high morale and were steadfast in their resolve, the sheer number of adversaries before them posed a significant challenge. The Navy soldiers dispatched from headquarters were indeed elite, yet how could one possibly contend against two foes, and then three? Does one not expend effort in combat? The longer the battle raged on, the more wearisome it became. Frary gestured, and the gentle rain abruptly ceased. Subsequently, the once mild drizzle transformed into a fierce onslaught of needle-like spiral droplets, plummeting rapidly towards the earth. No skirmish between pirates and Navy was spared from this deluge, save for the clash between Gate and Smog. As these spiral droplets struck the pirates, a myriad of blood holes appeared on their bodies, turning them into grotesque figures of carnage in a matter of moments. Conversely, when these droplets fell upon the Navy, they merely dampened their attire, behaving like ordinary raindrops. Chapter 64, Doug's Contemplations. With a single strike from Fry, the pirates were decimated, leaving only a handful of survivors, those high-ranking officers engaged in combat with Gat and Smoker. Even as they battled, these officers had not been oblivious to the unfolding carnage around them. The light drizzle, those terrifying spiraling water needles, all had been witnessed with their own eyes. Now, beholding the gruesome demise of their comrades, each was struck with unspeakable horror. Could such power truly be wielded by mortal hands? Soon, these very officers, burdened by such thoughts, began to fall one after another, not by Fray's hand, but because Gat and Smoker had sensed his displeasure. Logically, with the two rookie pirate captains already slain, the remaining skirmish should have been a swift and overwhelming victory led by the two of them. Yet, due to their sluggishness, Fry, who had initially intended to remain uninvolved, was forced to intervene. This realization sent a chill down their spines. When this seemingly mild-mannered man grew even slightly displeased, the consequences were dire. At the very least, neither Gat nor Smoker wished to endure Fray's training sessions at sea, an experience tantamount to a relentless beating. Thus, they threw themselves into battle with reckless abandon. Gat fought without regard for injury, trading wounds for wounds, while Smoker unleashed his devil fruit abilities to their fullest, shrouding every pirate in suffocating smoke. His battlefield became a swirling haze of mist. Through sheer desperation, they swiftly dispatched the remaining pirate officers. By the end, Gat bore numerous wounds, none fatal, but enough to require recuperation. Smoker, meanwhile, gasped for breath, the strain of overexerting his powers weighing heavily upon him. Freya approached the two with an impassive expression, casting a glance that sent a chill down the spines of Gate and Smoker. Although Smoker had long been regarded by Freya as the epitome of a lackluster devil fruit user, he still held a place as a man of justice within the Navy. Freya harbored a genuine hope that Smoker could grow stronger, rather than suffer the same humiliations as depicted in the original narrative. However, it was evident that Smoker's fundamentals were lacking. While his devil fruit powers might have been somewhat honed, his physical strength and martial skills were woefully inadequate. Upon your return to the ship, I shall personally train you both, Freya declared. Gate and Smoker exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern as they nodded in agreement. With this year's generation of pirate supernovas already dealt with, it was now Freya's time to shine. Colonel Freya, shall we head directly back to headquarters? Gate inquired. No. Freya shook his head. I have a specific destination in mind. To the kingdom of princesses and knights. That is where we shall venture. Understood, came the reply. Although Fry is not a mere figurehead, the majority of affairs are managed by Gate. As the captain of this warship, there is little reason for him to handle everything personally. Otherwise, what purpose does having a first mate serve? In the South China Sea, on Sword Casting Island, two formidable presences are fiercely clashing. The battle between Doug and Gossire does not involve any domineering aura. They are engaged in a pure duel of swordsmanship. Each strike is lethal, with both showing no mercy despite their familial ties. Ryder stands at a distance, hesitant to approach, overwhelmed with concern for the two combatants. After a moment's contemplation, he hurriedly descends to summon a physician, realizing that regardless of the outcome, both participants are bound to sustain significant injuries. It is prudent to have a doctor on standby for immediate treatment. As twilight descends, the confrontation between Doug and Gossire nears its conclusion. You, young man, have potential, Doug remarks before collapsing. Of course, Gossire replies with a bloodied smile, also succumbing to the ground. Witnessing this, Ryder rushes to the aid of the physician who has been by his side for several hours. How are they? Are they all right? Ryder inquires anxiously. They are injured severely, with some wounds critically placed, but they will survive, the middle-aged doctor responds, his hands working diligently. That is a relief. Ryder sighs, comforted by the doctor's composed ministrations of halting the bleeding and applying ointments. The thought of losing either man is unbearable for him. That night, Ryder gathers a team and carefully transports the two to Doug's quarters. After a few hours of rest, the pair awakens, both adorned in bandages. In the courtyard, the two are seated opposite one another, embodying the remnants of their fierce battle. This encounter has left Doug immensely satisfied with Gossire's prowess. In his youth, Gossire's talent was not particularly pronounced, yet now his swordsmanship seems to surpass Doug's own. This realization ignites Doug's curiosity about the white ape that nurtured Gossire to such heights. He resolves to pay a visit and express his gratitude. Ryder pours Gossire a cup of tea and inquires, what are your plans now that you have returned? Both he and Doug have come to understand Gossire's strength. Yet they remain uncertain if he intends to remain on Sword Casting Island. After all, Gossire has long aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman, as Ryder and Doug suspect. Gossire did not return solely to inform them of his survival. With a serious expression, he declares, I have come to reclaim my ancestors' weapon. I believe I have earned that right now. Doug's expression stiffens. What is it? Gossire asks, noticing Doug's discomfort. Ahem. Ryder coughs awkwardly. The Azura has been taken by someone else. What? Gossire immediately rises. Who took it? I will retrieve it. Doug and Ryder exchange glances, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of deliberation, they decide to tell Gossire the truth. A few months ago, a young Navy officer arrived at Sword Casting Island, Ryder explains. And Gossire learns the full story. It turns out that not only the Azura, but also the devil fruit has been claimed by a young naval officer named Fry Diurnus. Indeed, Doug confirms, sipping his tea. I understand, Gossire replies, contemplating the news with a changing expression. After a long pause, he exhales deeply. I will go retrieve it myself. Are you certain you can win? Doug questions. Huh? Gossire is taken aback. I have already defeated you. What are you saying? Yet he soon realizes Doug's solemn demeanor. That young man possesses a talent unlike any I have ever seen, with sword techniques that are truly exceptional, compounded by the power of the current fruit. You might find it challenging to emerge victorious. After a moment, Doug adds, moreover, he is resolute in his beliefs, and months have passed since then, which is precisely when he will rapidly strengthen his abilities. Looking at Gossire, Doug reflects that while his son has shown late blooming potential, he still believes the odds are slim against such a formidable opponent. Is there truly no way to reclaim the Azura? It is a treasure that has been passed down through generations, rightfully belonging to our Albert family. Gaussire expresses his frustration. If even his father doubts his chances. It seems grim indeed. Actually, there is a possibility, Doug suddenly interjects. What do you mean? Gaussire sits, intrigued to hear Doug's thoughts. Your swordsmanship may rival that young man's. However, it is primarily the current fruit-s elemental transformation that poses the greatest challenge to most. I will teach you a technique that allows you to grasp elemental manipulation. Upon hearing this, Gaussire's spirits lift. Then I can retrieve the Azura. Doug shakes his head. Hold on. What do you plan to wager against Fry? What? Gaussire is bewildered again. Ryder explains. Both the current fruit and the Azura have been gifted to that young man, Fry Diurnus. They now belong to him. You are not a pirate. Do you intend to simply seize them? You must prepare something equally precious to wager. Gaussire sighs, ruffling his hair in frustration. What do I have that is valuable? The most precious thing I had was that wooden sword, at least made from a particularly sturdy branch. Beyond that, I possess nothing. I have an idea, Doug says, fixing his gaze on Gaussire, a thought flashing through his mind. Wager yourself. If you win, you reclaim the Azura. If you lose, you join his crew. He is a remarkable individual. If you can align yourself with such a powerhouse, it wouldn't be a wasted life. Gaussire is utterly perplexed. Is this truly your solution? Chapter 65. Hope's progress at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Sengoku has received a report from Gate, along with various images from the scene. This year, 5 of the pirates' supernovas have fallen to Fry's hand, while the only female pirate was slain by Smoker. Sengoku is somewhat satisfied with this outcome, as the upper echelons are already aware of Fry's formidable strength. Pirates who cannot even wield haki stand little chance against a man like Fry, who embodies swordsmanship, physical prowess, and haki abilities all in one. Frary exhibits a remarkable balance across various attributes, yet he is far from mediocre at his age. Each quality can be deemed exceptional. Of course, the Warring States period remains oblivious to the existence of individuals such as Monkey D, Luffy, and Roronoa Zoro, as well as figures like Ace and Sabo. This expedition, coupled with Frary's accomplishments over the years, sufficiently qualifies him for promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral. In the Navy, even a marshal cannot act arbitrarily regarding promotions. A Navy officer without merit cannot possibly earn the trust of others. In the original narrative, the 2 admirals who emerged from the world recruitment embody titles more than actual power. Their substantial influence remains questionable. However, given their formidable abilities, with the right management, they are bound to accumulate notable achievements in due time. Currently, Fry is eligible for promotion to Brigadier General. After reviewing the documents, Sengoku set them aside for the goat to consume, a habitual practice of his. It has been over 2 months since Fry ventured out, and one wonders how the group of youngsters at the elite training camp is faring. With Fry, a remarkable prodigy, inspiring them, they must be training with even greater fervor. Sengoku felt a sense of satisfaction when recalling those 5 individuals. Although the Navy boasts a considerable number of personnel, the emergence of formidable and exceptional newcomers cannot truly be compared to the pirates. Much like the pirate supernovas, each of them is a figure who leads the tide of the times. Even in the New World, they swiftly become genuine masters, provided they manage to survive. The Navy intentionally permits certain pirates to enter the New World, clearly aiming to incite a dog-eat-dog scenario among them. Thus, whenever a powerful young pirate rises, Sengoku cannot help but draw comparisons with his own navy. Regrettably, since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the number of truly impressive newcomers has dwindled over the years. The only 2 that stand out are Kaji and Gun. Others like Virgo and Smoker fall significantly short. Particularly, Smoker, who graduated at the top of his class, now presents a disappointing image to those who once held high hopes for him. Moreover, Smoker's inability to navigate interpersonal relations has been a source of constant frustration, having repeatedly clashed with his superior over the years. For reasons unknown, Fry managed to tame him, further elevating Sengoku's regard for Fry. The ability to tame such a wild stallion indicates undeniable leadership potential. When compared to Kaji and Gun, Sengoku feels no surprise that Fry possesses the greatest capability to succeed him. If only this young man were a bit older. Among the current 3 admirals, Sengoku finds no satisfaction. While their strength is unquestionable, their handling of affairs pales in comparison to Fry, whom he has observed over the years. The only one who barely meets his expectations is Kazan, but this is largely due to the utter unsuitability of the other 2. Sighing at these thoughts, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. At the Navy Elite Training Camp, Prachito and his companions have been here for over 3 months. When Fry departed, they began to familiarize themselves with the Navy's 6 styles, and now all 3 have mastered them. Among them, Prachito and Hop have each excelled in 3 of the styles. Initially, the two viewed each other as rivals, each aspiring for the title of second brother. However, after Rajit's arrival, Prachito shifted his focus. Hop, on the other hand, set his sights on the strongest among the elite training camp cadets, excluding Fry, namely Monster. This individual is well-versed in the 6 styles and possesses innate strength. His talent in martial arts is currently second only to Fry, and has even prompted Zifa to remark that Monster's aptitude in martial arts might rival that of Fry. Freyr's innate talent for martial arts was something his younger brother was fully aware of. With sheer strength alone, he could unleash formidable strikes. Yet few had ever prompted him to take action. The last individual to compel his elder brother to engage was the formidable Moor, a superlative master who had bested even Freyr's own brother in combat. While Hop was ambivalent regarding Monster's prowess to rival his brother's martial arts skills, Zephyr's endorsement indicated that Monster's talents were indeed remarkable. Hop was determined to defeat him, aspiring to become the second elite in the training camp, thereby positioning himself as a formidable obstacle in their pursuit of the top contender. He would not be swayed by allure as Prachito had been. As the man who would assist his brother in reaching the pinnacle, he would not yield to anyone other than his brother. Hop's training was fervent and untamed. After Freyr's departure, he would gauge his physical limits and stealthily venture out at night to practice. Naturally, Zephyr and Moore were well aware of his clandestine efforts and were rather pleased by them. As for any potential injuries incurred, Zephyr would ensure they were mitigated. Each trainee in the camp was subjected to a regimen involving a substance known as medicinal cuisine. As long as they could consume and fully assimilate the energy and medicinal properties, the path to strength would not be arduous. What pleased Zephyr was the remarkable absorption capacity of the 5 individuals. Even after extra training, Hop's absorption ability remained at an impressive level. Any minor injuries he sustained would be addressed by Moore under the pretext of treatment. For months had passed since Fry's departure, and it was once again time for the Tao Power test. Each individual held great interest in their progress over the past month. Although the testing apparatus was not far away, Zifa generally forbade its use. Tests were conducted only at the beginning of the following month. Among the elite training camp participants, who among them was not a prodigy, who did not aspire to stand out among such exceptional talents. Although one man had secured the top position in this cohort, that anomaly had been tacitly excluded from comparison by the other students. Whether one could ever attain such strength remained a significant question. It was perhaps wiser to refrain from seeking futile comparisons with him. Within the elite training camp, aside from that remarkable individual, the current second, Monster, third, Klitz, and fifth, Rajit, were the only contenders. While these 3 had not yet harbored thoughts of challenging Fry, they certainly had not abandoned their aspirations. On the training ground, Moore personally took charge, retrieving the Tao Power testing apparatus. Although Tao Power could not serve as the sole standard for combat prowess, it effectively reflected an individual's physical strength under normal circumstances. Zifa's goal was to ensure that they continually solidified their foundations. Thus, a straightforward ranking of Tao Power sufficed. The testing sequence was uncomplicated, proceeding in the order established during the last assessment. Monster was the first to step up. With a powerful punch, he struck the apparatus, and the numbers materialized, 4219. The other elite training camp participants gazed in astonishment at those 4 digits. Truly, Monster was deserving of his title as the second strongest, next to that man, a veritable phenomenon. One could only wonder how Klitz would fare. He might not be any less formidable than Monster. Regardless, it was certain that his capabilities could surpass what they dared to imagine. As Monster's Tao Power score elicited a flurry of discussions among the students, the majority expressed admiration. After all, even upon graduation, many were uncertain if they could reach 3,000, let alone envy someone whose prowess far exceeded theirs. After Monster's turn, he stepped aside, allowing Klitz to take his place. With a fierce claw-like strike, Klitz recorded a Tao Power score of 3,896. Shaking his head with a sigh, he recognized the imposing presence of Fry and now Monster looming over all the students. Unlike the currently unattainable distance to Fry, this mountain of strength presented a glimmer of hope for surpassing it, yet remained a formidable challenge. Hope, having slightly warmed up, approached next. His progress was, apart from the unknown variable of Fry, the most significant, as he had now surpassed Rajat in Dao power. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a punch, registering a value of 2,828 on the apparatus. This was achieved without utilizing his fruit abilities. Zifa nodded in satisfaction. Hope's advancement was most gratifying to him. As for Rajat and Prachido, they recorded scores of 2,799 and 2,379, respectively, both without employing their abilities. Their improvements were quite standard for their stage of development. Considering their ages of 18 and 17, there remained a need for further foundational strengthening. Chapter 66. Tiana. Months had elapsed since the pirate invasion that plagued the kingdom of knights and princesses, and the capital's various structures had now been fully restored. After Fry and his comrades annihilated all the pirate supernovas, they arrived at this destination. For Fry and the other Navy personnel, visiting the kingdom of princess and knights felt akin to a holiday, except for Gate and Smoker, who had been relentlessly pursued by Fry during this period. Their time was consumed primarily by sleep and meals. To ensure their diligence, Fry summoned Ward, the knight commander who had awakened the Busashoku Haki. Although it was merely the nascent form of this ability, his strength had transformed significantly. Having endured that catastrophe, he had been training with an almost frenzied intensity over the past few months. Now, he had become the true foremost expert in the kingdom of princess and knights. With his extensive training experience, Fry felt assured about Gate and Smoker under Ward's supervision. Furthermore, Ward accepted this request with enthusiasm. With Fry by Tiana's side, there was no need to worry about any malicious intruders drawing near. In the familiar villa, within the same training room, Tiana stood gracefully opposite Fry, clad in black shorts. Her silky golden hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of competence. Her cheeks flushed, and her striking blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as she listened intently to Fry's insights on swordsmanship. After Fry's departure, Tiana, as queen, found herself enveloped in ceaseless busyness each day, managing to carve out only a brief moment for her training. With the learning methods imparted by Fry, both Robert and Ward, possessing commendable physical prowess, swiftly surpassed her. However, the three of them merely possessed rudimentary mastery of their conqueror's haki. To attain proficiency, they required ample time for practice. Now that Fry had returned, Tiana, brimming with joy, yearned to showcase the scenic beauty of her kingdom to him, yet she remained steadfast in her aspiration to grow stronger. True strength is the only foundation upon which one can firmly stand. Frey's mastery of swordsmanship is undeniable. He possesses not only his own unique expertise, but also the wisdom gleaned from renowned blades. Guiding Tiana is undoubtedly a simple task for him. After spending some time in the training room, Fry emerged with Tiana, whose body glistened with perspiration. Upon their exit, they encountered Robert, who stood vigil at the entrance. This elderly man, marked by burned scars, had already acknowledged Fry as Tiana's knight, yet the lack of formal recognition throughout the realm led Robert to remain cautious, wary of any potentially scandalous behavior between the two. Such rumors could tarnish Tiana's reputation. As night fell, Gate and Smog, having endured a grueling day of training under Ward's relentless supervision, lay exhausted and unwilling to move. Meanwhile, Fry found himself in the villa's courtyard, cradling the enchanting figure in his arms, whispering sweet nothings to her. Freya cast a fleeting glance at Robert, who was concealed somewhere. His gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that suggested he feared her misdeeds. Choosing to disregard him entirely, Freya focused on the rosy, delicate features of the young girl before her and took a playful bite. This action caused the bashful Tiana to bury her face deep into Freya's chest. Fry beheld Tiana's exquisitely stunning visage, his gaze gradually descending to her porcelain skin, the alluring contours of her figure laid bare before him. As he embraced her, Frey's thoughts began to wander astray. Ahem. Feeling a surge of warmth rise within him, Fry awkwardly cleared his throat. Tiana, too, sensed the shift in the atmosphere, her hands gripping Frey's garment tightly. Freya did not suppress his desires. Their union was merely a natural progression. He swept Tiana into his arms, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, as if she were aware of his intentions. Her delicate, fair face was flushed with a blush that seemed ready to spill over. In the shadows, Robert, witnessing this, immediately felt the urge to intervene, but found himself ensnared by two tendrils of water that had inexplicably emerged, rendering him immobile. As he observed Freya glance knowingly in his direction while departing with Tiana, Robert realized he had been completely discovered. Sighing, he conceded that since Tiana had not opposed the situation, his interference would seem superfluous. He resolved to announce Freya's intentions to the entire nation promptly. The royal reputation must remain intact. This was the only course of action he could conceive. The following day, Freya found himself enveloped by a soft and exquisite form, a stark contrast to their previous encounter, which had merely involved hands. This time, it was an authentic encounter, with no room for error. The pristine white sheets were stained with a hint of crimson as Freya sat up. He caressed Tiana's adorable head. At that moment, she resembled a charming little kitten, responding to his touch with slight movements. When this little kitten opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of the bare Freya. Instantly, her entire face flushed a deep shade of red. Although they had engaged in a fervent struggle the night before, the recollection still filled her with embarrassment. She hastily grabbed a thin blanket from beside her and covered her head. Upon witnessing this, Fry couldn't help but smile. He reclined, allowing his body to sink in. After a moment of commotion, the revitalized Fry emerged alongside the flushed Tiana to join the others in the dining hall. Smog rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Here I am, toiling away with rigorous training, every inch of my body aching, while you're living in such comfort." Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. For the longer Smog interacted with Fry, the more he perceived the depths of his cunning nature, especially when it came to the pretext of training and sparring. Fry showed no mercy in his strikes, delivering pain without restraint, yet miraculously, the injuries remained minor. Thus, upon encountering Fry, Smog found himself grappling with a sense of trepidation. Freyr and his companions stayed in the kingdom of princesses and knights for merely half a month. During this brief period, Freyr engaged in profound exchanges with Tiana on multiple occasions, leaving Smog filled with envy. At the harbor of the kingdom of princesses and knights, Freyr bid farewell to Tiana once more. As he returned to the headquarters, he was set to embark on another journey of advanced studies. Upon his return, Fry also harbored his own plans. He would not venture beyond his domain without mastering the art of observation. Frey believed that once he mastered the observation haki, his abilities derived from the torrent fruit would harmoniously complement one another. He had long envied Enel's vast perception range afforded by the rumble fruit in the original work. He was confident that surpassing him would be a simple endeavor, given the vast disparity in their foundational strengths. The journey back to headquarters unfolded seamlessly. Aside from a few foolish pirates and sea kings encountered along the way, the voyage remained remarkably tranquil, navigating through the swirling currents. The naval vessel carrying Frey arrived at Marineford. "We're back," Smoker exclaimed, glancing at Frey, relieved to finally part ways with him. The psychological scars inflicted upon him during this voyage, courtesy of Frey, would likely take an extensive period to heal. In stark contrast to Smoker's eagerness for separation, Gate led the contingent of Navy personnel in a salute towards Frey. "Colonel Frey, your efforts during this mission have been commendable." The fervent gaze of numerous sailors was fixed upon Frey, for it was under his leadership that, despite sustaining injuries, some quite severe, their operation had achieved a remarkable record of 0 fatalities. Frey stood before the vibrant group of Navy personnel, offering them a respectful bow. "Gentlemen, I look forward to the opportunity to collaborate again." In the afternoon, Gate made his way alone to the office of Sengoku. Although he had previously reported the general progress of the extermination of the pirate supernova to Sengoku, it had merely been a cursory overview. Now back at headquarters, it was imperative to convey the details clearly, particularly regarding Frey's every action. Once Gate finished relaying the information, Sengoku spoke in a low voice. "What is your opinion of Frey?" After a moment of contemplation, Gate expressed his thoughts. "He is relentless in his pursuit of evil. This has been my most immediate impression during these days. That man harbors no other intentions when it comes to pirates. His sole aim is to eliminate them. With no thoughts of imprisonment, every group of pirates we encountered met the same fate. Regardless of who engaged them, none survived. Of course, there was that one pirate crew that cleaved the heavens with a single sword strike, an entity even Frey dared not confront, but that remains an exception." Upon hearing Gate's response, Sengoku tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. "Outer king, inner sage." For some reason, this phrase came to Sengoku's mind. In dealing with pirates as opposed to civilians, Frey epitomized this concept perfectly. Indeed. Sengoku expressed his satisfaction. Chapter 67. The return of life. Upon returning to headquarters, Frey, aside from reporting on his recent mission, seized the opportunity to visit his grandfather, Francis. Naturally, he did not forget about Kaji, though this fellow had been assigned to accompany Shuan to the New World. Moreover, A little over a month prior, both had been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, designated by the codenames T-Pig and Peach Rabbit. As two renowned rising stars within the headquarters, they garnered considerable attention. Since they were unavailable, Fry resolved to catch up with them another time. The following morning, Fry returned to the elite training camp. With his return, the training of the other recruits was entrusted to Moore. Zifa personally took it upon himself to instruct Fry. In the familiar expansive venue, Fry stood tall in his training attire, eagerly awaiting Zifa's arrival. Zifa, donning his signature sunglasses, resembled a formidable mob boss. "This time, I shall teach you a highly practical technique," he declared. "Please proceed," Fry replied with utmost respect. What Zifa was about to impart was the technique known as life restoration, which had appeared in the original narrative. This skill allows for the conversion of energy to restore physical stamina and heal injuries. It is a technique that can only be mastered after one has thoroughly acquainted themselves with their body and developed it to a certain extent, serving as an extension of the Navy's 6 styles. With Zifa's explanations and demonstrations, Fry found the learning process remarkably seamless. Once he had grasped the technique, he sensed that it was exceptionally conducive to enhancing his strength. In this world, one undeniable truth prevails: the strong can consume more than others. The life restoration technique enables the rapid absorption and digestion of food energy, leading Fry to believe that mastering this skill would markedly amplify his prowess. The use of armament hockey entails a certain expenditure, relying upon the physical stamina inherent within one's body. Fry possesses decades of experience in the mastery of armament hockey, akin to a long-awaited slumber finding its pillow or the refreshing rain arriving during a prolonged drought. Frey's swift mastery did not come as a surprise to Zephyr. Now that Freya has improved significantly, he is able to unleash his potential more freely. With a swift motion, he removed his coat, revealing the black undershirt that accentuated Zephyr's muscular physique. "Freya, your foundational skills are commendable, yet your mastery of armament hockey still requires considerable enhancement. To achieve rapid improvement, one must engage in diligent practice." Frey nodded, fully aware of the situation at hand. Logically speaking, he had already become proficient in the application of armament hockey, having traversed quite a distance in this particular realm. However, when juxtaposed with genuine masters, he still found himself woefully inadequate. Taking a deep breath, he assumed his stance. To grow stronger and to strike others, one must first endure blows. This was an inevitability that Frey could not escape. With a powerful stomp against the ground, he vanished in an instant. The air whipped around him as he materialized to the left of Zephyr. Executing a sweeping kick, his leg was enveloped in armament hockey, rendering it pitch black. Zephyr, adept at controlling both his strength and speed, pivoted on his left foot, unleashing his right leg in a powerful kick. It must be noted that, as a former admiral of the Navy, Zephyr possessed a wealth of combat experience, even while restraining his own power and speed. And tempering his armament hockey, he easily maintained the upper hand against Frey. After an intense half-hour of combat, Frey found his armament hockey nearly depleted, while Zephyr remained unfazed, exuding the effortless grace of a true master. "Let us go. I have already made arrangements at the cafeteria. It will be more than sufficient for your needs." "Indeed." Frey nodded, indifferent to the beads of sweat cascading down his body, as he followed Zephyr to the dining hall. As they passed the training grounds, he observed Prehido and his companions being subjected to an intense regimen by Moore. The other trainees also caught sight of the foremost figure in this elite training camp, being personally tutored by teacher Zephyr. Monster cast a glance filled with envy, which spurred him to exert himself even more vigorously. In the dining hall, Zephyr shared a modest meal with Frey. His own consumption was minimal, requiring far less sustenance than the copious amounts Frey was currently devouring. He feasted heartily on meat, his stomach swelling to the point of resembling a sphere. Acutely aware that his body had reached its limits, Frey sat upon a stool, commencing to adjust his posture. Enveloped in a vaporous mist, he exuded a steam-like essence. And as this ethereal substance dissipated, his physique gradually returned to its normal state. With a sense of rejuvenation coursing through him, a look of astonishment graced Frey's countenance. This contraption proved to be exceedingly practical. Aware that he had yet to fully recuperate, Frey continued to indulge in sustenance. After transforming himself into a spherical form once more, he utilized the life restoration technique, regaining his vitality. An hour had elapsed, which was quite commendable, as Zephyr remarked. The entirety of the time from Frey's consumption of food to the application of life restoration amounted to merely an hour. This duration mirrored the time taken when Freya had first mastered the technique. It was not difficult to envision that once he had fully honed his skills, the speed of recovery would be nothing short of remarkable. With his strength restored, the business of confrontation could not be postponed. The duo returned to the expansive training arena to continue their combat utilizing armament hockey. Nightfall descended swiftly, and after dining with Zephyr in the mess hall, Freya returned to his dormitory. Although he had been absent for several months, his quarters remained immaculate and tidy. After enjoying a warm shower, Freya plopped down at the edge of his bed, the sheets still exuding a delicate fragrance of jasmine. Lying there for a moment, the trio of Qiushui slowly returned. Elder brother, Lord Freya. The three rushed in, encircling him. So, how have you fared during my absence these past few months? Have you adjusted well? Freya inquired with a gentle smile. Rest assured, we have kept pace with our training regimen. We have been diligently practicing throughout these months, Joniel replied. Freya was at a loss for words. Is this what I inquired about? Observing their apparent acclimatization to such a lifestyle, Freya refrained from further questioning. The four engaged in conversation, and Freya shared tales of his recent encounters. He recounted his encounters with the formidable sea kings that blocked out the sun, as well as the formidable pirate supernovas. He also mentioned his encounter with Shanks, the fearsome pirate of great power. Upon hearing Freya's description of the moment when a single sword stroke split the heavens, they were left utterly astonished. It was hard to fathom the extent of this individual's strength in the minds of Qiushui and his companions. It was likely that even the admirals of their headquarters would pale in comparison. In the dead of night, as Qiushui and Joniel lay soundly asleep, only the faint sound of Freya's breathing could be heard. Hope quietly rose from his bed, carefully opened the door, and stepped outside. At the very moment he exited, Freya's eyes fluttered open. What on earth could this lad be up to at such an hour? Freya rose and followed suit. Behind the numerous student dormitories lay a modest clearing. Hope began by warming up, jogging along the perimeter of the clearing. Only after his muscles had thoroughly loosened did he proceed to the next exercise. Unbeknownst to Hope, Freya observed silently from her hidden vantage point. As the leader of the trio comprising Hope, Qiushui, and himself, Fry returned to inquire about their progress from Zephyr. It appeared that Hope had made greater strides than Qiushui, who had always been his equal. This was the reason for the disparity. Was this a cause for concern? The training intensity for each cadet in the elite training camp was meticulously planned by Zephyr. Hope's additional training naturally raised Frey's apprehensions regarding his physical condition. Rest assured, he is exceptional, a voice resonated behind Fry. Upon recognizing the familiar tone, Fry turned and replied, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr nodded and glanced at Hope. He has always aspired to keep pace with you, so do not slow down. It would be quite embarrassing to be caught up. Haha, fear not. I shall remain at the forefront, allowing him ample opportunity to pursue, Hope assured. That is good to hear. After a night without further conversation, just before Hope concluded his training, Fry and Zephyr turned to leave. When Hope returned to the dormitory, he found Fry still breathing steadily and lightly. The other two remained in deep slumber. In his dreams, Qiushui seemed to sense someone berating him, prompting him to roll over, which startled Hope into jumping onto his bed. Rubbing his eyes and surveying the room, Qiushui noticed Hope feigning wakefulness. Seeing Hope drenched in sweat, Qiushui was about to inquire, but Hope interrupted. What are you staring at? Never seen someone have a nightmare? He then strode directly into the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water soon followed. Rolling his eyes, Qiushui turned back to his slumber. Chapter 68. The ownership of the devil fruit. Time flew by, and it had been half a year since they arrived at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. With the calendar approaching the year 1513 in the Age of Sea, with the technique of life restoration, Frey's progress was nothing short of miraculous. His mastery of Busashoku hockey had grown increasingly proficient, prompting Zephyr to commend that if he maintained this pace, it wouldn't be long before Fry matched his own achievements in Busashoku. Moreover, during this period, Fry's advancement in physical combat was also remarkably encouraging. After all, enduring beatings, especially from Zephyr, could only ensure that one's improvement would not stagnate. In a recent test, Fry demonstrated a striking power of 7,300 with a single punch. Merely a casual blow, showcasing the terrifying enhancements he had achieved over the past months. One day, after enduring a rigorous training session, Fry rested in the dormitory when he was visited by a long-absent Kaji. Kaji maintained his usual appearance, somewhat disheveled. Yet he no longer clutched a cigar but instead a cigarette. Upon seeing Kaji, Jonier initially felt a wave of joy, eager to procure a few cigars, only to be met with disappointment upon discovering they were cigarettes. Since joining the elite training camp, while many things were acceptable, smoking cigars and cigarettes was strictly prohibited, and even alcohol was permitted only once a month, much to Jonier's chagrin and helplessness. Upon witnessing Kaji's arrival, he contemplated closing the door for a covert indulgence, only to have that fantasy dashed. "Brother, have you fallen on hard times?" Fry jested. Frary recalled that the other party had already attained the rank of lieutenant general. Even if the cigars he had previously indulged in were of the finest quality, he ought not to lack for such luxuries. Yet, after a few months apart, he had seemingly adopted a new preference. No need to mention it. Gaki exhaled a plume of smoke, a look of melancholy etched upon his face. He would not confide in Frary about his unreciprocated confession to Guillaume, nor the unwavering rejection he had faced. Even Gaki's usual fortitude was shaken, leading him to doubt his own worth. Am I truly so inadequate? Of course, he would not allow such sentiments to surface in front of Frary. After spending some time together, Gaki held this rare young man in the Navy, who resonated with him, in high regard. The trio of Prachito did not accompany them. Thus, Frary and Gaki stepped outside to converse. "Brother, is there something significant prompting your journey to the New World, requiring you to collaborate with that esteemed individual?" Gaki was well aware of whom Frary referred to, the illustrious beauty of the Navy headquarters, the one who had been promoted to lieutenant general alongside him, Guillaume Momotaro. Frary inquired about this, to which Chiaji responded, "You must be aware of the Seven Warlords plan." Frary lifted his gaze to glance at Kaki and inquired, "Are you and Shiwan journeying to the New World to extend an invitation to someone?" Kaki replied, "The selection of the Warlords of the Sea has been a matter of considerable deliberation on the government's part. This time, Shiwan and I are heading there to invite a formidable expert to join the ranks of the Warlords." "Did you succeed?" Frary asked. Kaki nodded and said, "Indeed." The individual was rather idle and thus agreed to join the Warlords. "How casual," remarked Frary, already guessing the identity of the person without Kaki's input. "Aren't you curious to know who it is?" Kaki said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I was merely waiting for you to ask. But you chose to remain silent." Frary remained silent, gazing into the distance with an expression that conveyed a complete disinterest in knowing. This was not pretense, after all. He had already surmised the truth. After a moment's pause, Kaji could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Are you aware of the current world's foremost swordsman?" Frere gazed at Jackie in silence. Jackie, feeling disheartened, sighed and said, "Yes, it is indeed him, a man with a chilling gaze akin to that of a hawk, Dracula Mihawk. He has joined the organization of the Seven Warlords." Noticing that Frere remained unmoved, Jackie decided to share a piece of gossip. "Do you know what the most intriguing event in the New World has been recently? It's something that hasn't even made it to the newspapers yet." Frere, unconcerned and not particularly curious by nature, continued to silently observe Jackie. Fine. I concede." Jackie raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "This matter is actually related to a member of the Seven Warlords." "Oh?" This piqued Frere's interest. "You are aware of the first individual to become a warlord, right? That sand crocodile has once again sought to challenge Whitebeard. Is that so?" The news of Crocodile challenging Whitebeard had been reported years ago, albeit briefly, merely stating that Crocodile had failed and subsequently faded into obscurity. Was he now stirring trouble once more? This is exclusive information that I stumbled upon. Jackie, however, chose to withhold further details, raising an eyebrow as he turned his gaze toward Frere. Frere walked back to the dormitory in silence, under the perplexed gaze of Kaji. Just as he presumed that Frere was disinterested in their conversation, Kaji noticed Frere approaching with 2 glasses of chilled juice. He handed one to Kaji, gesturing for him to continue. Upon taking a sip, a wave of refreshing coolness enveloped Kaji, eliciting a sensation of pure delight. "I must admit, I find myself somewhat envious of you for having such a brother. Perhaps you could consider letting him join me?" "Forget it," Frere chuckled lightly. "Do carry on. What news of that sand crocodile?" Kaji grinned mischievously, his expression rather lewd. "It seems that last time, due to Whitebeard's reluctance to lose talent, he hesitated to act decisively. However, this time Crocodile has gone completely mad, launching an assault on Whitebeard's pirates and even killing several of his sons, which provoked Whitebeard's wrath. He retaliated fiercely, inflicting severe injuries on Crocodile and severing one of his arms. Had he not fled quickly, he likely wouldn't have escaped with his life." Recalling the arrogant demeanor he had witnessed in Crocodile, Kaji gleefully remarked, "Now that fellow is akin to a stray dog, relentlessly pursued by many in the New World." Upon hearing this, Fry silently sipped his juice, pondering the true reason behind Crocodile's despondency and his relentless pursuit of the legendary One Piece. Having been shattered by forces of the highest caliber, he sought external assistance to reclaim his former glory. Alas, it was not until the arrival of Monkey D. Luffy that Crocodile's aspirations were utterly extinguished, rendering years of hardship futile. Of course, with Fry present, such a fate would not befall him from the outset. Thus, he contemplated whether to concoct a pretext to journey to Alabasta and lie in wait. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Frey's eyes as he murmured to himself. "What did you say?" Jaji inquired, observing Fry lost in thought. Awakened by Jaji's voice, Fry snapped back to reality, shaking his head and replying, "It's nothing." Jaji shrugged, deciding not to press further. After engaging in conversation with Jaji for a while, Fry led him to Moore's office. Moore, reclining in his chair, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. Spotting Jaji, he feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "You again, you little rascal." Then, upon noticing Fry beside him, his demeanor softened as he inquired, "Fry, is there something you need?" Hey, your attitude is vastly different," Jaji exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring Jaji completely, Moore turned his attention back to Fry. Freya said, "Brother Moore, please return the devil fruit I have entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Moore glanced at the lecherous expression on Kaji's face and could not help but inquire, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. This fruit is perfectly suited for Brother Kaji," Freya replied earnestly. Kaji, however, appeared utterly bewildered. "What fruit? Is it truly meant for me?" At that moment, Kaji observed Moore retrieving a black iron box, while Freya produced a key to unlock it. "What type of devil fruit is this?" Kaji inquired. Realizing that the fruit belonged to Freya, who had stored it with Moore and now intended for Kaji to consume. Although he appreciated Freya's kind gesture, Kaji had to admit that he generally held little interest in ordinary devil fruits. However, having never seen a devil fruit compendium, he felt compelled to ask. Frey placed the conical-shaped devil fruit from the box into Jaji's hands and remarked, "My dear brother, feel free to consume it. This is a mythical zootype from the animal kingdom, the horse fruit, in its unicorn form. I have verified its authenticity several times, and there is no room for error." Upon his return to headquarters, Fry did not waver in his determination to verify the devil fruit despite Ganjiru's remarks. Ultimately, the catalog of devil fruits at the headquarters unequivocally identified it as the unicorn fruit. Upon hearing Fry's declaration, Kaji, who had initially shown little interest, felt a surge of excitement. Although he possessed great confidence in his own talents and believed he could ascend to the pinnacle of combat prowess, the prospect of acquiring a mythical zoan-type devil fruit would undoubtedly expedite that journey. Thus, even for Kaji, the allure was undeniably compelling. He glanced at the handsome visage of Fry, warmth blossoming in his heart. Friends were few, and Fry was among them, especially in such moments of thoughtfulness. "You've certainly put me in your debt," he mused before swallowing the unicorn fruit whole. Chapter 69. Observation Haki. Ever since Fry had bestowed the mythical unicorn fruit upon Kaji, he frequently sought out Fry for various reasons, each time bringing an assortment of fruits and a juicer, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. This behavior incited a simmering resentment in Prachito. "I'm not a refrigerator, you fool." Fortunately, Zifa, irritated by Kaji's incessant visits, instructed Moore to guard the entrance and deny him entry, much to Prachito's relief, allowing him to focus on his training with renewed vigor. In the vast training arena, Fry and Zifa were present. Today, Zifa intended to impart a brand new skill to Fry, one that Fry had long yearned to master, the observation Haki from the three types of Haki. Unlike the armament Haki, which could be learned with sufficient physical aptitude, observation Haki demanded a much higher level of innate talent. In the New World, many could wield armament Haki, but those who could master observation Haki were exceedingly rare. Among them, individuals who truly excelled to profound levels were even scarcer. This skill, though seemingly inconspicuous, was essential for any expert, particularly for someone like Fry, who possessed a Logia-type ability. The ability to preemptively elementalize was heavily reliant on one's perception of danger. Hence, observation Haki was indispensable. To learn observation Haki, the first step was to close one's eyes and attune oneself to the surroundings. This initial phase was effortless for Fry, who had already mastered the iron-cutting breathing technique as a swordsman, and his progress had been nothing short of astonishing following his acquisition of swordsmanship experience from renowned blades. He required little practice. His swordsmanship was now comparable to those with remarkable innate skills in martial arts. His mastery of the iron-cutting breathing had reached a level unimaginable for an ordinary swordsman. Thus, Fry could swiftly bypass the introductory phase of learning observation haki and advance to the next step. Zifa procured a black cloth to blindfold Fry. Furthermore, he produced earplugs from an unknown source, effectively muffling any sound. Remarkably, the earplugs proved their worth, rendering Fry completely deaf to external noises. The training method was deceptively simple. Zifa wielded a slender twig and struck Fry lightly. The swish of the branch brushed against Fry's shoulder, leaving a minor mark. Focusing his mind, Fry continued to sense his environment. This training method thoroughly tested Fry, leaving him with a throbbing head. Fortunately, Zifa spared him the indignity of a slap to the face. Otherwise, Fry's countenance would have been marred. Despite the soreness enveloping him, Fry did not remove the black cloth or earplugs until he mastered observation haki. He would remain in this state. At mealtimes, the elite training camp students often spotted the blindfolded Fry. Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Rajat and Prachido engaged in a friendly rivalry. What on earth is your brother practicing? It seems rather impressive. The appearance of Fry indeed piqued Rajat's curiosity, prompting his inquiry. In response to Rajat's question, Prachido admitted his ignorance, revealing that Fry had merely mentioned he was learning a powerful and practical skill. Although they had been competing for several months, the rapport between the two was far from poor. It could be said that both had come to recognize and appreciate one another. Rajat could be considered Prachido's first friend since his arrival at the headquarters. As their acquaintance had blossomed through their friendly rivalry, observing that even Prachido, as Frey's brother, was unaware of the matter, Rajat felt disinclined to further interrogate the taciturn Hope, who had been quietly training in the background. For nearly a month, Fry remained in this state before the eyes of the onlookers. However, he gradually began to evade Zephyr's strikes after enduring daily beatings. In the training arena, Zephyr's branch swung with increasing speed, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Yet, without exception, Fry managed to evade each blow using the paper drawing technique from the Marine 6 styles. Zephyr nodded in approval, remarking, "Well done, it seems you have grasped the basics. This is all thanks to your meticulous guidance." Frey was not one to exhibit humility. His rapid mastery of observation haki could undoubtedly be attributed to Zephyr's remarkable influence. Zephyr's prowess in teaching is beyond question, having spent decades as a chief instructor, nurturing countless naval personnel of various ranks. His acute attention to detail and unwavering dedication to Frey's training over the past few days have been instrumental in enabling Frey to grasp observation haki within a mere month. Now, with his eyes blindfolded and ears blocked, he could neither see nor hear, yet the surrounding environment became increasingly vivid. Coupled with the abilities of the stream fruit, Frey sensed that the moment observation haki manifested within him, his awareness of the surroundings heightened to an extraordinary level. He felt a profound connection. The range of his perception through observation haki corresponded directly to the extent of the stream fruit's capabilities, both precise and unfaltering. Just as Enel in the original narrative could envelop the Skypea, Frey was now able to achieve this effortlessly, and with an even broader scope, delivering strikes with greater accuracy. Having successfully learned observation haki, Frey promptly removed the black cloth obscuring his vision and took out the earplugs blocking his hearing. Instantly, light flooded his eyes, and the shouts from the training grounds filled his ears. The brightness was slightly blinding, causing Frey to squint momentarily. After a month apart from Zephyr, the latter appeared unchanged. "How does it feel? Are you accustomed to it?" Zephyr inquired. Frey nodded, his eyes gradually adjusting, the bright black orbs widening, deep and captivating. "Now that you have mastered the observation haki, it is time to embark on the next phase of your training." Indeed, mastering the observation haki is merely the beginning. There is much more for Frey to learn, and Zephyr will impart all of this knowledge to him without reservation. After mastering the observation haki, Frey significantly enhanced his strength. Therefore, Zephyr deemed it essential to provide him with a battle of equal footing. Hence, Zephyr summoned more to engage in combat with Frey upon his arrival. Within the vast arena, Frey was thoroughly equipped, wielding not the blade of demon slaying, but the demonic sword Ashura. Opposite him stood Moore, his upper body bare, towering at 3 meters, casting an imposing presence over the 2-meter-tall Frey. "Frey, Moore, give it your all," Zephyr remarked from the sidelines. Freya and Moore exchanged glances and nodded in unison. As Zephyr orchestrated the arrangement, neither Moore nor Freya exhibited any intention of holding back. The unfinished battle from before shall find its resolution in this encounter. Freyr and Moore locked eyes, as an aura of intensity began to rise between them. It was Moore who initiated, his entire being enveloped in the formidable hockey of armament, radiating an unusual luminescence in shades of deep purple and black. Freyr, undeterred, enveloped his blade with the Azura's armed color, while his left arm was entirely shrouded in a similar hue. Simultaneously, a dark mist emanated from the Azura blade, swiftly coiling around Freyr's entire being. Intertwined with Freyr's own armed color, his exposed skin bore peculiar black and red patterns. His eyes, too, gleamed with a sinister black-red brilliance, a manifestation of his mastery over the Azura, merging with the armed color into his most formidable combat form. In his previous encounter with Moore, he refrained from utilizing his fruit abilities, and this time was no different. However, he was determined to exert every ounce of his strength. Zifa and Moore, witnessing Freyr in this state, could not help but display expressions of astonishment. The lad radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Zifa, initially planning to oversee the other trainees, promptly stationed himself at the entrance of the arena. Freyr's demeanor was undoubtedly linked to the Azura. The Azura was an exceptionally renowned demon blade, comparable to the legendary demon cutter wielded by its first generation. Zifa's concerns intensified. The thought of his most promising disciple being consumed by the malevolent sword was disconcerting enough to make him contemplate retirement from the Navy. Chapter 70. The battle was on the verge of eruption, with Freyr striking the first blow. He advanced rapidly towards Moore, his right hand angling the Azura blade, which radiated an eerie green light upon its obsidian edge. Without hesitation, Freyr unleashed his signature move, the Cut of Shadows. Moore, momentarily entranced by the brilliance, found himself momentarily dazed. He had evaded this tactic in their previous encounter, and he was determined not to fall for it again. Yet, even so, a fleeting moment of stupor allowed Freyr to close the distance. In an instant, Moore perceived a flash of black blade light, only to find a deep crimson line etched across his chest. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth, but Freyr did not relent. He struck down once more. Clang! This blow was thwarted as Moore, regaining his composure, countered with an armed, color-infused fist. Simultaneously, the wound on Moore's chest began to mend as if time itself were reversing. The bleeding ceased, and the injury started to heal. This was a testament to Moore's mastery over the return of life, a skill refined to a point where he could expend stamina to recuperate from injuries, though, of course, severe wounds remained beyond his reach. Having parried Freyr's strike, Moore clenched his fist tightly and retaliated with a powerful punch. Freyr was already prepared, his empty left hand also striking forward with a punch. The two momentarily held their ground before swiftly parting ways. With a swift motion, Moore appeared behind Freyr, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his head. A flash of crimson light flickered in Frey's eyes as he crouched to evade. As Azura pivoted, he thrust through the gap between his arm and body, aiming for the vulnerable spot behind him. Just as the blade was about to pierce Moore's chest, he swiftly stepped aside, barely avoiding the deadly strike. Yet, in this brief exchange, Moore discerned the terrifying prowess of Frey. His mastery of the armament hockey was impressively seasoned, while his observation hockey, though recently acquired, exhibited no signs of deficiency. The formidable and enigmatic swordsmanship compelled Moore to exercise utmost caution. Not to mention, the punch he had just exchanged with Frey possessed power that rivaled his own. A monstrous talent. This was Moore's assessment. The battle had only just commenced. Though astonished by Frey's remarkable advancement, Moore had no intention of conceding. After all, he was the senior brother. How could he simply back down? Iron block. Flowing steel fist. Moore's muscles tensed, his deep purple skin gleaming with intensity. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the flowing steel fist. Unlike his previous focus on his fist, this time, Moore channeled his full might, disregarding any concerns about his own stamina. If Frey wished to replicate their last encounter, he would find himself the one to falter. Allow me to demonstrate my utmost strength. Enveloped in a vibrant purple hue, Moore unleashed the full extent of his armament hockey. Strangely, a bizarre red current coursed throughout his body. Towering at 3 meters, Moore grinned widely at Frey and declared, "Frey, here I come." With a resounding boom, the air erupted with a deafening roar. A flash of crimson light flickered in Frey's eyes as his observation hockey detected that Moore was positioned to his left. Simultaneously, a sense of impending danger washed over him, causing his heart to race with fervor. Freya swung her blade to the left, and as Ashura raised his arm, a powerful strike came crashing down. The sound echoed like steel colliding. Upon witnessing Moore's appearance, Freya extended her empty left hand, pointing her index finger decisively with force. Frey's fingers were naturally enveloped in the armor of hockey, Yet despite this, Moore was unable to breach his defenses. In response to Frery's counterattack, Moore reciprocated with a kick aimed at Frery. Although he found no advantage in his hands, Frery remained unperturbed on his feet, with a similar kick delivered. Sensing the immense force of his opponent, Frery promptly withdrew his strength, retreating several steps. Star. A brilliant blue light erupted as the Azura and Frery's grasp transformed into a blade of azure. This radiance appeared dazzling, yet it emanated a sharp and perilous edge. Moore, acutely aware of the intense threat posed by the Azura's blade, found himself hesitant to confront it directly, even as he unleashed his haki, achieving an unprecedented level of defense. Frere brandished the Azura, his blade sweeping past Moore, who deftly evaded the strike with a step backward. Freed, relentless in his pursuit, continued to wield the Azura with ferocity. A diagonal slash aimed at Moore's shoulder forced him to retreat, evading the razor-sharp blade of Azura. However, as a seasoned vice admiral of the Marine headquarters, Moore was not one to remain passive under assault. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Seizing the moment as Freed's strike missed its mark, he delivered a swift elbow strike to Freed's chin. The blow caught Freed off guard. Moore capitalized on the opportunity, executing a whirlwind kick that struck Freed's head, sending him sprawling. Seizing the moment to press his advantage, Moore took a powerful step forward, propelling himself swiftly towards Freed, who was still in midair. Struggling to regain his balance, with fists clenched like hammers, he swung downward with all his might. Bang! Frere was heavily struck to the ground. Well, he felt a searing pain in his back and the aftermath of Moore's assault on his abdomen, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, danger loomed once more. He quickly rolled to the side to evade a direct kick from Moore, grasping the Azura tightly. He used the blade as a pivot to rise. However, he was met with Moore's fist crashing toward him. In that moment, Frere swung the Azura with his right hand, and a blue light reemerged. His left hand transformed into a fist, channeling an unrelenting flow of haki. Boom. Fist collided with fist. Fist met blade. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the conclusion of their first battle, yet this time, Zifo would not intervene. The clash between Fry and Moore was nothing short of thunderous, the intensity of their confrontation piquing the curiosity of every elite trainee outside the vast arena. Naturally, while they were intrigued, training could not be paused. Even though the fierce energy from the battle within did not directly affect them, the sheer volume of the sounds emanating from the arena hinted at the ferocity of the combat. Currently, Monstert stood as the foremost contender aside from Fry, consistently aiming to surpass him. With Moore now headed in that direction, it was not difficult to deduce that Fry and Moore were once again engaged in a duel. Recalling their previous encounter, which ended without a clear victor, one could only wonder if this time a definitive outcome would emerge, and who would ultimately claim victory. Others could similarly speculate about the identities of the combatants, for if Zephyr were involved, the noise would not be so pronounced. Although their knowledge was limited, they were well aware that Fry, a figure they regarded with awe for his formidable prowess, had been enduring blows, contrasting sharply with the current sounds of a dynamic exchange. The battle between Fry and Moore commenced shortly after the midday meal. Hoping to discern the outcome, he observed the dimming sky and listened to the cacophony of the ongoing conflict, realizing that the resolution of this clash would not be easily determined. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the confrontation between Fry and Moore persisted unabated. Zephyr, gazing upon the bloodied forms of the two combatants, refrained from intervening. They had ignited their true passions, and a victor must emerge. His primary concern was to evade any lethal injury that might befall one of them. Outside, Prachito and his companions had concluded their day of training. However, instead of hastily retreating to rest after their meal, they lingered outside the vast arena, eager to ascertain the outcome of the battle. Their wait extended into the depths of the night. "Let us return," Rajat said to Benz. Both were roommates, initially awaiting the result, yet as the fight continued, they marveled at the extraordinary stamina of the fighters while feeling a gradual onset of fatigue. Considering the intense training scheduled for the following day, it was impractical to remain any longer. They called for Ein as they departed, and the three of them left together. As they exited, others gradually returned to their dormitories. Only 3 remained, Prachito, Hop, and Joniel. Though they harbored unwavering confidence in Fry, they were acutely aware of Moore's formidable prowess, which loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. Even if Fry manages to triumph over Moore, it is likely that he will sustain considerable injuries, which causes concern among the 3. On the following morning, sunlight streamed in. The trio, having kept vigil throughout the night, felt somewhat drowsy. However, their exceptional physical prowess rendered a sleepless night bearable. This was precisely why Zephyr had not permitted them to return for rest. Of course, enduring another day of intense training would undoubtedly prove arduous for them. Joniel's wide eyes were fixed intently on the entrance of the arena, where the sounds within gradually subsided. His breathing quickened, a sentiment mirrored by Prachito and hope. Although they firmly believed in Frey's victory, anxiety inevitably crept into their hearts. It was not until they heard Zephyr's voice that they felt a shift. You may go out now. After all, they had stood guard for an entire night. Moments later, Prachito and the others beheld Frey emerging, bloodied yet with a remarkably bright gaze. Chapter 71. The mission Frey and Moore sustained severe injuries, particularly Moore, who was left with numerous wounds inflicted by Frey's Azura technique. Fortunately, due to Moore's formidable strength and his mastery of life restoration, he was able to recover rapidly. Otherwise, the extent of his injuries would have rendered him bedridden for at least 10 to 15 days before he could regain any ability to move. Remarkably, by the third day following their battle, Moore was already able to move normally. As for Frey, although he too was gravely wounded, his condition was relatively better than Moore's. However, his proficiency in life restoration had not yet reached such an advanced level, so it took him 2 to 3 days before he could function normally again. On the very day that the two determined the outcome of their battle, news of Frey's victory over Moore spread like wildfire. The elite trainees at the monster training camp were left agape, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Despite the apparent balance during the fight, many had anticipated that Moore, being a distinguished vice admiral of the Navy, would ultimately triumph over Frey. They believed that Zephyr's intervention had merely obscured Moore's inevitable victory. To their astonishment, Frey emerged victorious, and those who had visited the injured Moore, bandaged from head to toe, could attest to the ferocity of their clash. The battle, which unfolded over the course of several hours, was devoid of any doubt. Frey had indeed won. This news did not remain confined to the elite training camp. It seemed that someone had intentionally disseminated it. Most of the mid to senior ranks within the Navy headquarters soon learned of this information. Initially, disbelief prevailed. After all, Moore was a bona fide elite vice admiral of the Navy, renowned for his mastery of the armament hockey and formidable physical prowess. Many who had trained under him at the elite training camp were acutely aware of his strength. The notion that he had been bested by a mere 20-year-old newcomer was simply implausible. It was only after Moore himself confirmed the event that they were left in utter shock, pondering the emergence of a genuine prodigy within their ranks. In the office of Sengoku, Zephyr spoke solemnly. Is it wise to elevate his reputation so early? Sengoku shook his head, reassuring him, do not worry. It is of no consequence. The news of Frey's victory over Moore was orchestrated by Sengoku himself. Otherwise, how could it have spread so swiftly? Reaching the upper echelons of the Navy in such a short span of time, the prowess of Frey is beyond question. His mastery in both martial arts and swordsmanship alone is sufficient to vanquish the elite Admiral Moore. This assessment does not even take into account his fruit abilities, and he is confident that Frey can handle the situation adeptly. In order to elevate Frey's rank, perhaps even to that esteemed position, reputation is of utmost importance. While Frey still has much to learn in terms of strength, he is still young. Sengoku believes that in just a few years, Frey will undoubtedly surprise him. Frey's current strength is more than sufficient for the rank of Rear Admiral, so Sengoku intends to further enhance his credentials and achievements. He picked up the documents from his desk and handed them to Zifa. There are still a few vacancies in the 7 warlords, and this has been entrusted to me as a significant objective by the higher-ups, instructing me to send someone to extend an invitation. Zifa accepted the documents and scrutinized the information regarding the pirates. Whom do you intend for Frey to invite? He inquired. Sengoku pointed to an image on the document, depicting a peculiar figure markedly different from an ordinary person. If Frey were present, he would immediately recognize the likeness. This image unmistakably belonged to the beleaguered Gecko Moria, who had been defeated by Kaido. Upon returning to the elite training camp, Zifa promptly briefed Frey on the matter. As before, the personnel were arranged for him. Frey merely needed to proceed to his assignment. Thus, the following morning, Frey arrived at the port. This time, he was once again aboard the same military vessel as before. Upon seeing Frey, someone descended from the ship. Colonel Frey. No, Brigadier General Frey. Gate saluted him. It seems you will assist me again. Indeed, Frey replied. Who else could it be? He asked. Previously, Sengoku had assigned Smoker to the last mission. Surely this operation wouldn't involve only Gate. Look over there. Gate indicated behind Frey. Turning around, Frey spotted a familiar figure, a cigar clenched between his teeth, wearing an expression of displeasure. Smoker, welcome aboard. Frey greeted with a smile. Smoker remained silent. Ever since being provoked, he had been diligently training, even when separated from Frary and Gate. After a period of idleness, with no assignments forthcoming from above, Smoker had contemplated seeking out Akiji. However, before he could act, Sengoku had summoned him here. "Why are you dawdling? Get on board," Frary urged, giving a light pat to the dazed Smoker. "Understood," Smoker sighed internally, following Frary onto the military vessel. On board, Frary surveyed his surroundings, noting that it appeared the higher-ups had deliberately arranged a team for him. This naval contingent included not only Gate and Smoker, but also the same soldiers from the previous mission, with no changes in configuration. This was preferable. It would ensure a smooth collaboration. Frere gazed at them, uttering the words, "Target, the Bermuda Triangle." "Yes." After speaking, he made his way to his designated spot on the warship. He sat down with a thud, and immediately a naval soldier presented him with a glass of watermelon juice. Taking a sip, Frere squinted his eyes, reveling in the sheer delight. The only tinge of regret was the absence of prosciutto. Otherwise, enjoying a chilled glass of watermelon juice would have rendered life truly comfortable. In the South China Sea, at Swordforge Island, ever since Goxile returned to the island, Doug had been conducting rigorous training with him daily. Doug was acutely aware that with Frere's exceptional talent, once he entered the naval headquarters, under the tutelage of a man named Zephyr, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Although Goxile was being used as a wager, deep down, Doug harbored the hope that his son would triumph in this battle. Thus, he was particularly stringent in Goxile's training for the awakening of his armament haki. Each day, Goxile emerged with bruises and aches all over his body. Simultaneously, he realized the formidable nature of this power. Both his father and his master, akin to a white ape, were somehow holding back in their own ways. Goxile felt a sense of pride within him. His self-respect would no longer permit such occurrences to repeat. Hence, despite enduring exhaustion to the point of muscle spasms and pain that made even a gentle breeze feel like torment, he persevered, just as on that small island. His current accomplishments, despite his average aptitude, were attributed to this tenacity. With his robust physique, Goxile progressed swiftly in awakening his armament haki. By the end of the first month upon returning to the island, he had already grazed the edges of awakening. By mid-second month, he successfully awakened his armament haki. By the end of the second month, he could envelop both arms in haki and perform simple wrapping techniques. Goxile was gradually honing his skills, becoming increasingly adept in the application of armament haki. By the fifth month of his return, he had mastered the use of armament haki and began exploring its advanced applications, including internal destruction. Simultaneously, he learned from Doug about another type of haki, the observation haki, which endowed the user with the ability to foresee danger. On Flying Fish Island, Doug personally approached Admiral Frere Fillet, requesting arrangements for Goxile to challenge Frere at the naval headquarters, wagering his own prowess. Fillet, upon learning of this, felt a strong inclination to decline. However, considering Frere's instructions and Goxile's intent to showcase his formidable strength, he acquiesced. Fillet was aware of the cursed blade's notorious reputation, having heard many tales of its malignancy. Thus, realizing that regardless of the outcome, his nephew would likely not suffer any detriment, he deemed it acceptable to consent. Consequently, Fillet arranged for his trusted naval confidant to escort Goxile, selecting a merchant vessel from Flying Fish Island to head towards the headquarters. As for the reason for not using a warship, such vessels could not simply be summoned at will, especially given the distance from the South China Sea to the Grand Line. Frere had previously faced repercussions for a naval vessel traversing beyond his designated maritime territory into the naval jurisdiction of the South China Sea, let alone the Great Sea Route. Thus, Fillet would not be so careless. Simultaneously, Fillet had not forgotten to inform Frere of this matter through the telephonic insect. Chapter 72. Brook. On the vast ocean. Frere gazed into the dim sky ahead, aware that he and his companions were on the brink of entering the treacherous Bermuda Triangle. By the timeline's reckoning, the ominous black blade was, at this moment, also within its confines. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Frere's eyes. He had long coveted this black blade, which was the most easily attainable for him. Of course, due to his own strength, coupled with the fact that the blade would not flee, there was no pressing urgency. However, he did not anticipate that this occasion would coincide with the mission to invite Moonlight Moria to join the Seven Warlords, thus serving a dual purpose. Furthermore, Frye was eager to ascertain the capabilities of one who was referred to as the weakest warlord in the original world. If the strength were insufficient, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Frere's eyes. He harbored no qualms about allowing this former warlord of the sea to fall into obscurity. ultimately meeting his demise within the treacherous expanse of the Devil's Triangle. Gate observed the ocean ahead, fixating on the approaching warships, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. As they ventured deeper, the light grew increasingly dim. It is said that each year, numerous pirate crews become lost within these waters. Smoker gazed solemnly at the ever-shifting surroundings and spoke. Frere advanced to the bow of the warship, enveloped in dim light, where the likelihood of encountering a typical pirate crew was exceedingly high. Even if one were fortunate enough to board that fearsome, three-masted vessel, they would inevitably confront Moria's peculiar battalion, a legion of eerie zombies. Nevertheless, the surrounding gloom posed no hindrance to Frere. At sea, his senses heightened to a remarkable degree. Before mastering the observation hockey, he could manipulate colossal waves of over 1,000 meters. Now that he had mastered it, this expanse of ocean lay entirely within his perception. For instance, Frere discerned a swaying presence gradually approaching from the left front. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. Freya suddenly pondered. How could there be solitary life forms venturing towards this place? Fry sensed a multitude of lives in the distant regions, which must be the islands of the infamous Bermuda Triangle, where that fearsome three-masted sailing ship lay anchored. Reflecting on his past memories, Fry thought of a certain individual, a tragic character from the tale of the Pirate King, the lamentable Brooke, who had endured a profoundly sorrowful existence. For decades, he had lived in solitude, often resorting to feigning madness and engaging in whimsical antics to entertain himself. When Fry initially watched One Piece, he felt a deep sympathy for Brooke. He is among the few pirates for whom Fry harbors affection. Now that he is on the cusp of encountering him, there is no reason to allow him to remain in solitude any longer. Frere is indifferent to the authenticity of the original work. Otherwise, when he encountered the red-haired pirates at sea, he would not have chosen to take action. Now that he has arrived in this world and possesses the ability to alter certain aspects, it is only natural for him to intervene upon this fortuitous encounter. Acting upon his thoughts, he approached the helm of the warship and turned the wheel, steering it deliberately towards the left front. Frere is the highest authority here. His actions are beyond the scrutiny of others. Moreover, they hold him in the utmost respect and do not question his decision to change course. After the warship has navigated for a while, Gate and Smog finally catch sight of a dilapidated pirate ship emerging before them. To their astonishment, they also hear an eerie laughter. Ahoy! Greetings, Navy gentlemen. Suddenly, a figure clad in gentlemanly attire, sporting a wild, explosive hairstyle, appears before their eyes. It is Brooke, the enigmatic being who has consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, a fruit that grants him an unusual form of resurrection. The skeleton is speaking. Gate and Smog are taken aback, gazing at Brooke in disbelief. Although they consider themselves well-versed in various experiences, encountering a talking skeleton is a first for them. The other naval officers share their astonishment. A few of them even tremble slightly at the sight of Brooke, their faces etched with fear, unable to meet his gaze. If it weren't for Frere standing in front, they might have collapsed, unable to maintain their composure. Freya approached the railing of the warship, gazing at Brooke, the tattered pirate ship across from her. It was her first encounter with a talking skeleton. Hello, I am Freya Diurnus. Would you be interested in accompanying me? I can lead you out of this place. Frere spoke candidly, his intentions unmistakable, and he did not engage in any pretense with Brooke, directly offering to take him away under the guise of enlisting him in the Navy. Upon hearing Frere's words, Brooke, despite his skeletal appearance, adopted a serious demeanor. In truth, Brooke felt an overwhelming joy at the arrival of Frere and his companions, even though they were representatives of the Navy, the very adversaries of his pirate identity. It had been far too many years since he had encountered a living soul. Within this inescapable Devil's Triangle, despair had nearly consumed him. Yet, the promise made to Laboon kept him persevering until this moment. Initially, Brooke had resolved that even if captured by the Navy, he would seek to escape. However, upon hearing Frere's request, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, he realized that the other party was unaware of his pirate identity. To them, he was merely a talking skeleton, and their invitation seemed reasonable enough. Brooke lifted his gaze to Frere, his dark eyes filled with sincerity. It seemed to him that Frere genuinely wished to assist him. Somehow, this thought blossomed within Brooke's heart. Upon encountering the silent Brooke, Fry pondered the reason behind his reluctance to respond. Could it be that his past as a pirate deterred him from aligning with the Navy? After a prolonged wait, Brooke finally spoke. Is it acceptable, sir, that I was once a pirate? He did not conceal this truth. When someone sincerely wished to assist him, he felt compelled to reciprocate with sincerity. Initially, he presumed that the youthful and handsome Navy officer before him would either take him by force or at least exhibit a more pronounced reaction. However, he was met with a calm demeanor. The officer's eyes bore a hint of compassion as he addressed Brooke, introducing himself as Fry Durnans. Such matters are inconsequential. I merely desire for you to join my ranks within the Navy. On board the warship, although it was their first encounter, Brooke found himself unexpectedly moved by Fry, leading him to indulge in a rare bath. Despite being a skeleton, he meticulously washed his entire form, his thick, unruly hair contrasting with his skeletal visage. Though they had yet to leave the waters, Brooke felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. It had been far too long since he engaged in conversation with another, and even longer since he had seen a living soul. The isolation had nearly driven him to madness. After his bath, Brooke emerged from the ship's washroom, wrapped in a robe, instantly drawing the attention of the crew. Through their brief interactions, they had come to understand the plight of this unfortunate being. They could hardly fathom the toll of decades spent alone in such a place. Surely, they would not withstand it as he had. Perhaps they would have succumbed to despair and taken their own lives long before. He approached Fry, who lounged in a chair, his distinctive laughter preceding him. Upon reaching Fry, Brooke bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Fry. There's no need for such formality, Brooke. Remember, you are now under my command. Feel free, Fry replied with warmth. Nearby, Smoker, overhearing Frey's words, harbored silent disdain. He reflected on his own situation. Despite never intending to join Fry, he had been subjected to rigorous training, which had become a habit. After dismissing his thoughts, Smoker shifted his stance, now accustomed to exercising aboard the ship, a routine he had developed largely due to Frey's presence. Since departing from the headquarters, he had spent most of his days in such training. Of course, he was not alone in this endeavor. Gator, who had already committed to joining Frey's crew, shared in this regimen. However, as Fry's first mate and navigator, Gator found his training time considerably curtailed. Presently, he was here, training alongside Smoker, the surrounding environment offering little respite for valor. Chapter 73. Moonlight Moria. The expanse of the Devil's Triangle was considerable, disregarding the distance. They had spent a significant portion of the day navigating towards the formidable three-masted ship. Night had fallen, but the peculiar ambience of the area rendered the passage of time nearly imperceptible. Frey sensed the remaining distance and realized that after a brief period of navigation, they would reach the destination of their mission. Approximately an hour later, the crew beheld a colossal pirate flag. Simultaneously, their gaze fell upon a magnificent three-masted sailing vessel. They were certain they had never encountered a pirate ship of such immense proportions. As Fry gazed outward, he too was taken aback by the imposing pirate ship. This vessel, which stood tall in the treacherous Bermuda Triangle, was a formidable three-masted sailboat of terrifying proportions. Its flag bore the visage of the leader, Moria, characterized by his fiery hairstyle and a pair of bat wings ablaze, all depicted upon a skull. The front of the ship resembled a gaping maw, designed to ensnare passing vessels. Each year, over 100 ships mysteriously vanish within the confines of the Bermuda Triangle. It could be said that Moria's pirate ship played a pivotal role in establishing the notorious reputation of this perilous region. As the warship approached the edge of the island disguised by the pirate ship, Fry stood at the bow, resolute. Let us witness the prowess of the pirates summoned by the world government. With that, the crew disembarked, an unsettling aura enveloping them. No one was left behind on the warship. They all boarded the colossal three-masted vessel. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a location resembling a grave mound. Goodness, this place is truly terrifying. I nearly soiled myself, though I lack the small GG, Brooke quipped, his unique humor echoing in the eerie atmosphere. The crew fell silent, momentarily caught in an awkward pause. Do you always indulge in such corny jokes? Smoker remarked, exasperated. Is it not amusing? Ah, really? Brooke responded. His skeletal visage contorted into a comical expression. Feigning ignorance proved futile. Smoker sighed, realizing that Fry had indeed acquired a rather eccentric companion. The others glanced at Brooke, sensing an uncanny harmony between him and the ominous surroundings. Yet, the moment he spoke, their perception shifted, and they found Brooke to be quite the jester. Something is about to emerge. Suddenly, Fry exclaimed. As his words resonated, the others observed fissures emerging in the slightly elevated ground. Subsequently, a desiccated hand, resembling cured meat, extended from the earth. It was not merely a solitary hand. The cracks multiplied, and more hands began to emerge from the soil. What on earth is this? The atmosphere had already exuded an eerie aura, and with this new development, it was difficult not to suspect that they had stumbled upon a cursed place. Nevertheless, despite the ominous circumstances, most of the sailors displayed no signs of fear. As the hands clutched the ground, gaunt and peculiar figures, resembling desiccated beings, materialized before them. These zombies, having just clawed their way out of the earth, charged toward Fry and his companions. Their pace was unhurried. Yet their bizarre appearance instilled considerable unease among the sailors. Upon witnessing these undead creatures, the naval soldiers promptly raised their standard flintlock pistols, poised to unleash their fire at Frey's command. Freya waved his hand, signaling them to lower their weapons, and turned to Brooke, saying, "Brooke, let us witness your prowess. Consider it an opportunity for you to elevate your rank." Brooke nodded, recognizing that Freya's words necessitated a sense of duty as a subordinate. Moreover, advancing in rank within the Navy would only serve to his benefit. As the zombies charged towards him and his companions, Brooke positioned his cane before him. With a swift motion of his right hand, he revealed a double-edged sword. He raised the blade, its surface reflecting the visage of his skeletal face. With a soft utterance, he declared, "Nasal melody, 3 beats, tailwind slash." His form shot forward like a dart. In the blink of an eye, Brooke disappeared among the zombies, apart from Freya. The others merely saw him charge ahead before sheathing his sword back into the cane. Clap, clap. It was only then that the onlookers realized each of these creatures had seemingly been struck by Brooke. None remained standing, all sprawled on the ground. Impressive. A bead of perspiration formed on Gate's forehead. It appeared he had gained yet another rival. Having effectively aligned himself with Freya, once he graduated from the elite training camp, Gate would directly become Freya's subordinate. Initially, Smoker was the one most likely to challenge his position as Freya's foremost subordinate. Given Smoker's Logia-type devil fruit abilities and his notable advancements, which Gate had been keenly observing. Even in physical combat, Gate felt he could not match Smoker's innate talent. It was merely a matter of time before Smoker surpassed him in that regard. However, due to Smoker's disposition and his association with Admiral Akiji, Gate, while apprehensive, did not fear a confrontation. Yet, with Freya yet to graduate and now faced with the emergence of such a formidable competitor like Brooke, Gate felt a significant weight of pressure. He recognized Brooke's strength, yet Freya furrowed his brow. Brooke's speed in swordsmanship and mobility was undeniably rapid, yet in Freya's eyes, the limitations of his skeletal frame rendered his attack somewhat feeble, although his current display of power was on par with that of a typical Navy rear admiral. Freya believed Brooke's potential extended far beyond this. In fact, even the Brooke from 2 years hence in the original narrative seemed insufficient to Freya, as he had yet to fully harness the capabilities of his devil fruit. The seemingly impressive techniques he employed were still lacking against true masters. Understanding that Brooke had languished in this place for decades without substantial progress, Freya could empathize. However, once Brooke joined his ranks, he would not allow him to continue in such ease. Nodding in acknowledgement of Brooke's abilities, he decided to be lenient since the latter had only just joined. "Let us proceed." With a grand gesture, Fry directed the crowd towards the distant castle, the abode of Moria. "Oh, Autumn Waters. I wonder what delightful surprises you hold in store for me." Frey's thoughts drifted to the ebony blade, stirring a sense of excitement within his otherwise tranquil heart. This knife, a remarkable weapon forged by the renowned Daikate 21 artisans, was exceptionally rare. While Frey currently wielded the Azura with great dexterity, the black blade promised to unleash his combat prowess to its utmost potential, perhaps even transcending it. Moreover, it was likely that the legendary swordsman, Ryoma's swordsmanship and mastery of haki would imbue the weapon with an indelible mark, which he would inherit. Meanwhile, as Brooke vanquished the horde of undead minions, news of their arrival reached the distant castle. The night was still young, and Moria, alongside 3 of his subordinates, indulged in a sumptuous feast. Moria, a towering figure, stood at an impressive height of 692 meters, making him the tallest among the 7 warlords of the sea, even surpassing the formidable Bartholomew Kuma. His appearance was the most peculiar of all, with hair resembling a green onion, a visage akin to that of a demon, pronounced horns at his temples, and sharp ears and teeth. His neck bore the marks of stitched wounds, and he donned a shirt adorned with a bat-like collar, complemented by Gothic attire. Though he had yet to develop the bulk he would later exhibit, he already sported a noticeable paunch, suggesting that within a couple of years, he would resemble the figure introduced in the original narrative. The messenger was a 5-meter-tall corpse, a formidable undead creature that matched Moria in stature. This was the current strongest of Moria's subordinates, a zombie general under the command of the 3 prominent officers. Peiji, Are you implying that a contingent of the Navy has boarded? Moria paused, bewildered by the notion of the Marines venturing into his territory. To be frank, he had not engaged with the Navy since arriving with his new crew. Most of the shadows he had claimed were merely Na'vi pirates. Did they presume him to be an easy target, seeking to bolster their reputations? Moria furrowed his brow, his irritation mounting. However, upon learning from Peiji that the intruders were merely young recruits, his expression softened. They were likely just reckless youths seeking their demise. Nonchalantly, he declared, Peiji, I entrust this matter to you. Bring them to me, hee. Yes, master. Peiji's imposing figure bowed slightly before striding toward the grand entrance. Just as Peiji was about to depart, a melodious voice interrupted the atmosphere. Peiji, those individuals are from the Navy, correct? Indeed, Princess Perona, Peiji replied. Then I shall accompany you. I have yet to encounter the Navy. Chapter 74. Perona. The pace at which Fry and his companions traversed was not particularly swift. Generally speaking, if the opposing side remained oblivious to their intentions, it would be prudent to continue dispatching zombies toward them. However, as Fry and his group approached the castle, no adversaries had yet appeared. Just as they believed they could reach the fortress unimpeded, the ground began to tremble. Something was charging toward them, Smog declared gravely. The magnitude of this commotion suggested that the size or number of the oncoming entity was formidable. As he had anticipated, a substantial horde of zombies surged toward them from the right. Among them, 7 zombies stood apart from the rest. Most conspicuous of all was a colossal zombie, towering at 5 meters, wielding a massive warhammer. Hey, Fry, how should we engage? Smog inquired, casting a glance at Fry. The sheer number of foes, particularly those 7 unique creatures, suggested a level of power that could not be underestimated. Frary had no intention of making a move, apart from Moria. The others were hardly worth mentioning. You 3 should take action, as it would serve as a perfect opportunity to assess the progress made in recent days. Allow me to take charge. Brooke drew his cane sword and slowly advanced towards the horde of zombies. Dade also slightly moved his shoulders, approaching the fray. Understood. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, began to exhale a cloud of smoke as he followed closely behind Gade and Brooke. Frary gestured with a wave of his hand, prompting a naval soldier to promptly bring forth a chair, accompanied by a small square table placed beside it. Frary sat down heavily as a naval soldier presented him with a freshly poured glass of juice. Freya picked it up and took a whiff. The orange had been sitting for a while, its fragrance no longer as vibrant. Upon hearing Frey's words, the nearby naval officer immediately lowered his head and said, I sincerely apologize. Enough of that, Fry replied. I merely mentioned it. Frere shook his head, reflecting on how, since ascending to a position of prominence, there have always been those beneath him who misinterpret his words. Even his most casual remarks are subject to incessant embellishment. This must be a byproduct of his exceptional capabilities. He mused with a touch of self-deprecation. Sipping his orange juice, he turned his gaze toward Gate and the others. The first to strike was Brooke. His speed was unparalleled. The cane sword in his hand left only fleeting shadows in its wake, and before the zombie minions could comprehend his movements, they had already fallen. His skeletal frame moved with a fluid grace, resembling a gentleman in demeanor. As he wielded his cane sword, he appeared akin to a dancer at a gala, effortlessly and elegantly executing his maneuvers. In stark contrast, Gate came off as rather brutish. When the zombie minions attacked him, he responded with sheer force, delivering precise kicks that sent each of them sprawling, while others may have overlooked it. Frere had noticed from the outset that a shadow darted away rapidly whenever a zombie fell. Smoker, on the other hand, presented a different spectacle. Perhaps it was the cigar clenched between his teeth or the composed expression on his face, but none of the zombie minions approached him. Instead, he found himself encircled by 7 formidable zombie generals. Among them, the largest, Peiji, wielded a massive warhammer and swung it down upon Smoker. With a resounding crash, Smoker was reduced to a cloud of smoke, leaving a substantial crater in the ground beneath him. Quite a vicious attack, that scoundrel. Smoker reformed from the smoke, glancing at the bizarre assembly surrounding him, and inwardly scoffed. Do I appear weak? Casting a sidelong glance at the 2 others who were effortlessly dispatching foes, Smoker felt a sense of incredulity. Unbeknownst to him, his smoke-enshrouded visage made him appear to Peiji and the others as the most authoritative figure among them, prompting their desire to subdue him and claim the credit. Dismissing the failure of his previous strike to harm Smoker, Peiji swung his warhammer once more. The other 6 zombie generals, not to be outdone, launched their own assaults on Smoker. Peiji's hammer struck again, turning Smoker into smoke before he could regain his form. while the other generals unleashed a flurry of strikes into the haze. Peiji reasoned that since such attacks seemed ineffective, he would simply disperse the smoke and test how many times Smoker could restore himself. Frere sensed the considerable power of the 7 zombie generals. Aside from the one wielding the enormous warhammer, their strengths were merely a shade below Gate's. Currently, Smoker was unable to regain his original form and was being worn down by the relentless onslaught of the zombie generals. However, this elemental transformation did not significantly deplete his stamina, so all he needed to do was wait for these peculiar adversaries to tire. Frere observed with exasperation as Smoker and the 7 zombie generals found themselves momentarily at an impasse. It seemed that such predicaments were not uncommon in Smoker's battles. Given that Smoker was facing 7 opponents, Frere held no high expectations of him. The smoke fruit, while versatile, indeed lacked direct offensive capability. Moreover, even with any potential transformations, what impact could they possibly have on these zombies? In this light, it appeared somewhat disadvantageous for Smoker to confront these undead adversaries. Frere expressed his sympathy towards Smoker. Remarking on his unfortunate predicament, the battle raged on for a while, with Gate and Brook having already dealt with the horde of zombie minions. Meanwhile, Smoker remained entangled in a standoff with several zombie generals. Enveloping the battlefield in a thick shroud of smoke, Smoker obscured his and the zombie generals' confrontation. Gate and Brook intended to assist, but were halted by Frere's call. Rest assured, leave it to me. It suits me well. I have no desire to seek that individual out myself. It is better to allow him to reveal himself. Frere pondered how he and his companions had caused such a commotion, leaving Morlia with no reason to remain calm. If that were the case, why venture to the castle? They could simply wait here for others to arrive. With these thoughts in mind, Frere gestured for Gator and Brook to come and stand by his side. Suddenly, an unusual sensation enveloped him. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Frere's eyes, an unsettling sensation lingering in his heart, simultaneously perilous, yet seemingly innocuous. Thud, thud. A series of falls echoed behind Frere, Gate, and Brook turned to look back, discovering that the naval soldiers behind them had all knelt down on both knees. Their hands pressed against the ground, and their heads bowed low to the earth. Freya faintly heard the murmurs of the soldiers, lamenting their existence and comparing themselves to maggots, expressing that their very lives were a waste of sustenance, wishing they could burrow into a hole to escape the sight of their own incompetence. What was happening? Gator and Brook gazed in astonishment at these naval officers, who had so recently appeared well, now suddenly ensnared in a web of despair. Unbeknownst to them, 3 phantoms descended from above. Perona, hidden in the shadows, cradled her beloved umbrella, stifling her laughter with her hand, reveling in delight. It seemed that only she, Perona, could resolve the situation. That fool Peiji was utterly useless, as were the others. As the 3 phantoms neared their intended targets, a triumphant smile graced Perona's lips. Watching intently, she blinked her charming eyes, only to discover that one of the naval officers had inexplicably vanished. The dashing officer, who had been lounging in his chair, had disappeared without a trace. Where had he gone? Perona gasped, her hands covering her small mouth in shock. The sudden disappearance of the naval officer sent a shiver down her spine. Before she could turn away, she took a step back and collided with something. Reaching behind her, she felt a soft, elongated object. As she tugged at it, she noticed it possessed a peculiar elasticity. Why had it grown rigid? Perona's expression abruptly stiffened, and she slowly turned around, trembling. Frere wore a grim expression as he observed the little girl before him, who was flailing her arms wildly. He grasped her by the fabric of her clothing, and, much like one would handle a playful kitten, secured her at his waist. "Release me, you pervert," Perona exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation as she retaliated with futile punches and kicks. Just moments ago, the man had audaciously placed that object behind him for her to grasp, and now she found herself ensnared in his hold. Being merely a 15-year-old girl, feelings of injustice welled within her, and she burst into tears. "You creep, scoundrel, villain, wah." Perona's voice resonated loudly, and upon being captured by Frere, she could no longer maintain her fruit-based abilities. The effects on Gate and Smoker quickly dissipated. They exchanged a glance, both acutely aware of their awkward predicament on the ground, and promptly rose to their feet, as did the other naval soldiers behind them. The memory of their previous embarrassment lingered, and uttering such words had left them feeling socially mortified. Fortunately, they had all endured a thorough humiliation, otherwise they would have found it difficult to face anyone in the following days. Chapter 75, One step at a time. Once Gate and the others regained their composure, An unspoken agreement to forget the incident seemed to settle among them. However, their ears were soon met with the sound of a girl's loud wailing and invective. The cries and curses emanated from none other than the girl herself. Upon closer inspection, Gate noted her remarkable cuteness. Her pink hair was styled in twin ponytails. A tiny crown adorned her head, and she wielded a crimson umbrella, incessantly striking Frary while continuing to sob and hurl accusations of perversion and villainy. "Frary, what is the meaning of this?" Gate inquired. Freya remarked, "You were just influenced by her fruit powers. Our recent behavior was indeed a result of her influence." Brook, extending his skeletal head, scrutinized Perona with keen interest. Upon noticing the approaching skull, Perona felt no fear. However, as the explosion-like hair drew nearer, she swung her umbrella at Brook. With a resounding smack, it struck Brook's face. "Hey, that really hurts." Brook feigned a fierce expression. "Your dead perverse companion must undoubtedly be a pervert too," Perona retorted. Her face flushed as she used all her limbs to incessantly strike Freya, who was firmly holding her. What does adding the word dead to pervert even mean? Frary rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he hadn't even sought trouble with her yet. Reflecting on the sensations evoked by Perona's delicate touch, Frary found himself at a loss. After all, he was not one to be enchanted by Lolis, was he? Meanwhile, Smoker was still entangled with Peiji and the 7 zombie generals. Initially, Smoker anticipated that their confrontation would continue indefinitely, until he suddenly heard the sound of a girl crying and cursing. Naturally, Peiji and the other zombies heard it as well. One particularly towering zombie general, with the body of a man and the head of a horse, wielding dual axes, reacted the quickest. Upon recognizing Perona's voice, he immediately ceased swinging his axes to disperse the smoke, shouting, "This is bad. Princess Perona is in danger." He then swung his axes to clear the fog in front of him and charged forward. Peiji and the other 5 zombies, albeit a bit slower to react, understood the gravity of ensuring Perona's safety. If anything were to happen to her, Moria would undoubtedly make them suffer. "We must rescue Princess Perona. Forget about the smoke," Peiji bellowed, moving his massive form and swinging his warhammer to clear the smoke as he charged toward Frary. The other 5 zombie generals followed closely behind, disregarding Smoker entirely. Perona was still engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Frary when she noticed her subordinates rushing to her aid. She shouted, "Yoru, defeat them." The horse-headed zombie Yoru crossed his dual axes and roared, "Leave it to me. I will rescue you." As Yoru charged, he swung one axe down toward the obstructing gate, exclaiming, "Die, Navy." However, the axe cleaved through empty air, for Gate had already vanished from that spot. "Yoru, above you!" Perona cried out. Yoru, belatedly aware, looked up to see a man clad in a naval coat descending through the air, creating a whooshing sound. Raging storm. Gate executed a spinning maneuver, releasing 2 crescent-shaped air blades that sliced through the air. With 2 sharp sounds, they left deep gashes on Yoru's zombie body. Nevertheless, as a zombie general, Yoru was unfazed by such injuries. He leaped into the air, bringing his dual axes down fiercely toward Gate. Iron block. With no time to evade, Gate braced himself for the impact. With a resounding crash, Gate fell to the ground. At that moment, the largest among them, Peiji, charged forward. Brook, recognizing his role as a subordinate, felt compelled to prevent his superior Frary from intervening. Just as he was about to draw his cane sword, Frary stepped in front of him, cradling Perona. "You perverted fiend, what do you intend to do?" Perona glared at Frary, fearing that he might take her hostage. "I can't believe your navy is so despicable and shameless." "Huh?" Frere cast a glance at her, pondering the thoughts swirling in the girl's mind. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze to Paige. "Smog, you truly cannot even restrain a mere human." As Smog returned to his usual form, he could not help but feel his expression stiffen upon hearing Frere's words. He clicked his tongue, yet found himself at a loss for a retort. Since Fry stepped forward, it was evident he intended to take action. "If my kick does not end your life, I shall allow you to depart and deliver a message." Perona, upon hearing Frey's words, could not help but chuckle. Although Peiji was merely a zombie general, his strength was formidable. If not for Absalom's power of invisibility, he would not stand a chance against him. The audacity of this twisted individual to think he could resolve Peiji with a single kick made Perona nearly burst into laughter. However, the scene that followed left her utterly astounded. Fry slowly raised his right leg. Perona suddenly felt as if her body was suspended in midair. As she looked up, the so-called Fry had inexplicably appeared before Peiji in an instant. Then, she witnessed Fry deliver a kick to Peiji. In that moment, She saw Peiji's massive chest cave in from the blow, sending his colossal form hurtling backward. Boom. Peiji's body was propelled into the castle, shattering the wall and vanishing from sight. At that instant, Yoru, who had been engaged in combat with Gate, was momentarily frozen. The other zombie generals who had rushed over were equally stunned. Perona's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Just as she was about to speak, her suspended body was suddenly seized. "You twisted man! You scoundrel! Let me go!" Overwhelmed by shock, she could think of nothing but escaping Frey's grip. Incredible! Such power! Alongside Perona, Brooke was equally astonished. During their journey, Frey had briefly mentioned the current year and the changes in the vast ocean. He had learned from Frey about the unique organization known as the Seven Warlords and the world government's recognition of the strength of these invitees. Thus, while Frey appeared youthful, Brooke understood that as Gate's superior and a natural abilities user like Smoker, he must possess considerable strength. Yet, he had not anticipated the sheer terror of that kick. Moreover, Frey's nonchalant demeanor revealed the extent of his formidable prowess. Though he lacked a throat, he swallowed hard and inquired of a nearby Navy soldier, "Has Mr. Frey always been this strong?" The soldier, with a face full of admiration, replied, "Absolutely. Major Frey once single-handedly slayed a sea king towering hundreds of meters high." The soldier recalled that moment with fervor, feeling his blood surge with excitement. Major Frey's strength was truly unparalleled. After Frey sent Paige flying, he had no intention of wasting any more time. He placed Perona onto his exclusive recliner. "Stay quiet and refrain from using your fruit abilities. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I won't act impulsively." Upon finishing his words, Frey cast a wicked grin at Perona, causing her to shudder uncontrollably. Clutching her beloved umbrella, she hugged her knees, unable to meet Frey's gaze, fearing potential harm from him. Noticing Perona had settled down, Frey took a step forward. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared before Yoru. "You!" Yoru exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, Frey's foot launched towards him. Having already witnessed the power of that kick, Yoru dared not confront it and hurriedly attempted to retreat. Yet, despite his thoughts, his body could not keep pace. Before he could move an inch, Frey's foot made contact with Yoru's body. Bang! Yoru's towering form was sent tumbling backward, his chest caving in as Paige's had. Boom! A corner of the distant castle was once again shattered. Frey did not pause, executing a series of swift movements. Bang! 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 5 consecutive sounds echoed. And then Perona witnessed 5 figures racing towards the castle at breakneck speed. Inside the castle, Moria cast a dark glance at the fallen Peichi, Yoru, and the other 5 zombies. Just moments ago, Peichi, slightly smaller than Moria, had been precisely kicked by Freyr into the dining hall where they indulged in delicacies. Before Moria could inquire about what had transpired with the barely conscious Peichi, Yoru, Perona's foremost aide, was hurled into the same vicinity. But that was not the end of it. The zombie generals dispatched to subdue the navy were also sent crashing here, reducing the hall to ruins. Chapter 76. I am not a lowly Khan. Moria observed the several silent, shadowy figures of his zombie subordinates taking flight, his expression dark enough to seem as though it could drip. Nearby, Absalom and Hogback cautiously approached Moria. "Lord Moria," Absalom spoke. Pichi and the others were all struck by the same person. "Their assailant is no weakling. Allow me to investigate." "Ah, it's entrusted to you," Moria replied. Absalom was indeed one of his most capable aides. With him on the case, there should be no issue. As for Perona, Moria felt less concerned. That girl would not reveal herself easily. With her negative, ghostly powers, even if Moria were to be struck, it would take a considerable time for her to recover. After receiving his orders, Absalom made his way towards what could barely be recognized as the entrance. Moria strode towards the shattered wall, his tall figure treading upon the debris underfoot. He swatted aside the rubble that obstructed his path with a single hand. Before he reached the vacant wall, a whistling sound pierced the air. Moria caught sight of a figure hurtling past him. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, prompting Hogback to rush forward for a closer inspection. "Absalom!" Hogback exclaimed in shock. "Step aside." Moria approached from behind, pushing past Hogback. What came into view was Absalom. His chest caved in, blood trickling from his mouth as he lay unconscious. "Lord Moria, it seems the assailant held back?" Hogback compared Absalom's injuries to those of the other zombie generals, noting that Absalom had merely sustained severe wounds. The others had been kicked to death. Peichi's body was Hogback's work and bore greater strength than Absalom's, which left Hogback perplexed. Moria scrutinized the situation and, upon realizing Absalom was not in critical condition, let out a sigh of relief. Yet, his expression remained grim. The assailant must have some ulterior motive. But what could the Navy want with me? Moria pondered, unable to decipher the situation. However, with his subordinates having been attacked, as their leader, he had no reason to endure this affront, regardless of the assailant's intentions. The truth would be revealed through confrontation. Consequently, Moria addressed Hogback, "Keep watch over Absalom. I shall discover what the adversary truly seeks." With that, Moria transformed his imposing figure into a swarm of black bats and soared out through the breached wall. Not far from the castle, Frere sat beside Perona and Gate. Ever considerate, poured juice for the two. Frere placed one of the cups before Perona, enticing her with the promise of a delightful flavor. However, he was taken aback to find her eyes wide with astonishment, tears welling within, and a fierce expression etched upon her face as she gazed at him. Freya pondered for a moment and realized that it was due to Absalom, who had just consumed the transparent fruit. She reassured, "Rest assured, I held back my kick. It won't take his life, merely cause him some discomfort for a while." "Really?" Perona gazed at Freya with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Frere shook his head with a faint smile. "I am a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters and have garnered some reputation there. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Furthermore, I am here to discuss matters with your leader, Moria." Perona, disregarding the nature of Frere's business with Moria, felt a wave of relief upon hearing that Absalom was unharmed. Joyfully, she seized the glass of orange juice that Frere had placed on the table near her and took a hearty sip. "How tangy!" she exclaimed, covering her mouth. "Is it delicious?" Freya lifted the cup and swallowed its contents in one gulp. Perona nodded. Although the orange juice was slightly tart, it was far from unpleasant. With a delightful flavor, Frere remained oblivious to the profound dissonance his behavior, akin to that of a child coaxer, was creating in the minds of Gate and Smog. Even the other naval soldiers regarded Frere with a peculiar expression. In their perception, Frere had always been gentle and kind, but this demeanor was reserved solely for his comrades. When it came to adversaries and pirates, he was resolute in his approach, advocating for their swift elimination. "Eradicate evil without mercy" was a mantra he often impressed upon them. Yet now, a troubling thought crossed their minds. Could he possibly be a Lilican? Frere seemed to sense something, glancing at the peculiar gazes of those surrounding him. Save for Brooke. He furrowed his brow, dismissing the others, and turned to Smoker, inquiring, "Are you plotting against me behind my back?" "Huh, how did you know?" Smoker responded. Taken aback, the expression on Smoker's face triggered a realization in Frere. "So it is indeed true, you rascal." Freya's expression darkened. "And I can tell from your demeanor that you must be cursing me internally. Allow me to take a wild guess. Depraved pervert. Obsessive lowly fanatic." Fry squinted slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in his gaze as he regarded Smoker. A chill ran down Smoker's spine, sensing the ominous tension, and he hastily gestured in denial. "I am not. I did not. Please do not make such unfounded accusations." Frere remained silent, his unwavering gaze exerting immense pressure on Smoker. Gate and the other Navy personnel sensed the tension in the air, hastily averting their eyes to avoid drawing Frere's attention. This was a burden for Smoker to bear alone. It was of no concern to them. Smoker felt compelled to speak. Otherwise, after the conclusion of the invitation to Moria, the journey back to headquarters would surely be unbearable. That wicked-hearted individual would undoubtedly devise ways to torment him, and the worst part was that he might not even notice it coming. Smoker swallowed hard, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Frere's penetrating stare, when a peculiar shadow suddenly materialized behind Frere. The shadow moved swiftly, transforming into a colossal and bizarre figure. It was Moria. A jolt of apprehension surged through Smoker. Moria fixed his gaze on Frere, having lurked for a moment. He had deduced that this young man was the highest-ranking officer among the Navy personnel, a brigadier at such a tender age. He appeared to be a prodigy from the Navy, which explained his ease in vanquishing Moria's zombie generals and Absalom. However, to be so audacious as to act brazenly on Moria's territory was tantamount to courting death. Moria intended to make him experience the agony of losing one's shadow. He bent his massive frame and seized the shadow lying on the ground, conjuring a gigantic shadow scissor in his hand. As he pulled the shadow forth, it became apparent that this shadow was rather peculiar. It resembled a skeleton with an explosive hairstyle. "What do you intend to do with my subordinate's shadow, Moria?" A voice suddenly resonated from behind Moria, prompting him to swiftly glance forward, only to find the seated figure had vanished. Clang! The sound of a blade being drawn echoed from behind him. Moria hastily discarded Brooke's shadow, transforming his entire being into a bat. flapping his small wings. The bats swiftly fled the scene, then coalesced in the distance, reconstituting into Moriya's form. The movements were remarkably swift, with the blade of the demon slayer sheathed. Fry advanced forward. Moriya, Perona, slow to react, realized only when Moriya transformed into a bat that he had just attempted to strike Fry. However, the circumstances hinted at Moriya's failure. This revelation astonished Perona. In her eyes, Moriya was an invincible entity. The lord who had never missed a strike now faltered against this perverse individual, indicating that this Navy officer, Fry, was stronger than she had anticipated. Moriya cast a glance at Perona, noting her well-being among the Navy, which explained his earlier hesitance to rescue her. He had intended to teach this Navy officer a lesson, yet he was taken aback by the opponent's exceptional prowess. The speed displayed moments ago had caught him off guard, a testament to Frey's formidable abilities. Contemplating this newfound understanding of his adversary, Moriya found no desire to engage in combat. Instead, he opted to inquire about their intentions. Navy, what brings you to my territory? Moriya's towering stature, coupled with his imposing appearance, imbued his words with an air of ominous authority, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, instilling a profound sense of dread among the other Navy officers. The mere proximity to Moriya would likely leave an ordinary soldier trembling in fear, unable to utter a word. Naturally, Fry was an exception. Having endured far more, Moriya's presence evoked no semblance of fear within him. The young Navy officer, with a relaxed demeanor, replied, "The world government has assigned a task to my Navy, which has subsequently been delegated to me." Pausing briefly, Fry continued, "Surely, Mr. Moriya, you are aware of the 7 warlords? 7 warlords? Are you here to invite me to join the 7 warlords?" Upon hearing Frey's words, Moriya instantly comprehended the situation. He pondered how the Navy could possibly arrive at his location without cause. Moreover, during the skirmish with his subordinates, they seemed to treat Absalom and Perona with particular leniency. It became clear that there was an invitation for him to join the 7 warlords. Moriya had no interest in such matters. He demanded Perona's release, declaring that their affairs would be considered settled. Moriya believed that as long as he continued to develop more formidable zombies, he could seek vengeance against Kaido without the need to entangle himself in the affairs of the 7 warlords, which would only complicate his existence. He anticipated that Fry would sensibly acquiesce and release Perona, subsequently leading the other Navy members away. However, to his surprise, Fry merely shook his head with a smirk. "If you choose to refuse, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you as a pirate under the authority of the Navy." Moriya, exasperated yet amused, bellowed, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a bat and soared towards Fry, genuinely enraged. Regardless of any measure of strength, Fry had no right to boast before the mighty Moriya. Frey gazed unperturbed at the black shadowy bats that flew before him. These bats lunged at Frey, biting him repeatedly, each nib creating tiny splashes of water upon contact. When the bats dispersed, Frey in his naval coat remained utterly unscathed. Witnessing this, Moriya immediately summoned the bats back, returning them to their original form, his expression darkening as he remarked, "A user of a Logia-type devil fruit. As I reflect on this journey, it has been over 30 days since I embarked on writing this novel. What began as a casual endeavor evolved into a signed contract with my editor, Palai. I am profoundly grateful for their belief in a newcomer like myself. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the readers who have supported me with their votes, monthly contributions, and even rewards. As we are on the brink of publication, I hope those who are able will consider placing an initial order, while those who cannot, do not worry. Your viewership and engagement are more than sufficient. I am immensely thankful for your continued support. I recognize my writing still requires refinement, and I shall exert every effort to enhance it." In Chapter 77, titled Moriya's Helplessness, Frey responded to Moriya's words with a smile, asking, "What? Are you afraid? How could I possibly fear a mere child like you?" Moriya scoffed, though internally he lamented his circumstances. Since his battle with Kaido years ago, his mastery of Haki had waned, and now his ability to use armament Haki was barely sufficient, leaving him uncertain whether he could successfully ensnare his opponent in elemental form. Despite these thoughts, Moriya maintained a composed exterior, recognizing that the scattered bats were ineffective against Frey and thus resolved to adopt a different method of attack. Gradually, Moriya's shadow began to rise beneath him, transforming into shadowy creatures that mirrored his form. Freya was well aware of this technique, a capability developed by Moriya known as Shadow Master. When attacked, it allowed for an exchange with shadows. It could be said that if Moriya possessed considerable strength, This ability alone would cause significant distress to many formidable opponents. Regrettably, in Freya's eyes, even though the current Moria had not yet fallen to the depths he would in the future, he was still far from impressive. With a snap of his fingers, the dark sky began to drizzle. The soft patter of the rain was gentle, pleasantly falling upon those below. However, this was not the sentiment of others. Moria was experiencing a different reality. His faint perception through observation haki sensed that this area was becoming increasingly perilous. Moreover, this danger seemed to pervade everywhere with the onset of the light rain. Moria gazed intently at the young marine who strolled leisurely towards him. A sense of unease emanating from the boy. Freya strolled through the gentle rain, once again brandishing his blade, the slayer of spirits. He resolved to first dispatch the one on the left. The unique abilities of the Shadow Mage allowed Freya to strike without specifically targeting Moria himself. He decided to shatter one first while simultaneously attacking the other, ensuring that, regardless of whether it was the true form or not, Moria would have to endure a blow of his own. In an instant, Freya's pace quickened. What had appeared to be a leisurely walk transformed into a sudden surge of speed. His figure vanished in the drizzle, only to reappear beside one of Moria's shadow clones. The spectators witnessed a glimmer of steel, and in a flash, the shadow clone was decapitated. Yet, the assault did not cease there. Following the beheading of the shadow clone, Freya's strength remained undiminished as he unleashed a colossal slashing strike towards Moria. With a thunderous crash, the castle behind Moria suffered its eighth assault, this time cleaving one side in twain. Meanwhile, Moria himself was also bisected. Strangely, however, this immense wound did not emit a single drop of blood. Freyr beheld Moria, whom he had cleaved asunder, swiftly transform into a mere shadow. Suddenly, a crimson light flickered in Freyr's eyes as he sensed an impending danger approaching from below. The others witnessed a spear, forged from shadows, erupting from the ground. Freyr deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack, but it was not yet over. Another shadow spear shot forth from the ground with remarkable speed, piercing through Freyr's chest. However, Freyr, quick to react, had already elementalized upon sensing danger, rendering the strike harmless. Moria's onslaught did not cease. The earlier shadow spear, having missed its target, transformed into a bat and surged towards Freyr, surrounding him and incessantly biting. Yet, enveloped in elemental form, Freyr remained impervious to the relentless assault. Moria, well aware that such an attack would not harm an elementalized being, had not anticipated any success from it. The true lethal strike resided within himself. No longer lurking in the shadows, Moria revealed himself, inhaling deeply. Shadows severed from those aboard the formidable three-masted ship converged towards him at astonishing speed, flowing into him from beneath his feet. One by one, the shadows continued to rush forth. Meanwhile, the zombies that had not been defeated by Freyr and his companions collapsed, rendered mere husks without the support of their shadows. Moria was indeed employing this tactic. Perona observed from a distance, bewildered by the rapid exchange between the two, though it had appeared that Moria held the upper hand. It was surprising that he resorted to such a measure. Perona recalled Moria mentioning that this shadow amalgamation placed a tremendous burden on his body, and that he would only utilize it in dire circumstances. This indicated that the wretched adversary had managed to earn Moria's serious regard. Perona clasped her dainty mouth in disbelief, yet she remained confident that Moria would prevail. After executing this move, that loathsome individual would surely stand no chance. Beside her, Smoker and the others maintained a calm demeanor, while Moria appeared formidable, demonstrating considerable strength. They still placed their faith in Freyr, the man capable of slaying gigantic sea kings with a single strike and conjuring monstrous tidal waves. As for Brook, he understood the nature of elementalization, yet he was uncertain how to counter it, given that both Freyr and Smoker possessed natural abilities. Brook was not overly concerned for Freyr's safety. Nevertheless, as he observed Moria's already towering figure nearing 7 meters in height, augmented further by the peculiar shadows swirling around him, he realized Moria's size had surged to an imposing 20 meters. Burp. Seemingly satiated, Moria let out a belch, halting the absorption of shadows as he sensed he had reached his limit. Further intake would risk losing control of his body. "You little brat, perish," Moria declared, extending his enormous hand, which was enveloped in a dark, armor-like substance. Then, with a resounding slap, he struck down. Boom. Dust and debris erupted into the air. However, Moria's expression shifted as he realized he had not struck true. His target had evaded the swarm of bats. Startled, Moria heard a whistle by his ear and swiftly countered with his right palm. Given the limitations of his haki, he had only covered his palm with it. Bang! The two forces collided powerfully. Moriya distinctly felt that this seemingly fragile opponent, who could be crushed with a mere step, delivered a punch that matched, if not surpassed, the strength of his own shadow amalgamation. Moreover, he discerned that the force emanating from the opponent's fist was imbued with haki, an essential technique for skilled fighters. Such prowess, yet merely a navy commander? Moriya was taken aback. At such a young age, wielding swordsmanship capable of delivering flying slashes while also being a natural ability user, he now exhibited haki, proving his martial prowess was no trifling matter. At that moment, Moriya felt a pang of acidity in his heart. Regardless of Moriya's internal musings, Freyr would not relent. Originally, Moriya could have avoided this move, yet now, its deployment made Freyr feel as though he had become a living target. In terms of power, he was formidable. However, Moriya now found it difficult to maneuver his body. Freyr continuously danced upon the air, executing his moonwalk with grace. Each step he took resonated with a series of explosive sounds, echoing through the atmosphere. With every utterance of these sounds, Moriya found himself enduring the full force of Freyr's punches. Although Moriya's physique was imposing, he struggled to maneuver effectively, relegating himself to the role of Freyr's punching bag. Even when he attempted to resist, he could only muster the feeble defiance of a mere target. Furthermore, with each strike from Frey, a shadow within Moriya was ruthlessly expelled. In his desperation, Moriya contemplated the necessity of diminishing his shadow, opting to transform from the grandiose and formidable version into a more streamlined, reinforced incarnation of himself. Frey unleashed another powerful punch, striking the vast expanse of Moriya's belly. The immense force generated ripples akin to waves upon the surface of the sea. The impact of Frey's terrifying strength sent Moriya reeling backwards, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the gentle rain that continued to fall quickly shrouded the dust, obscuring the aftermath of the fierce encounter. As Frey descended to the ground, he advanced forward. The figure of Moriya revealed itself. His appearance remained unchanged, with a flamboyant hairstyle reminiscent of green onions, sharp fangs, and a devilish visage. The only difference from before was the alteration in his physique and height. He had not grown taller or bulkier. Instead, his muscles were now distinctly chiseled. Moriya looked exceptionally handsome. Perona, witnessing this form of Moriya for the first time, could not help but cheer loudly. This appearance was far more appealing than the previous one and significantly more attractive than his usual self. Moriya, with a proud smile, acknowledged that this form was ideally suited to contend with a swift opponent like Frey. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, Moriya let out a characteristic laugh. Hebehe, Navy brat, prepare to witness the true strength of Lord Moriya. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the ground beneath him as his towering figure surged towards Frey. Gator, Brook, and the others merely caught a glimpse as Moriya had already reached Frey's side. With his imposing stature, he launched a punch aimed at Frey's head. His fist, enveloped in the formidable color of armament haki, radiated an astonishing aura. Brook thought to himself that were he to receive such a blow, his skeletal frame would surely shatter into pieces. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Frey stood his ground, unflinching as he absorbed the punch. A cascade of water erupted around him, as half of Frey's head had already elementalized in advance. Moriya's punch was immensely powerful. In terms of perception, Frey sensed it was not inferior to that of Mor, perhaps even stronger by a fraction. However, it was futile. For a user of a Logia-type devil fruit like Frey, the foresight granted by observation haki provided him with formidable assistance. This advantage allowed him to elementalize in advance. Even with Moriya's armament haki surrounding his fist, as long as Frey could perceive it, he would remain untouchable. Moriya, aware of the complexities of Logia users, was unconcerned by the lack of impact from his initial punch and continued to unleash a flurry of strikes. His enormous fists battered Frey's form relentlessly, sending forth sprays of water. Yet, in less than a second, these droplets coalesced, reverting back into Frey's shape. Have you had enough? Now it's my turn. With a wave of Frey's hand, the drizzle suddenly intensified. Let me show you some tricks. As his voice faded, the falling rain began to transform. One after another, translucent water serpents as thick as arms materialized, undulating their sinuous bodies as they surged toward Moriya. These aqueous serpents bare their fangs, hissing with a ferocity that belied their liquid form. So lifelike they might as well have been flesh and blood. Their numbers were staggering, cascading from the sky in a relentless torrent, so dense that Perona shuddered at the sight. She had no doubt that stepping into that maelstrom would reduce her to nothing within seconds. The sheer horror of the spectacle even made her question the invincibility she had always ascribed to Moriya. It must be said, Though Moria was often criticized for his strength in the original narrative at this moment, still capable of wielding armament haki, he was far from the diminished figure he would later become. Faced with the nightmarish swarm of serpents, enough to trigger trypophobia in any observer, Moria stood unshaken. Beneath him, his shadow abruptly expanded, unfurling like a vast black tapestry. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the shadow-draped ground began to disgorge swarms of inky bats, 1, 2, 3, until their numbers rivaled the serpents above. Their fluttering wings obscured Moria entirely before surging upward, each bat lunging to clash with the descending water snakes. The spectacle that followed was breathtaking. The sky rained translucent serpents, while the earth spewed forth shadowy bats. The two forces locked in a vicious, writhing dance. The battlefield became a shifting canvas, crystalline water above, abyssal darkness below, neither side yielding an inch. Witnessing this terrifying display, the onlookers could only marvel. Brook, even in his pre-skeletal days, had seen much, yet this scene struck him with awe. Perona stood agape, silently grateful she hadn't provoked Fry earlier. Such power would have spelled her doom in an instant. The water serpent controlled by Fry and the shadow bat manipulated by Moria surged toward each other like two powerful torrents. However, after a considerable duration, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. After all, they are both formidable members of the original 7 warlords, truly remarkable in their prowess. Frary observed Moria, who appeared relatively unfazed by his maneuver, and realized he had somewhat underestimated him. Therefore, he concluded that in order to contend with him, this particular item would be necessary. Frary drew the ghost-slaying blade from his waist. It was clear that since his water snake's chaotic flow proved ineffective, he would resort to alternative methods. Frary approached slowly, his foot landing upon the shadow on the ground that resembled a black fabric. As he neared the swarm of shadowy bats, these diminutive creatures opened their mouths wide, eager to devour him. Frere raised the demon-slaying blade in his hand and casually swung it twice. The nearby shadowy bats were effortlessly cleaved in two, transforming into a black, fluid substance that dripped into the dark shadows upon the ground. As Fry was about to move forward, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground behind him. It was Moria, who had been fixated on Fry since he approached this territory. Since Moria dared to intrude upon this domain, he would show no mercy. A swarm of shadow bats was summoned, encircling Fry. They then transformed into a swirling mass of black fluid, enveloping him entirely. Moria acted swiftly, catching Fry off guard, and he found himself ensnared within a dark, cubic shadow. Arrogant Navy brat, meet your demise. Hee. Moria cackled, channeling all his strength into his right hand. Clenching it into a fist, he struck the black box with tremendous force. With no regard for the consumption of his haki, Moria was aware that his opponent possessed observation haki, and this was the moment